Old soil. As the crimson sun descends in the west, the train recedes, stirring up a vast expanse of withered yellow leaves amidst the vibration of the tracks, invoking the melancholic essence of autumn. From this moment of parting, they are destined to be worlds apart, uncertain of when they might reunite, with some never to cross paths again. Surrounding them, some wave slowly, unwilling to let go, while others remain silent, enveloped in sorrow. The 4 years spent in university, traversing together, have forged a bond that is difficult to sever. The twilight's fading light casts a slanting glow upon the fallen leaves, the interplay of light and shadow weaving a tapestry of time's passage. A graceful young woman turns away, discreetly wiping away her tears hidden behind her glasses. In this extraordinary era, upon graduation, they will each return to their respective lives, possibly never to meet again. The autumn breeze sweeps through, scattering the yellow leaves in disarray. The streets, aged and worn, are lined with towering sycamores, their leaves cascading to the ground in abundance. Someone walks alongside him, voicing their discontent. How can those who remain abandon you? It is unjust. As a classmate and friend, Qin Chung believes that, given any opportunity, Wang Xian would surely be chosen. Yet when the results are announced, many are left in a state of complex emotions. Wang Xian has, astonishingly, not been selected. Enough about me, what about you? Have you received any news? Wang Xian inquires. Qin Chung whispers that his family has leveraged connections, and he may be heading to New Moon. New Moon. Across the vastness of deep space, I wonder if we shall ever meet again. Wang Xian halts, as his companions prepare to embark on their journeys. Tall and not at all frail, his physique is well-proportioned and strong, radiating a faint golden hue in the evening glow, with eyes that are both clear and spirited. Having dedicated 4 years to life and study here, he has exerted considerable effort, striving, competing, and planning for his future, yearning to find his place, yet ultimately, unable to remain, he weeps silently. The autumn wind carries a chill, casting a shadow over the spirits of some classmates. Meanwhile, a couple pauses, gazing at one another in silence, tears falling without a word exchanged. They are about to part ways, and the distance that will separate them is no longer measured in mere miles, but across a boundless expanse of stars, perhaps forever beyond reach. Their faces are streaked with tears as they embrace one last time. Then, only silence remains. This city is grand yet somewhat antiquated, bearing the marks of a bygone era, with many ancient trees standing stoutly, some over a century old. In contrast, other cities from the past have succumbed to abandonment, desolate and overgrown, entwined with vines and thorns, gradually engulfed by nature's reclaiming grasp. Upon returning to campus, Qin Chung is still aggrieved on Wang Xian's behalf, urging him to seek answers about the reasons for his exclusion, to demand an explanation. Even after graduation, they are permitted to reside on campus until all final selections are confirmed. This opportunity is rare. Those chosen will remain in the city, awaiting their impending journey to New Star, where something extraordinary seems to have been discovered. Qin Chung, too, has not been selected. His family has exerted every effort merely to secure him a chance to enter deep space. He is set to journey to the crescent, the moon that revolves around the New Star, which stands as the most significant base beyond the New Star. Qin Chung whispered, "Do you realize that even the mere whispers from that place have ignited fervor among those who received early tidings? You must secure a spot, no matter what." Under the moonlight, the shadows of the trees danced gracefully as Wang Xian stretched his body upon the lawn, practicing the ancient technique of dispersion art, highly practical. In nature, causing a flurry of yellow leaves to take flight, filling the air, he did not pause. His movements were swift, yet his breathing remained steady as he remarked, "I await the final outcome." The vastness of deep space and the cosmos is immense, yet it remains cold and silent. Apart from the old world, humanity has only found another life-bearing star. However, many years ago, the gateway to the new star was sealed, making it exceedingly difficult for the ordinary denizens of the old world to gain entry. Relative to the new star, some began to refer to this place as the old world. Once it was known as Earth, the cradle of humanity. Perhaps it is indeed somewhat antiquated, with numerous desolate cities scattered across, overgrown with weeds and devoid of inhabitants. All of this resulted from a catastrophic war in the bygone era, When technology ascended to a certain pinnacle, the onset of a hot war would be utterly terrifying. A flourishing world was obliterated, leaving it desolate and dreary to at that time. Multitudes fled into space. In truth, humanity's technological prowess was not as dazzling as imagined prior to the war. Bases were just beginning to be established on the moon. Thus, those who escaped could only temporarily consider the moon as their refuge. In such circumstances, humanity astonishingly accomplished a great migration, discovering and entering a life-bearing new star. The people of the old world still find it unbelievable. Various parties remain reticent. Given the technological standards of that era, whether it be stable wormholes or warp drives, such advanced technologies could not have been realized in a short span. Some in the old world speculate that all answers may lie upon the moon. Regrettably, the consequences of the hot war were too severe. The Earth lay half destroyed, and even after many years, the old world has yet to recover, with technology regressing significantly, rendering lunar exploration impossible for an extended period. Over a century has passed, and the population of the old world has only recently rebounded to approximately 1 billion, far from its former glory, with numerous regions still remaining desolate. During the early efforts to develop the new star, many survivors from the old world were transported away, resulting in a significant brain drain, which is one of the reasons for the old world's severe regression and prolonged stagnation. This mass migration persisted for several decades. It was only a little over a century ago that the gates of the new star were finally sealed. Moreover, the ravaged landscape post-war, coupled with extremely harsh conditions, left the old world with a dwindling population, making recovery an arduous endeavor. Under the hazy moonlight, Wang Xian was performing the dispersion art, suddenly accelerating his movements. With a resounding thud, his right hand left a distinct imprint upon a large tree, causing it to tremble violently, and a cascade of yellow leaves fell like a waterfall. Qin Sheng was astonished. Dispersion art? You have truly honed it to a degree of proficiency? They will undoubtedly regret abandoning you. Chapter 2. The Fleeting Years. Have you genuinely mastered such relics of the old era? Qin Sheng rushed forward, gazing at the clear imprint on the thick tree trunk, filled with uncertainty. The ancient arts, scattered amidst the pages of time, encompass a diverse array of practices, from physical techniques to meditation, as well as energy cultivation and internal nurturing methods, with records that are remarkably fragmented. In contemporary times, these have come to be referred to as scattered arts, though many prefer to label them as ancient techniques. Over the years, Qin Sheng has been exposed to these practices, yet a persistent skepticism lingers within him. Can mastery truly be attained? Wang Xian's remarkable display profoundly moved him. The flesh and blood of his hands left clear imprints upon the thick, sturdy trunks of trees. Could it be that the ancient arts hold a genuine path forward? In accordance with the traditions of the past, what I have accomplished is hardly significant, Wang Xian remarked, shaking his head, his figure standing tall and elegant, shrouded in a faint mist beneath the luminous moonlight. Qin Sheng sighed. Do not compare me to the past. I have never held such beliefs. In truth, many of those records have long been debunked. Engaging in the ancient arts himself, Qin Sheng was acutely aware of their challenges. Even a mere meditation technique could lead to a fractured psyche. In an age closely intertwined with new stars and resplendent technology in deep space, who among the populace would still place faith in such antiquated practices? Doubt had already begun to take root before any sincere practice could commence. Yet, it was in this very context that, upon entering university, individuals like Wang Xian and Qin Sheng were approached by others inquiring if they would be willing to partake in research pertaining to the ancient arts. Having previously encountered scattered techniques, Wang Xian found himself intrigued and readily agreed. As for Qin Sheng, initially a skeptic, he was later astonished to learn that this research was backed by certain conglomerates, rumored to involve substantial funding, prompting him to join with a mindset of cautious exploration. In the early stages, they balanced their original academic coursework with participation in the so-called ancient arts research during their spare time. They soon discovered that this research primarily entailed practicing these ancient techniques themselves. Specialized provisions were prepared for them, all aimed at enhancing their ability to master certain scattered arts. As time went on, they increasingly felt that this research was anything but ordinary. Their instructors, two venerable professors, had been transferred from New Star institutions. Before long, Some participants could no longer endure the rigors and chose to withdraw, finding the practice of ancient arts arduous and rather monotonous. Most significantly, in this modern era, skepticism towards the ancient techniques from bygone times was prevalent. Nevertheless, while many exited the program, an even greater number joined. With the backing of powerful conglomerates, substantial funds were funneled into this research, leading to intensified efforts to recruit more suitable candidates. Not only in this city, but across various locales, students from universities were being recruited with generous financial incentives to boost their enthusiasm. Initially, an overwhelming number of applicants expressed interest, but after a large-scale selection process followed by months of eliminations, only around 50 remained. These individuals primarily transferred to the university attended by Wang Xian and Qin Sheng, where they continued their original studies while forming in ancient arts. Experimental class. Not all participants, unlike Wang Xian, initially joined out of mere curiosity. Those who transferred had been promised high-paying, respectable positions upon graduation. At this juncture, it became clear to all involved that this research was profoundly exceptional otherwise. Why would such considerable efforts be invested in it? The ancient techniques textbooks of the experimental class possess intriguing origins, encompassing unique editions from museums, rare collections of affluent families, and sacred texts from various religions. For instance, a particular method of internal cultivation was renowned in ancient times, yet ultimately faded into obscurity. Several years ago, it was unearthed from a tomb, allowing it to resurface and now serve as one of the study material for the experimental class. Moreover, the dietary provisions for all students in the Ancient Techniques experimental class are meticulously prepared by dedicated individuals, emphasizing refinement. As they delved deeper into this knowledge, many were astonished to discover that certain ingredients were exceedingly precious and rare, nearly unattainable on the old soil, having been transported from the vastness of deep space. The elderly professor who instructed them in the art of qi cultivation lamented that these ingredients, even within the new star, were exorbitantly priced, let alone those imported from the depths of space. Some ingredients were simply unattainable, even for the wealthy. Among these, certain items sourced from the deep seas of the new star possess anti-aging properties, while others are renowned for their ability to replenish vitality, and some can invigorate one's energy. For practitioners of various dispersal techniques, dietary supplements are of paramount importance. The professor noted that specific ingredients were particularly favored by esteemed elders with remarkable backgrounds from the new star, as they are believed to delay the onset of aging. This underscores the significant attention given to the current study of ancient techniques. What is particularly astonishing is that shortly thereafter, over 20 new students from the new star joined this experimental class. Traditionally, it has always been students from the old soil who aspire to study in the new star. Yet this time the roles have reversed. With the arrival of these young men and women, whispers of certain truths began to circulate, gradually enlightening the students of the Ancient Techniques experimental class. Certain organizations, research institutions, and affluent families are in pursuit of immortality. This statement indeed caused quite a stir within the experimental class, leaving many in shock. To modern individuals, such pursuits may seem ludicrous and ethereal. Nevertheless, throughout history, it appears that those who ascend to significant heights have relentlessly sought this elusive goal. As far back as the pre-Qin era, legends surrounding immortals and alchemists stirred the imaginations of later generations, captivating even kings. However, from Qin Shi Huang to Han Wu and beyond, all attempts to secure the elixir of life ended in failure. It was deemed impossible for anyone to achieve such longevity. In this contemporary age, mythical tales have been thoroughly debunked, rendering their existence implausible. Yet paradoxically, news has emerged from the technologically advanced new star, suggesting otherwise. To be precise, it is certain elderly figures among the affluent, those in positions of power, who are yearning for extended lifespans. Although some attempted to clarify this statement, it still incited considerable uproar within the experimental class. History often exhibits remarkable similarities, as many prominent figures in their twilight years seem unwilling to accept their decline, yearning instead for youth and vitality. In the past, Wang Xian and Qin Sheng had whispered about these prominent individuals. The old men grow increasingly frail, naturally desiring youth. After all, how else could they appreciate beauty? With fortunes in the billions, yet unable to squander them anew, I too would wish to live for another 500 years. Older women are undoubtedly more ruthless than their male counterparts as the years pass and their former beauty becomes marred by wrinkles. For the powerful women who command substantial resources and wield significant influence, aging is indeed a formidable adversary. If there exists even a glimmer of hope, these women will likely become more fervent than men, seeking every possible means to reclaim their youth. Upon overhearing the hushed conversation between the two, several young men and women from the new generation exchanged exasperated eye rolls, as it appeared to resonate with their own relatives. Chapter 3. The Life Extension Project. The elderly are in desperate need. Their time is fleeting, and they cannot afford to waste a single moment. Thus, the Old Arts Experimental Group has chosen university students rather than starting from childhood, as the former possess greater maturity and insight. The ancient arts originate from the old soil, and those organizations and research institutions believe that restoring the study of these arts from their roots may be the most prudent choice. Most importantly, since all myths and legends stem from this ancient soil, it is plausible that some mysterious elements may exist here. However, this understanding contradicts the dazzling advancements of deep space technology and cannot be documented. Nevertheless, some remarkably prominent elderly individuals seem particularly inclined towards these esoteric studies in their twilight years. What do they seek? A more prolonged lifespan, the hope of unearthing truths from myths, and the pursuit of the path to immortality as traced by their predecessors. Even in moments of clarity, they recognize that this is largely an illusion. Yet, when time is scarce and they possess substantial resources, why not take a chance? Consequently, the old soil has garnered attention, leading to a succession of research initiatives and substantial financial investments. Human nature has been consistent throughout history, from the time of Emperor Qin to the present. Many cannot escape the customs of their predecessors. Over the years, certain elderly magnates within the financial elite have persistently advocated for rebirth, funding numerous research institutions. Naturally, the study of ancient arts is merely one of their areas of interest. Those with the means to instigate a transformation in life cannot place all their hopes on a single research endeavor. For many years, various financial conglomerates have supported diverse genetic teams and life research institutes, with some projects yielding astonishing advancements. For instance, several anti-aging agents have shown preliminary efficacy. The study of ancient arts is merely one of the myriad life extension projects they have invested in. In fact, these life extension projects often intersect, particularly under the influence of investors, who sometimes encourage collaboration. For example, the daily sustenance of Wang Xian and his peers nourishes their blood, invigorates their spirits, and possesses certain anti-aging properties. The ingredients and formulations are linked to a pharmaceutical research institute. Those in the Ancient Arts Experimental Group expend considerable mental energy. Yet regardless of their fatigue, they can swiftly recover through dietary supplementation. Additionally, some biological genetic teams have expressed interest in collaboration, proactively reaching out to assist the experimental group in altering their physical constitutions. One genetic team focuses on mitochondrial research, theorizing that by modifying telomere length, it may be possible to extend lifespan. At first, everyone resisted. Although they were part of the Ancient Arts Experimental Group, they were not mere guinea pigs and would never consent to such measures. Upon hearing the news, Wang Xian nearly withdrew entirely. He would not accept such an approach under any circumstances. He meticulously studied body techniques, contemplated meditation methods, and researched breath-collecting arts, believing in a gradual transformation of physical constitution. In his view, such a crude alteration through genetic engineering could leave irreparable hazards, clashing with his beliefs and desires. In fact, this collaboration was swiftly rejected by higher authorities, as influential voices deemed the technology insufficiently mature. After the event, whispers began to circulate that among the students from the new star, some possessed remarkable identities, as their families would never allow them to take risks. Simultaneously, a classmate with a notable background inadvertently revealed that there were certain developments at New Star. Someone had achieved prominence in the ancient arts, prompting these individuals to journey to the birthplace of these arts, willingly delving into their profound mysteries. However, he later retracted his statement, claiming it was mere drunken rambling. Wang Xian suspected he might have inadvertently divulged something significant. Yet, Qin Sheng believed it was indeed nonsense, for he had been the one to intoxicate that classmate on that fateful day. Wang Xian theorized that New Star had possibly uncovered something, which explained why certain heirs of wealthy families had begun to join the experimental class to study the ancient arts. At this moment, The moon hung high in the sky, casting a cool glow in the deep autumn. Qin Qing received a phone call, nodding continuously, before turning to Wang Xian and sighing. Back then, Zhou Kuan's words were not mere drunken talk. He truly let something slip. On the call, he received the latest news that the recent fragments of rumors from New Star had begun to take on vague implications, seemingly related to several mysterious phenomena. As early as 3 years ago, Zhou Kuan, a student from New Star, had provided them with hints. Though it was due to his inebriation, it was not his intention to reveal such information. You must secure a place to go to New Star, Qin Qing insisted, before bidding farewell and departing. As students of the Ancient Arts Research class, their dormitory area was relatively tranquil, as meditation and body techniques required an undisturbed environment. Each student had a private room and was provided with special food sent from deep space, highlighting the significance placed on the Ancient Arts Research project. In the early morning, Wang Xian rose and practiced a body technique known as the Diamond Fist. After settling into a calm state, he began to engage in qi gathering under the dawn light. According to the old professor, mastery of 1 or 2 techniques such as qi gathering, meditation, and internal cultivation was essential, as they formed the roots of the ancient arts, the source of power. Body techniques, such as Xingyi and Diamond, were mere branches and leaves stemming from these roots. Only with strong roots could the branches flourish. Wang Xian naturally placed great importance on this, engaging with all foundational techniques and later focusing on selective refinement. The campus area was adorned with numerous trees, the lawn strewn with yellow leaves, creating a serene atmosphere. With his eyes closed, Wang Xian basked in the morning glow, gathering qi and integrating internal cultivation, envisioning streams of golden light enveloping him. Although it was merely internal cultivation, his body seemed to genuinely radiate warmth, as if encircled by golden flames. Had anyone been nearby, they would undoubtedly have noticed something unusual about him. The dawn light surrounding him appeared more vibrant, akin to a layer of flowing fire. While gathering qi, he engaged in internal cultivation, though he was merely imagining the reception of golden light. It felt as if it were genuinely manifesting. His entire being grew increasingly warm, culminating in a tingling sensation, with a force surging through him. First a feeling of soreness, followed by immense comfort. This peculiar sensation had only recently begun to emerge. Wang Xian understood that due to years of practicing qi gathering and integrating internal cultivation, he was finally beginning to reap the rewards. Last night, his right hand pressed forcefully against the robust and unyielding tree trunk, leaving a distinct imprint, a testament to the gradual mastery of his craft. On the path of ancient arts, he had made significant strides. In the experimental class, although Qin Qing, Zhou Kuan, and others were also practicing these ancient techniques, most had merely enhanced their physical prowess. Only Wang Xian, who absorbed energy into his body and nurtured himself internally, stood out. If Qin Qing and Zhou Kuan faced ordinary individuals, each could easily contend against a dozen. Their years of practicing ancient arts and consistently consuming rare medicinal dishes had greatly elevated their physical attributes. Even before harnessing energy, Wang Xian was already considerably stronger than his peers. Thus, Qin Qing often advocated for him, asserting that in terms of ancient arts alone, no one could rival Wang Xian. In fact, with just one hand, he could likely subdue any classmate in the experimental group. As Wang Xian's body radiated heat, it eventually became almost feverish, as if tiny currents coursed through his flesh and bones. This sensation signified the successful cultivation of energy. In his mind, he envisioned streams of dawn light entering his body, while simultaneously imagining a dark, murky mist emanating from his skin. This correspondence led to an unusual reaction in his body. His metabolism accelerated, and he began to exude a sticky sweat, leaving him damp. He felt as if his flesh was being baptized by the morning light, cleansing him inside and out, invigorating his spirit and filling him with strength. As the morning sun filtered through the trees, it painted the wisps of mist in soft golden hues. For young individuals strolled by, the two men exchanged only a few words, while the two women engaged in lively conversation. One of the women was exceptionally radiant, her laughter ringing out frequently, exuding a vivacious spirit. The other possessed a gentle grace, imbued with a scholarly aura and a warm smile. They were also students from the Ancient Arts Experimental class, hailing from New Star. "Look, isn't that Wang Xian? Why does he seem to be glowing?" exclaimed the vibrant young woman, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. The more reserved girl responded in astonishment. Could it be that he has mastered the energy absorption technique? One of the men expressed his surprise. Is it possible that someone in the experimental class has truly succeeded? Yet, he quickly shook his head. for he understood that such matters had become irrelevant. The group from New Star was well aware of the latest developments. The ancient arts were deemed outdated and had been forsaken in favor of superior alternatives. It felt as if they were in a different world, where the rules had changed. And during the new book period, one could cast monthly votes. They urged everyone to lend their support. Chapter 4. The supernatural Wang Xian found tranquility within his mind. His thoughts focused, deeply immersed in meditation, yet he remained acutely aware of a gaze upon him. He opened his eyes and looked towards the forest. For classmates from the New Star School were astonished. Despite the considerable distance, Wang Xian had perceived their presence. Did you see that? At the instant he opened his eyes. A flicker of golden light dissipated from them, murmured Zhou Kuan, one among the four. Wang Xian paused to gather his energy, concluding his internal cultivation. His complexion was rosy, and he appeared invigorated. In the dawn light, even his hair seemed to shimmer with a crystalline glow. The four approached briskly. Su Chan, with her vivacious spirit, called out from afar, "Wang Xian, I think I just saw you glowing." Tall and unbothered by the chill, she wore a short dress that revealed her shoulders, accentuating her long, slender legs beneath her stockings. Her lustrous black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, and her youthful, radiant face bore a smile, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Wang Xian responded with a grin. "Shall I interpret that as you complimenting my handsomeness, charm, and brilliance?" His tall stature, bathed in the morning light, indeed rendered him somewhat dazzling, his bright eyes and pearly teeth contributing to his overall brilliance. Narcissistic, Su Chan scoffed. Unable to restrain himself, Zhou Kun inquired, "Wang Xian, have you mastered the qi gathering technique?" He possessed a fair complexion and delicate features, but bore a slightly melancholic demeanor. Despite his excellent health, he often seemed lacking in physical vigor. The four, having been classmates for years at New Star, were quite familiar with Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded. "I can barely say I have mastered it recently." Su Wenba, usually aloof and seldom engaging with classmates from the old Earth, could not help but interject. His tone tinged with regret. "The old techniques have been around for quite some time. They are indeed somewhat outdated now." He shook his head. The morning sun was abundant, yet the autumn wind blew, stirring the fallen leaves and bringing a slight chill. Li Qizhu, true to her name, was gentle and serene, exuding an air of scholarly grace as she spoke softly. One cannot dismiss it so readily. The old techniques at least strengthen the body and prolong life. And it is said that some individuals in ancient times were remarkably powerful. The classmates from New Star knew well that this path had become impractical and was now largely abandoned. She was merely offering consolation to Wang Xian. Although he felt a twinge of emotion, he had no regrets about his choice. His initial pursuit of the old techniques stemmed from genuine interest rather than utilitarian motives. Furthermore, he had not abandoned his original major in automation, having successfully obtained his degree. Su Wenba shook his head. Those are merely unfounded legends. Besides, living in this era of dazzling technology, even if there were indeed formidable figures in ancient times, should they be revived in the modern day, facing spaceships and mechanized troops, they would seem utterly inconsequential. Yet, as he gazed into the distance, his eyes sparkled with fervor, as if ignited by an inner flame. For he knew that New Star had made even more astonishing discoveries, an opportunity far superior, stirring excitement deep within him, igniting his spirit. A few individuals engaged in conversation for a while, and with a smile, Su Chan remarked to Wang Xian that one should not become overly invested in antiquated practices, for they had already graduated and ought to contemplate matters related to employment. The group from the New Star understood that once a wrong path is chosen, no amount of effort can rectify the course. Zhou Kun opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately he could only pat Wang Xian's shoulder with a resigned expression. The gates of New Star had long been barred to the old world, unless one was actively selected from that side. It was exceedingly difficult for individuals here to migrate there. "If an opportunity presents itself before my departure, I shall treat you all to a drink," Wang Xian said with a grin. The four had already turned to leave, yet Zhou Kun stumbled slightly, realizing that Wang Xian was, in fact, laughing at him. He typically bore a somewhat melancholic demeanor and spoke little, but once intoxicated, he would completely let go of his inhibitions, becoming voluble and incessantly chatty. 3 years prior, it was Wang Xian and Qin Sheng who had challenged him to a drinking contest, leaving him utterly inebriated, with no recollection of the events of that night. Wang Xian watched as they faded into the distance. Those forcibly separated at the opposite ends of the starry sky felt the deepest sorrow for one another. The couple in their class bid farewell in silence, only breaking into tears when one boarded the train and departed, evoking a sense of melancholy. Their relationship had always been strong, yet it concluded in such a manner. In this late autumn, those leaving were undoubtedly disheartened. Although the news from New Star was rather vague, many sensed that by narrowly missing it, they would forfeit the greatest opportunity of their lives. The sole source of solace for those departing was the resolution of employment issues, a promise made when they initially joined the experimental class. Wang Xian had yet to leave, as his home was in the adjacent small town, quite close. Should he be unable to reach New Star, he would remain in the city where he had studied for work. Qin Cheng had vanished for several days. Being a local, he had been diligently seeking accurate information. His family was involved in a business related to deep space trade. Albeit as merely one of the many suppliers, they possessed certain connections. On a morning several days later, Qin Cheng appeared on campus. Wang Xian, I have finally comprehended the reason behind the establishment of the old techniques experimental class. It pertains to the peculiar conditions discovered on the New Star. Early that morning, Qin Cheng rushed over, his face flushed, yet he was not breathless, merely brimming with excitement. His family's connections were extensive, and he had just received news that several mysterious phenomena observed on New Star were suspected to be related to supernatural forces. Perhaps there truly exists a supernatural power, he exclaimed. How could this not stir one's emotions and provoke countless speculations? Qin Cheng was typically an emotional individual, and now his feelings were somewhat heightened. But upon noticing Wang Xian's condition, he was momentarily taken aback. Have you truly cultivated such a significant stir? Though he was already aware of Wang Xian's success in energy absorption, witnessing the scene before him still astonished him. As the sun rose, life began to flourish. It appeared as though Wang Xian was radiating light, the morning glow around him particularly rich, akin to a delicate flame in motion. Wang Xian paused, brimming with vitality. In a state even better than in the preceding days. Please wait a moment. As he faced the dawn, he nurtured himself, expelling the murky vapors from his body, which had left him feeling sticky. He swiftly took a cold shower. Wang Xian emerged dressed in fresh attire and remarked, I have long harbored some associations. Elderly individuals with profound backgrounds often become increasingly enamored with mysticism in their twilight years, ultimately taking action to excavate myths in their native lands and investing in the study of ancient arts. They must have discovered something significant. Although these individuals have aged, they were once astute, not prone to making foolish mistakes. Furthermore, the presence of students with complex identities and backgrounds, who have come from the New Star to join the experimental class, corroborates certain matters. Initially, they may have sought to touch upon supernatural forces through the study of ancient arts, Wang Xian stated, furrowing his brow. However, the situation seems to have changed. His intuition was sharp, having met Su Wenba, Su Chan, Zhou Kuan, and Li Qingzhu several days prior. He had already gleaned parts of the truth from their words and actions. They had mentioned that ancient arts were outdated and no longer held esteem among the New Star. Moreover, when Su Wenba inadvertently gazed toward the horizon, his eyes sparkled with fervor, a reflection of longing and excitement, as if yearning for something. Supernatural powers. Perhaps there exists another path, while the ancient arts have been forsaken. This conclusion arose from Wang Xian's observations of the group's demeanor. An update will follow in the evening. Gratitude is extended to M. Taishang's true self, Irina, Fei Tianfish's true self, Pig King's true self, La Song, Solitude, 30. 3 Lives Fate S Knife, 3 Lives Fate S Loneliness, Shinchao Chuangshu, The Reviver, Wandering Rogue, Recently Amusing, 9 years old, Night Half in Sheep Village, Book Friend 1307177110236160. Eagle on Tree, Long Lasting Fate, and Wanner. Thank you to the aforementioned leaders and to all readers who have supported the new book through collections and votes amidst the vast expanse. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 5. Discarded like rags. Qin Cheng was taken aback. He had invested considerable time and expended great effort to unearth certain secrets through familial connections. Yet now, Wang Xian, through mere observation, had deduced even more and suspected the existence of an alternative path to the supernatural. Was the ancient art truly to be cast aside in such a manner? Qin Cheng felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. When he first learned those secrets, he was filled with exhilaration, believing he had finally grasped the truth that the study of ancient arts was intended to connect with supernatural forces. In that moment, he had resolved to diligently pursue this ancient knowledge, determined to overcome all obstacles along the way. However, to now learn that there might be another route to the supernatural was akin to dousing his fervent heart with cold water. What had the New Star discovered? Beyond the mysterious phenomena, had it uncovered a genuine path to the extraordinary? Clearly, if this were true, it would precipitate unimaginable upheavals, both conceptual and in the tangible world. Qin Qing regarded the matter with gravity. Presently, the opportunity to venture towards the new star appeared increasingly precious. If one could indeed access supernatural powers and stand at the forefront, then all that one envisioned could become reality. As the two conversed, they shared breakfast. The peculiar food transported from deep space was becoming scarce, and though initially deemed tasteless, they now felt a pang of longing for it. Both were filled with nostalgia. Although these ingredients were exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced, the combination of flavors left much to be desired. Qin Qing inquired of Wang Xian whether he had sought out the old professor who had taught them the ancient arts to discuss potential solutions for the journey to the new star. Wang Xian shook his head. While the old professor held a fondness for him, his authority was limited. He had been invited solely to impart knowledge of the ancient arts and had not been involved in other aspects of the research project. What criteria were employed in their selection process? Qin Sheng felt a sense of injustice, believing it unfair to Wang Xian. Wang Xian pondered for a moment before suggesting, "I suspect it relates to possessing a keen intellect and unlocking extraordinary potential, essentially, a slight touch into the realm of the mysterious." He had perused the list of the first selected individuals and formed this hypothesis. For instance, there was a pair of twin sisters in their class, frequently experiencing inexplicable connections. When one sister was startled, the other would palpably feel a heart flutter. On one occasion, when the elder sister cut her finger deeply while peeling an apple, the younger sister, though in another city, felt corresponding pain in her own finger despite the distance. Such phenomena defied explanation. During the selection of students for the experimental class, the twins were among the first chosen. In Wang Xian's recollection, He Qing was introverted and unassuming, rarely engaging in conversation. Reportedly, He Qing had initially shown little interest in the ancient arts, only enrolling after learning that graduation would guarantee a respectable and lucrative job. Thus, Qin Sheng found it perplexing. How could someone so evidently resistant ultimately be selected? An incident once occurred involving He Qing, at the tender age of 14. He witnessed his younger brother on the verge of being struck by a speeding vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward and forcefully pushed his brother to safety, only to be run over by the car himself. Miraculously, he emerged unscathed, save for the dark imprints left on his body where the tires had passed. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the event, ultimately attributing it to a mysterious latent potential that surfaced in a moment of life and death. The investors in the Ancient Arts Research Project delved into this incident from He Qing's youth, illustrating the depth of their scrutiny. The first group selected for the project possessed their own unique attributes. For instance, one young woman exhibited extraordinary perception. She famously experienced overwhelming anxiety before a flight, fearing a heart condition, which prompted her to seek medical attention. As fate would have it, the very plane she missed that day tragically crashed. Is such a phenomenon even possible? Qin Qing was taken aback, having never heard of such peculiarities in their class before. Wang Xian expressed his sentiments, recalling his own astonishment upon first hearing of it, yet he conceded that this young woman was indeed exceptional, while the rest could be more readily accepted. On that day, the final list of those selected to proceed to New Star was confirmed, and, as expected, no new candidates were added. A portion of the experimental class remained, steadfastly holding on to the hope of a final opportunity, but upon the announcement of results, they were met with profound disappointment. Some had anticipated this outcome, yet it still weighed heavily on their hearts. Wang Xian remained calm, having foreseen this result. Qin Qing sighed, lamenting for his friend, who had honed the ancient arts to mastery only to be overlooked, as the supernatural forces at the edge of deep space revealed but a glimpse, giving rise to another path. New Star had chosen the extraordinary, thus formally abandoning the ancient arts. Qin Sheng and Wang Xian engaged in extensive conversation, reflecting on a few classmates who had departed early, both feeling a sense of melancholy. Wang Xian was somewhat comforted, remaining on familiar ground where he could reunite with those few. He shook his head. It has been over a year since we parted ways, and I shall refrain from seeing her off, lest her family become concerned and cause her distress. Let us each find peace in our own paths. Qin Sheng sighed, recalling an ex-girlfriend from New Star, who had once posed significant pressure on Wang Xian due to her family's formidable influence, which had led them to issue stern warnings on several occasions. Could it be that her family intervened this time to prevent your selection, keeping you from New Star? A sudden thought struck Qin Qing, considering the extraordinary nature of Wang Xian's former girlfriend's family. However, he dismissed the notion, despite limited interactions. Wang Xian understood her family's character well enough to know they would not resort to such tactics, especially after a year of separation, which had severed their ties. Furthermore, The ancient arts research project was backed by powerful conglomerates, and no one dared to meddle recklessly. As night descended, the stars twinkled brightly, and the two friends shared their thoughts openly. In a few days, I shall depart for New Moon. Wang Xian, I find myself torn. I truly hope you have the opportunity to journey to New Star, to engage with the supernatural forces and embark upon that new path. However, I feel that it is quite excessive for them to casually discard the ancient arts as if they were mere rags, leaving us all abandoned. At this juncture, Qin Cheng took a moment to compose himself before continuing. Therefore, I find myself harboring a glimmer of hope that you may achieve great success in the realm of ancient arts. How wonderful it would be if the myths and legends were indeed true, allowing you one day to wield the ancient arts against supernatural forces, subduing the beings from the extraordinary realm of the new stars, making them realize the grave error of forsaking the ancient arts. He had always held a skeptical view of the ancient arts, yet now he yearned for the myths of the past to be substantiated, to be brought back to life. After a brief moment of calm, he exhaled heavily, acknowledging that all of this seems far from reality, and the so-called legends are utterly baseless. Wang Xian gazed up at the starry sky, pondering whether the celestial immortals and myths truly existed in antiquity. He shook his head. Even if there were irrefutable evidence that the celestial immortals once walked the earth, it would merely serve to bolster the confidence of future generations, holding no significance for him. For he does not believe in deities or Buddhas. His pursuit of the ancient arts has never been rooted in those myths. Rather, it stems from his passion for exploration, a desire to discover how far the path of the ancient arts may lead. Whether the celestial immortals ever existed is of no concern to him. His conviction remains steadfast as he seeks to validate this path through his own experience. Chapter 6. The Goddess Beneath the Night Sky, a silver light streaked across, gradually approaching and descending into the depths of the campus. Within the campus, there existed a well-equipped helipad. Wang Xian remarked, "It is your goddess, do not involve me." He perceived that Qin Cheng was somewhat sentimental when quiet, yet rather impulsive when excited, as was evident in this moment. In truth, it was the same for everyone. Nearly all acknowledged her as a goddess. Qin Cheng insisted on dragging him along, claiming that missing the opportunity to see her even once could mean never seeing her again. As if it were a matter of fate, Wang Xian was at a loss for words. What kind of nonsense was this? Was she truly the goddess of his heart? It felt almost like an urge to gaze upon a relic. Rest assured, this is purely admiration. I am a principled man with a girlfriend, Qin Cheng emphasized. After some contemplation, Wang Xian recognized that the area was close to Professor Lin's residence, and he indeed wished to pay a visit, especially since the old professor would soon depart from his familiar grounds. In fact, just a few days prior, Professor Lin had called him, inviting him to come by when he had the chance. Wang Xian understood the elder's intentions, which were likely to discuss how he might assist him in securing a spot for travel to the new star. He had always been reluctant to trouble others, particularly knowing the investment style behind the project of old techniques research, which made it difficult for outsiders to intervene. He held deep respect for the old professor and recognized his kindness, further fueling his desire to avoid causing the elder any distress in seeking assistance from investors, only to be turned away. The campus was expansive and the distance considerable. As Wang Xian and Qin Cheng approached, the helipad was already silent, suggesting that the crowd had dispersed. Wang Xian glanced at the silver-gray spacecraft and said to Qin Cheng, "You go ahead and see your goddess. I will visit Professor Lin for a while." However, reconsidering the darkness and potential misunderstandings with Zhao Qinghan, he added, "What if there are bodyguards? I might end up with a beating and have no recourse. I will accompany you to visit Professor Lin." In the end, Qin Cheng hesitated, deciding to uphold his principles and be a good man deserving of his girlfriend. Professor Lin's residence was a small courtyard situated only a few hundred meters away, and they quickly arrived. Outside the courtyard, they unexpectedly encountered a figure, Zhao Qinghan, the goddess Qin Cheng had spoken of, who was immensely popular on campus and undeniably beautiful. Under the streetlight, her shoulder-length hair danced gently in the breeze, framing her delicate, fair face, while her bright, clear eyes sparkled. Her glossy red lips and exquisite features exuded sweetness. The first button of her white shirt was undone, revealing a hint of her graceful collarbone, while her casual long pants contributed to a relaxed yet striking appearance, making her all the more captivating in the evening light. "Zhao Qinghan," Qin Cheng exclaimed, astonished to see her outside Professor Lin's residence. It was evident that her simple evening attire prioritized comfort, yet it did little to conceal her remarkable physique. Standing at over 170 centimeters tall, her curves were striking, her legs long and slender, and coupled with her rare beauty, She was undeniably a sight to behold. "Are you bringing specialties from the new star? Do we have any?" Qin Sheng asked with a smile, attempting to bridge the distance with familiarity. A group of individuals clad in black swiftly emerged, their demeanor alert and watchful. Qin Sheng's expression stiffened slightly. Did he truly exude such an aura of danger? He considered himself reasonably attractive, with a kindly visage, so why was he met with such distrust? "They are my classmates. There is no need for such apprehension." Zhao Qinghan gestured dismissively, indicating to the black-clad figures to ease their tension. Then, with a smile, she waved goodbye to Wang Xian and Qin Cheng, stating, "I must take my leave. I have just arrived from Xinxing and am utterly exhausted." It was only after she had walked a considerable distance that Zhao Qinghan halted and inquired of the black-clad men, "Why were you so guarded just now?" Initially taken aback. She then smiled again, blooming like a radiant flower in the evening breeze, splendid and beautiful. "Qin Sheng, impossible. If a confrontation were to occur, he would be far from my match." If Qin Sheng had overheard this, he might have felt a twinge of sorrow. For the goddess in his eyes deemed him no threat, weak enough that she could easily overpower him. The black-clad man shook his head, responding, "It is not he, but rather the other youth who merely greeted you with a smile yet spoke little. After observing him, we sensed something amiss. This individual is formidable." It seemed he had not scrutinized her much. Rather, he had been quietly assessing the several black-clad figures surrounding her. Zhao Qinghan cast a glance back, murmuring to herself, "I must find an opportunity." In that instant, she felt a presence, as if someone several hundred meters away in the night was observing them. Qin Sheng expressed his discontent. "In all my years, this is the first time I have been categorized as a potential threat." Wang Xian reassured him, "Those black-clad individuals are not targeting you. Their vigilance is directed towards me. What have you done to provoke such ire? Could it be something from your past concerning Zhao Qinghan?" Qin Sheng's imagination ran wild. "What are you thinking?" "I merely sensed those individuals possessed considerable strength and wished to discern whether they practiced traditional techniques or had ventured down an alternative path from Xinxing." Qin Sheng's spirits lifted instantly. "Well done, old Wang. Look at you, so composed and unruffled, quietly probing into their foundation. How did it go?" Wang Xian immediately corrected him. "You should address me properly." Qin Sheng chuckled heartily. Wang Xian pondered, "I believe they are still following traditional techniques, yet their movements and instinctive reactions lack purity, suggesting they have amalgamated other styles." He added, "Moreover, Zhao Qinghan is not as fragile as you imagine. You are far from her equal." "No way. Has she truly mastered traditional techniques to such a degree?" Qin Sheng felt a sudden numbness, murmuring, "Could it be that among that group, I am the weakest?" At that moment, the courtyard gate swung open, revealing Professor Lin. "I just saw Qinghan off and then heard voices outside. It seems it is you." Professor Lin, with his graying hair and a physique that had grown somewhat portly in his 60s, was once a master of traditional techniques. However, he had suffered severe injuries that hindered his physical recovery, preventing him from engaging in practical combat. Since then, he had devoted himself to theoretical research of traditional techniques. Textual verification, and, combined with his past combat experience, had gained considerable renown in the exploration of traditional practices. Wang Xian stepped forward and spoke, "Professor Lin, I have been wanting to visit you these past few days, but I was afraid of being a bother, which is why I have delayed until now." "Oh, you are too courteous." The elder gestured for them to enter the courtyard for a conversation, shaking his head. "I truly cannot assist you. I have been turned down." "I apologize for the inconvenience," Wang Xian said earnestly, unwilling to witness Professor Lin seeking help only to be rejected, feeling a sense of remorse. Professor Lin waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. The courtyard was modestly sized, adorned with various flowers and plants. To the right, there was a fish pond where water lilies floated serenely on the surface, and koi fish swam gracefully, adding vibrancy to the little courtyard. The living room was softly illuminated, and on the coffee table lay an album, somewhat worn and bearing a touch of nostalgia. The page that was opened revealed a young woman in her prime, strikingly beautiful. "Professor Lin, who is this?" "She is truly stunning," Qin Sheng inquired. "She was a female painter and an exceptional singer, beloved for a long time. People of my generation admired her greatly," Professor Lin explained. Wang Xian examined the photograph closely. The corners were frayed, suggesting it had existed for decades. Yet Professor Lin had preserved it. Qin Sheng, being familiar with the professor, dared to joke, "You are quite sentimental. Your affection for her has remained unchanged for decades." Professor Lin nodded. "Indeed, I admired her in high school, and even now, I still hold that admiration." Wang Xian and Qin Sheng were left speechless. both at a loss for words. What are your plans moving forward? Professor Lin asked Wang Xian. Wang Xian candidly replied that he would first focus on work. But he also intended to continue down the path of antiquities. You must strive for excellence. Professor Lin encouraged, then lowered his gaze to the album, contemplating. Wang Xian quickly interjected, Professor Lin, you need not go out of your way to seek help on my behalf. Professor Lin lifted his head and posed a question to Wang Xian and Qin Sheng. Do you believe that celestial beings ever existed? Wang Xian keenly realized that Professor Lin was not merely looking at the photograph of the young woman, but rather at an adjacent image. It was a yellowed, old photograph, imbued with a sense of time. The lighting was poor, rendering it somewhat blurry, yet it vaguely depicted what seemed to be underground, a stone table strewn with bamboo slips. Such slips were commonly found in pre-Qin tombs, instantly igniting Wang Xian's imagination. Gratitude is extended to San Xing Yuan Mao Mao for becoming a silver leader. Thank you to all the leaders mentioned above. Wishing all friends who have collected and voted in support of this book a day filled with good spirits. Chapter 7. The disappearance of the celestial immortals. Concerning the emergence of new stars, it seems to be accompanied by mysterious phenomena and supernatural forces. Yet Wang Xian and Qin Sheng possess but limited understanding. This is primarily due to asymmetrical information. They reside in an antiquated realm, making it arduous to acquire the most avant-garde secrets. As for the celestial immortals, their existence appears even more ethereal. Wang Xian speculates that long ago, there existed a group of individuals who either practiced the art of qi gathering or devoted themselves to meditation, harmonizing their physical and spiritual selves to attain powers far beyond the ordinary. His conjecture finds some corroboration in ancient texts. He recalls a similar account from the Huangdi Neijing, which speaks of ancient beings who aligned with the principles of yin and yang, thus achieving a union of form and spirit. In ancient times, if an extraordinary figure capable of subduing a tiger with a single arm appeared in the wilderness, they would likely be revered and worshipped by the ancestors. However, as time elapsed, such tales may have become distorted, gradually evolving into myth. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that among the ancients, there were exceptionally powerful individuals who refined their meditation practices to the highest levels, nurturing themselves to gain incredible strength. For instance, the ancient texts recount a few remarkable cases of practitioners whose physical and spiritual vitality was so profound that they could hurl an elephant with one hand. Wang Xian believes that if one were to perfect the old arts to their utmost potential, such feats could indeed be achievable. When an individual's power reaches such heights, what does it signify among the ancients? It represents the embodiment of myth. Wang Xian postulates that there have never been celestial beings or Buddhas, only a select group of individuals who once wielded immense power. Thus, in the realm of ancient arts, he does not hold any superstitions, but rather seeks to explore this path, following in the footsteps of his predecessors, intent on validating it through personal experience. After articulating his speculations, Wang Xian offered further thoughts. Whether those deified individuals continued to advance, reaching levels of strength beyond our comprehension, remains uncertain, especially considering that the ancient arts have long since waned and fallen into decline. Perhaps the celestial immortals are merely representations of those legendary figures. The practitioners who have undergone further refinement? Wang Xian believes they are simply exceptionally rare individuals among humanity. After the passage of countless years, whether in myth or among the celestial immortals, all traces have vanished. Professor Lin smiled at Wang Xian and remarked, according to your hypothesis, if the celestial beings and Buddhas are indeed human, then the celestial immortals and all Buddhas have dissipated. Wang Xian nodded in agreement, stating, as long as they are human, their fates are already sealed. They have all perished. Qin Sheng listened intently, captivated by the discourse, but then felt a tinge of regret as he pondered. If those extraordinarily powerful individuals from ancient times were to survive into this era, leveraging advanced technology to access the supernatural forces that reside among new stars, might they extend their lives, perhaps even achieving the longevity that the wealthy and powerful have always coveted? Throughout history, whether among the affluent or the influential, the ambition for immortality remains unaltered once they reach a certain pinnacle. Professor Lin, moved by the thought, shared that he had personally encountered individuals who are currently propelling such research forward, investing substantial resources. Should you wish to delve into the ancient arts, I shall not hinder you. I have some materials to offer, said Professor Lin as he rose and retrieved a few sheets of paper from the bookshelf. He was serious as he handed them to Wang Xian, urging him to keep them safe. Qin Sheng, filled with curiosity, craned his neck to take a closer look. Professor Lin cast a glance at him and said, if you wish to learn, I shall not deter you. However, mastering such practices demands an exceptionally solid foundation. You must exert considerable effort, lest you encounter grave issues that could endanger your life. Professor Lin explicitly stated that without successfully harnessing qi, one cannot cultivate oneself and should not engage with such matters. Upon hearing this, Qin Qing's expression immediately fell. Wang Xian grasped the significance of the statement, realizing it pertained to a particularly formidable foundational method. Internal cultivation, qi absorption, and meditation can fundamentally alter an individual's constitution and spirit, referred to as the essence of roots in ancient arts. Although physical techniques may be dazzling and crucial in practical combat, they must rely on foundational methods. The contents documented within the pile of bamboo slips in the photograph had been deciphered and recorded on these sheets of paper. Professor Lin elucidated the origins of the foundational method. Astonishingly, the recorded material derived from a grand tomb predating the Qin dynasty. Wang Xian was deeply astonished. This was indeed an authentic ancient method, dating back to a time long past. During that era, it was exceedingly rare for bamboo slips to have survived. Before the tombs of such antiquity were unearthed, the bamboo slips would have long since decayed, even if they had not rotted. The moment they were exposed to the drastically altered internal and external environments, 90% of the slips would have been destroyed, let alone preserving any textual records. Professor Lin remarked, in this day and age, as technology advances, some remarkable artifacts from antiquity can be processed and preserved swiftly upon excavation. Qin Sheng pondered for a moment and inquired, after 2 or 3 millennia, are these records still relevant? Have they become obsolete? Professor Lin nodded, acknowledging the validity of his concern. You are correct. Time perpetually advances. Nevertheless, the records on these bamboo slips possess immense value. As that era witnessed the emergence of extraordinarily powerful practitioners, the foundational methods from that time are unlikely to be inferior. Moreover, Professor Lin made it clear, this method has been validated and is indeed remarkable. After hearing this, Wang Xian solemnly tucked it away. Professor Lin continued, after the dissolution of the old arts experimental class, you will face 2 challenges, the absence of medicinal cuisine crafted from rare ingredients and the lack of more profound ancient texts. Regarding the former, Chu Feng has already acknowledged it as an issue. Yet concerning the latter, you have learned a considerable amount, including rare texts from museums and private collections of wealthy patrons. Can there truly be anything more astonishing than these? Professor Lin informed him that while the materials from the experimental class were indeed exceptional and of significant lineage, they merely represented a portion of their respective rare and secret manuscripts, and what he had learned was incomplete. Due to the precious nature of those texts, only the preliminary aspects of the foundational methods were provided to you. Should someone truly master the entirety, further teachings would undoubtedly be forthcoming. However, regrettably, the experimental class has been disbanded, and the project of studying the ancient arts has been abandoned, resulting in no subsequent foundational methods. Qin Sheng remarked with a smile. This bamboo slip documenting the foundational method may indeed assist Wang Xian in overcoming one of his challenges. If one day he emerges as a formidable practitioner in the modern era, it will be quite intriguing and worth anticipating. If one truly delves deeply and masters it, perhaps another issue will also be resolved, eliminating the need for rare ingredients and medicinal cuisine in the practice of techniques. Professor Lin's words astonished Wang Xian. What does this imply? The root methods recorded on the bamboo slips are extraordinarily mysterious and astonishing. Is it truly that formidable? Qin Sheng was astonished. Naturally, the remnants left by those practitioners are not trivial. The ancient arts of that era were remarkably brilliant, and the pursuit of elixirs of longevity was also linked to such practitioners. In the present day, numerous burial sites from various dynasties beneath the old soil have been thoroughly excavated, leaving little chance for overlooked treasures. Hence, even if one wishes to tread the path of ancient arts, one must venture to new stars for many invaluable texts and secret methods, along with rare scriptures from the past, no longer reside in the old soil. Qin Qing muttered in dissatisfaction. Do some individuals among the financial magnates possess a peculiar obsession with collecting? What purpose do they have for so many ancient arts? Naturally, there is utility. Through validation, ancient techniques have been analyzed and applied by certain life research institutions, leading to targeted developments in the biological field that can delay the aging of some elderly individuals. Professor Lin shared numerous secrets. In fact, many remarkable artifacts have been unearthed from ancient tombs. For instance, someone once excavated golden bamboo slips, which are made from a special type of bamboo that has endured the ravages of time without decay, remaining as hard as iron to this day. However, this plant had long since vanished from the old soil, and its existence was entirely unknown prior to its discovery. It is evident that the contents inscribed on such bamboo slips are anything but ordinary and must be extraordinarily significant. Regrettably, once such items are obtained by organizations, research institutions, or financial conglomerates, they are kept strictly confidential, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to gain access. Professor Lin unbuttoned his coat, revealing old wounds on his body. Adjacent to his heart, astonishingly, there were 2 scars the size of fists on his chest. It appeared that in the past, he had been pierced through by some external force, and the sight of it now remains quite terrifying. Years ago, in pursuit of the bamboo slips depicted in a photograph, I sustained successive injuries, all of which were life-threatening, one inflicted by a fist, the other by a modern weapon. Consequently, Professor Lin, once a master of ancient arts, is now unable to engage in practical combat. Surviving the ordeal was already a miracle. This underscores the fierce competition among various organizations and financial magnates over such treasures. Gazing at the current Wang Xian, Professor Lin seemed to see a reflection of his younger self, imbued with a fervent spirit of exploration towards ancient arts. Regrettably, his own path has long since been severed. Wang Xian reassured him that, in the future, perhaps new types of potions will emerge to address Professor Lin's ailments. At my age, I have already let go of what needs to be relinquished. Professor Lin shook his head. Qin Xin remarked, so, even if Wang Xian wishes to pursue the path of ancient arts, he must venture to new stars, for all the good things have been scavenged by those there. Professor Lin responded seriously, not only that, but the discoveries there may have far-reaching implications, and in the future, they might even instigate certain transformations. What I am sharing are merely my own speculations, not information obtained from any research institute or internal organization, thus there is no need for confidentiality. The mysterious phenomena and supernatural powers reported from the new star are intrinsically linked to certain artifacts. Indeed, whispers and rumors surrounding these matters have been subtly surfacing for decades. Yet only in recent years have veritable truths begun to emerge. There appears to have been a groundbreaking development concerning these secrets. Otherwise, the old techniques here would not have been cast aside. Hence, the opportunity is rare, since the new star seems to have discovered an alternative path. The rare bamboo scrolls and various root techniques hoarded by the affluent may consequently become accessible, losing their former significance and becoming far easier to obtain than in the past. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian felt a surge of excitement. His desire to venture to the new star intensified, far surpassing his previous inclinations. Meanwhile, Qin Xin remained dissatisfied, pondering what kind of path the new star had unearthed to so callously discard the old techniques and abandon them like refuse, ruthlessly relegating them to obscurity. It seems likely that this is not merely a single path. Professor Lin shared his reflections. In recent decades, the new star has unveiled a number of rare new species, such as a small tree named Anshan, which is entirely white and emits a fragrant aroma, capable of soothing the mind and spirit. Consuming a few leaves each day is said to possess anti-aging properties. Allegedly, this exorbitantly priced tree was discovered during the extensive development of the new star, unearthed from the wilderness. Similar discoveries include various plants, herbs, and unique small creatures. Professor Lin, once a master of the old techniques, traversed the mountains and rivers of the new star in his youth without encountering any of these species. I suspect they have stumbled upon more than just a mere path. They may have discovered a living planet, potentially delving into the extraordinary. This is undoubtedly astonishing. It seems the new star has been aware of such discoveries for quite some time, having explored this remarkable place while concealing it from the general populace for many years. Professor Lin added, in the years past, they likely encountered difficulties, and only recently have they made progress. However, I believe that regardless of their discoveries, the immediate acquisition of supernatural powers remains unrealistic. One point that Professor Lin particularly emphasized is that if a new world has indeed been unveiled, the herbs, various resources, and extraordinary items found there would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to the old techniques. He gazed down at the woman in the album, hesitating over whether to seek out this old acquaintance to secure a place for Wang Xian. Chapter 8. The gathering. Qin Cheng observed that Professor Lin was momentarily entranced by the image of the woman in the photograph, seemingly lost in nostalgic reverie. Wang Xian surmised that Professor Lin was a man of intriguing stories. He had ventured into ancient tombs from the pre-Qin era, received the legacy of the alchemists, and miraculously survived with 2 gaping wounds in his chest. Furthermore, he had known a breathtakingly beautiful woman who once shone like a star. Yet, this merely scratched the surface of his experiences, hinting at the remarkable life Professor Lin had led. Professor, do not dwell in sorrow. It is merely a woman. And the past is best left behind, Qinshan interjected, disrupting the tranquil atmosphere. Professor Lin shook his head. Where are your thoughts wandering? Today, I am simply moved. Besides, my admiration is purely aesthetic, devoid of ulterior motives. Qinshan found these words familiar. He had recently uttered similar sentiments regarding pure appreciation, which led him to think of Zhao Qinghan. I completely understand you, Qinshan exclaimed, feigning a connection with a kindred spirit. Wang Xian remarked, the woman in the photograph bears a resemblance to Zhao Qinghan. Upon closer inspection, Qinshan acknowledged the likeness, his expression transforming into one of delight. Before he sighed, Professor, our understanding of beauty is quite aligned. I believe we could become lifelong friends. However, Professor Lin swiftly slapped him, clarifying that the person in the photograph was Zhao Qinghan's grandmother. Upon hearing this, Qinshan's expression fell. This was the grandmother of the goddess? Wang Xian suddenly grasped the reason for Zhao Qinghan's earlier appearance at the door, as the two families shared a significant connection. It was this encounter with an old acquaintance that prompted Professor Lin to revisit the photo album this evening. Wang Xian had come to realize that Professor Lin might wish to meet this woman, but he did not want the elder to disrupt the tranquility of his heart cultivated over many years. Professor Lin, you need not worry about my affairs. I have formulated some preliminary ideas, and I should be able to resolve the issue myself. Professor Lin looked surprised. He merely glanced at the photograph. And yet Wang Xian had already discerned his intentions, displaying a keen perceptiveness that was indeed fitting for the path of ancient arts. In ancient times, alchemists battled fierce beasts and contended with fate. Though they were human, they dared to strive for brilliance alongside the sun and moon. I have inherited such a legacy and chosen to pursue the path of ancient arts. If I cannot resolve even minor issues, how shall I confront matters of life and death in the future? Wang Xian was a man of gratitude, primarily concerned that Professor Lin's meeting with an old acquaintance might stir memories of the past, thereby disrupting the peace and serenity the elder had cultivated over the years. For some things are best left undisturbed. Very well, handle it yourself. Professor Lin smiled, his own path having been severed. He was eager to witness a successor carry the ancient arts to their ultimate conclusion. That night, their discussions predominantly revolved around ancient techniques, with Wang Xian deeply engrossed in the study of the alchemical traditions from the pre-Qin era. Therein lay remarkable insights into energy cultivation, internal nourishment, and meditation, distinguishing this ancient method as extraordinary and unparalleled. Professor Lin informed him that the foundational principles taught in the experimental class were indeed formidable, yet lacked completeness, rendering them inferior to this pre-Qin secret art. However, as Wang Xian delved deeper into the study, he found himself increasingly challenged. The latter records were vague. Was this truly a viable foundational method? For instance, the text mentions a certain domain that was once desolate, later referencing the fertile black soil. And the subsequent accounts become increasingly ethereal. Wang Xian, perplexed, sought the counsel of Professor Lin. The professor elucidated that some of the descriptions were likely related to the inner landscape of Huangting. Given the vast temporal distance from the pre-Qin era, certain terms and phenomena necessitate referencing later texts for comprehension. As Professor Lin elaborated, he also mentioned Gu Hong's biopoesy and Qin Tuan's Wuji Tuesday. Wang Xian nodded attentively, committing the information to memory. Qin Sheng, listening nearby, felt overwhelmed. To pursue the legacy of the alchemists, must one first peruse the entirety of the Taoist canon? Their conversation extended late into the night, with Professor Lin imparting all his knowledge to Wang Xian, the result of years spent consulting numerous texts to decipher the alchemical traditions. At dawn, Wang Xian fundamentally transformed his gas extraction technique and internal cultivation methods, practicing according to the alchemical lineage, yielding remarkable results. Bathed in the morning glow, he perspired profusely, experiencing a metabolic rate faster than ever, as if purging impurities from his body, leaving his skin sticky. He felt an unprecedented vitality, light and strong, brimming with vigor and containing a potent force within. To the new star, he declared with conviction, determined to enhance his strength in preparation for the journey ahead. Wang Xian, came a voice from afar. Soon, Zhou Kuan approached, his handsome face still bearing a hint of melancholy. Yet upon arrival, he revealed a genuine smile. You have not yet departed the campus, still practicing the old techniques. It seems you are quite entrenched in them. He lowered his voice. Take my advice and prepare early. The old techniques have been abandoned in favor of new methods in the new star. Hearing these words brought warmth to Wang Xian's heart. Although he had already surmised this, he remained grateful to Zhou Kun. I will be moving in 2 days but will remain in this city. My job is nearly settled. And I will report in 5 days. Zhou Kun sighed upon hearing this. I hope all goes smoothly for you. May we gather again in the future. He then expressed his intention to invite Wang Xian to a gathering that evening, where selected individuals would depart for the new star in 4 days. They planned the gathering as, once in the new star, they would each embark on their separate paths. Zhou Kun reassured him, rest assured, it's merely a simple gathering. Our 4 years of camaraderie will not be marred by any troubles. It is primarily to commemorate the end of our beautifully innocent 4 years, after which we shall enter the tumultuous world, facing various challenges and tribulations. Wang Xian remained silent, indifferent to the potential for discord. His thoughts lingered on whether he might inadvertently cause trouble for others. Go ahead. There are people you wish to see, Zhou Kun encouraged. Eager to share a drink with Wang Xian. Wang Xian was taken aback. It seemed he had misunderstood. There was no one he particularly wished to see. Only hoping to avoid any upheaval, he informed Zhou Kun that some of their classmates from the experimental class who were not selected had also remained in the city. Zhou Kun remarked, I will inform everyone. However, there are individuals observing you, eager to discern whether you will attend. Those chosen to embark on the journey to the new star, and their classmates remaining on the old soil, although well acquainted and many sharing amicable relations, still find such gatherings tinged with an unusual sentiment. Very well, I shall go, Wang Xian nodded. Just as Zhou Kun departed, Qin Sheng called, Old Wang. They are gathering and have invited me to join. I am rather conflicted, as I am merely heading to the new moon, not the new star. Will you attend? Wang Xian first corrected his form of address before responding. You perch atop the moon above them, gazing down upon them each day. What is there to be conflicted about? Come and pick me up in the evening, and we shall go together. Qin Sheng instantly exclaimed with delight. Excellent. I was awaiting your affirmation. I feared you might not attend. Chapter 9. Classmates Qin Sheng drove to pick up Wang Xian, and they left the campus together. Coming from a family of entrepreneurs, he had been fortunate enough to own his car for several years. On this crisp autumn afternoon, the sky was a clear azure, seemingly ready to cascade down and purify the entire city. Isn't it too early for us to go now? Qin Sheng inquired. Not at all. We'll arrive just in time. Wang Xian replied, gazing out the window. The city boasted relics from bygone eras, such as ancient stone pagodas that had stood for centuries, showcasing their antiquity alongside clusters of modern skyscrapers that soared, vibrant and bustling with contemporary energy. As they approached the commercial district, the streets became crowded with pedestrians and vehicles, creating a slight congestion. I'm about to leave, and though I never felt much about living here before, I suddenly feel a pang of reluctance, Qin Sheng sighed. A sense of emptiness washing over him. Once you rise to prominence, you will have the freedom to traverse both the old and new realms. At that time, everything will fall into place, Wang Xian reassured him. Lining the roads were numerous ancient ginkgo trees, their yellow leaves fluttering down to form a thick golden carpet on the ground, which shimmered under the sunlight, a breathtaking sight. However, the brilliant yellow of the ginkgo trees juxtaposed with the fiery red of the maple trees created a striking contrast, evoking a sense of vibrant exuberance. The gathering was not located within the city. Qin Sheng drove steadily to a hillside villa area outside the city, a place renowned for its scenic beauty and panoramic views of the urban landscape. Although most of the new stars among their peers were quite modest, it was no surprise that some came from remarkable backgrounds, choosing this location for their gathering. The rented villa was perched atop the highest hill among the low mountains, sprawling over several acres, with an expansive lawn and a swimming pool. Remarkably, there were even 2 helipads atop this hill. Qin Sheng noticed 2 sleek silver helicopters already parked nearby, their elegant lines captivating him into a moment of speechlessness. Su Chan approached just as she overheard their conversation. Wang Xian, while you may be considered handsome with your clear eyes, your words are rather unkind. You make us sound like extraterrestrial beings, she remarked playfully. Naturally vivacious. She stood tall and graceful, her short skirt subtly revealing her long, slender legs, radiating youth and vitality. Every time we meet lately, you praise me, first my radiant glow, and now you boldly declare me handsome. It makes me quite apprehensive. Do you harbor any ill intentions towards me? Though youthful and lovely, Su Chan was far from shy, maintaining her composure. Don't change the topic, she added. The usually quiet and bookishly Qin Zhu chimed in with a smile. I heard you say we're aliens. But we all hail from the old land. This is also our hometown. So how can we be considered aliens? Wang Xian, chuckling and clasping his fists in apology, joined them on the expansive lawn. Wang Xian, come here. You dare call me an alien? Let me see if you've truly gained a significant amount of strength and made breakthroughs in your physical prowess. Otherwise, be prepared for us to team up against you. As they traversed the path, numerous familiar faces greeted Wang Xian, and he seamlessly integrated into their jovial exchanges filled with laughter. On the grassy expanse, the barbecue grill was already set up, and an array of self-service dishes began to adorn the long tables. The gathering was lively, devoid of any barriers or unfamiliarity. However, many of the classmates who remained in their old hometown felt a profound sense of disappointment. They had heard whispers, realizing that missing out on the new star meant forsaking a twist of fate, as remarkable events seemed to be unfolding there. Some had already heard that extraordinary talents were destined to emerge. In such a grand era, it was difficult to fathom what the future would hold if their classmates were to remain at the forefront, tapping into supernatural powers. Wang Xian, sensing the complex emotions of those left behind, approached them and engaged in deep conversation about the future, genuinely lamenting for this group of friends. Their determination to stay in the city, waiting for the final list to be released, reflected their emotional state. Simultaneously, it indirectly demonstrated their confidence in themselves, as these individuals had indeed achieved commendable success in their previous endeavors. Regrettably, the criteria for selection this time did not take such accomplishments into account. I heard that our blood samples taken during the health check were sent to New Star, where some analysis was conducted as part of the selection process, remarked a male classmate who remained in the old land. Wang Xian was taken aback. This was the first he had heard of it. He had initially assumed it was merely his earlier analysis of Qin Sheng, not realizing that such testing was involved. Qin Sheng, seeking to lighten the mood, interjected. Let us not dwell on the past. There is no need for despair. If we cannot access the extraordinary, then let us strive to become tycoons starting today, commanding and controlling the extraordinary in the future. This elicited laughter from the group. As night fell, standing atop the hill provided a breathtaking view of the nearby city, aglow with dazzling lights. As time progressed, many had indulged in drink, their spirits elevated. Those chosen to go to New Star, yet rooted in their homeland, were particularly exhilarated, envisioning a future where they too could become extraordinary. Thus, they drank to excess, some reveling freely. Nevertheless, the overall ambience remained pleasant, as both those from New Star and those born in the old land, destined for New Star, assured their classmates that if opportunities arose in the future, they would certainly assist those left behind. In the distance, the city streets sparkled like intertwined silver chains, an endless sea of lights merging into a brilliant glow. Above, the sky shimmered with countless stars, their brilliance cascading down in a resplendent display. Some, slightly inebriated, found it hard to distinguish between the celestial stars and the earthly lights, as if the heavens and the earth were intertwined. Eventually, someone lost control, breaking into tears. Having not been selected, the alcohol released the pent-up sorrow within, and he could not hold back his tears. Wang Xian and several classmates quickly regained their composure and escorted him to a room to rest, urging him to refrain from further drinking, relieved that no serious issues had arisen. At this moment, someone approached Wang Xian, holding a crystal-clear wine glass, gently swirling it to release the aroma of exquisite wine. Qin Sheng, noticing this, followed closely behind and stood beside Wang Xian to confront the individual. The newcomer had medium-length hair that brushed his ears, not conventionally handsome, yet his eyes were strikingly expressive, leaving a memorable impression with a palpable air of assertiveness. Kong Yi. Do not stir trouble, Qin Sheng warned. Among these classmates, this individual had the most strained relationship with Wang Xian. Wang Xian typically exuded calm and poise, maintaining excellent rapport with all his peers. Kong Yi, hailing from New Star, bore animosity towards Wang Xian primarily because he had once pursued Ling Wei upon enrollment, only for Wang Xian to become her boyfriend. Where do you think you're going? Do you not know how to conduct yourself, insisting on causing discomfort here? Kong Yi, a forceful character, provocatively addressed Qin Sheng, clearly irked by his earlier demeanor. Wang Xian interceded, raising his glass towards Kong Yi, stating, "Let us drink. We are all classmates. Soon to part ways. What grievances remain to be set aside? In truth, there is nothing to hold against each other." Kong Yi cast a sidelong glance at Qin Sheng before clinking glasses with Wang Xian and downing the contents in one go. "Come, follow me. I have a rare selection of delicacies sent from New Star, a special treat before we part." Wang Xian walked alongside him, with Qin Sheng trailing, his concern palpable. "Behold, This deep-sea kraken, I wager you have never tasted. It is considered a rare delicacy from New Star. And this? The spiritual snow cattle from the grasslands at the foot of the New Star snow-capped mountains possesses exquisite meat. The finest cuts could serve as top-tier sashimi even here, let alone back there. You have certainly never encountered this, as it is exclusively reserved for certain esteemed individuals. Try it. It is exceptionally fresh. Kong Yi led Wang Xian to a room, showcasing the ingredients laid out on the table, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. Qin Sheng found his demeanor off-putting, perceiving him as overly aggressive, and felt his incessant boasting about New Star to be rather brazen. Kong Yi appeared momentarily speechless, as did Wang Xian. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a group entered, laughter filling the air. I can attest that Kong Yi indeed put forth considerable effort to reconcile with Wang Xian before parting. Su Chan remarked. Wang Xian nodded. I understand. The past is inconsequential, a chapter long closed. I wish you a brilliant future filled with extraordinary accomplishments. He clinked glasses with Kong Yi, and Qin Sheng approached, popping a few slices of beef into his mouth before joining in the toast. It is certainly superior to the beef from the Hubei grasslands. The three clinked glasses and drank in unison. Wang Xian, you are quite a decent person. Frankly, were it not for your initial pursuit of Ling Wei, your character aligns perfectly with my tastes. We might have even become friends. Kong Yi slurred with a hearty laugh. It is never too late. We are classmates and friends now, Wang Xian replied. Ling Wei has yet to arrive. I suspect she will be a bit late. Zhou Kuan quietly informed Wang Xian. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xian and Kong Yi, their arms draped over each other and reeking of alcohol, made their way to the lawn, instantly capturing the attention of a nearby crowd. Remarkably, these two were able to coexist peacefully. Even their long-standing grievances had dissipated, igniting a fervent atmosphere as everyone raised their glasses, succumbing to the intoxication of the moment. Several individuals from the old territory were soon to embark on their journey to the New Star, their hearts brimming with dreams of life beyond. What aspirations do you hold? Someone inquired, simultaneously articulating their own desires. Once I settle there, I must purchase a villa akin to this one, nestled in a picturesque location. Yes, I shall seek out a more secluded area, as its future appreciation potential is immense. The population of New Star is bound to flourish. Wang Xian chuckled in response, saying, What you envision, others have likely already set in motion, all that you admire and yearn for. Just as he was about to continue, Qin Sheng interjected eagerly. What I admire and yearn for is the opportunity to be alone with Zhao Qinghan. His hasty interruption twisted Wang Xian's words. Wherever you wish to be. It is surely already bustling with activity. Around them, a group of individuals exchanged peculiar glances at Wang Xian. He gave Qin Sheng a light pat on the shoulder, chiding. Why do you interrupt so recklessly? Thank you all for your support. If you have any monthly votes remaining, please cast them for Beyond the Deep Space. My gratitude extends to Sin Sheng Yuan, Shuehua, Du Ko Kuan, Jiang Zuochun, Xingyu Xia, Tian Gongshang de Taiyang, Jian Xiaofeng Ling Xiaoyan, Yan Han, and Zue Sun Tian Yaji Wei and I. I appreciate the support of these esteemed leaders. Chapter 10. The new technique. Zhao Qinghan, tall and slender, adorned in a form-fitting, knee-length white dress, effortlessly showcased her exquisite figure. Her curves gracefully accentuated and her long legs elegantly displayed. The night breeze tousled her silky black hair, framing her delicate, oval face, which radiated beauty. Her features, typically characterized by a sweet and youthful charm, now wore a frozen smile. The atmosphere was hushed. Everyone remained motionless. Even Zhao Qinghan, accustomed to grand events and possessing a high emotional intelligence, found herself momentarily ensnared in silence, highlighting the peculiarity of the ambience. Wang Xian turned, facing her directly. The fiery red maple trees on the mountainside painted a picturesque backdrop, while the city below twinkled with vibrant lights, enhancing the serene beauty of the scene. Wang Xian had not anticipated Zhao Qinghan's sudden arrival, a significant shift precipitated by Qin Sheng's untimely interjection. You arrived late. Drink a cup as a penalty, Wang Xian stated. No one expected him to remain so composed, devoid of hesitation, as he raised his glass and smiled at Zhao Qinghan. Though usually poised and self-assured, frequently attending various functions and accustomed to grand spectacles, Zhao Qinghan felt a fleeting stiffness in her body. Instinctively, she lifted her wine glass, but quickly regained her composure. Halfway through the gesture, a radiant smile returned to her face, yet she remained silent, refraining from clinking glasses with Wang Xian, curious about his swift and astute response. At that moment, Qin Sheng interjected, Qinghan, please don't misunderstand. Wang is quite reliable. I merely spoke too hastily. Wang Xian's calm demeanor faltered as he thought, brother, do you not know when to hold your tongue? Why must you interrupt again? The best course of action was to move past the incident swiftly. So Wang Xian maintained his unruffled facade, as if nothing had transpired. Zhao Qinghan, at a loss for words, gently clinked her glass against Wang Xian's, moistened her lips with the wine, and gracefully turned away, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Did I say something wrong? Qin Qing inquired. Aware that his attempts had only complicated matters further, Wang Xian patted him on the shoulder, responding, you're not wrong. See, you've managed to send her away. And now no one feels awkward. Qin Qing exhaled a cloud of wine-scented breath. No, my intention was to speak with her privately over a drink. And now she has gone. Who am I to seek? Just go over. She hasn't left yet, Kang Yi advised him. He then pulled Wang Xian aside to the edge of the mountain, gazing out at the twinkling lights below. Someone is advocating for you. Wanting to elevate you to new heights, Kang Yi remarked, resting his hands on the railing. Wang Xian was already aware that Professor Lin had approached potential investors. However, he sensed that Kang Yi had more to convey and turned to look at him. The project lead for the old technique research remembers you. Although your circumstances do not align with the selection criteria, your remarkable performance in the old techniques has prompted them to consider making an exception for you. Indeed, there was an underlying intrigue. Kang Yi had sought him out for a specific purpose. Ling Wei's family intervened, seeking to confine you to the old soil and prevent your ascent to the new star. These words resonated in Wang Xian's ears like thunder, instantly sobering him. His gaze sharpening as he fixed it upon Kang Yi. Known for his assertiveness, Kang Yi did not falter. He turned to meet Wang Xian's eyes and said, if you doubt my words, feel free to investigate. There will undoubtedly be traces left behind, and since I am aware of this matter, it stands to reason that others are too. Why are you disclosing this to me? Wang Xian inquired. Kang Yi replied solemnly. I fear that if you glean only fragments of information and realize that someone is suppressing you, you might wrongfully place blame on me. I refuse to shoulder this unjust burden. Before departing, he added quietly, Ling Wei's family wields far more power and influence than you can imagine. Watching his figure fade into the glow of the villa's lights, Wang Xian remained rooted in place, once again gazing towards the resplendent city below. Have I been too optimistic about people? He murmured softly. Earlier, Qin Qing had speculated whether his ex-girlfriend's family was exerting pressure to keep him grounded. A notion Wang Xian had initially dismissed. He had indeed encountered Ling Wei's father, who had approached him directly, applying pressure. During their first meeting, while Ling Qiming appeared stern, he also revealed a paternal side, his face betraying a father's concern and affection for his daughter, fearful she might choose unwisely. Wang Xian, scrutinized by the man, endured Ling Qiming's blunt inquiries without anger. Empathizing, he thought that if he had a daughter who had found a partner on another planet, he too would feel compelled to investigate. Ling Qiming's commanding presence eventually became overwhelming for Wang Xian, who found himself repeatedly warned. Nevertheless, at that time, despite Ling Qiming's formidable aura, he did not resort to using his connections against Wang Xian, leaving him with a relatively favorable impression. Wang Xian had always preferred to avoid harboring malice towards others, often considering their perspectives, believing it was merely a strong father's protective instinct, albeit excessive, that he could somewhat understand. Now, however, he felt he had idealized certain individuals and circumstances. Wang Xian, over here. Zhou Kun called out to him for a drink. Wang Xian's expression shifted. He knew that once Zhou Kun began to drink, he would become uninhibited, as if transformed into another person, incessantly chatting. Zhou Kun, undeterred, remarked, did I not mention when I came to find you that we would enjoy a hearty drink and have a good talk? Nearby, Su Chan and Su Wenba exchanged glances. Sensing Zhou Kun's intention to divulge secrets, once intoxicated, he would become a chatterbox, answering any inquiry. He's doing this on purpose, isn't he? Li Qingju whispered. Wang Xian understood that Zhou Kun, leveraging his inebriation, sought to reveal certain information. At that moment, Qin Qing approached, beaming with delight. I just had a drink alone with the goddess. She mentioned that she might visit me on the moon sometime. By the way, she also inquired about you, old Wang, asking what level you've reached in your old techniques. I told her it was roughly equivalent to 9. 8 Kang Yi's, 12. 5 Zhou Kun's, and 11. 6 Su Wenba's. Zhou Kun had initially intended to indulge in intoxication, but upon hearing those words, he immediately objected, saying, Qin Sheng, is this how you make comparisons? Kang Yi approached with a displeased expression, remarking, do you even know how to speak? Even the aloof Su Wenba could no longer maintain his composure. His lips twitched slightly as he stated, Qin Qing, is this how you measure things? Am I now a unit of measurement? I merely spoke off the cuff. What does a man have to fuss about when drinking? Qin Qing interjected, grasping Zhou Kuan's arm. I relish drinking with you. Come, let us toast. Zhou Kuan shot him a sidelong glance, suspecting that Qin Qing was intent on getting him drunk to extract secrets, unaware that he was actually planning to divulge information to Wang Xian. Wang Xian quickly intervened, concerned that Qin Qing might indeed intoxicate Zhou Kuan to the point of collapse. Take it slow, he cautioned. To Qin Qing's astonishment, after consuming half a glass of liquor, Zhou Kuan gradually began to let loose. I shall inform you all that there has emerged a new technique on the new star, also referred to as the super technique. And some even wish to call it the divine technique. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air as a young man approached with purposeful strides. He sported short hair, a robust physique standing at approximately 185 centimeters, and sharp, piercing eyes. Yun Gu, I am intoxicated. I shall be more cautious next time. Zhou Kuan, now sober, displayed no signs of anxiety, evidently recognizing this individual. The newcomer was several years older than Zhou Kuan and Su Wenba, with sun-kissed skin radiating vitality. He exuded an assertive presence, his words lacking any subtlety as he fixed his gaze on Wang Xian and Qin Chang, saying, You truly dare to engage in such tactics? Trying to get Zhou Kuan drunk to glean information from him? Zhou Kuan immediately interposed, stating, Yun Gu, this is merely a gathering among classmates. If you wish to drink, please go to another room. Kong Yi, Su Wenba, and others quickly joined him, blocking his path and urging him to reconsider. Who do you think you are? Speaking so rudely? Have you taken leave of your senses? Qin Cheng retorted, showing no deference. Upon seeing Su Chan, Li Qingzhu, and others approaching, Yun Ji's demeanor shifted as he laughed, saying, What are you so anxious about? Am I really such an unreasonable person? Zhao Qingan stepped forward, saying, Yun Good. I understand why you are here. Could you please temper your demeanor? Yun Good chuckled, I am not here to cause trouble today. I merely heard that someone here excels in old techniques, and I wish to engage in a friendly exchange. Wang Xian, are you not curious about the new techniques? Come, spar with me. I shall demonstrate. The individual known as Yun Gu made such a bold proposal. In that moment, not only the classmates from the old Earth, but even those from the new star were taken aback. He had actually mastered the new technique. Wang Xian remained composed, having already observed that this individual had arrived aboard a small airship, parked not far from the two flying saucers on a slightly smaller patch of open ground. Upon his arrival, he had directly approached this direction. Wang Xian realized that this person was indeed approaching him, as his gaze had frequently lingered upon him, surveying and scrutinizing. Now, this young man had audaciously called out Wang Xian's name. A simple exchange. Do you dare to partake in a contest? Old techniques versus new techniques? Do you possess the confidence? The youth known as Yun Gu inquired once more. Wang Xian regarded his face, deep in contemplation. In days of yore, if someone inexplicably challenged him to a duel, Wang Xian would most likely have dismissed it with indifference. However, the youth before him stirred an inexplicable intrigue. He had seemingly mastered the so-called new technique, and Wang Xian was eager to witness the nature of this path. The new technique, often referred to as the super technique, is also known by some as the divine technique. A formidable man spoke to himself, then added, The old technique is nearly on the verge of obsolescence, and now some have begun to label it as the crude technique. He beckoned to Wang Xian and said, Do you wish to prove yourself? Let us see if the old technique can still shine anew. Chapter 11. The Clash of Old and New in the Bygone Era. The arts scattered among ancient texts were referred to as the old arts, while some called them the dispersed arts. However, on the horizon of the new era, there are those who have begun to deride it as the inferior arts, signifying its evident decline. Yet, anyone who dedicates themselves to the old arts and continues to study them would find such a label quite jarring. Under the cloak of night, Wang Xian remained calm and composed. Knowing that his opponent, armed with the new arts, was approaching him, he resolved to engage. What shall I call you? He inquired. In that instant, he exuded a palpable sense of danger. His gaze was sharp and piercing, akin to a predator fixated on its prey, silently advancing. I assumed your surname was Ling, Wang Xian remarked, fixing his eyes on his opponent, undeterred by his imposing demeanor. Upon hearing this conjecture, Zhou Yun's eyes narrowed, a flicker of brilliance igniting within them, intensifying his threat level. Wang Xian, perceptive as ever, noted the fleeting change in Zhou Yun but refrained from further inquiries. Let us see, the new arts against the old arts, if the relics of the past truly deserve to be displayed in a museum. Zhou Yun proclaimed with a wild grin, his silent footsteps betraying his extensive combat experience as he did not approach in a straight line. Qingqing interjected. On what grounds do you wish to engage in combat? What is your origin, your identity, and your purpose? Concern flickered in his eyes for Wang Xian. As it was evident that the adversary had come with intent, he likely would not strike unless he had considerable confidence. Wang Xian gestured for him to remain silent. Having made his decision to engage, there was little left to discuss. Zhou Kuan, Su Chan, Kong Yi, and others attempted to intervene. But Wang Xian had already nodded in agreement to spar, prompting looks of worry from them. Let us agree on this. It is merely a sparring session. And neither party should resort to excessive force, Zhao Qing stated. As her words resonated, sounds emanated from the distant helipad, where two mechanical beings approached swiftly. These two cold, metallic automatons were equipped with lethal technological weaponry, stationed at the edge of the lawn, their gaze fixed intently on Zhou Yun and Wang Xian. Zhou Yun's pupils constricted. He understood that Zhao Qinghan was issuing a silent warning, primarily directed at him, to prevent any bloodshed arising from his advanced techniques. He nodded. Very well, it is settled. I merely wish to observe whether practitioners of the old arts still have a path forward or if they have truly faded into obscurity. Zhou Yun, tall and robust, with a gleaming, sun-kissed complexion and short hair, adopted an aggressive stance, exuding an air of intimidation. In that fleeting moment, Wang Xian activated his internal cultivation method. Expelling a breath of turbid air laced with the scent of alcohol, having imbibed rather copiously that evening, it posed a slight hindrance. Do you need a moment to rest? Zhou Kuan quickly inquired. Qingqing nodded vigorously. Indeed, having consumed so much alcohol, your reflexes must be compromised. Give me a few minutes, Wang Xian replied, simultaneously contemplating the turbid energy that was seeping from his pores, intermingling with the lunar essence and starlight. The foundational techniques of the pre-Qing sorcerers were of remarkable origin, with effects that were nothing short of astonishing. Many are under the illusion that Wang Xian is enveloped in a layer of pure, white light, blessed by the stars and moon, rendering him somewhat ethereal and elusive. This extraordinary sight left everyone in awe. Could such ancient techniques be practiced in this manner? Is there indeed a path to follow? 6 minutes later, Wang Xian opened his eyes and declared, "It is done." He possessed a tall and well-proportioned physique, exuding calmness and composure amidst the night. I was waiting for those words. Zhou Yun surged forward, propelled by a whirlwind of speed so swift that many barely registered his movement before witnessing deep footprints etched into the lawn. Wherever he tread, the earth and grass erupted, a testament to his immense strength. With a resounding crash, Wang Xian reacted instinctively, lifting a long wooden table laden with self-serve food and hurling it toward the oncoming figure. What sent shivers down the spines of onlookers was Zhou Yun, resembling a humanoid lion or tiger, who did not falter. With a single strike, he shattered the sturdy table. The sound of splintering would echoed as the table exploded into fragments, scattering in all directions, prompting the crowd to scatter in alarm, their expressions shifting dramatically. Zhou Yun was ferocious, wild in his aggression. Such force could undoubtedly endanger a life if unleashed upon a person. Wang Xian deftly sidestepped, his movements remarkably agile, narrowly avoiding Zhou Yun's powerful palm, which swiped through empty air as he lunged forward. With precision, Wang Xian's hand sliced through the air, striking Zhou Yun's flank with such force that it stirred the atmosphere around them. Indeed, Zhou Yun proved to be a formidable opponent as he surged past. He retaliated with an elbow strike aimed backward, colliding with Chu Feng's palm, producing a dull thud. Both men staggered slightly, yet Zhou Yun pressed onward. In a swift turn, Zhou Yun lunged once more, leaping into the air like a fierce black tiger pouncing on its prey, exuding an air of danger and ferocity. His fists and feet targeting Chu Feng. This time, Wang Xian did not evade. He swiftly and decisively spun, delivering a kick into the air. With a thunderous boom, it resonated like a clap of thunder, the deep and powerful sound sending a tremor through the hearts of those present. Zhou Yun was propelled backward, his body agile. Though he wobbled slightly upon landing, he managed to regain his balance. You indeed possess some skill, he remarked, his gaze fixed on Wang Xian, clearly taken aback. You are employing ancient techniques. What are the so-called new methods? Wang Xian inquired. Zhou Yun remained exuding a dangerous aura, his body taut and poised for another round of fierce assault. What I utilize is merely the framework of ancient techniques. My strength does not derive from qi cultivation or internal nurturing methods. We have evolved with the times, having long ago integrated advancements in genetics. Zhou Yun was unperturbed by the revelation of his foundation, as it merely represented an enhancement of physical strength, not the source of transcendent power. Long ago, there were pioneers in the new star who delved into this research, optimizing and editing the genes of newborns ahead of time. Though much of it was conducted in secrecy to avoid public discontent, Zhou Yun's formidable physical strength does not stem from gas collection or internal cultivation. It is purely a genetic endowment. To an ordinary person, it is a terrifying force, virtually insurmountable. Wang Xian ceased his verbal exchanges and took the initiative to attack. As his opponent exhibited an unmistakable intent to confront him, he decided to strike decisively. On the lawn, the two figures moved with remarkable speed, their punches and kicks generating a sound reminiscent of thunder, which sent shivers down the spines of many onlookers. Such force, if unleashed upon a person, would surely lead to severe injury, if not death. With a series of resounding impacts, the ground beneath them erupted as their feet struck the earth with immense power, creating deep craters and fracturing the surrounding grass. Mastery of ancient techniques, once achieved, indeed surpassed the abilities of ordinary individuals, possessing formidable lethality in ancient times, thus remaining prevalent for many years. However, its difficulty in practice, combined with the changes in the environment and the distractions of modern technology, has led to a significant decline in those who can master such techniques. The effectiveness of these techniques has waned, and progression beyond a certain point has become nearly impossible, marking a plateau. Consequently, this art has increasingly fallen into obscurity, making it rare to encounter a true master. In the arena, Zhou Yun staggered backward under Wang Xian's aggressive onslaught, his body trembling, his scalp prickling at the sudden explosive power emanating from his opponent's tall frame. With a powerful punch, Wang Xian sent Zhou Yun reeling, causing his vital energy to surge wildly, nearly forcing him to spit blood. In an instant, Wang Xian followed up with a sweeping kick. Although Zhou Yun managed to evade a fatal blow, his shoulder was still grazed, igniting a sharp pain that tore through him. His clothing shredded, blood began to seep. Had he not been swift enough to dodge, his shoulder bone might have cracked under the impact. What a monster! He assessed inwardly, recognizing that even with his robust physique and enhanced constitution, he was unable to withstand this onslaught. What hope did others have? Despite having undergone genetic optimization, he found himself unable to fend off Wang Xian's punches and kicks, the terrifying weight of each strike leaving him to wonder if a blow to his head might shatter it like a watermelon. Exhaling a cloud of stale air, he quickly retreated, his demeanor shifting dramatically, becoming somewhat ethereal. A faint blue mist enveloped him, lending an air of mystique as it clung to his form. You wish to witness the new technique? Come forth, Zhou Yun bellowed. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. His state was extraordinary, radiating a palpable danger even from a distance, prompting involuntary steps back. The students of the new star were on edge, aware that this was indeed a new technique that had tapped into supernatural forces, and its potential eruption would be cataclysmic. Wang Xian, if something feels amiss, speak up immediately, someone urged, feeling a wave of concern wash over them. Wang Xian halted his advance, sensing the unusual power at play, and chose to observe intently. Zhou Yun charged forward, the surrounding blue mist swirling and thickening as if on the verge of transforming into light, pouring all his energy into his assault on Wang Xian. Something is amiss. Wang Xian retreated, realizing that the relentless barrage of attacks was merely a fade. The true danger lay within the coalescing blue mist, which shimmered with an ethereal light that seemed to distort the very fabric of space. In that moment, a chill ran through Wang Xian's heart. However, he soon realized that it was impossible to distort space. Zhou Yun lacked such power. Was it a distortion of his perception? Wang Xian activated the ancient techniques inherited from pre-Qin sorcerers, his spirit rapidly revitalizing, piercing through the fog of confusion. He was genuinely astonished. The opponent's supernatural technique, that ethereal blue light, could influence one's mind. Had he been careless just moments ago, he would have faced defeat. Wang Xian struck with his right palm, the force astonishingly powerful. A normal person would have been sent flying, bones shattered and sinews torn. This time, Zhou Yun did not retreat. His right fist, imbued with a faint blue sheen, collided with Chu Feng's palm, both emitting muffled groans. Zhou Yun was struck by an immense force, feeling as though his fist might shatter, the gaps between his nails rupturing with blood cascading down. This made him feel a chill. The supernatural technique he employed was capable of inflicting harm upon him. Thankfully, he had unleashed his own supernatural abilities. Otherwise, the bones in his fingers might have cracked. After the collision of Wang Xian's palm with his fist, he sensed something unusual and quickly retreated. Yet, a mysterious force still infiltrated his body, that tenuous blue light. In an instant, he felt a tingling in his arm. Even his internal organs felt discomfort, and he retreated at great speed. Ah, now you comprehend the severity. The supernatural technique far exceeds your imagination. The old methods have indeed fallen behind, Zhou Yun declared, not pausing but swiftly moving, like a gust of wind, his body glowing with a ghostly blue light. He could not afford to give Wang Xin a moment's respite, aiming to resolve the conflict swiftly. What is that thing, old Wang? If you can't hold on, speak up. Qin Sheng shouted anxiously, scanning the surroundings and grabbing a table, ready to rush in at any moment. That is a new technique. Having just grazed the realm of supernatural powers, Zhou Kuan whispered, revealing the true nature of the situation and further elaborating. In the West, such energy is referred to as the God particle, while here it is termed supernatural elements. In the arena, Wang Xian found himself in a perilous situation, confronting supernatural forces for the first time, completely unaware. Not only was his mind disturbed, but his body was also being eroded. Suddenly, an indistinct rumbling echoed from within him as he activated the foundational sorceress techniques, stirring his internal organs to perform a unique body technique. 5 organs thunder technique, someone exclaimed. This body technique was exceedingly esoteric, nearly impossible to master through normal means. At least, none of them had succeeded. It was unexpected that Wang Xin could manifest it. In an instant, his 5 organs vibrated at a special frequency, dramatically enhancing his metabolism and accelerating its pace, expelling thin streams of blue light through the pores of his skin. Zhao Qinghan's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance as she instructed the robot, "Quick, record this." He has actually found a way to counter the supernatural technique. Despite Zhou Yun's initial foray into supernatural powers, the old technique nullified his first strike. It's astonishing. Bang! Amidst the fierce sounds of collision, the thin blue light surrounding Zhou Yun was violently shattered by Wang Xian, sending him sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth. The Zhou Yun who had mastered the supernatural technique was defeated. This outcome left everyone deeply shaken. Wang Xian had decisively triumphed over Zhou Yun using the old technique. Wang Xian approached, intent on further observing the dissipating blue light on Zhou Yun. Bang! Zhou Yun could not hold back. With swift determination, he surged forward once more to confront him. Wang Xian seized his arm, the resonance of thunder within him dispersing the azure light. He delivered a powerful blow to his abdomen, causing him to double over in agony like a bent shrimp. Defeated yet still daring to strike at me? Wang Xian lightly smacked his spine again, inducing excruciating pain in Zhou Yun, rendering him stiff and immobile. Wang Xian, drenched in sweat from the exertion of the 5 organs thunder sound technique, felt the toll of his rapid metabolism. The energy expenditure was considerable, leaving him somewhat fatigued as he sat atop Zhou Yun, warning him against any further movement, lest he suffer a severe injury. Now, tell me, who are you? Wang Xian inquired of Zhou Yun. At that moment, a small airship descended, and a middle-aged man emerged, followed by a young woman in her 20s, who walked out silently and dejectedly with her head bowed. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Zhou Yun beneath Wang Xian. Chapter 12. A gentle glance. Zhou Yun was doubled over in agony, his abdomen racked with pain, resembling a shrimp bent into a hook while crouched on the ground. His spine had received a sharp blow, rendering half of his body immobile and rigid. Wang Xian, fatigued, utilized him as a makeshift seat. Perching himself upon Zhou Yun's shoulders, a middle-aged man descended from the airship, clad in a traditional Tang suit. Though somewhat portly, he exuded a formidable presence. And upon witnessing the scene, his expression turned notably frosty. He remained silent, his gaze piercing and incisive, a demeanor that would typically intimidate most. However, Wang Xian paid him no heed, continuing to sit atop Zhou Yun. The middle-aged man was flanked by a contingent of robust bodyguards in black attire, all armed with firearms. One of them barked at Wang Xian, "Get up." Wang Xian remained unresponsive, his right hand casually descending, 2 fingers inadvertently resting upon Zhou Yun's temple. Those present were well-versed in ancient arts and understood the significance of such a gesture. At Wang Xian's level, his vitality was so vigorous that even in the face of sudden peril, instinctive actions could strike at a person's vital points. "Didn't he expect you to be here as well? This is rather unfortunate," Zhao Qing'an interjected, stepping forward. Zhou Kuan, Kang Yi, Su Chan, and others greeted the middle-aged man politely, clearly recognizing him. Wang Xian triumphed. Zhou Yun was serving as a seat? Zhao Qing'an was acutely aware of Zhou Yun's formidable prowess, frequently mentioning the extraordinary. In the past, Zhou Yun had passionately proclaimed the dawn of a new era, expressing that the age of immortals might indeed return. The fact that someone with such ambitions, who had mastered new arts and possessed an assertive character, was now bested by Wang Xian and reduced to a mere seat was astonishing. Wang Xian, you rise at once, the woman commanded. Her brows knitted in fury as she glared at Wang Xian, still seated upon Zhou Yun's back. Yet, Wang Xian remained seated, ignoring her. Silently channeling the ancient techniques of the preaching alchemists, his wearied form gradually rejuvenated under the pale moonlight. The middle-aged man, taken aback, though not a practitioner of ancient arts himself, had encountered enough experiences to discern the nuances at play. You are quite young, yet have cultivated ancient techniques to this extent, he remarked, then kindly inquired of Wang Xian if he could rise to speak. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian stood up, shaking off his fatigue, his stature becoming more upright in the moonlight, his gaze now sharp and resolute. Given the other's willingness to engage in conversation, he felt no need to be confrontational. His previous refusal to rise was merely a statement of his desire for equality. Wang Xian had always maintained this demeanor, keeping a respectful distance from those with commanding presences. Neither servile nor arrogant. Qin Sheng promptly approached and stood beside him. How should I address you? Wang Xian inquired politely. My surname is Zhou. You may call me Uncle Zhou, the middle-aged man replied, regarding him with an almost scrutinizing gaze, as if to see through him. Wang Xian remained composed. Not even the imposing aura of Ling Wei's father had unsettled him, and this slightly less imposing figure posed no threat. Qin Sheng nudged Zhou Kuan and whispered, Are all these Zhou people related to your family? Zhou Kuan shook his head, Of course not. With such a vast expanse of stars, it's impossible for anyone with the surname Zhou to be part of our family. He is Ling Wei's uncle, Zhou Mingxian. Zhou Yun, who had just begun to master a new technique, was the eldest son of Zhou Mingxian and also the cousin of Ling Wei. The young woman who had previously experienced a bout of somnambulism was Zhou Yun's sister, Zhou Ting. Zhou Mingxian stood motionless, gazing intently at Wang Xian for a full 3 minutes, his own body feeling somewhat stiff, before finally offering a resigned smile. Youth is truly a marvel. I have heard your name for quite some time, and now that I see you, I am quite impressed. He smiled and nodded. Wang Xian returned the smile, considering such remarks to be mere pleasantries. Uncle Zhou, what brings you to the old soil today? Su Chan inquired, simultaneously voicing the subtle discontent of several others present. Zhou Mingxian sighed, It is all for Zhou Yun. I came specifically to apprehend him. Having just grasped the rudiments of this new technique, he has been utterly reckless, engaging in bouts with over a dozen individuals in recent days, seeking out challenges. Upon learning that he had come here, I hastened to follow. This time, he must face the consequences. He is forbidden from stepping outside for 6 months. In the distance, Zhou Yun appeared stiffened. Uncle, why have you come to the old soil? Kang Yi asked. Primarily for business matters, and to check on Ling Wei's parents, Zhou Mingxian replied casually. I heard from Ling Wei that her parents seem to be coming over in a couple of days, Xiao Qinghan remarked nonchalantly. Her beautiful, large eyes sparkled with clarity as she added, Uncle Zhou, could it be that your family and the Ling family have made some discoveries in the old soil, prompting everyone to come here? Zhou Mingxian chuckled, saying, You are quite the astute girl, always drawing connections. However, this time there is nothing of the sort. It is merely our dealings in deep space trade. As you know, both the Zhou and Ling families have substantial business interests here. He continued. What else could there be in the old soil? The tombs of the immortals are still unfound, and the grand mausoleums of the preaching alchemists have all been thoroughly excavated. The underground is barren, devoid of anything. Presently, those powerful organizations, influential forces, and nations are all focused on exploring deep space, where invaluable discoveries await, far more significant than anything here. He then fell silent, realizing that there were still some students from the old soil present. Turning to Wang Xian with a warm expression, he said, I heard them mention that you are deeply invested in the old techniques and practicing diligently. I wonder if you could demonstrate for me. In my youth, I encountered a master who could pierce steel with his bare hands. I would like to see if you possess a similar dedication. If you can embody that spirit, I shall not watch in vain and will reward you with a scripture. This middle-aged uncle is quite generous, Qin Sheng whispered. Wang Xian smiled. I certainly cannot compare myself to the esteemed individual you mentioned. I merely engage in self-amusement. Wang Xian chuckled and replied, I am rather fatigued today and lack the energy for a demonstration, so I shall refrain from showing off. Just as Zhou Mingxian was about to respond, Zhou Yun called out to him from a distance. He smiled and nodded at Wang Xian before walking over. Qin Sheng whispered, The scriptures in his possession must be extraordinary. Regardless of his intentions, you should aim to secure the manuscript after sparring with him. Wang Xian replied, Do you truly believe that after I just faced his son, He would gift me a preaching secret technique? Even if he were to offer some old techniques, I doubt they would hold much value. Moreover, he is Ling Wei's uncle, aligned with her father's stance. Why the excessive concern for me? He then added, this person has many thoughts. What thoughts? Qingqing inquired. This is what one might call a gentle condescension, offering you an opportunity under the guise of a benevolent elder, yet subtly diminishing your stature amidst laughter. Where are the robots here? Aside from mechanical beings like Zhao Qihan, it is likely just the housekeeping robots in the Zhou family's airship room. I fought against the cleaning robot, ultimately receiving a scripture as a reward, which would later awaken you to the realization that we inhabit different realms. Qingqing, feeling a chill, finally sighed. This middle-aged man surpasses his son by far. I find it challenging to contend with him. Next time I might even confront his son. Nearby, Su Chang and Zhao Qing'an burst into laughter at his final remark. Wang Xian called out distantly, Uncle Zhou, I am feeling unwell today and too fatigued to perform for you. I thank you for the scripture. Zhou Mingxuan's expression momentarily faltered before he smiled amiably and said, no matter, I look forward to witnessing your extraordinary skills next time. He waved his hand, signaling someone to fetch the ancient technique manual from the airship. Zhou Mingxian approached personally, wearing a gentle smile, and handed an antiquated book to Wang Xian. Young man, indeed commendable. Unfortunately, you were not selected this time. However, since you remain here in the old land, do strive to develop your skills and achieve notable progress. After speaking, he turned away with Zhou Yun and Shou Ting, boarding the small airship, vanishing into the night sky. We should take our leave, Wang Xian said to Qingqing. Zhou Kuan spoke up. Aren't you waiting for Ling Wei? I suspect she was detained by her uncle and others. She should arrive shortly. Wang Xian shook his head helplessly and replied, I have mentioned several times that there is truly nothing between us now. It has been over a year since we parted. You all have witnessed her family's attitude, and yet we remain apart. Let us simply wish each other well in our separate paths. Chapter 13. The end of the old art road. The summit was dappled with light and shadow, the nearby maple trees ablaze in fiery hues, while the distant woods cast vast shadows. In the night, the occasional stir of nocturnal birds echoed through the air. That evening, many indulged in libations, expressing their innermost thoughts. Some spoke with fervor and grand aspirations, declaring this to be a great era, urging one another to seize opportunities and aspire to become extraordinary beings. Even harboring ambitions toward the divine, they ignited the sacred flame and ascended to the high platform. Even a typically reserved young woman became uncharacteristically uninhibited. Another young man proclaimed loudly, What are the immortals? I believe they are indeed extraordinary beings. The myths of old may not be entirely fictitious. Bodhisattvas, the three pure ones, deities, and even demons may still emerge. Of course, I refer to individuals of their caliber, not suggesting that the extraordinary beings of the past, such as bodhisattvas and celestial immortals, are still among us. Time is relentless, and that which must fade has indeed perished. The three pure ones and deities were once merely mortal beings, strong in their time. However, based on excavated relics such as stupas, Taoist temples, and various ancient texts, it appears they were far less formidable than we imagine. There is no need for excessive deification. Several life research institutes have collaborated to analyze their remains. And even the most powerful of these extraordinary beings could not withstand modern technological weaponry. A single nuclear bomb would annihilate them. The financial magnates of the new star had unearthed remarkable artifacts from the old soil, even purportedly discovering Buddhist relics. A classmate interjected, There is nothing extraordinary about this. No need for astonishment. For instance, in certain religions, beneath stupas, one might occasionally find subterranean chambers containing stone, iron, jade, and gold coffers, housing Buddhist bones and relics, which have been discovered throughout the old lands. Moreover, unexpected finds have also emerged from the ancestral grounds of Taoism, leading to multiple explorations. Those artifacts and the inscriptions found underground recount numerous bygone tales, and when combined with the analyses conducted by the most prestigious life research institutes, it yields scientifically accurate conclusions. Bodhisattvas, immortals, and the three pure ones were likely flesh and blood individuals. Wang Xian turned to Zhou Kuan and inquired whether such statements held any credibility. Not particularly reliable. Zhou Kuan whispered. Remarkably, he was still sober. He continued, Those discoveries and the legends of immortals differ somewhat, as they are considered powerful beings akin to practitioners of the mystical arts. Wang Xian asked, So, does the research from New Star provide concrete evidence that even the mightiest practitioners from the pre-Qin era could be easily vanquished by technological weaponry? Indeed, Zhou Kuan confirmed. Some research institutions were fortunate enough to acquire several remains of these practitioners, and upon testing, it was confirmed they were indeed flesh and blood individuals. Many technological weapons could easily eliminate them. Wang Xian sighed, a rare display of emotion for him. For those dedicated to the study of ancient arts, aspiring to traverse this path, even the most resolute spirits might feel a pang of melancholy upon hearing such conclusions. The most powerful practitioners of the pre-Qin era represented the zenith of ancient arts. They could only reach that point, and with the rise of technological civilization, it has become all too simple to eradicate that minuscule segment of the most powerful beings from ancient humanity. In this era, where technology shines brilliantly, it has eclipsed the former grandeur of ancient arts. A single neutron bomb can annihilate all, regardless of whether one is a legend or a powerful sorcerer atop the pyramid. What about the immortal figures? Wang Xian inquired. Zhou Kuan responded, upon deeper investigation, some believe that the immortal figures are the most elite sorcerers, or perhaps individuals slightly superior to the pre-Qin sorcerers, who have been mythologized through oral tradition. Yet, they remain human, unable to escape death in the face of technological weaponry. Wang Xian sighed once more. For those who dedicate themselves to ancient arts in this age, the path appears bleak, with a grim future clearly visible. Surely you do not wish to reach the end of this road, becoming a figure like those from the pre-Qin era? Zhou Kuan gazed at him in astonishment, then shook his head. Walking this path now, one can see the end directly. The conclusion has long been predetermined. Some corporations and organizations that previously invested in ancient arts did so not for its offensive capabilities, but rather for prolonging life. In terms of lethality, it pales in comparison to modern technology. He added, and now, with the emergence of new arts involving supernatural powers, even the position of ancient arts in extending life has been supplanted. Zhou Kuan lowered his voice. The new arts hold great promise. A future of divinity is not beyond reach. Some research institutions are already preparing studies in this realm. Once I master the new arts, if the opportunity arises, I will have someone send you some materials to see if you can embark on this path. Having said this, he emphasized his inebriation, claiming he was unaware of what he had expressed. Yet, he continued speaking, discovering the route of new arts is merely a secondary gain. The true value lies in the discoveries at the edge of deep space. If I were to tell you that some wish to embark on adventures backed by powerful technological civilizations, would you believe me? Although I find it hard to accept. There are whispers circulating. After this, he claimed to feel dizzy and excused himself to rest in his room. Long after Zhou Kuan had departed, Wang Xian remained silent, contemplating the path of ancient arts. Could one truly see the end? The future seemed dim. Yet, he still wished to proceed, to reach that end and continue exploring. I want to see what lies ahead, Wang Xian murmured to himself. Qin Sheng leaned closer, saying, Old Zhou is quite generous, subtly imparting a wealth of information. Wang Xian nodded. Shortly thereafter, he bid farewell to Qin Shen and the others, departing from the place. I must handle my emotions, old Wang. I'll vanish for a couple of days to solidify my backyard, Qin Sheng mumbled on the way. In fact, by noon the following day, Qin Sheng reappeared before Wang Xian, his eyes rimmed with red, exuding an unusual sense of despondency, his emotional side laid bare. I was delighted to inform her that I would be going to New Moon, with hopes of migrating to New Star in the future. Yet, she calmly responded with just 2 words, break up, how utterly heartless. She didn't bother to elaborate. Altogether, it was merely 6 words, so straightforward and decisive. Qin Sheng nearly burst into tears. However, Wang Xian found it amusing, considering the girl rather intriguing, especially since he had met her. Currently a junior, he recognized her reliability. Did you not have the patience to inquire why she felt that way? When I asked, she expressed her desire not to squander time, fearing that we might grow estranged. Rather than endure such a fate, she preferred an early separation. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian sighed, remarking that this girl was indeed remarkable, decisive, full of character, and genuine. She spoke the truth. The future is fraught with uncertainties, and given your temperament, it is likely that you would soon forget her. Old Wang, you underestimate me. Qin Sheng retorted, his voice tinged with indignation. I genuinely care for her. Wang Xian chuckled, choosing not to engage with this statement. Qin Sheng, growing anxious, exclaimed, You cannot possibly think I have feelings for Zhao Qinghan, right? That is out of the question. When I refer to her as a goddess, it is merely an expression of admiration. Who would choose her as a wife? She is suited for distant admiration, not for close companionship. Besides, even if I have intentions, she would likely avoid me. I am self-aware enough to recognize that. I suspect if she were to choose, it would be you, old Wang. Not me. Do you know how to converse? It sounds as if I am the last resort, the fallback option in this scenario. Do not drag me into this. Old Wang. It seems I have underestimated your arrogance. Perhaps I should inform Zhao, suggesting she choose you. I'm not sure you'd even agree, Qinsheng quipped. Wang Xian remained unfazed. Observing his calm demeanor, Qinsheng grew increasingly anxious and implored, Old Wang, please offer me some advice. If there is unrest in my heart, I cannot bear to leave without resolution. Help me devise a plan. Wang Xian nodded, stating, I have met this girl. We have dined together, and she is indeed exceptional. You must strive to win her over. Do not let this opportunity slip away. And how do I do that? The main obstacle is the geographical distance between you. However, your family's business is related to deep space trade, positioning you as one of the suppliers. You can certainly leverage connections to find someone who can facilitate the exchange of letters, photos, and audio recordings between you. Convey to her that since communication is possible, there is no need for an immediate breakup, as there will always be opportunities for reconciliation in the future. All right, I'm off, Qinsheng declared, turning and vanishing in an instant. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Xian departed the campus, walking alone along the pedestrian path flanked by ancient ginkgo trees, their golden leaves carpeting the ground. He arrived at the end of this avenue, approaching a tall building, which he entered without hesitation. Despite its height, the building was sparsely populated, exuding a somewhat desolate atmosphere. As he neared the elevator, he was intercepted by several individuals. Wang Xian remained silent, producing a business card crafted from pure gold, which he offered. The pupils of those near the elevator dilated, and one person silently gestured for him to proceed, assisting him in summoning the elevator. Wang Xian nodded and stepped inside, with someone following closely behind. The elevator descended, ultimately halting at the 13th underground level, an uncommon depth. Upon exiting, Wang Xian adjusted to the dimly lit space where illumination was scarce. It resembled a cavern carved from rock rather than a modern architectural marvel. Guided by an attendant, he navigated through a winding path within the subterranean stone chambers. The route intricate, until he finally entered a stone room where the light blazed brilliantly. The layout here is remarkably modern, indistinguishable from an opulent office of grand proportions. With a man seated behind a mahogany desk, you have finally arrived. He possesses a thick mane of short black hair and wears an azure mask upon his face. From his voice, he appears to be a man in his 40s, a middle-aged individual. Ding! The middle-aged man, adorned with the azure mask, emits a crisp sound from his hand, reminiscent of jade striking against gold. Wang Xian's pupils constrict in an instant as he discerns what the man is toying with two golden bamboo slips, a rare artifact that Professor Lin had once spoken of. Ah, you are familiar with such things? Since you have made your choice, I shall present you with one. The masked man gently tosses a golden bamboo slip into Wang Xian's hand, its weight substantial and imposing. Wang Xian gazes down, astonished to find intricate engravings upon the golden slip. A pivotal moment in the narrative is about to unfold. A fresh manuscript seeks your support. Should you possess any monthly votes, I kindly request your generosity. Thank you. Gratitude extends to the esteemed patrons, Liren Xian Shangju, Xiao Xiao de Guqian, Sanxing Yuan Xiao Sa, Long Long de Chuanren, and Shui Dao Xing. Thank you for your unwavering support. Chapter 14. Adventure the Bamboo Slips. Utilized since the pre-Qin period, vary in length from a few centimeters to over half a meter, with inscriptions carved using a knife. The piece in Wang Xian's hand gleams with a warm, golden hue under the light. It measures 8 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, and 2 centimeters in thickness, rendering it rather short. It feels weighty and substantial, suggesting that it would sink immediately upon contact with water. The golden bamboo slip is adorned not with text, but with several intricate patterns depicting a creature with a human head and the body of a serpent, displayed in various postures. The entity has cascading long hair, its gender indiscernible, posed with its serpentine body coiled, as well as illustrated rolling upon the ground. Another depiction shows the serpent's tail upright like a glistening sword, pointing skyward. There are no inscriptions upon the bamboo slip, only these enigmatic engravings, which do not appear to relate to any ancient arts, at least. Wang Xian has not discerned its worth. For many years, it has remained incomprehensible in my possession, treated merely as a precious stone. The middle-aged man, adorned with a green mask, spoke up, his short, thick hair framing a calm demeanor as he sat quietly. I have gained too little. A multitude of golden bamboo slips have fallen into the hands of the tycoons over at New Star, and I managed to seize only 2. His words were delivered with a measured tone. Wang Xian was convinced that this individual was an adept, likely possessing remarkable achievements in the ancient arts. It was no small feat to dare to snatch from the jaws of the wealthy, competing with their emissaries and walking away with 2 slips. Such bamboo slips are regarded as rare treasures even at New Star. Once acquired by various organizations, they are kept secret, studied in obscurity, rendering them seldom seen by outsiders. Has anyone at New Star managed to decipher anything? Wang Xian inquired. Uncertain, the short-haired middle-aged man replied curtly, unwilling to delve further into the topic. Silence enveloped the room momentarily. Wang Xian had encountered him 2 years prior, at which time he first learned of the shadowy underbelly within the otherwise tranquil city. Beneath a certain landmark, on the 9th underground level, there were weekly contests of ancient arts held every Friday night, where competitors engaged in brutal, real-life battles within iron cages, often resulting in grievous injuries for the vanquished. Meanwhile, the stands outside the cage were filled with masked spectators, both men and women, who watched the fierce contests, roaring and screaming in a tumult of excitement and chaos. Wang Xian had promptly declined the middle-aged man's invitation, clearly stating his unwillingness to traverse such gray areas. Though he cherished the study of ancient arts, he refused to engage in bloody displays for the amusement of others. The middle-aged man had laughed at this, explaining that he merely wished to show Wang Xian another facet of the city, asserting that the real world was far removed from what he typically perceived. The brutal reality of the cage fights was of little concern to them. They only occasionally sought out promising talents. As for themselves, they were a band of explorers. Their experiences surpassed the peril and thrill of mere cage fights, imbued with mystery and even terror, as they had ventured into the cosmos, transcending the confines of the old world. The middle-aged man conveyed to him that, both in potential and prowess, explorers shone brilliantly, incomparable to those who lingered in the gray shadows. The middle-aged man with short hair left him a golden business card, informing him that if he changed his mind after graduation, he could seek him out here. Moreover, as early as 2 years ago, this short-haired man had foreseen the dissolution of the old arts experimental class, predicting that the investment project would be shelved. Why did you seek me out? Wang Xian had once asked him seriously. The short-haired man explained that initially, the investment project of the old arts experimental class had captured his attention, and upon observing all the members, he ultimately focused on just 2 individuals. The others in the class lacked determination and harbored doubts about the old arts. Even if they continued down the conventional path, their achievements would be limited. In fact, after embarking on the path of the old arts, Wang Xian indeed found himself on an unstoppable journey, managing to cultivate his essence and achieve success within just a few years. The short-haired man believed that Wang Xian possessed great potential and would likely attain extraordinary accomplishments along this path. This organization, while relatively free and loose, was undeniably powerful and shrouded in mystery, with its tendrils already extending into the cosmos, capable of reaching new stars. Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Aoki. The short-haired man with the azure mask broke the silence. Does this mean I am now part of the group? Wang Xian inquired. Aoki replied, not quite yet. You are one of the promising candidates I have selected over the years, but you are not the only one. Will there be any trials to undergo? Indeed, that is a prerequisite. Although I have faith in you, I cannot alter the established protocols. Aoki informed him that an exploratory mission would take place within 2 days, which would serve as his assessment, and inquired if he wished to participate. Absolutely. Wang Xian nodded. After joining us, you are generally aware of what you will face. But I must emphasize again what exploration entails. It inherently involves danger, even the risk of life. You must give it serious thought. Wang Xian assured him, no problem. I have considered it thoroughly. Aoki, in a grave tone, stated, you shall reside here. We must ensure that no information leaks before the operation, as it is of utmost importance. Wang Xian indicated his understanding and agreed to stay, holding the golden bamboo scroll. He looked at Aoki seated behind the mahogany desk and asked, may I inquire about a few matters? Aoki replied, it depends on the nature of your questions. If they touch upon certain astonishing secrets, even if you successfully join us, an equivalent exchange will be required. Wang Xian asked, I wish to know. Does the end of the path of old arts lead to the pinnacle of masters among practitioners? Is there truly no further path beyond that? Aoki sighed and responded, I understand your sentiments, for I too began with the practice of old arts. However, this path is fraught with difficulty, countless blood, sweat, and tears are expended, and it can take decades to achieve even modest success. The theoretical peak is indeed the master, and the endpoint has been established. It was the same answer he had received from the life research on the side of the new stars. In truth, What is most disheartening is that even when you know where the end of the road lies, few can reach that point. Since the passing of the pre-Qin era, those who could attain the level of master have dwindled, and since antiquity, they have completely vanished. The ancient art has increasingly fallen into decline, and the practitioners of this craft have become mere legends, difficult to perceive. The position once occupied by these practitioners is now at the terminus of the path. Has no one dared to venture forth? Wang Xian inquired. It is easier said than done. Throughout history, even the true practitioners have been unable to re-emerge. So how could their successors even dare to contemplate such matters? Qingmu replied, shaking his head with a bitter expression. In ancient times, there were indeed some formidable individuals who aspired to continue the exploration of this path, but regrettably, none succeeded. Why were those practitioners able to elevate the ancient art to its zenith, while their successors remained forever unable to surpass them? Wang Xian posed a question. Do you believe it was merely the result of the efforts of a few practitioners? No. It was the cumulative endeavor of successive generations of powerful practitioners who continuously refined the ancient art. Ultimately, they reached an impasse. And the pinnacle of those practitioners may well represent the strongest individuals among ancient humanity. That evening, Qingmu arranged for various equipment necessary for Wang Xian's expedition, including alloying knives, daggers, protective gear, and lifelike human masks. In addition, there were firearms. The following morning, they set off. First heading outside the city to a secret estate where they boarded a small, advanced spacecraft that would take them to Chirping Mountain. This small spacecraft was so sophisticated that the satellites of the old world could not detect it. It was Wang Xian's first experience aboard such a vessel, and he found everything to be quite novel, though he observed quietly without asking unnecessary questions, feeling that there was much to learn. Qingmu's personal involvement in the operation underscored the significance he attached to this mission. Apart from Wang Xian, there were 4 others accompanying him, all wearing lifelike human masks, concealing their true expressions. Our target is Chirping Mountain. Recently, a consortium from the New Star has dispatched personnel to secretly excavate within the mountain. And that is our objective as well, Qingmu declared. What has been discovered in Chirping Mountain that has drawn the attention of the New Star's consortium? Someone queried. Prior to the operation, everything had remained confidential, and even they were unaware of the destination until now. Qingmu replied solemnly. It appears that someone has uncovered remarkable records from a bamboo slip left by a practitioner from the pre-Qin period, pointing directly to Chirping Mountain. Are they still interested in the legacy of the practitioners? The New Star has already embraced the superlative arts, officially abandoning the ancient practices. Another voiced skepticism. Qingmu, with utmost seriousness, responded, the deciphered bamboo slip contains accounts of certain secrets. It seems there is something within Chirping Mountain that excites and invigorates even the practitioners, prompting the consortium's clandestine return. The group felt invigorated, and even Wang Xian's heart raced at the thought of new discoveries within Chirping Mountain. Could it be related to the immortals? The pinnacle practitioners are considered to be the immortals. However, some contest this view, believing that there exist entities even more enigmatic and powerful than the practitioners themselves. The Zhou family and the Ling family have unearthed a tomb. And indeed, they have found their target, Qingmu whispered, having just received the latest intelligence. Wang Xian's heart leapt at the revelation. It was those 2 families. Time was not lengthy, and they were nearing their destination. Chirping Mountain, renowned as one of the 4 great mountains of Taoism, stands among the 5 sacred mountains. It is also regarded as one of the birthplaces of Taoism. Zhang Daoling is said to have once established his teachings in the Chirping Mountain, and there is a belief that he ultimately transcended in this sacred area. Chapter 15. Metamorphosis. Check your gear. Aoki's voice resonated with a low intensity, urging the individuals aboard the spacecraft to prepare themselves for the impending operation. The ship's screen vividly displayed the topography of Chirping Mountain, its lush greenery and dense forests creating a picturesque landscape, with towering peaks resembling fortified walls. Wang Xian donned his protective suit, feeling its slight heaviness. This attire provided a modicum of defense against bullets and cold weapons, serving as a potential lifeline in critical moments. However, he was perplexed by a small vial of liquid. Aoki elucidated that it contained artificial irises. Wearing it would prevent the exposure of one's identity. Following his instructions, Wang Xian looked into a small mirror, watching as his pupils transformed into a pale blue hue. Coupled with a lifelike mask, he now appeared to be a Westerner. Chirping Mountain is steeped in Taoist mystique, and the prospect of uncovering something extraordinary piqued the interest of the Black Tiger, a participant in this endeavor. They referred to one another by code names, never disclosing their true identities. We must thwart them this time, We cannot allow them to succeed in transporting the treasures away. The old Earth is nearly exhausted, and all the valuables have been shipped to the new star, becoming private collections of research institutions and tycoons, remarked Yaozi, a hint of resentment in his voice. All present shared a sense of indignation. Across the old Earth, the undergrounds of renowned mountains and rivers had been ravaged, and Qingqing Mountain was no exception, having been excavated countless times. The fact that there were still discoveries to be made was indeed beyond their expectations. As a novice, Wang Xin inquired, "Will our actions provoke retaliation, potentially escalating into a large-scale conflict?" Aoki shook his head, asserting, "No, even though the old Earth has fallen. It cannot be swayed by a mere handful of tycoons. Furthermore, the relationship between the old Earth and the new star remains relatively amicable, as they share a common origin. You must have faith in the organization. We have already ventured deep into the cosmos and are not afraid of them." Black Tiger added, "Firstly, the tycoons' covert excavations are inherently unjustifiable. If they are obstructed, they cannot voice any dissent. In time, the situation will calm, and all parties will treat it as if nothing occurred." However, he cautioned that this did not imply a lack of danger. On the contrary, conflicts could be fierce, and casualties would be commonplace. Wang Xian remained silent, reflecting on how this expedition diverged from his original intentions. Initially, he had believed it was merely an exploration of hidden locales, delving into perilous, uncharted territories. High-energy weapons were stationed in the mountains. The second and third teams would handle them. Voices emerged from the screen, confirming, "No problem, the fourth team is on standby." Wang Xian felt a chill. This expedition had escalated into a small-scale battle, far exceeding the involvement of their group alone. Aoki remained composed, seemingly aware of Wang Xian's thoughts, and calmly explained, "The matters at hand involve elements that could excite and thrill even the ancient sages of the pre-Qin era. Should they indeed relate to the celestial immortals, their value would be incalculable. Thus, it is imperative that we proceed with utmost caution, coordinating multiple teams. Old Mu, you must concentrate and be ready to deploy a powerful electromagnetic pulse to disable the machinery and corresponding weaponry within the underground palace." Old Mu would remain aboard the spacecraft, tasked not only with their eventual extraction, but also with the responsibility of dismantling any potential weapons of mass destruction that their adversaries might possess. Would they have countermeasures? As a novice, Wang Xian humbly sought guidance. Aoki, with a grave demeanor, reassured him, "Rest assured, we are highly proficient. You may later study our meticulous procedures and preparations at your leisure." Qingqing Mountain, perpetually verdant, is adorned with stone steps and winding paths that lead to secluded nooks, where ancient Taoist temples are nestled among cliffs and venerable trees. This place is steeped in countless legends, renowned as a celestial paradise in Taoism. Unfortunately, over the course of centuries, the underground here has been nearly excavated into a web-like structure, making any new discoveries exceedingly rare. Aoki, Black Tiger, Sparrow, Kite, and Little Wang, Wang Xian's codename within the team, ventured into the forest, leaving Old Mu to guard the spacecraft. Aoki led the group, moving silently through the woods like a nimble leopard, while the others, skilled practitioners of ancient arts, followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at their destination, the entrance to an underground palace. Situated on a relatively remote low hill at the edge of Qingqing Mountain, no wonder it had been overlooked in the past. Several robots worked tirelessly, having delved deep into the mountain, excavating copious amounts of earth and stone. Although they were still some distance away, the faint outline of the underground palace was already discernible. Aoki gestured for his companions to remain patient. They would wait for the Zhou and Ling families to unlock the palace and procure the treasures before springing their ambush at the exit. There was no need to take unnecessary risks by entering prematurely. Amidst the mechanical clamor, a series of stone doors were forcibly breached. They had penetrated the palace, which was vast. Exclamations of discovery echoed within. An altar had been found, upon which rested a golden box. Excitement erupted among the crowd, who began to cheer. Those stationed at the entrance could no longer contain themselves. Once the noxious air dissipated, many rushed inside, eager to witness the potential relics of the celestial immortals. Black Tiger, Sparrow, and Kite also felt a surge of urgency, for as practitioners of ancient arts, they held these relics in high regard. Aoki, however, remained remarkably composed, choosing silence as he awaited the final moment. Sparrow remarked, "These rare artifacts of the ancient earth have been plundered over the past century. We cannot allow them to succeed this time." Almost there. Aoki communicated through a secure line to Old Mu, "Now, proceed." He then instructed teams 2 and 3 to engage the high-energy weapons concealed within the mountain. First, all the robots near the palace malfunctioned. Some collapsed, while others crackled with electric sparks. If these machines were not dealt with beforehand, they would pose a significant threat. Impervious to blades and armed with energy weapons, they were indeed formidable instruments of destruction. Even if they wielded swords, their lethality was undeniable. Boom! A powerful shockwave reverberated through the mountain as the high-energy weapons prepared by the Zhou and Ling families were neutralized. Had they all been eliminated? Wang Xian's expression soured. That represented countless lives, a reality he had never encountered before. Aoki replied calmly, "No, most of them were merely stunned. The primary objective is to disarm them." Boom! In the next moment, an explosion erupted outside the subterranean chamber, causing earth and stone to collapse and completely block the entrance. Faint roars echoed from within the dungeon, leaving everyone trapped inside. The surroundings were eerily silent, with no one coming to aid those ensnared. After a brief pause, Aoki resumed issuing commands. Squad 5, Squad 6. Come over and await the opportune moment to enter the dungeon. Are we going to suffocate them all? Wang Xian felt a chill. This expedition diverged significantly from his expectations. The Black Tiger shook his head. No, under normal circumstances, we refrain from taking lives. We will wait until they lose consciousness from asphyxiation, then we will excavate the entrance. Aoki remarked, I truly hope we can discover a legacy more formidable than the methods of the sorcerers. Otherwise, our future appears bleak. Even masters of ancient techniques are vulnerable under modern weaponry. He felt a deep sense of helplessness as a practitioner of traditional arts in this era, where the path ahead seemed devoid of hope. Suddenly, he detected an anomaly. They were tunneling into the mountainside with energy weapons, attempting to escape from another direction. Aoki sprang to his feet, commanding squads 5 and 6 to join him, while also summoning teams 2, 3, and 4 to encircle their quarry. The Black Tiger remained skeptical. How far do you think they can tunnel? This is a mountain, after all. Do not forget that Qingqing Mountain has been excavated countless times. The underground is hollowed out with many web-like passages. They may very well break through to one of those, making pursuit exceedingly troublesome. Boom. The entrance was blasted open, and a pathway was cleared. At that moment, several other teams arrived. Aoki, still inexperienced, opted for a low-power stunning effect. They haven't breached the mountain escort yet. Move cautiously. Charge in. Aoki shouted, wielding his energy rifle and sweeping it inside. The sound of bodies collapsing echoed from within the mountain's belly. Suddenly, Aoki lunged forward. And at the same instant, Wang Xian felt a prickling dread, prompting him to drop to the ground. With a sickening thud, a gaping hole appeared in the chest of the hawk beside him, the protective suit failing to shield him. Blood sprayed everywhere. The hawk collapsed, dying without uttering a sound. This was a profound shock for Wang Xian, witnessing death for the first time and right before his eyes. Despite his mature mindset, he was deeply unsettled. A vibrant life, just moments ago walking alongside him, now lay brutally slain on the ground. He questioned whether his choice of this path had been too hasty, as it was entirely unlike what he had envisioned. He had parents and loved ones waiting for him at home. He could not afford to perish in this forsaken place. Wang Xian urged himself to regain composure. His foremost priority was to ensure his survival, for the essence of exploration was to safeguard one's life. We have yet to strike. They have succumbed to their own impatience, which speaks volumes, Aoki growled, first adjusting the power output of his energy rifle to the lethal setting. With a sweeping motion, he subsequently displayed astonishing prowess, charging into the darkness while braving a barrage of incoming beams of light. His heightened perception allowed him to navigate the underground palace, deftly evading multiple strands of energy. Wang Xian was taken aback. Qingmu truly was an extraordinary force, a formidable master. With a swift flash, the blade gleamed as Qingmu advanced towards the throng, wielding an alloy knife with terrifying skill, wreaking havoc among the crowd. Charge! Commanded the Black Tiger, along with Fengzheng and several other groups, who followed suit. Wang Xian also sprang into action, employing the stunning effect of his energy gun, incapacitating several foes in the process. Though this was his first encounter with such weaponry, he managed to hit his targets at close range. Wang Xian remained cautious, repeatedly maneuvering along the mountainside, taking refuge behind the rocks of the underground palace, narrowly avoiding the energy beams several times. However, the energy beams soon dissipated, leading to an intense close-quarters clash. Qingmu, I am faced with a supermaster. This individual wields profound new techniques that I cannot withstand, shouted the Black Tiger, bloodied and battered. A figure with glowing fingers struck at the Black Tiger, unleashing a deluge of radiant light reminiscent of a sunset. During the tumult, the black tiger was left bloodied on one side. With a thunderous roar, Qingmu surged forward, engaging fiercely with the master. Just then, the mountainside erupted as someone shattered the rocks, tumbling into a passageway. As Qingmu had surmised, nearby lay a web of underground paths, remnants of previous excavations. The adversary locked in fierce combat with Qingmu clutched a golden box, pivoted, and leaped into the passage. A throng of individuals followed in flight. Pursue. Qingmu led the charge, with others trailing closely behind. Fengzheng called out to Wang Xian, "Your marksmanship is rather unsteady. A few of your shots nearly struck our own. Stay here and do not follow." Wang Xian nodded, sensing his acute awareness would prevent friendly fire, yet he chose not to argue, accepting the decision, whether out of consideration for his novice status or genuine concern for his aim. The underground palace fell silent, strewn with bodies, some lifeless, while others lay unconscious from energy gunfire. None in critical condition. Wang Xian, vigilant, concealed himself behind a massive boulder, observing and sensing intently. Indeed, among the incapacitated, he discerned a familiar presence nearby. Someone was breathing erratically, evidently alert and anxious. Wang Xian squinted in surprise, recognizing a familiar face, Zhou Yun. He had not anticipated that Zhou Yun, a direct descendant of the Zhou family, would personally be present. It was likely that he now regretted his decisions, having underestimated the potential for disaster. After all, during past excavations by the major conglomerates, success had been overwhelmingly assured, and interference rarely threatened the overall outcome. Such a devastating defeat was exceedingly rare. Wang Xian silently muttered, "Little Zhou, I apologize. I cannot contend with your formidable father, Zhou Mingxian. As Qin Qing said, every time I see you, I simply must give you a beating." Most importantly, he discovered that Zhou Yun was exhibiting peculiar behavior, as if he had temporarily exchanged his ordinary black attire for something less sophisticated, lacking the high-level protective gear, indicating a clear intent to shirk responsibility. Moreover, Wang Xian noticed that something seemed to be concealed beneath Zhou Yun's clothing. Silently, Wang Xian picked up a stone and stealthily hurled it, resulting in a sharp thud as Zhou Yun cried out in agony, springing to his feet, blood streaming from his head. Wang Xian did not intend to inflict lethal harm. He was merely a recent graduate, holding no deep-seated animosity towards Zhou Yun, and thus could not bring himself to deliver a fatal blow. Like a lizard gliding along a wall, Wang Xian maneuvered close to the rocky surface, swiftly tearing through Zhou Yun's garment and seizing a jade box hidden within, before swiftly retreating behind a colossal boulder. Indeed, his decision to refrain from using an energy weapon to incapacitate Zhou Yun was prudent, as Zhou Yun, in his pain, had leapt up, thrashing about, while those feigning death nearby dared not open fire. It was only after Wang Xian had secured the jade box and retreated that energy beams began to fire towards him. Apprehend him. The jade box concealed within the golden box was once in my possession, but he has now taken it. Zhou Yun bellowed. Boom. Wang Xian, concealed behind a massive rock, found the altar, situated perilously close, struck by an energy beam, shattering into fragments and subsequently collapsing. Gasps of astonishment echoed around him. Beneath the altar lay an unexpected space. Against one side of the stone wall sat a mat, upon which rested a figure clad in feathered garments, long black hair flowing, with a complexion radiant and youthful, appearing no older than 30. Draped in feathered attire, he was a pinnacle among practitioners, his physical form still existing in this realm. The living within the subterranean palace were astounded. Most notably, this eminent practitioner held a scroll of silvered animal hide, gazing down as if still alive, perpetually enduring. Those from the affluent families, privy to the truth, were aware that this individual was, in fact, deceased. Whoosh! Several figures surged downward, utilizing the rocks for cover, drawing closer to the legendary master. In a chilling turn of events, without a sound, the black-haired man disintegrated into dust, his feathered garment scattering, as if he had ascended on the spot, vanishing entirely. Thud, thud, thud. All 6 of the black-clad individuals who rushed forward inexplicably shattered, blood mingling with the remnants of feathered attire, staining the ground crimson. The garments disintegrated, falling away to become dust, leaving behind only a silvered scroll of animal hide, glinting faintly. This astonishing scene left Wang Xian utterly speechless. The double reward period is about to conclude. Does anyone still possess monthly tickets? Please consider casting your votes for the tender new book. Grateful acknowledgements to the support of allies Daigua Sauce and Heavenly Emperor Fist. Chapter 16. The Silver Beastskin Book. Wang Xian stood resolute. Had he not maintained his composure moments ago and leapt into the fray, he would undoubtedly have met a tragic end upon impact with the ground. This sorcerer, in life, had wielded immense power, and even in death. His transformation into dust triggered a cataclysmic event when approached. He now found himself increasingly convinced that the sorcerer's feats were not mere exaggerations. Nor were they the stuff of ethereal legend. They were indeed realizable. Was that, just now, an ascension? Wang Xian pondered this notion. The state of the sorcerer had been exceedingly unique. Upon first encounter, his hair was a deep black, his complexion vibrant, exuding life, only to vanish in an instant. He seemed to float as if detached from the world, transcending into the realm of the divine. Even historical figures had penned verses, yearning for such transcendence. In various texts, the terms transcendence and ascension are often conjoined, and what he had just witnessed appeared to be the legendary path to immortality passed down through generations. Wang Xian contemplated, feeling a grim reality unfold. Certain surviving accounts from ancient religions bore striking resemblance to what he had witnessed. In bygone times, a sage had secluded himself in a stone chamber, awaiting the moment when future generations would unearth the underground palace, while his own presence had long dissipated. Those who came after revered him, believing he had ascended into the heavens. Wang Xian remained silent within. This was not a celestial ascent, but rather a disintegration into dust, both form and spirit scattering into the ether. Unquestionably, this revelation was grim tidings for those who practiced ancient arts, further substantiating that no such thing as transcendent ascension existed. The stark truth was laid bare. The revered sages had all succumbed to death. Bang! A corpse was hurled down, landing upon the beast-skin book, its faint silver luminescence shimmering without any extraordinary occurrence. Whoosh! 3 figures leapt down in succession, entering the subterranean palace, once more charging towards the silver beast-skin book. Clad in feathered garments, the foremost sorcerers remained engrossed in their studies until death, their expressions fixated, captivated to the point of oblivion, ultimately achieving a state of enlightenment. It was easy to surmise that the silver scroll was extraordinary, likely possessing profound significance. Wang Xian was determined to possess it, eager to discover the knowledge inscribed upon it. Nearby, debris erupted as 2 individuals opened fire, seeking to suppress him and prevent his emergence, energy beams shattering the rocky walls and enveloping the area. Wang Xian remained unperturbed. While targeting the 2 before him posed a challenge, he held the advantageous position over the 3 on the lower level, thus facilitating his actions. Armed with an energy pistol, he patiently executed precise shots, honing his skills and acclimatizing to the accuracy of the weapon. Bang! One adversary was felled, collapsing to the ground. After several shots, the second was struck by a beam, convulsing violently before swiftly losing consciousness. However, the 3rd individual in the lower chamber successfully acquired the silver beast-skin scroll and took refuge behind a rock, remaining motionless. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Zhou Yun could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Throw the beast-skin book wrapped in stone up here." The figure clad in black below complied, and in a flash of silver light, the scroll was cast upward, landing amidst the chaotic rubble above. Zhou Yun, anxious, noted that the scroll was positioned at a distance, and due to the angle from which it was thrown, it was challenging to deliver it directly into their hands in one swift motion. Wang Xian remained unperturbed as he began to methodically dispatch the fallen black-clad figures in the upper crypt with his energy weapon, regardless of their true state. He ensured they received another dose, even those feigning unconsciousness, guaranteeing their complete incapacitation. The crypt had undergone a thorough cleansing at his hands, instilling him with a sense of reassurance. Crack! During this process, stones nearby erupted, as the 2 gunmen across from him exhibited remarkable accuracy, their relentless barrage causing him considerable discomfort. Time was not on our side. Zhou Yun gritted his teeth and, emerging from behind the rocks, sought to utilize his agility to seize the initiative. With a resounding rumble, Wang Xian pushed a large, smoothly contoured boulder forward as a shield, advancing toward the silver beast hide scroll. "This fellow possesses considerable strength. Let us emulate him," Zhou Yun called out, as he and his companions pushed their own boulders forward. As they progressed, the angle shifted, allowing Wang Xian to successfully neutralize an adversary lurking in the lower crypt, gradually approaching the beast hide scroll. Wang Xian braced for confrontation with the individuals across from him. The 2, collaborating to push their stone, calculated their timing for the impending clash, readying themselves to fire from different angles, confident in their numerical superiority. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. They had underestimated Wang Xian's strength. Suddenly, he accelerated the boulder, shedding the sluggish pace of moments before. Now, with both hands thrusting the stone forward, he surged forth like a roaring train, crashing into them with tremendous force. Boom! The two boulders collided violently, and the assailants, having misjudged the situation, were hurled away by the overwhelming power, sustaining significant injuries. One emitted a muffled groan as his head struck the nearby rock wall, blood streaming forth, rendering him momentarily unconscious. The other, propelled through the air, fired his weapon repeatedly. Wang Xian, agile as ever, evaded the shots and returned fire, yet his aim faltered as several beams missed their target, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. With a swift flick of his wrist, he hurled a dagger, which embedded itself in the shoulder of the assailant, eliciting a pain scream. Wang Xian, speechless, realized that his energy weapon lacked the precision of a melee weapon. He crouched low, evading the barrage from Gao Yun, and seized a rock, striking the dagger-wounded man with a thud, rendering him unconscious, bloodied and silent. Hey! Zhou Yun felt a mix of anxiety and exhilaration as he grasped the beast hide scroll in his hands, unable to suppress an urge to shout. Yet, he reminded himself that this was not the time for celebration. He composed himself, crouching behind the boulder, continuing to fire toward Wang Xian's position. Wang Xian retaliated, but his efforts proved ineffective. He took refuge behind a piece of blue stone, setting down his energy weapon to retrieve his long blade, which he hurled with precision. Zhou Yun, concealed behind the boulder, kept his head low, occasionally raising an arm to fire cold shots. Suddenly, he felt an icy chill. Just as he lifted his energy weapon, he heard a sharp crack. The gun had broken. He reacted with astonishing swiftness, retracting his hand just in time. A dazzling flash of a blade sliced through the air. It was a formidable alloy knife that severed the energy gun and grazed his hand, leaving it bloodied and causing a cold sweat to break out across his body. Had he hesitated even slightly, his palm would have been severed. And the alloy knife nearly struck the crown of his head, narrowly missing as it whizzed past. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xian leapt forward, closing the distance to Zhou Yun without bothering to retrieve the fallen energy gun. He felt that his old techniques were more reliable at such close quarters. Zhou Yun, seeing this, broke into a grin, exposing his pearly white teeth as he ominously declared, "You dare engage me in close combat? You won't even know how you perished. I practice super techniques." He too sprang into action, brimming with confidence. Observing his opponent's reliance on outdated methods, he considered the approach reckless, akin to seeking death. Standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, he boasted a robust physique, enveloped in a faint blue mist, with a blue glow emanating from his fingertips. Zhou Yun sneered as he advanced toward Wang Xian, convinced that his super techniques could easily pierce through his opponent's defenses, overwhelming him with sheer force. He believed he had barely grazed the surface of supernatural matter. In Zhou Yun's estimation, their previous encounter had been purely fortuitous. It was rare to find a young individual who could achieve such feats through traditional techniques. This mixed-blood youth with blue eyes dared to oppose him with outdated methods? He regarded it as an invitation for punishment, anticipating his imminent downfall. Wang Xian remained composed, not even furrowing his brow. This time, he refrained from employing the five organs thunder sound technique, as its subtle resonance would be too conspicuous. Instead, he activated another martial art, golden garb technique. Qingmu had mentioned this technique, which promised invulnerability at advanced levels, particularly effective against supernatural forces. Wang Xian had practiced it before and had attained some proficiency. As he unleashed it, his body tensed, and a fleeting shimmer of golden light enveloped him. Boom! Zhou Yun felt as though he had collided with an immovable wall. His body propelled through the air, while his palm throbbed with pain as the blue glow dissipated. He was consumed by a sense of despair. Within just 2 days of mastering traditional techniques, he had been bested by 2 young opponents, notably a mixed-blood individual, letting out a furious roar. He stumbled to the ground but quickly sprang back up to retaliate. However, his opponent's gloved hand struck again, delivering a resounding blow that left Zhou Yun's hands bloodied, splitting open his palms and nearly tearing off his fingernails. Bang! A sharp pain surged through Zhou Yun as he was struck on the forearm, followed by the unmistakable sound of cracking bone. In the next moment, he felt a chill sweep across his chest. His clothing was torn once more, and the silver beast hide scroll was snatched away. No! Zhou Yun was overwhelmed with frustration, unable to restrain his furious cry. Yet, in an instant, he fell silent as Wang Xian's fist connected with his nose, producing a sickening crack as his nasal bone shattered, sending him flying. When Zhou Yun saw Wang Xian approach, clutching a stone the size of a basketball, all his rage dissipated, and he dared not utter another sound. He pinched his nose, striving to muster a smile, and said, "My friend, you are formidable, surpassing even someone named Wak I know. Zhouyan, am in awe. Let us be friends. Please refrain from violence. After all, I hail from the Zhou family, being the son of Zhou Mingxian. You may regard this as trivial, yet it is wise to err on the side of caution. Should I meet my demise, the Zhou family would certainly seek answers. My friend, I implore you to show mercy. At that moment, he witnessed the mixed-race individual with blue eyes suddenly hurling a stone, as large as a basketball, towards his head. Bang! Ah! Zhouyan screamed, his voice abruptly silenced. He realized he was still alive, and no sharp pain coursed through him. The stone grazed his scalp before crashing to the ground, sending a reverberation that made his ears ring and his body break into a cold sweat. He felt as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. My friend, I am grateful for your mercy. A wave of emotion washed over him. Being alive felt wondrous, evoking a desire to weep. Bang! One of Wang Xian's feet descended, striking his head and rendering him unconscious. Wang Xian then swiftly unfurled a silver beast skin scroll, knowing there was little time to waste. He must memorize every detail immediately. It was the final day of the double period, and for those among the readers still holding monthly votes, do not forget to cast them. Thank you. Chapter 17. Seizing the opportunity, the leather book, measuring a foot on each side, gleamed with a silvery sheen, adorned with countless characters meticulously etched into its surface rather than inked. As Wang Xian's fingers glided over the intricate patterns, he appreciated the clarity of the textures and the exquisite craftsmanship. Each character conveyed a certain artistic essence, imbued with beauty. Yet, to his dismay, he recognized none of them. What kind of cryptic symbols were these? The strokes were numerous and exceedingly complex, leading him to attempt a connection to ancient texts, only to find no similarities. He surveyed the characters closely, realizing they bore no resemblance to Oracle bone script. He was utterly unfamiliar with the script's era and could not decipher a single character. Employing a mnemonic technique, he focused intently on the hundreds of characters, striving to imprint them in his mind like a photograph. For the sake of confidentiality, all participants were prohibited from bringing devices capable of communication with the outside world. Otherwise, Wang Xian could have simply taken a photograph. Although he possessed a miniature scanner the size of a button, provided by the Exploration Organization, it would likely need to be surrendered in the end. Wang Xian committed the characters to memory, finding the task quite daunting. He could not recognize any of the intricate symbols and was left to memorize them as one would a foreign language. Fortunately, over the years, he had honed his skills, practicing complex visualizations without the slightest lapse in attention. He now regarded the entire silver leather book as a multifaceted painting, engraving it in his heart, constantly envisioning it. Wang Xian felt confident that he had retained all the information in his mind. However, he ultimately activated the miniature scanner, scanning the characters from various angles, fearing that different perspectives might conceal additional mysteries. Even if he had to surrender it, he hoped Qingmu would permit him to create a backup. He did not wish to monopolize the findings, as he believed they were the fruits of collective effort. Moreover, he considered that selfishness often led to adverse outcomes. Since he possessed the scanner, it might have automatically activated, documenting the entirety of this expedition. In this world, there are numerous wondrous methods and treasures abound. Tycoons have scoured ancient sites for artifacts, even acquiring extraordinary items like golden bamboo slips, yet none have been reported to have mastered anything. Ultimately, it hinges on the individual. The true measure lies in who can comprehend and genuinely cultivate the knowledge recorded within. Wang Xian harbored serious doubts that anyone could master this scripture in a short time, or even decipher its profound essence. After all, even the figure clad in feathered garments, regarded as an unparalleled master among sorcerers, spent his final moments studying this leather scroll, demonstrating the complexity of the matter. Subsequently, he retrieved the jade box. The so-called jade box was a container of precious stone, predominantly pure and lustrous, exhibiting a few bloodstained spots on one side, marking it as an antique. Inside lay several sheets of gold foil, meticulously bound together, resembling the pages of a slender golden book. Upon inspection, Wang Xian noted that there were only 5 pages, each adorned with human-like figures, devoid of textual annotations. The illustrations were coherent and depicted sufficient detail. He was convinced that this represented a form of physical cultivation, appearing quite profound and involving intricate movements that stimulated the internal organs, suggesting it was far from simple. He resumed his silent memorization, finding the familiar humanoid figures far more memorable than the characters inscribed on the silver animal skin scrolls. Ultimately, he employed a scanner to thoroughly scan the golden text, documenting it in its entirety. He understood that the animal skin scroll might not yield any insights for the time being, at least not in the short term. Such matters were the domain of elite practitioners. Perhaps, at this moment, the golden text held greater value for him than the scrolls. Wang Xian sought a concealed position. Leaning against the stone wall, energy gun in hand, and once more scrutinized the golden text and silver scrolls. Time passed unmeasured until an icy shiver coursed through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his energy gun and swept it across, the blinding beam shattering the stones around him, sending fragments flying. A figure, as agile and fierce as a tiger or leopard, dodged the intertwining beams with remarkable speed, leaping like a hawk behind a rock, disappearing from sight. Wang Xian's expression turned grave. That was undoubtedly a formidable expert. Moments ago, the individual had approached within 5 meters of him before he sensed their presence, swiftly evading his fire. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. This individual was likely as powerful as Qing Mu, having mastered an exceedingly potent ancient technique. Ally, came the voice of a middle-aged man from behind the rock, revealing part of his body clad in the same protective suit as Wang Xian. Wang Xian remained silent, hidden behind the rock formation, ready to fire at any moment with his energy gun. The man presented a significant threat, especially since he had almost approached unnoticed. Sending a cold shiver down Wang Xian's spine, it was clear he intended to attack. Figures flickered in the shadows, as over a dozen individuals emerged from outside the subterranean palace, all armed with energy guns, taking cover behind rocks and corners. A woman spoke up. We are old acquaintances of Qing Mu. Do not misunderstand us, nor misjudge the situation. Quickly, hand over the items. The discoveries here are of great importance and cannot be compromised. We are here to escort you and must expedite your exit from the palace. If we delay further, reinforcements from the Zhou and Ling families may arrive. Wang Xian inquired, if you are indeed the ones responsible for the escort, why did you attempt to attack me just now? He was certain that had he not kept his energy gun at the ready and reacted with remarkable alertness, he might have fallen victim to a successful ambush by the formidable expert. The middle-aged man who had initially attacked spoke. You misunderstand. We must remain vigilant while entering the cave. I led them in stealthily, and naturally, I had to be cautious of potential dangers. Initially, I did not realize you were one of us, but I must commend your astonishing reaction speed. The woman seemed somewhat impatient, stating, why won't you heed our advice? As I mentioned, the Zhou and Ling families' people are on their way. If you are unwilling to leave, at least hand over the animal skin scroll so we can depart swiftly. Wang Xian's distrust deepened. They had seen the scroll, yet they could not recognize that he wore the same protective suit. Instead, they had approached stealthily with the intent to ambush him. He chose silence, leveraging the boulders for cover as he stealthily advanced deeper into the palace. Sensing his movement, the group behind him quickened their pace in pursuit. Wang Xian, unyielding, fired his energy gun as a warning shot. A distant commotion echoed, clearly indicating that after such a prolonged period, Qingmu, Heihu, and the others were on their way back. Pursue them, commanded the woman from behind, and the group promptly sped forward. The formidable middle-aged man posed the greatest threat, stealthily attempting to close in on Wang Xian multiple times, only to be repelled by his energy gun. Roar! A shout emanated from the depths of the underground passage. Qingmu had evidently sensed something amiss and was hastening towards the scene with his team. The subterranean labyrinth, reminiscent of a spider's web, was quite intricate. Wang Xian abruptly halted, swiftly seeking a concealed position to hide, then began firing towards the front. Indeed, amidst the dazzling beams of light, he spotted the middle-aged man, who had circumvented through another path to set up an ambush. Jinchuan, what brings you here? Qingmu's voice resonated, his speed remarkable as he confronted the middle-aged man. Wang Xian immediately interjected, Qingmu, I have obtained a silver beast skin scroll left by the pre-Qin alchemists. This group claims to be here to assist us, yet they intend to seize the scroll from my possession. He relayed the events succinctly and directly. Jinchuan, how audacious of you to intercept us here. Is this not excessive? Qingmu's anger flared upon hearing this, yet he also felt a surge of joy. While they had only received an empty golden box, Wang Xian had miraculously discovered the true inheritance. Jinchuan expressed a hint of remorse, stating, Qingmu, we both understand that what lies before us is extraordinary. Do not hold it against me. You've come here with armed men to seize it, and you expect me not to blame you. Qingmu scoffed coldly. Jinchuan, with utmost seriousness, replied, rest assured, I will merely take a glance and return it to you immediately. I assure you, there will be no interception. I can swear to that. Absolutely not. You have crossed my threshold, and I cannot allow you to view it. Qingmu firmly declined, with a wave of his hand. Jin Chuan signaled his entourage to encircle Wang Xian's hiding spot. Qingmu warned icily, "You dare to lay hands on us? Do not forget. Our exploration organization abhors internal strife and bloodshed. Anyone who dares to engage in such actions will face a collective onslaught from other factions. Whether you hide in the old lands or flee to the new stars, there will be no escape." Jin Chuan shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "No. You misunderstand. I merely wish to spar with you. My associates seek to engage in a friendly contest with young Wang, and no bloodshed will ensue." At this juncture, he instructed his followers, "Do not draw your weapons. To demonstrate sincerity, lay them on the ground." Heihu, Fengzhen, and others were also nearing, issuing warnings to Jin Chuan's men not to act rashly. Qingmu urged, "Young Wang, safeguard what you have acquired. According to our organization's agreement, you need only submit half of your exploration gains, so that spoils rightfully belong to you. Do not allow anyone to intercept them." Wang Xian nodded, feeling displeased with the newcomers. Had he not been sufficiently vigilant, he could have easily been dealt with. Survival might not pose a challenge. But the gold book and silver scroll would undoubtedly be snatched away by these individuals. Those who had discarded their energy guns were now advancing closer, tightening their encirclement around Wang Xian. Wang Xian said nothing, quietly awaiting the moment until someone suddenly lunged at him. In response, he gripped his firearm with both hands and unleashed a sweeping barrage. Thud, thud. Several individuals collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious, while some adept fighters swiftly retreated, successfully evading the onslaught. "That young man lacks decorum. We agreed to engage in a hand-to-hand sparring session using traditional techniques, yet he resorted to firearms." Someone exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Wang Xian disregarded their complaints. Why should he concern himself with their notions of propriety? This group had intended to ambush him and seize his spoils, and now they had the audacity to voice such grievances. "Xiao Wang, why not show them some of your skills?" Qingmu called out, standing firm against Jin Chuan, seemingly unconcerned with the unfolding situation. Wang Xian observed that several of Jin Chuan's younger subordinates had not yet engaged, and they were unarmed. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, unleashing a powerful display of his martial prowess. Instantly, the atmosphere was charged with the ferocity of his strikes, the ground beneath them cracking under the force of his movements. His devastating power astonished the onlookers. It was exceedingly rare to encounter such a young master of traditional techniques. Bang! Within moments, one female fighter was struck in the face, blood spewing from her mouth as she was propelled backward, crashing against the stone wall, motionless. Crack! Another young man was struck by Wang Xian's fist, his shoulder shattered, emitting a muffled groan as he crumpled into a pile of debris. Puff! In the midst of the fierce exchange, a third adversary was sent soaring through the air by a kick from Wang Xian, 3 ribs fractured, blood frothing from his mouth as he lay incapacitated on the ground. In a remarkably short span of time, Wang Xian dispatched 5 opponents, then charged towards the adversaries of Heihu and Fengzhen. As he surged forward, he struck one individual with such force that they were sent flying several meters, coughing blood and struggling to rise. This was a group of seasoned fighters in their 30s and 40s, yet they were overpowered by Wang Xian, with some suffering broken arms and fractured ribs. Enough. Jin Chuan, sensing the tide of battle turn against them, immediately called for a ceasefire. I didn't realize this newcomer was so formidable. Most crucially, he fights dirty. My seasoned comrades cannot withstand him. This was a miscalculation on my part, as I failed to bring any skilled fighters along. Qingmu, shall we let this go? I owe you a favor for next time. Jin Chuan lowered his stance. Qingmu nodded, replying, "Very well, but next time. I would like to see the Baihu true interpretation that your family passes down." Get lost. Jin Chuan retreated with his men. We should leave as well. Qingmu gathered his team and swiftly exited the underground palace, soon boarding a spacecraft and departing from Qiqing Mountain. Gratitude is extended to Wuma Xing and Bai Tang for their support. Chapter 18. An unexpected encounter as Jin Chuan infiltrated the underground palace. Wang Xian anticipated an imminent and violent confrontation. However, after a brief clash, both parties swiftly retreated. Wang Xian discerned the intricate dynamics at play between the two factions. During the return journey, the atmosphere inside the small spacecraft was heavy. The falconess chest bore a gaping wound, his upper body drenched in blood, his lifeless form already cold. Other teams had also suffered casualties, each carrying their fallen comrades away, with a blue mask obscuring his features. His voice remained calm as he remarked, "One becomes accustomed to such sights. Those who survive are adventurers, while the deceased are merely transient." Wang Xian fell silent, reflecting on the vibrant life now draped in a white shroud, a figure who had moments ago been as robust as a tiger or leopard. This form of exploration transcended mere tension, thrill, and mystery. It unveiled a terrifying reality, with participants teetering on the brink of life and death. Concerning the Chirping Mountain operation, the exploration organization had previously assessed its danger level as relatively low. Qingmu disclosed that certain expeditions occasionally encountered phenomena beyond natural explanation, which was truly alarming. Heihu was sharpening a steel knife, while Fengzheng sat with closed eyes, and Lao Mu sighed. Their spirits were low, and they were reluctant to speak. Clearly having faced such experiences more than once, they could scarcely recall how many companions had come and gone. I'll say for another 2 years and then retire completely, Fengzheng suddenly stated. The return journey proceeded smoothly, and the spacecraft landed at a manor on the outskirts, where several vehicles subsequently transported Heihu, Lao Mu, and others away. Within the manor, Qingmu retained Wang Xian for a conversation. You may keep the 5 pages of the Golden Book. It may pertain to a powerful form of martial arts, but I suspect it is exceedingly difficult to master, so prepare yourself mentally. Having glanced at the first page of the Golden Book, Qingmu felt overwhelmed. It involved the resonance of the internal organs, the application of force, as well as blood transfusion and rebirth, concepts he had previously heard of. Long ago, a master in the field of ancient arts from the Xinjiang region had practiced something similar and ultimately perished as a result. Wang Xian was left speechless upon hearing this. To study ancient techniques and inadvertently bring about one's own demise? The notion of blood transfusion and the rejuvenation of organs, albeit targeted at specific organs, held tremendous allure for masters, as success could extend one's lifespan by decades. Yet, even a master could fall. This revelation was indeed chilling. In modern times, ancient arts had long since declined, and it was exceedingly rare for anyone to be deemed a master at such elevated levels. It was likely that in this era, such individuals were nearly impossible to find. Don't doubt it. Xinjiang unearthed many valuable artifacts in its early years, and naturally, some achieved remarkable feats. However, over the past several decades, ancient arts have received increasingly little regard, rendering this field nearly barren. Qingmu's assertions aligned with reports from Xinjiang, suggesting that decades ago, they had already made discoveries concerning supernatural phenomena and had begun their excavations. You must remain calm. Such knowledge cannot be attained merely by desire. Just from the first page, I attempted to practice it, but it was ineffective. My organs felt as though they were being sliced by a knife. Qingmu was trembling. He donned a cerulean mask, turned away with haste, swiftly removed the mask to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, and gasped for air as his chest heaved violently. A fleeting glance at his profile revealed an astonishing pallor, devoid of color. He steadied the tumultuous blood coursing through him and returned the golden tome to Wang Xian. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, he was, after all, no ordinary individual, and he managed to restrain his emotions. Do not experiment recklessly. This is a death warrant. Aoki warned once more, as he dared not glance at the subsequent pages, fearing he might one day succumb to temptation and ultimately bring about his own demise. Wang Xian's expression grew grave. For the first time, he realized that the practice of body techniques could indeed be perilous, even more so than the cultivation of foundational methods. The foundational method is the root of ancient arts, enhancing one's internal constitution and spirit, while body techniques serve as the trunk and branches, outwardly manifesting one's strength. Wang Xian submitted the silver beast hide scroll, the target of the expedition organization. Aoki intended to take the silver manuscript for evaluation. If its value surpassed expectations, compensation would be offered to Wang Xian. He articulated his request, stating, "Should you decipher those characters, please provide me with an annotated copy." As they parted ways, Aoki once again cautioned Wang Xian against rashness, for the techniques inscribed in the Golden Tome might possess significant origins, and attempting to practice them could indeed be fatal. He harbored serious doubts, suspecting they could be relics left behind by Zhang Dowling. Wang Xian inhaled sharply, genuinely astonished. Could those 5 pages of golden paper truly be connected to him? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. As there was a saying that Zhang Dowling resided on Chirping Mountain in his later years, ultimately achieving transcendence there. He possessed merely a few changes of clothes. Lacking any substantial belongings, and with a simple backpack, he was ready to depart swiftly. Everything behind him had come to an end. He was about to immerse himself in the vast tapestry of society. His residence had long been secured, having been cleaned by a housekeeper just days prior. Wang Xian proceeded to purchase bedding, towels, toothpaste, and various daily necessities. He felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him, realizing he must now grapple with the challenges of making a living. This evoked a peculiar sensation within him. He had just left Qingqing Mountain, where he had recently embarked on adventures, battling foes and teetering on the brink of life and death. He sensed a disjunction in space and time, where the adventures on Qingqing Mountain, alongside the routine of a 9-to-5 existence, formed the trajectory of his life, leaving him with a complex emotional state. He refrained from immediately discussing his aspirations for the new star with Aoki, as he had only just joined the expedition organization and had yet to make any contributions, thus making lofty demands felt somewhat unrealistic. Nevertheless, an opportunity awaited him. Once they evaluated the Silver Beast hide scroll, he could engage Aoki in conversation. Wang Xian acted swiftly and efficiently, procuring all the necessary items in one go, with a single taxi ride accomplishing the task. His rented abode was situated in an older community, characterized by a pleasant environment where trees, planted long ago, had matured into towering giants, creating an overall serene atmosphere. However, the downside was that the facilities were somewhat outdated and lacked modernity. He rented a one-bedroom apartment that had been recently renovated. Overall, it was quite decent. Wang Xian quickly arranged the daily necessities, spread out the bedding, poured himself a glass of water, and sat down to rest. His mobile phone had been turned off for an entire day. Upon switching it back on, a plethora of messages and notifications greeted him. He first called his parents to assure them that everything was proceeding smoothly and that he would officially commence work in a couple of days. Shortly thereafter, a call from Qingqing came through. "Lao Wang, where on earth have you disappeared to? I've been frantic. You've been unreachable for over a day now. I thought that scoundrel Zhou Yun had done something to you. I was rallying our classmates, preparing to take revenge and demand an explanation." His words tumbled out in a torrent, reverberating in Wang Xian's ears painfully. Qingqing was genuinely concerned, fearing Zhou Yun might retaliate against Wang Xian. Considering he was the direct descendant of the New Star Financial Group, Wang Xian yearned to inform him that Zhou had been severely beaten, with a broken nose and a fractured arm, likely too consumed by hatred for a mixed-blood individual to think of anything else. Yet, he refrained from sharing this, apprehensive that Qingqing's loudmouth would spread the news far and wide by the following day. Wang Xian lowered the volume of his phone and held it at a distance, explaining that he had been meditating deeply, which necessitated keeping his phone switched off. "I'm about to leave. I've been searching for you. Let us have dinner tonight at the top of the Songding building," Qingqing exclaimed with grand enthusiasm. The restaurant within the Songding building charged exorbitant prices, escalating with each ascending floor. As a recent graduate, Wang Xian felt slightly uneasy about dining there solely on his modest income, yet he was not concerned about Qingqing's finances, well aware of his affluent background. Alas, the prospects seemed bleak. How does one alleviate their worries? Only through indulgence and feasting. "See you tonight." Suddenly, a pang of discomfort surged through his abdomen. Indeed, as Qing Mu had stated, this discipline was exceptionally arduous to master. However, he harbored some doubts. Unlike Qing Mu, he did not appear pale after practice. He felt that the pain, though present, was bearable. Caution seemed prudent, for this could potentially be a martial technique left behind by Zhang Daoling, whose legacy was profoundly significant. Taoism had existed since ancient times, encompassing philosophies such as Huang Lao thought. In contrast, religious Taoism emerged later, founded by none other than Zhang Daoling. Undoubtedly, had Zhang Daoling existed in the pre-Qin era, during the zenith of ancient arts, he would have undoubtedly been among the foremost practitioners. Wang Xian glanced at the time. The sun was nearing its descent, signaling it was time to depart. The vicinity of the Songding building was bustling with activity. Situated in a thriving commercial district with a high volume of foot traffic. Upon arrival, he ascended directly to the top floor via the elevator. The highest level featured 3 restaurants, each with exorbitant prices, yet thriving business. He speculated that Qingqing must have made a reservation in advance, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It was likely at the establishment named Flowing Golden Years. Qingqing had previously dined there, claiming it offered the most authentic flavors. As Wang Xian proceeded forward, he suddenly halted in astonishment. Was the place entirely booked? Flowing Golden Years was fully reserved. He could only marvel at the wealth on display. A single table's expenditure could equate to several months of an average worker's salary, yet someone had rented out the entire venue. Peering inside, he noticed some private rooms were unoccupied, presumably reserved by a wealthy patron seeking solitude, thus opting to book the entire place. Wang Xian. Suddenly, someone called out to him, their tone less than amiable. In the bustling atmosphere of the gathering, a group of women approached him from another direction. He recognized only 2 of them, One was Zhou Ting, the daughter of Zhou Mingxian and the cousin of his former girlfriend. Today, she appeared quite well. Not in a daze, clad in a fitted long dress that accentuated her graceful figure, making her look remarkably beautiful. The other was a university classmate of Wang Xian, who hailed from the old soil and had been selected to go to the new star. He had not anticipated encountering her here. Which Wang Xian? It couldn't possibly be the one related to Ling Wei. A woman in a white evening gown remarked, her expression unfriendly. That would be him. Zhou Ting confirmed with a nod. The woman in the white gown, her high heels adorned with crystal accents, scrutinized Wang Xian with a piercing gaze and said, "Could you not act like a man? Since it has been over a year since your breakup, why must you come here to stir up trouble?" Wang Xian frowned, seemingly grasping the situation, that he had been unaware of the circumstances prior to this moment, and thus, he could hardly be blamed. The woman in the white gown lifted her alabaster chin, casting a dismissive glance at him, and declared haughtily, "You are not welcome here. This is not a place for you. Please leave immediately." Wang Xian, unaccustomed to tolerating such insolence, replied calmly, "What I do is of no concern to you. And who do you think you are?" Chapter 19. The ex-girlfriend. The woman clad in a white evening gown was breathing heavily, her ample bosom rising and falling with such intensity that it seemed her dress might burst at the seams. It must be said, her temper was quite formidable, nearly causing her to hurl the exquisite limited edition handbag she held. "Wu Yin." Someone beside her grasped her arm, whispering words of comfort. Wang Xian stood nearby, a picture of relaxed composure, his expression serene and his eyes clear, observing the scene with an air of calm detachment, devoid of any emotional upheaval. The young woman in the white gown, named Wu Yin, took a deep breath upon witnessing his tranquility, attempting to temper her own ire. "Since your fates have diverged, it would be wise not to linger in entanglement. The sky is vast. Let each of you take flight, leaving behind beautiful silhouettes and ample space for one another. This is far preferable," Wu Yin proclaimed. Wang Xian shook his head in response. "You are too deeply immersed in your emotions, imagining me to be the villain in your narrative. Cease embellishing your own drama. I am merely a passerby, invited here for a meal." The composure Wu Yin had barely regained flared up once more, her breaths becoming noticeably heavier, her complexion reddening, not from shyness, but from her undeniable temper. No one had ever dared to label her in such a manner. The audacity of his words suggested an insinuation of her mental instability. Wang Xian, initially oblivious, now regarded her with renewed scrutiny, noting her impressive figure as the evening gown strained against her intensified breathing. Objectively speaking, Wu Yin was strikingly beautiful, particularly with her astonishing curves. Although her words were irksome, she was undeniably a captivating woman. Unable to contain herself any longer, her gaze turned sharp as she retorted, "I have never encountered a man like you. It has long ceased to matter. What purpose do you serve by showing up here? I refuse to believe that a mere recent graduate would require a meal at the pinnacle of the Tsangding building. You must have hurried over upon hearing some news. Do not court futility." Wang Xian had intended to turn and leave, yet he was, after all, a young man fresh from academia, bursting with youthful vigor. Though he did not succumb to anger, the smile that had adorned his face faded. "Your temper is quite alarming. There must be something amiss with your health. Have you been experiencing insomnia or anxiety lately? Though you appear furious, your complexion has turned pale, indicating possible anemia. Furthermore, your emotional fluctuations suggest an underlying disquiet. It seems both your mind and body are in need of care. Otherwise, your temper will only escalate. Do not thank me, nor be astonished. I am well versed in ancient practices and adept at wellness. Moreover, I detect a faint scent of blood about you. Have you been in a scuffle? Well, farewell." At this juncture, Wang Xian hastily ceased his pathological assessment, having unwittingly stumbled upon a revelation that might provoke her ire. Indeed, Wu Yin was at first taken aback, her expression a mix of disbelief and uncertainty, for she had indeed been grappling with such issues recently. However, upon hearing his final remarks, she could no longer withstand her indignation, lifting her limited edition handbag and hurling it towards Wang Xian in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Rogue." Beside her, Zhou Ting remained speechless. Wang Xian was not only astonishingly skilled in ancient arts, but his eloquence was equally remarkable, almost causing her friend Wu Yin to explode with frustration. Zhou Ting thought that if she were in Wu Yin's position, she would be unable to endure it either. The most embarrassing moments of a woman's life being exposed and critiqued with such seriousness was indeed infuriating. She quickly grasped Wu Yin's arm, reminding herself that today was special, and they could not afford to create a scene here. Wang Xian swore he meant no harm. He had merely commented on the symptoms of the other party's irritability and pale complexion, unaware of the serendipitous timing. Wang Xian, cease your words and depart swiftly. Another woman interjected, believing it prudent to escort this rather handsome man away before trouble ensued. In truth, Wang Xian had no desire to linger, and he turned to leave. Do not go, Wu Yin exclaimed indignantly, breaking free from Zhou Ting. It was evident she possessed exceptional skills, with a certain foundation in ancient arts. Most strikingly, a faint blue mist emanated from her alabaster arms, signifying her mastery of advanced techniques. Wang Xian paused, casting a glance in her direction, and cautioned, do not make a move against me. Should my instincts perceive you as a threat to my life, I would not hesitate to retaliate, regardless of your gender. He had no intention of engaging in combat here. His words were merely a means to intimidate, and he glanced at Zhou Ting as he spoke. Zhou Ting's lips curled in disdain. This insufferable Wang Xian disregarded her friendship and forced her to intervene with her friend, even mentioning her brother. Sister Wu Yin, please refrain from confronting him. My brother has already been injured by him, Zhou Ting whispered, attempting to dissuade her. Meanwhile, within a luxurious 7-star hotel, Zhou Yun was still calling out, you mixed blood with blue eyes. I shall break every limb of yours and ensure I never see you again. On the top floor of the Grand Ding building, Wu Yin stiffened slightly, genuinely fearing an encounter with a brute who might assault her without hesitation, which would be quite humiliating, especially without the company of robots or bodyguards. At that moment, Wang Xian's university classmate, Lu Yun, approached and tugged at his sleeve, saying, let us not prolong this discussion today. Let it end here. Ling Wei is currently with her parents meeting the male counterpart's family. Indeed, this aligned with Wang Xian's suspicions. He nodded in silence. Since they had already parted ways, he had no right to interfere in another's life. Lu Yun then whispered a few more words to her, indicating that the male family name was Wu. Wang Xian instantly comprehended why Wu Yin had displayed such an unwelcoming demeanor upon his arrival. The Wu family, the Ling family, and the Wu family seemed to be entangled in a significant business predicament today, which had evidently put Wu Yin in a foul mood, a departure from her usual demeanor. Lu Yun quietly informed him of the situation. Wang Xian regarded her with newfound respect. This classmate, seemingly delicate, was adept at social navigation with high emotional intelligence. Through her connection with Ling Wei, she had quickly become familiar with Wu Yin, Zhou Ting, and others, establishing a bond of friendship that was quite impressive. At the same time, he realized that members of the Wu family had also been involved in the incident on Qingqing Mountain, and he could only apologize for disrupting their business affairs. With this thought, Wang Xian could not help but smile. He looked at Wu Yin and said, I apologize, farewell. He no longer wished to linger, deeming it unnecessary to dwell on matters any further. Wu Yin was momentarily taken aback. Her anger, which had been on the verge of eruption, dissipated as he unexpectedly offered a seemingly insouciant apology. She replied coolly, Wang Xian, you have already entrenched yourself in this old land. It is said you are working in this very city now. Thus, settle down and live a grounded life. Do not entangle yourself further, and I wish you all the best. Wang Xian halted abruptly, then turned around. He had initially refrained from speaking, but now felt compelled to awaken this woman to reality. Firstly, I am unaware of Ling Wei meeting anyone's parents here, so I cannot claim to have pursued her. Secondly, in such a setting, if you feel unashamed, you may continue your tirade. The embarrassment does not fall upon me. However, I believe that even if you have misconstrued something, it would be prudent to release one another. Thirdly, life presents each of us with distinct choices, should we unexpectedly cross paths. A simple greeting suffices without the need for hysteria. I wish Ling Wei all the best. And as for you, regardless of whether it is a misunderstanding or another reason, we shall henceforth remain strangers. Fourthly, farewell. Upon concluding his remarks, Wang Xian glanced toward the Golden Years restaurant, just in time to see Ling Wei looking in his direction. Evidently alerted by the commotion outside, he nodded at her, not waiting for a response, and strode away. Behind him, several women fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Xian, over here. At that moment, Qingqing approached, grumbling as he walked. I wonder which local tycoon has booked out the Golden Years. How extravagant. We should head to the Millennium of Humanity restaurant on this floor instead. He pulled Wang Xian along. In the distance, Wu Yin, Zhou Ting, and Lu Yun exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Oh, Goddess Zhao, are you here for dinner as well? Qingqing exclaimed upon spotting Zhao Qinghan, who was walking over from the elevator, flanked by two women who resembled bodyguards or perhaps friends. Shall we dine together? He asked, unabashedly. Zhao Qinghan, still strikingly beautiful and wearing a radiant smile, replied. What a coincidence. However, I cannot tonight. I have prior engagements with friends who invited me to dinner. Qingsheng, ever enthusiastic, responded, "All right, let's plan to gather another time. When you pass by New Moon, do not forget, that is my territory. We can ascend to the moon to admire the scenery." Zhao Qinghan smiled and nodded, promising to visit him in the future. She then turned to Wang Xian, smiling, "Classmate Wang, perhaps we will have opportunities for collaboration ahead. Here is my contact information." With a sweet smile, she personally approached and handed him a business card. Noticing Qin Sheng's eager gaze, she also offered him one. After Zhao Qinghan had walked away, Qin Sheng continued to marvel. Goddess Zhao is truly adept at socializing. Not only is she beautiful, but her thoughtfulness is rare to find. Wang Xian smirked, saying, "A mere business card has you swooning. I feel it is necessary to inform your girlfriend, to bring you back to reality before you dissolve into tears again. Don't." They entered the Millennium of Humanity restaurant and found a private room to sit down, yet Qin Sheng still seemed somewhat disgruntled. Setting aside all else, and disregarding mere appearances, I find Zhao Qinghan to be an exceptional individual. Each encounter with her feels like a refreshing spring breeze, utterly delightful. Wang Xian nodded in agreement, stating, "This is to be expected. You must consider her background. While you were still naive in your youth, she had already accompanied her parents to various significant events." Qin Sheng remarked, "I believe that human nature is inherent. She embodies the classic combination of beauty and kindness." Wang Xian felt compelled to enlighten him, saying, "You must look beyond the surface to grasp the essence. Her smiles and sweetness have become instinctual responses. Understand that she has been trained from a young age in various disciplines, from etiquette to socialization, and in managing her emotions, all executed with professionalism. She knows precisely what impression she wishes to convey and ensures you believe it to be true." Qin Sheng remained unconvinced, retorting, "Old Wang, are you not attributing too much cunning and sophistication to Goddess Zhao? Whenever I see her, I can't help but feel her smile possesses a healing quality, so pure." Wang Xian rolled his eyes, responding, "You really are naive. Her demeanor must be of professional caliber, displaying different qualities before different people." He recalled an incident outside of school when he witnessed Zhao, exuding an air of aloofness, rebuking a well-known and successful individual as if he were a mere schoolboy. At that moment, her expression was frigid, her rhetoric meticulously crafted, showcasing a psychological maturity far removed from the healing smile Qin Sheng described. She was the epitome of an elite queen. After recounting this observation, Wang Xian mused, "Thus, the goddess's self-cultivation, spanning academia, rhetoric, social skills, and various other techniques, is indispensable. Having endured a tumultuous journey akin to a torrential mudslide, you are simply too inexperienced to compare yourself to her." Qin Chen exclaimed, "Wow, old Wang. After hearing you speak of Goddess Zhao, I can't help but feel you are not as virtuous as you seem. You don't strike me as a good person." Wang Xian's expression darkened as he replied, "I am merely trying to offer you some sound advice. So, tell me, should you be cautious of her in the future?" "Cautious of what?" "You have neither her significance nor anything she might wish to exploit," Wang Xian said nonchalantly. "Old Wang, that hurts. I shall sever ties with you," Qin Sheng declared, feigning indignation. "I am simply helping you cultivate a proper understanding. Do not spend your days grinning foolishly at Zhao Qinghan. She can be innocent when she wishes, aloof when necessary. She is both pure and alluring. Maintain a clear self-awareness." After finishing his remarks, Wang Xian began to order food, wishing to end the conversation. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss and, upon looking up, noticed that Qin Sheng was casting him frantic glances. Chapter 20. The unstoppable Wang Xian faces another mishap. Wang Xian found himself at a loss for words. While the previous incident could be attributed to Qin Sheng's unwarranted interjections, this time he was caught red-handed. At the entrance of the private room stood Zhao Qinghan, poised and elegant in a chic, form-fitting dress that accentuated her figure, cinching at the waist and gracefully enveloping her hips up to above the knees, showcasing her curves to perfection. Yet, unlike her previous demeanor, her once sweet and delicate features were now clouded with frost, emanating an icy allure that contrasted starkly with her usual warmth, exuding an air of ethereal detachment. "Why are you still standing there? Please, come in," Wang Xian greeted, rising to meet her with a radiant smile and his tall stature on full display. "I've informed Qin Sheng that there is no rush to order. I'm certain Zhao will arrive shortly to choose what delights her palate. As the host of this city, it is my duty to treat you well before we part." Qin Sheng opened his mouth, eager to interject, wanting to remind Wang Xian that he was the one footing the bill. However, upon witnessing Zhao Qinghan's frosty demeanor, he was struck by her striking beauty. He glanced at Wang Xian, silently chiding him. "Old Wang, good luck. You can't blame me this time. Zhao Qinghan's long raven locks cascaded gracefully, framing her delicate oval face, which now bore an unwelcoming chill rather than sweetness. Her captivating eyes bore into Wang Xian's, no longer softened by affection, instead emanating an imposing intensity. The gloss of her red lips further accentuated her cold elegance. She entered the private room without a smile, her chin slightly raised, scrutinizing Wang Xian with an air of judgment. As she stepped inside, the sound of her crystal-embellished heels echoed in the otherwise silent room. The sole sound amidst the hushed atmosphere. Qing stood to pull out a chair, but she bypassed the offer, opting instead for a nearby sofa, where she sat silently. Rather than demurely crossing her legs, she elegantly lifted them to rest on the coffee table, her legs straight and exquisitely long, an undeniable testament to her splendid physique. This image, this aura, starkly contrasted with the Zhao goddess he had known. She truly embodied the regal presence Wang Xian had described, shattering all previous perceptions. With her arms crossed, her silhouette accentuated her curves even more as she observed Wang Xian in silence, awaiting a reasonable explanation for his misdeeds. Once, twice, she had caught him in the act, and now her gaze held no semblance of gentleness. Though her beauty remained intact, her icy demeanor was undeniably fierce. Wang Xian rose, his expression grave, and approached Zhao Qinghan. Surprisingly, Qing, who had previously been anxious, now felt a sense of calm. Witnessing Wang Xian's discomfort sparked his anticipation for how he would navigate this predicament. "I'm sorry," Wang Xian blurted out as he drew near. "An unexpected apology?" Qing felt a pang of disappointment. He relished the drama and had hoped for a more theatrical display from Wang Xian, who was known for his unorthodox behavior. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, nearly gasping in astonishment, as he witnessed Wang Xian actually making a move on the goddess Zhao. After Wang Xian uttered 2 words of apology, his right hand, like a blade, struck fiercely towards Zhao Qinghan's neck, accompanied by an ominous sound reminiscent of thunder. The force was terrifying, and his movements were astonishingly swift. The air seemed to erupt with a thunderous roar, the violent turbulence sending the tissues on the coffee table flying. Qing was taken aback. Although he knew Wang Xian rarely adhered to conventional methods, this time was excessively ruthless, showing no mercy to the goddess Zhao. His heart raced with anxiety, his mouth agape. What sort of script was this? Old Wang was remarkably fierce, ready to crush a flower with a heavy hand. Zhao Qinghan, equally astonished, felt her beautiful visage shift as she realized Wang Xian's unpredictability, daring to engage in such a ferocious assault against her. Reacting with remarkable speed, her right hand shimmered with a pearlescent glow, akin to a glistening dagger, as it aimed to pierce Wang Xian's descending hand. Although she initiated the counterattack later, her movements were swift enough to send tremors through the air. Simultaneously, her left hand formed a fist, delicate yet imbued with formidable power, resonating as it struck toward Wang Xian's heart. Wang Xian's other hand also sprang into action, maintaining his offensive posture with his right hand. His left reached out to grasp Zhao Qinghan's pristine fist with the intent of capturing it forcefully. With a resounding crash, the coffee table shattered, merely from Zhao Qinghan's slight exertion as she retracted her legs, causing it to splinter into pieces. She launched her attack with both hands, twisting her slender waist with strength, her long legs sweeping toward Wang Xian's head and chest with precision and ferocity. Wang Xian, quick to respond and adaptable, moved forward, raising his right knee to block her legs. After their hands and fists collided, he attempted to ensnare her. Qing, witnessing this, felt a shockwave within him. He leaped up as if propelled by springs, rushing towards the door to swiftly close it, not daring to let anyone see. With a swoosh, Zhao Qinghan, nimble and agile, evaded Wang Xian's assault by gliding sideways from the sofa, her long legs creating holes in the carpet beneath her high heels. A testament to the terrifying power contained within her taut form. Her expression was filled with a lethal intensity, starkly contrasting with her usual charming demeanor. As she maintained an exceptionally formidable combat stance, Qing swallowed hard, grappling with disbelief. Earlier, Wang Xian had told him that he was no match for the goddess Zhao. He had been skeptical, but now witnessing her engage in combat with old Wang, he was utterly stunned and rendered speechless. However, this was not a moment for contemplation. He swiftly unplugged an electric cord from the room and whispered to Wang Xian, "Shall we bind her?" Faced with the choice between his brother and the goddess, he unhesitatingly chose the former, prioritizing the capture of Zhao Qinghan. Wang Xian, at a loss for words, slowly exhaled, allowing his hands to drop and relinquishing his offensive stance. Zhao Qinghan shot a furious glare at Qing, retracting her previous aggressive posture, her tense body relaxing as she twisted her waist. The sound of her heels echoing on the floor. Wang Xin spoke, impressive. You have indeed mastered your internal energy and achieved your cultivation. He had always believed that Zhao Qinghan might possess remarkable abilities, yet he had never witnessed her prowess firsthand until today's brief encounter, which solidified his conviction that this woman was extraordinarily formidable. Whether during their previous encounter or today, Zhao Qinghan had the uncanny ability to silently appear behind him, only becoming aware of her presence when she was uncomfortably close. Although the relaxed atmosphere during both instances contributed to his lack of vigilance, it nonetheless indicated something significant. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that Aoki from the Exploration Organization had expressed interest in 2 students from the experimental class, deeming them highly promising with the potential to become great masters. At that moment, Wang Xian realized there was a hidden powerhouse among his classmates. However, his interactions with Zhao Qinghan had been minimal. She often vanished from school for 10 days to half a month at a time, averaging only a few days in attendance each month. Thus, he could not ascertain the extent of her mastery of the ancient arts. Zhao Qinghan, gathering her flowing hair, remarked with a hint of mockery, "You truly are unconventional, refusing to be bound by rules. After mocking me twice, you still dare to confront me directly." Qin Xin quickly interjected, "Hey, it's all a misunderstanding. Let us sit down, have some tea, and discuss past grievances over a cup." Zhao Qinghan cast a glance at the power cord in his hand, contemplating giving him a beating. This fellow, who incessantly referred to her as a goddess, had the audacity to try to restrain her on a crucial occasion. The malevolent glare she directed at Qin Xin rendered him exceedingly awkward, prompting him to hastily toss the power cord into a corner behind him. "Let us order. We can chat while we eat," Wang Xian suggested with a smile. Zhao Qinghan raised her elegantly arched eyebrows slightly and responded, "Are you overly ambitious, or do you believe my heart is so vast that I bear no grudges?" "I do tend to be a bit magnanimous," Wang Xian admitted, glancing at her. "You are not a petty person in my eyes. You have a generous heart, an attractive figure, and striking beauty." In an instant, Zhao Qinghan's gaze turned sharp, her expression decidedly unfriendly as she crossed her arms and sat down, bestowing upon him a series of cold smirks. Wang Xian smiled, remarking, "Since you have mastered the ancient arts to such an impressive degree, you must be aware that individuals like us possess keen instincts. I sense you have been observing me from a distance, seemingly regarding me as prey and attempting to draw me into your schemes, which is why I remain cautious around you." Zhao Qinghan felt a tightness in her chest, wanting to retort, "Is that caution? You are clearly plotting against me from behind. It was one thing last time, but now you even speak of my purity and allure. It's truly infuriating." Wang Xian said, "Zhao, please don't be upset. Come, have a seat. We can eat and discuss whether there are opportunities for collaboration." Through their few interactions, Wang Xian was convinced that her approach was not without purpose. Otherwise, she would not extend an olive branch before departing from the old soil. "You certainly exude confidence." Zhao Qinghan temporarily set aside her grievances, preparing to engage in conversation with him. When the waiter entered, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Were these 3 here to dine? Or were they intent on demolishing the establishment? The tea table was shattered, and the floor was riddled with holes from high heels, necessitating a room change for them. Seated at their new table, the atmosphere became harmonious, filled with laughter and conversation, as they smoothly transitioned past the earlier events as if nothing had ever occurred. Wang Xian spoke with a grave demeanor. "Zhao, it seems you have your sights set on me, likely drawn by my skills. Let me make it clear from the outset. If your intentions involve illicit activities or any nefarious dealings, do not drag me into them. I abide by the law and have never erred. I am a model citizen of the old world. Throughout my life, I have never harmed another, save for that incident at the last class reunion with Zhou Yun, which was purely an act of self-defense." Zhao Qinghan regarded him with skepticism, unable to reconcile the notion that this unconventional classmate could be as disciplined as he claimed. Delving deeper, she suspected there might be some unsavory elements lurking beneath the surface. Remaining composed, she shifted the conversation to serious matters, exuding an air of experience and calmness, sharing some esoteric knowledge about ancient arts. Some refer to these arts as divine techniques, a serendipitous discovery in the pursuit of exploration. She spoke deliberately, unfurling her thoughts slowly. Suddenly, she remarked, "There are those with grand ambitions who, without proper inquiry, seek to ignite the divine flame. Some even entertain notions of becoming Buddhas or ancestors, a ludicrous thought. They should first address their own dwindling lifespans." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian had an inkling, saying, "You don't mean to seek out individuals for some exploration, do you?" The initial group would surely be nothing more than cannon fodder, count me out. Zhao Qinghong chuckled, her brilliance shining through. Your imagination runs wild, as classmates. Would I truly deceive you? This is an unpredictable opportunity. Wang Xian was entirely uninterested, resolutely declining from the depths of his heart. Rest assured. It is nothing like what you envision. It is an opportunity, not a crisis. However, you cannot even reach the new stars. Remaining tethered to the old world, discussing this now is rather futile. The two exchanged light banter and continued their conversation. Finally, Wang Xian stated directly, Zhao. If you insist on inviting me, then so be it. Do you plan to make an advance payment? Do you possess any secret scriptures from the Taoist ancestral temple? Zhao Qinghong felt an urge to strike him, incredulous that he dared to mention the sacred texts. Wang Xian continued, what about golden bamboo slips from the preaching era? Zhao Qinghong's expression soured. She sensed the conversation was reaching an impasse. Wang Xian had made his disinterest abundantly clear, deliberately pricing himself high to block this avenue. Qin Qing sighed, marveling at Wang's audacity, first directly confronting the goddess Zhao, and now, unyielding in discussions of collaboration and commerce, igniting a fire in Zhao Qinghong's eyes. He quickly interjected, let us drink. Life is fleeting. We must revel in our fortunes. By the way, Qinghong, I never anticipated you would master the old arts to such an extent that you could contend with Wang Xian. How did you achieve this? Qin Sheng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He lowered his gaze to his drink, unwilling to engage further, even feeling a tinge of sorrow. While others effortlessly honed their skills to become masters of ancient arts, he had endured years of hardship without success, bleeding both physically and emotionally. Who could he turn to for solace? Chapter 21. No transformation. The two of them tacitly refrained from discussing the matter of exploration further, leaving open the possibility of collaboration in the future. Their conversation shifted to ancient arts, with Wang Xian posing inquiries to gain insights, particularly regarding the golden bamboo slips from the preaching era. Zhao Qinghong candidly informed him that he should not dwell too much on such extraordinary artifacts. Over the years, only 4 pieces had been unearthed, and 2 of them had been fiercely contested, leading to their fragmentation. In truth, only 2 complete specimens of the preaching golden bamboo slips remain, securely locked within the most robust safes of the largest bank in the New Star region. Wang Xian felt a sense of regret. Such items are tantalizingly out of reach. Despite the decline of ancient arts, organizations and financial magnates have shown no inclination to relinquish their hold, and currently, hope appears elusive. Zhao Qinghong remarked that it is not merely the golden bamboo slips. Any legacy of the preaching sorcerers is exceedingly rare, given the meager number that have survived. Does this imply that even ordinary preaching bamboo slips are priceless? Wang Xian inquired. Zhao Qinghong cast him a glance and replied, there is no such thing as an ordinary bamboo slip associated with preaching sorcerers. Wang Xian then realized how precious the preaching bamboo slip translation gifted to him by Professor Lin was. In fact, Professor Lin had nearly lost his life for that slip. Narrowly escaping from an ancient tomb of the preaching era, he had survived against overwhelming odds. Upon hearing that a master had once emerged from New Star, only to ultimately perish due to the toll of a particular physical practice, Wang Xian pondered the extraordinary strength of such individuals. Zhao Qinghong seemed somewhat surprised, perceiving that he was not entirely uninformed, as he was aware of events from New Star, leading her to conclude that he must possess other sources of information. Once Wang Xian finished speaking, he sensed that she would undoubtedly have various thoughts on the matter. However, he was indifferent. Soon, they would part ways, and under normal circumstances, their interactions would be limited. At present, he had no desire to wade into the murky waters of Zhao Qinghong's exploration plans. Zhao Qinghong reflected on the arduous path of ancient arts. It is fraught with challenges, and few have achieved any significant accomplishments. The master in question had practiced a secret scripture from the ancestral temple of Taoism, which he had so coveted, but it ultimately cost him dearly. His internal organs had decayed as if cooked, leading to a tragic demise. Wang Xian felt a chill. Could it truly be that perilous? He regarded the golden book in his possession with increasing reverence and caution, recognizing that what Zhang Daoling had bequeathed was certainly no less significant than the secret scriptures of the Taoist ancestral temple. Qin Qing sighed, what a pity. He had reached the level of a master, yet ended up in such a tragic fate. Humans are never satisfied. You speak lightly, but as he aged day by day, upon learning that mastering such a physical practice could rejuvenate his aging organs and extend his life by decades, do you believe he could resist the temptation? Qin Qing nodded, wistfully contemplating. How distant is the level of a master from that of a preaching sorcerer? Wang Xian asked. They are not even in the same league. The gap is far too vast for comparison, Zhao Qinghan replied flatly. She then turned to Wang Xian and said, "It seems you are quite intent on pursuing the path of ancient arts. Is your goal to become a pre-Qin sorcerer?" Wang Xian responded, "I am one who has been forsaken. Unable to access new arts, I can only continue down the path of ancient arts." Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng felt a profound sense of sympathy for his friend. Zhao Qinghan believed that Wang Xian possessed great talent in the realm of ancient arts. Yet the future remained uncertain for anyone. However, Qin Sheng shook his head and remarked, "Old Wang is merely a man out of time. Had he lived in ancient days, he might have risen to a status where he could traverse the world, becoming a legend or even a myth. Yet in this era, with the rise of technological civilization, what does it matter if he masters the ancient arts to an exalted degree? It cannot withstand the modern weaponry. The stars still shine brightly. Yet the legacies of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu have turned to dust, and the alchemists tasked with seeking immortality have succumbed to the passage of time. The path of ancient arts is fraught with difficulty and devoid of hope." This topic bore a weighty gravity. Living in this age, the ancient arts indeed seem dimmed, their resurgence appearing improbable. No matter how formidable the ancient arts may be, a skilled soldier wielding advanced technology suffices to eliminate any expert in that domain. Zhao Qinghan glanced at Wang Xian, noting his calm demeanor. He was evidently a man of inner strength with his own convictions. Did he truly believe there was still a path for the ancient arts? Thus, Qin Sheng spoke again, continuing from his previous thoughts. Addressing Zhao Qinghan, "It would be a grave pity if old Wang were to remain obscured. Do you possess any connections to assist Wang Xian, perhaps in learning modern techniques, or even bringing him to New Star?" He had spoken at length merely to lay the groundwork, humbling himself to seek Zhao Qinghan's assistance for Wang Xian. Wang Xian waved his hand, halting Qin Sheng's words, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "I am well aware of my own path." He did not express gratitude to Qin Sheng, understanding his intentions, yet he preferred not to seek help in such a manner. Wang Xian expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qinghan but politely declined, wishing to contemplate his own journey further. Zhao Qinghan nodded with a smile, soon rising to take her leave, stating that they would meet again in the future. Wang Xian and Qin Sheng stood to see her off. Qin Sheng remarked, "Old Wang, it seems you are reluctant to become too entangled with her. However, to reject her outright feels somewhat regrettable. If she is willing to assist, she could likely escort you to New Star." Wang Xian shook his head. She is a high-level player, already embarking on an exploration of a mysterious region. I do not wish to get involved. The information currently available was scant, leaving the situation unclear, though it sounded connected to a Western belief in deification. Really? Qin Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. In this age, is there truly someone foolish enough to aspire to become a deity? That is madness. Wang Xian replied. Who knows what they have uncovered? Did she not mention that some are daydreaming of becoming Buddhas and ancestors? Qin Sheng mused. It seems that remarkable events are indeed unfolding in the depths of the cosmos. I can almost feel a great wind stirring there. The vastness of the starry sea in the new era is exhilarating, making me wish to rush there immediately. Since the establishment of the nation, one must not become a spirit. Qin Sheng found Wang Xian's sudden remark rather perplexing, perceiving the jest as somewhat flat. Wang Xian remarked, What I mean is that, in this era of advanced technology, it is one thing for certain conglomerates on the New Star side to indulge in mere fantasies. However, should they dare to overstep, they would likely meet a dreadful fate. Other organizations and major institutions would undoubtedly intervene, and the state would not stand idly by. Those who defy the prevailing trends shall be crushed into dust by all sides. Indeed, Qin Sheng's words had stirred something within him. In this epoch, where technological civilization shines resplendently, even the foremost masters of ancient arts could not withstand modern weaponry, leaving them at a loss for a way forward. The galaxy gleamed with brilliance. While humanity endured for millennia, the times have changed. Can the ancient arts be rejuvenated? Wang Xian set aside the bamboo scrolls and turned his attention to the martial techniques inscribed in the Golden Book. He practiced for a moment, following the engravings on the first page until he felt a slight pain in his internal organs, prompting him to cease, unwilling to push himself further. He understood that the treasures left by Zhang Daoling were undoubtedly priceless, yet he recognized the importance of patience. What reassured him was that the sensation of pain differed from what Qing Mu had described. It seemed he could gradually acclimate to it, allowing him to resume practice after a brief respite. Half an hour later, upon reaching his limits, he decisively halted his training in the Golden Book-esque techniques. He glanced at the ancient manuscript sent by Zhou Mingxian, harboring little hope that it would yield anything remarkable. To his astonishment, He found it akin to the golden body technique he was practicing, perhaps even a continuation of it. Wang Xian was taken aback and began to study it meticulously. This form of martial art, known as the golden body, appeared to possess formidable effects. According to the records, in its later stages, one would be impervious to earthly weapons. Wang Xian was rendered speechless. Surely, the descriptions in the book were somewhat exaggerated? If such astonishing efficacy truly existed, how could Zhou Mingxian possibly bestow it upon him? As he continued reading, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hurled the secret tome onto the table. Old Zhou, do not blame me for striking your son. If the opportunity arises, I shall confront him. He felt deceived by Zhou Mingxian. What a worthless manual this was. The recorded content was evidently fabricated and utterly unreliable. No wonder old Zhou had chosen to give it to him. The golden body technique, as described, claimed that after reaching the first level, one's resistance to impact would drastically increase, requiring approximately a year of dedication. Furthermore, the manuscript clearly stated that each subsequent level would demand double the time to achieve. What sort of individual could possibly master such a technique? Wang Xian was almost compelled to confront Zhou Yun immediately. By this calculation, without living for several hundred years, it would be a mere fantasy to cultivate this technique to any profound level. As he flipped through the pages, he discovered that it extended beyond the 9th level, 13 levels in total. No, upon closer inspection, there were even conjectured 14th and 15th levels. Goodness! Wang Xian was left in a daze, realizing that several hundred years were merely the beginning. Was this even a technique meant for human beings? Old Zhou, you may carry on with your shenanigans. Just wait and see. He cast aside the yellowed tome, which bore the appearance of an ancient relic. Chapter 22. A brush with death. Wang Xian set aside the yellowed manual of ancient martial arts and picked up a golden bamboo slip from the pre-Qin era. It measured merely 8 centimeters in length, yet possessed a remarkable weight. Unlike traditional bamboo, its texture smooth and warm like jade. This artifact had been gifted to him by Aoki upon his entry into the exploration organization. According to Zhao Qinghan, over the course of several decades, only 4 golden bamboo slips had been unearthed, 2 of which had been fiercely contested and subsequently dispersed. Wang Xian estimated that a complete golden bamboo slip should consist of several dozen pieces, making the quest for a full assembly exceedingly arduous. As he gazed upon the intricate carvings of a creature with a human head and serpent body, he found it vividly depicted yet enigmatic. The scant samples available rendering comprehension elusive. He placed the slip aside. The path of ancient arts required gradual accumulation, and there was no necessity to fixate on pre-Qin curiosities from the outset. In the early morning, Wang Xian practiced the fundamental techniques of the Taoist arts, cherishing the tranquil existence that he would soon leave behind as he prepared to return to work in 2 days. After meticulous examination and analysis, he was convinced that the aged scripture was indeed an authentic relic rather than a mere imitation, albeit its contents were rather misleading. Ultimately, unable to resist the temptation, he refreshed himself and switched to a special phone card to discreetly contact Aoki from the exploration organization for guidance. Upon hearing Aoki's insights, he felt a sense of admiration. Aoki was well-versed even in the origins of this scripture, a testament to the extraordinary nature of those who had mastered the ancient arts. You may practice this martial technique, Aoki advised, but remember, do not fall into blind faith. Setting aside what lies ahead, merely mastering the initial 7 or 8 layers demands centuries of dedication. Who are you attempting to deceive? If the scripture holds any truth, where has the original author vanished? He was a figure from the Northern Song dynasty. If he had indeed perfected the 13th layer, would he not still be alive today? Yet it seems someone in later generations has discovered his tomb after concluding the call. Wang Xian was left with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Initially, he harbored some impractical notions. If the golden body technique bore even a shred of credibility, perhaps the culmination of the ancient arts could indeed unveil new realms. However, Aoki's words starkly illuminated the unreliability of ancient figures. I shall remember you, original author of the golden body technique, as well as you, Zhou Mingxian. As parting approached, he felt compelled to pay another visit to Professor Lin, wishing him well in advance, for tomorrow he would be unable to approach the spaceship. Professor Lin, with his hair now grizzled and a slightly portly frame, still appeared to be in good spirits, his face radiant with vitality and laughter resonating with vigor. Do not complain. Ancient individuals often exaggerated their claims. Yet the golden body technique is indeed formidable. It is said that one becomes impervious to blades and bullets upon mastery. The founder, Zhou Yukong, was a legendary figure. His flesh and skin far superior to the finest armor, living to the age of over 150, ultimately passing away in the mountains of Shu. During the Ming Dynasty, tomb raiders plundered his burial site, allowing the secret golden body technique to resurface. He was indeed an extraordinary individual, with records of him existing even in unofficial histories. Wang Xian was at a loss for words. How could a man who lived for over 150 years devise a martial art that required thousands of years to master? He sighed, recognizing that among ancient figures, there were indeed many charlatans. Nevertheless, it was rather unfortunate that Zhou Yukong had fallen victim to grave robbers and had his legacy tarnished. Wang Xian held profound admiration for Professor Lin, truly a polymath, having unearthed the foundational principles behind the original author of the golden body technique, surpassing even the knowledge of Qingmu. One must not underestimate the golden body as a martial discipline. It enabled Zhou Yukong to live for over 150 years, which speaks volumes in itself. Furthermore, it is said that when grave robbers excavated his remains, his body had not entirely decayed, exhibiting a hardness greater than iron, an astonishing feat considering he had been deceased for 2 or 3 centuries. A tide of anticipation surged within Wang Xian. In this era, a single firearm could obliterate masters of ancient arts, and mastering the golden body technique could fortify one's very existence. Zhou Yukong and Zhou Mingxian share the same surname. Could the former possibly be an ancestor of the Zhou clan? However, Wang Xian quickly dismissed the notion, recognizing the improbability of such a coincidence. Moreover, if it were indeed a hereditary treasure, Zhou Mingxian would not have bestowed it upon another. The manuscript appeared to date back merely 200 years, likely transcribed by later generations, yet upon study, Wang Xian believed it to be an authentic scripture. Since Professor Lin could no longer engage in practical combat, he had shifted his focus to theoretical research and the examination of various ancient techniques, honing a discerning eye and precise judgment. Wang Xian sighed, expressing, "This manuscript has profoundly impacted me. If it is indeed so exaggerated, might other ancient texts be similarly embellished?" This inquiry was the crux of his consultation with Professor Lin. As Zhou Mingxian's gift had stirred Wang Xian's contemplations, can the legends surrounding ancient techniques still be trusted? For instance, the pre-Qin alchemists, have their doctrines and paths not been exaggerated to infinity? Professor Lin shook his head, stating, "It is not as dire as you imagine. Instances of hyperbole, like that of the golden body technique, are mere exceptions. Only a handful of scriptures exhibit such exaggeration, largely influenced by the historical context of their time. In that era, even official war reports were similarly inflated. A battle resulting in only hundreds of beheadings and captives would be recorded as a defeat of thousands, with corpses strewn across the battlefield. If the official accounts are so distorted, one can only imagine the embellishments in folk histories." Wang Xian fell silent, contemplating how practicing ancient techniques seemingly necessitated extensive knowledge. Beyond delving into Taoist texts, must one also immerse in historical studies? Professor Lin elaborated. Concerning the capabilities of the pre-Qin alchemists, conclusive findings emerged only after rigorous examinations conducted by various life research institutes. Financial magnates and research organizations have previously unearthed a few corpses of alchemists from the pre-Qin era, which were subjected to tests and analyses, yielding credible conclusions. Thus, do not doubt the brilliance of ancient techniques. Confidence is paramount if you wish to tread this path. Wang Xian immediately adopted a serious demeanor, confessing, "I have lost my focus and fallen into a lower state. My initial intrigue was what led me to join the ancient technique experimental class. But now I yearn to explore further. In the realm of ancient arts, I have never been superstitious. Initially, I sought to follow in the footsteps of my predecessors. But ultimately, I intend to validate this path through my own experiences." Professor Lin, moved by his words, remarked, "In this age of resplendent technological civilization, those who practice ancient arts constantly feel an overwhelming pressure." Wang Xian nodded, yet his conviction grew stronger. Should this path culminate in the absence of ancient arts, he aspired to make a meaningful contribution. On a serene evening, Wang Xian was immersed in the study of body techniques and the comprehension of fundamental laws within the sanctuary of his abode. Eventually, he descended to the lush woodland bordering his community, where he began to cultivate his inner energy under the gentle embrace of the moonlight. He emptied his mind, achieving a state of profound clarity as the soft and pure moonlight filled his spirit, rendering him completely transparent, both internally and externally, with heightened perception. Suddenly, he felt an alarming tension and throbbing at his forehead, as though something sharp were poised to pierce through. A shiver ran down his spine, and a sense of dread enveloped him. Instinctively, he shifted his body, moving with a speed that was purely instinctual. A faint sound pierced the stillness as he sensed warmth at his temple. A terrifying gust of air grazed his ear, and strands of his hair fell, singed by an unseen force. In an instant, Wang Xian transformed into a swift panther, vanishing into the dense thicket of the old community. The trees, nurtured over decades, had grown into towering sentinels, thickly cloaked in foliage that obscured his presence. At that moment, Wang Xian's eyes gleamed with the sharpness of swords, coldly surveying a particular direction. While his heart raced violently, just moments ago he had been shot at. Death had brushed perilously close, a mere finger's breadth away. Had he not instinctively moved aside, his skull would have surely been shattered. In that fleeting moment, he felt the terrifying disturbance of the bullet's passage, a fierce wind brushing past his temple, causing numerous strands of hair to fall. Who dared to wield a gun within a residential area, audaciously defying all norms? The regulations governing firearms in this land had always been stringent, and ordinary citizens rarely feared the prospect of random gunfire, as the peace was typically well maintained. Yet now, Wang Xian found himself face to face with a life-threatening crisis, ensnared in an extraordinarily grave situation where someone sought to take his life without hesitation. Brazenly acting within a community, a truly appalling affront. The assailant's firearm was equipped with a silencer, ensuring the tranquility of the surroundings remained undisturbed. As Wang Xian stealthily sought out his adversary, he refrained from rushing headlong into the open. Uncertain of how many assailants lurked in the shadows or the number of firearms at their disposal, in a sudden burst of resolve, he shed his outer garment and flung it out of the thicket. Bang, bang, bang. In that instant, he heard 3 faint sounds, as his discarded clothing was perforated by 3 bullets, showcasing the sniper's extraordinary skill and alarming accuracy. Wang Xian's expression turned icy. At least 3 formidable marksmen awaited just beyond the community's fence, poised for the opportunity to strike him down. He had even discerned their positions. However, instead of confronting them, he retreated deeper into the woods, hiding behind the trees. He remained cautious, uncertain if more adversaries were concealed in the shadows, unwilling to become a target on this moonlit night. In that moment, the first thought that crossed his mind was the golden body technique. If he mastered this body skill, he would be unfazed by the presence of any hidden foes, ready to retaliate and hunt down his enemies under the celestial glow. Wang Xian remained composed, refraining from hasty actions. He switched to a special phone card and contacted Qing Mu, succinctly and swiftly briefing him on the dire situation. You did well. Without any firearms at hand, seek refuge and conceal yourself. Soon, professionals will arrive to handle the situation. I shall also join you, bringing some equipment. After hanging up the phone, Qing Mu's expression turned icy as he contemplated the audacity of those individuals. This was a major city in the Old Lands. Yet such a heinous shooting incident had occurred. In the wilderness, certain large organizations or conglomerates might engage in fierce conflict over treasures. But one fundamental rule must be upheld. One must never fire in urban areas or endanger ordinary citizens. Otherwise, chaos would ensue throughout society. This unspoken understanding, a customary agreement, was adhered to by all organizations and institutions, with few daring to provoke unrest. Otherwise, the nation would teach those organizations and institutions the proper way to conduct themselves. Although the old lands had fallen into decline, certain boundaries still remained intact. Wang Xian climbed a tall tree, lost in thought about who might wish to take his life. Just after leaving the campus, he found himself embroiled in such turmoil. Reflecting on recent encounters and events, he considered all the individuals and forces connected to him, his eyes glinting with a cold intensity. Firstly, having joined an exploration organization, he had undertaken an operation at Chirping Mountain the previous day. He wondered if he had inadvertently left behind any clues that might have stirred the murderous intent of certain individuals. The forces involved included the Zhou family, the Ling family, and the Wu family, while the individuals encompassed Jin Chuan from the exploration organization, as well as Wu Yin, whom he had encountered for the first time the previous night. Beyond these individuals and forces, he traced back to a more distant past, recalling his entanglement with Zhou Yun, whose father, Zhou Mingxian, was an exceptionally formidable figure. Moreover, he remembered the attempts made by some to confine him within the old lands, preventing his departure to the new star. While this particular incident might not be directly connected, he still reviewed it. Wang Xian was consumed by a murderous intent, speculating and deducing which of these individuals or forces dared to brazenly discharge firearms in a residential area. Who could be so ruthless and audacious as to seek his elimination? If he were to perish, would there be those who would silently erase all traces, avoiding any external commotion or disturbance? The assailants and their backing seemed to possess considerable confidence. Chapter 23, Extrasensory Perception. Wang Xian vanished among the foliage like a divine simian, repositioning himself as he traversed from one side of the forest to another. In his eyes burned a fierce intensity, an impulse to hunt amidst the encroaching night. The audacity of those who dared to take his life within the city ignited a tempest within him, though typically composed. He now felt as if a ferocious dragon lay imprisoned within, yearning to unleash itself upon the concealed gunman lurking in the shadows. Never had he possessed such a fervent desire to unleash his wrath upon adversaries as he did today, though he often maintained a low profile and exuded tranquility. He was not timid. With adversaries encroaching upon him, how could he remain passive and refrain from retaliating? Indeed, there were still foes present. Wang Xian's senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Following the recent gunfire, a bullet had grazed his temple, igniting a surge of vitality within him. His metabolism accelerated, propelling him into an extraordinary state of awareness. The flora around him became vividly distinct. The calls of nocturnal birds and the footsteps of passers-by on the street resonated as if drawn near to his ears. He fixated on the dilapidated community's fence, perceiving the cold muzzle of a firearm aimed from the shadows of the trees in that vicinity, a fact he discerned with alarming clarity. In this peculiar state, his senses, sight, hearing, and smell, were remarkably heightened, as if he had acquired extrasensory abilities. In the realm of ancient arts, this represented a transcendental trigger, an instinctual self-liberation to confront the menacing external threat. From a modern medical perspective, this was an extreme stress response, characterized by sympathetic nervous system activation, increased secretion of pituitary and adrenal cortex hormones, and a rapid escalation of cardiac output. He experienced a comprehensive enhancement of both physical and mental faculties, preparing himself for self-defense. For practitioners of ancient arts, the situation was inevitably more intricate. Wang Xian's extrasensory perception was extraordinarily acute, rendering him capable of comprehending stimuli beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. In a fleeting moment, he shifted his position within the woods, meticulously attuning himself to the activity outside the community. Gradually, his mind settled into a state of calm, refraining from charging forth. Outside lay at least 7 individuals, patiently lying in wait for him to emerge from the dense thicket and retaliate. Should he mistakenly assume that only 3 had arrived and confidently venture forth to hunt, he would likely find himself in peril. Crucially, he sensed that even farther away, shadowy gun barrels were trained upon the woodland. Wang Xian constantly adjusted his position, evading detection. Yet, remaining in a state of mere vigilance without action left him feeling unsatisfied. Regardless, he needed to detain these adversaries, prolonging the confrontation to buy time for his allies in Qingmu. He retrieved a fist-sized stone from the roots of a tree, weighing it in his hand. Wang Xian chuckled to himself. The weapon in his grasp was woefully primitive, akin to the Stone Age confronting modern firearms. Yet, he had no other recourse. His sole reliance rested upon the intensifying extrasensory perception that illuminated his eyes, which shone like 2 brilliant stars against the backdrop of the night. Despite the distance, he distinctly perceived the positions of the gunmen, even catching sight of their eyes beneath the hoods and the tattoos adorning their exposed arms. He found himself unable to escape the dense thicket. Otherwise, his adversaries would swiftly lock onto him. In the open area, devoid of imposing tree trunks to obstruct his movement, their reliance on equipment rendered them no less formidable than his heightened senses, possessing considerable lethality. Yet, he ultimately awaited an opportune moment. The marksman beyond the fence would never suspect that someone in the darkness could perceive every nuance of his actions with such clarity. At that moment, Wang Xian's physical and mental faculties coalesced into a singular harmony, amplifying his extraordinary perception to a terrifying degree. As he focused, the trajectory of that individual's movements was etched vividly in his mind. He anticipated the man's imminent rise, his momentary relaxation revealing a lack of regard for someone adept in the ancient arts. With all his might, Wang Xian hurled a fist-sized stone. Its force was astonishing, and its speed bewildering to the ordinary observer. Thud. At the instant the man slightly leaned forward, the stone struck him squarely on the forehead. He emitted no sound, collapsing backward with a soft thud. Their mouths agape, they found themselves utterly bewildered, unable to accept such an outcome. It was akin to a pilot employing an aircraft to bomb ancient foes, only to be brought down by a spear, an absurdity. They were elite marksmen, professionals trained to eliminate a practitioner of the ancient arts, yet they were felled by nothing more than a stone. They had completed numerous missions, having slain many masters of ancient techniques, yet such an occurrence had never transpired before. Bang, bang, bang. As Wang Xian shifted positions, several bullets whizzed past him, some striking tree trunks while others embedded themselves in the grass, producing faint sounds. Wang Xian delved deeper into the woods, taking refuge behind a sturdy trunk. A sense of foreboding gripped him. The assailants outside seemed incensed, relentlessly firing into the thicket. No longer willing to wait, they brazenly unleashed a barrage. Wang Xian moved with agility, swiftly making his way to the rear of a large boulder, an ornamental stone that occasionally served as a bench, now transformed into a perfect shield. Bang, bang, bang. Chunks of stone flew as bullets struck his makeshift cover. Wang Xian's gaze was sharp as a blade, his fury ignited. These individuals exhibited no restraint, disregarding the conventions of civility as they invaded the city to commit murder, culminating in a direct onslaught. What audacity they possessed to act so brazenly. In the aftermath, what sort of figure could possibly ensure their impunity? Do not let me uncover your identities, for if I do, I shall uproot you without hesitation. I care not for your organization or your financial empire. A reckoning shall come. Wang Xian lamented not having mastered the golden body technique, for had he done so, he would have charged forth without a second thought, no longer needing to endure. Suddenly, silence enveloped the forest. He observed several figures retreating, their movements swift and agile, dispersing from the fallen man. Instinctively, Wang Xian sprang forth like a nimble cat, arriving at the distribution room within the woods, where he procured a steel rebar measuring over half a meter in length. There was nothing more suitable at hand. He moved gracefully through the forest, maximizing his heightened perception, then swung his arm with such force that the air seemed to erupt in a thunderous boom. Among the retreating figures in the distance, one person suddenly collapsed with a thud, falling to the ground. His eyes widened in agony as a painful sound escaped his lips, revealing a gaping, translucent wound through which blood flowed, his heart brutally torn asunder. A steel rod had pierced through him, landing several meters away, producing a sharp metallic resonance upon striking the earth. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically. What immense force could accomplish such a feat? To hurl a steel rod over such a distance and pierce the heart of a highly alert veteran among them sent chills down the spines of the remaining individuals. Quickly, we must leave, someone whispered urgently. They hastily lifted the fallen individual and retreated without delay. Before departing, one among them sprinkled something over the bloodstains, a clear indication of professional expertise. Wang Xian, filled with a murderous intent, ultimately refrained from pursuing. Instead, he repositioned himself within the forest, sensing the distant, ominous gun barrels still targeting the woods. Any attempt to emerge would result in being sniped. He surmised that Aoki's men had arrived, and these gunmen were either terrifyingly well-informed or had specialists stationed afar, alert to their presence, prompting a swift withdrawal. Suppressing his impulses, Wang Xian chose not to pursue, instead standing silently in the woods, awaiting developments. Soon, Aoki's personnel indeed arrived, their speed and efficiency remarkable since Wang Xian had contacted them. Alas, that group was exceedingly vigilant and had retreated in advance. Go after them. Investigate thoroughly. How dare they act with such impunity? Committing murder in the city and targeting residential areas? I shall see which audacious dragon dares cross the river. Aoki himself had come, bringing a contingent of individuals tasked with following the leads. Meanwhile, he contacted Wang Xian, entering the woods alone. He was equipped with an entire suite of top-tier gear. Wang Xian quickly donned heavy clothing, which included 3 layers of bulletproof vests, all fitted upon him, along with a specially designed trench coat providing some defensive capabilities. Additionally, he wore a cap that appeared unremarkable but was surprisingly weighty. Wang Xian, who typically eschewed such attire, now fully armed with the trench coat and cap, grasped a firearm and prepared to venture outside the woods. The day's events had ignited a fiery resolve within him. How could he endure after being cornered and threatened? Wait, I shall change as well and accompany you, Aoki declared, removing his blue mask and swapping it for a different jacket, intending to join Wang Xian in action. However, upon removing the blue mask, he did not reveal his true face but instead donned a lifelike mask. He refrained from allowing his team of professionals to enter, and he and Wang Xian departed together in one direction, pursuing the trail. The two of them stowed their firearms and, following Wang Xian's earlier predictions, sprinted towards a singular destination. Unfortunately, the old soil was influenced by new stars, leading many to advocate for privacy protection, resulting in a significant reduction of surveillance along the roads and creating numerous blind spots. Had it not been for this, Aoki could have leveraged his connections to directly access the surveillance footage. Wang Xian profoundly sensed the formidable power of the exploration organization, which had mobilized a group of professionals in such a short span of time to pursue the gunman. You managed to overpower 2 assailants with merely a stone and a steel rod? Aoki, upon hearing this, was greatly astonished. After all, this was a novice, a young man in his early 20s, yet he exhibited remarkable experience and extraordinary skills, far surpassing Aoki's capabilities in his own youth. Wang Xian remained composed, his gaze sharp as a torch as he approached an area bustling with activity, flanked by numerous bars, where the nightlife was just beginning. Aoki frowned and remarked, "This place is a chaotic mix of characters, with various businesses operating. Each establishment has its own means of ensuring the safety of its patrons, making it difficult to locate anyone." Wang Xian had already discerned that the group was well prepared. Most likely, they had been escorted away midway, rendering their pursuit fruitless. However, as he raised his head, he unexpectedly spotted acquaintances on the bar street. Not far off, Zhou Yun, Wu Yin, Zhou Ting, and a few others were approaching. A striking assembly of handsome men and beautiful women, intent on entering a renowned bar along the street. Upon seeing Wang Xian, Zhou Yun immediately approached him. He was tall, exuding an aura that could be quite intimidating to an average person with his slightly wild gaze. Yet to Wang Xian, it was utterly unremarkable, as they had clashed before more than once, in fact. "Your attire seems quite inconsistent with your previous style. You look rather cool today. Planning for a romantic encounter tonight?" Zhou Yun inquired casually. However, his current appearance lacked any imposing presence. His head was wrapped in bandages, his fractured arm immobilized in a splint, and his battered nails were smeared with ointment. Even his nasal bone had been treated after sustaining damage. "You're covered in injuries, wrapped up like a dumpling. Who did you clash with to end up like this?" Wang Xian's words pricked at Zhou Yun, causing his eyes to flare with intensity. He recalled the mixed-race individual with the blue eyes. Initially, he bore no ill will towards Wang Xian, channeling all his bitterness towards that half-breed. Yet, Wang Xian's remarks struck deep into his heart. Wang Xian continued, "You truly are something. Just a few days have passed, and you've been continuously embroiled in confrontations. It feels as if you are either fighting or en route to a fight. Are you planning to hit the road again, preparing for another showdown?" Zhou Yun nearly choked on his words, almost spitting blood in anger, pointing at Wang Xian, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Xian was intentionally provoking him, eager to witness his most genuine emotional reaction. Simultaneously, he seized this opportunity to meticulously observe the group of young individuals across from him. Such a coincidental encounter would not allow him to overlook any suspicions or precautions. It was difficult to ascertain who might be plotting against him that night. Chapter 24. The proper method to unveil the pre-chin bamboo slips. Wu Yin, possessing a captivating beauty, donned a loosely fitted sweater that, while casual, could hardly conceal her alluring curves. However, this evening, she was spared the embarrassment of nearly bursting out of her attire as she had previously. Without uttering a word, she cast a cold glance at Wang Xian before turning her attention to the bustling crowd on the bar street, her expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Among the throng, one individual sported a short hairstyle, unbothered by the autumn chill, clad in a short skirt that showcased her pristine legs. Another woman, with slightly curly long hair and enticing crimson lips, radiated beauty under the streetlights, drawing the eyes of passers-by. "Wang Xian, have you taken leave of your senses today?" Zhou Ting interjected, standing protectively for her brother, her vigilance aimed at both Wang Xian and her sibling. She genuinely feared for her brother's emotional state, concerned he might be provoked into impulsive action, only to suffer another setback. "Qing Xian, do not overstep your bounds," Wu Yin interposed, well aware of the long-standing discord between Li Qingxian and Ling Wei. Recognizing this as an attempt to stir trouble, Wang Xian nodded at Li Qingxian, intentionally sidelining her and Zhou Ting, along with Zhou Yun. Nearby stood 2 composed young men, exuding a calm demeanor, contrasting with Zhou Yun's penchant for instigating conflict as they stood quietly. "Wang Xian, I am exercising remarkable restraint today. Are you attempting to provoke me?" Zhou Yun retorted, nearly choking with suppressed anger moments ago. Although the remark held a grain of truth, he had indeed been embroiled in numerous confrontations lately. Was it too much to ask for a modicum of subtlety in such a public setting? His chest ached from the emotional strain. Wang Xian approached sincerely, saying, "I apologize. It was merely that I encountered someone radiating a faint rosy glow, rather abrasive in demeanor. Nevertheless, I shall refrain from further discussion. My mood is rather sour this evening. Farewell." With that, he turned to leave. except for Zhou Yun. The others maintained an air of tranquility, making it difficult to glean any discernible emotions from them. Ah, you encountered someone emanating a red light? How truly unfortunate. Zhou Yun chuckled, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It seemed he had deduced Wang Xian's predicament. Surmising he had suffered a setback in the presence of a practitioner of exceptional skills, hence his irritable disposition tonight. Amused, he allowed his imagination to run wild, his spirits lifting considerably. In light of this revelation, he found himself feeling magnanimous. Choosing to overlook Wang Xian's earlier jibe and even offering a couple of pieces of advice. Little Wang, allow me to impart some wisdom. Do not cling stubbornly to outdated techniques. The new surpasses the old by leaps and bounds. Soon, practitioners beyond the masters will emerge. And you, my friend, remain mired in antiquated ways. Your experience is far too limited. What a pity. Zhou Yun, with his head bandaged and his fractured arm encased in a splint and sling, still bore an air of superiority, even calling Wang Xian by the endearing moniker. Wang Xian sighed, attempting to appease his inflated sense of self, then turned to depart, wishing to avoid further indulgence in his boastfulness. Brother, perhaps you should practice a bit of humility. Zhou Ting shot him a disapproving glare. In merely a few days, he had been embroiled in 2 altercations, proving himself a relentless source of concern. Wu Yin regarded Wang Xian's retreating figure and remarked, one must exercise caution with that individual. Vigilance is essential. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun remarked, Wu Yin, it is not my intention to criticize you. One must be magnanimous. Did he not merely conduct a pathological analysis on you last time? It was not done with malice. Wu Yin felt an overwhelming urge to stride over and crush his bandaged arm with her stiletto heel, intending to remind him of his folly, only to be accused of lacking generosity. In her view, Wang Xian had initially provoked Zhou Yun with calculated taunts, only to follow with statements that inflated his sense of superiority. It was difficult to dismiss the notion that he was deliberately stirring Zhou Yun's emotions, as if he were observing and testing something, before ultimately departing without leaving a trace. Wu Yin simmered with indignation, thinking to herself, what concern is it of mine? I care not for your fate and shall offer no more reminders. She chose to ignore Zhou Yun entirely. You see, Xiaowan, although Zhou Yun was notoriously headstrong and prone to instigation, he was far from lacking in insight. His earlier remarks were a deliberate jab at Wu Yin, a provocation rooted in his dissatisfaction with the Wu family's aggressive demands to meddle in the affairs of Qiqing Mountain. He resented the prospect of the Wu family reaping the benefits, which had led the Zhou and Ling families to hesitate in their excavations, resulting in the current predicament. Li Qingxian, her smile radiant, interjected, then do elaborate, for my family intends to assemble an expedition to that location and seeks individuals of considerable skill. Wu Yin felt a throbbing headache at this, as she had originally wished to caution Zhou Yun about Li Qingxuan's intentions. Instead, she fell silent, opting to avert her gaze and let them pursue their endeavors, for it was of no concern to her. After Wang Xian turned to leave, he immediately masked his previous demeanor, adopting an air of utmost seriousness. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the bar street, scrutinizing every passerby. Many, upon being met with his piercing stare, felt a pang of trepidation, as though they had been momentarily ensnared by a mountain tiger, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. That night, Wang Xian and Qing Mu traversed various bars, yet ultimately failed to locate their quarry. It was clear that their targets had already made a successful escape. Do not fret, this matter is far from over. Regardless of who is responsible, we must escalate this issue. The nature of their actions is simply too egregious to ignore. It must be reported to the relevant authorities in the old Earth. Those individuals will hesitate to show themselves again, and I will ensure someone keeps watch. Qing Mu patted his shoulder before taking his leave. Although the hour was late, Wang Xian still managed to contact his parents. Upon confirming that all was well on their end, he felt a sense of relief, understanding that these individuals were primarily targeting him, intent on extinguishing his life. Upon returning to his residence, he retrieved the golden body technique. His state that night was particularly unique, and his study of this martial art diverged from his previous experiences, allowing him to gain deeper insights. In his room, he continuously stretched his body, following the instructions in the ancient text, and began practicing the golden body technique. The recent shooting incident had profoundly impacted Wang Xian. Even seasoned practitioners of old appeared fragile in the face of modern weaponry. Had he reacted even a moment slower, he would have faced a fatal blow. Even now, he felt a chill running down his spine. A noticeable strand of hair had been singed away, severed by the bullet's passage, a harrowing experience indeed. This night brought forth profound realizations for him. The fragility of life can vanish in an instant. And he found himself utterly unable to ensure his own safety, relying on Qing Mu to extricate him from peril. He sought to grow stronger, particularly developing an insatiable yearning for the golden body technique, aspiring to cultivate a formidable physique capable of withstanding bullets. Had he made even slight progress in the golden body art, he would have refrained from sparing those individuals that night. As long as he could offer some protection against bullets, rendering them less lethal, he would dare to pursue them with confidence, determined to eliminate them. The first level of the golden body technique was not foreign to Wang Xian, akin to the golden garment technique, which he could easily convert to. Soon, he began to practice the second level of the golden body technique, theoretically requiring 2 years to master. However, Professor Lin had previously mentioned that one need not be overly concerned with the passage of time, as the scriptures often exaggerated the difficulty. The martial arts primarily involved refining the body according to specific frequencies, such as resonating with the organs, accelerating metabolism, and altering one's constitution, potentially stimulating the adrenal and pineal glands in the process. In essence, the golden body technique aimed to transform the body, catalyzing a qualitative shift in the spirit, ultimately enabling one to withstand bullets. The foundational principles were essentially about comprehensively enhancing oneself. Professor Lin repeatedly reminded him that the roots of various martial arts must be deeply entrenched in these foundational principles. After practicing for a while, Wang Xian paused and took out the translated bamboo slips from the pre-Qing period, studying them meticulously. This evening, having remained in a heightened state of awareness for an extended period without withdrawal, he felt particularly astute, sensing that something significant was about to transpire. This was the intense intuition bestowed upon him by his heightened state. Upon completing his practice of the golden body technique, he delved into the teachings of the pre-Qing alchemists gifted to him by Professor Lin. Indeed, his state that night proved extraordinary, allowing him to grasp insights unlike any he had encountered before. As he contemplated and nurtured himself internally, he discovered that everything had transformed. He felt as though he had been drawn into a unique, silent space. This experience was astonishingly abrupt. Wang Xian felt no fear or panic. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, even surprising himself, as if he were an otherworldly observer, scrutinizing everything around him. A considerable amount of time passed, yet the silence persisted, an absolute stillness enveloping him. While his thoughts surged with remarkable vitality and acuity, his memory astonishingly sharp. This was no longer merely a heightened state. To him, it resembled an extraordinary, divine state. What realm was this, and how had he arrived here? Most critically, this place felt like an isolated space devoid of sound, akin to a desolate universe stripped of stars. Chillingly silent, unsure of his situation, he sought answers within the scriptures, even able to recite them backward, let alone engage in thorough study once more. On ordinary days, Wang Xian would have found it challenging to decipher their true meaning, but the clarity and sharpness of his mind in this extraordinary state gradually led him to some understanding. Soon, various methods from later generations, as well as explanations regarding cultivation, surfaced in his mind. In the realm of meditation, there exists an achievement deemed supreme, a level that even masters find difficult to attain, often eluding lifelong pursuit. This ultimate meditation, sometimes referred to as the highest meditation, allows an individual to remain in their tranquil inner world for years, even decades, while only mere minutes may pass in the external world. Presently, if one were to describe it in terms of meditation, Wang Xian found himself in a state of ultimate meditation. If one were to elucidate this through the Huang Ting Jing, it becomes apparent that he has now entered a unique inner realm of Huang Ting. The Tao Te Ching also alludes to this notion: attain utmost emptiness, maintain profound stillness. Clearly, this serves as an allegory, depicting a peculiar state of tranquility and emptiness associated with the ancient practices, while also articulating the condition of the inner realm. Whether approached through meditation or the Taoist perspective of Huang Ting, this state is imbued with an air of mystique that eludes external comprehension. Even in a transcendent state, Wang Xian found himself momentarily entranced, astonished to discover that the highest meditation in the inner realm of Huang Ting are merely the correct practices derived from pre-Qing bamboo slips. He was profoundly shaken. If his understanding was accurate, did he possess an abundance of time now? Interpreted through the lens of meditation, it suggested that he could linger in this extraordinary void for years. Conversely, from the Taoist standpoint, having entered the inner realm, he was enveloped in a period of clarity, where he could remain indefinitely. Wang Xian did not exhibit exuberance or excessive excitement. Instead, he maintained a state of serene detachment, resolved to embark on an experiment. Thus, he commenced his practice of the golden body technique in this place. Chapter 25. Encountering the mysterious golden body technique. Once mastered, it elevates one's existence to an extraordinary level, bestowing a physique far superior to that of an ordinary person. From the early stages of resilience against blows to the ability to withstand even the sharpest sword, culminating in an indestructible golden form to the average observer. This is nothing short of transcendent. Wang Xian immersed himself in this practice, repeating the movements over and over again. In the serene realm of meditation, time stretched infinitely for him. Here, he could ponder calmly, achieving the most precise postures of physical technique, with even the slightest flaw being rectified with reasoned clarity. Though engaged in the golden body technique, Wang Xian discovered he maintained a state of detachment, enabling him to scrutinize himself with a tranquil mind. The pinnacle of meditation, entering the realm of voidness, became a sanctuary for his spirit, where he could embody the golden body technique. He understood that this silence, akin to the desolate expanse of the universe, belonged to an extraordinarily unique domain, imparting an utterly authentic sensation. His true self could not manifest in this space. However, this practice seemed capable of resonating within his corporeal form. Wang Xian found clarity both internally and externally, his mind serene, as if transcending to gaze upon his own existence. Throughout the practice of the golden body technique, his errors diminished significantly. In the end, his movements aligned flawlessly with the scriptures, devoid of any imperfections. At that moment, through the veil of emptiness and silence, he faintly sensed his physical body outside, seemingly adapting to various changes, executing one perfect posture after another. His external form performed the most standard actions, embodying the essence of the golden body technique. However, those movements were exceedingly slow, as if the flesh were etching a memory. Unlike the countless attempts and rehearsals conducted in the realm of voidness. In this state of absolute calm, Wang Xian contemplated the highest level of meditation, pondering that while mere minutes passed outside, it might equate to years within. Yet, could he truly bring forth the fruits of this experience? If he were to depart, insights attained at the spiritual level should be transferable. In the realm of voidness, years flowed by, primarily addressing the spiritual plane. But would his physical body, even if it retained this sensation, be able to keep pace with the changes? He surmised that the flesh would likely lag behind the transformations occurring here. This realization was somewhat regretful, yet strikingly real, for the corporeal form had not progressed alongside these advancements. Nevertheless, Wang Xian noted something peculiar. Upon introspection, he could vaguely perceive his external body moving, executing the golden body technique with utmost precision. Was it merely the subconscious propelling these actions? Now endowed with acute perception, he swiftly recognized that he seemed to have overlooked something. In the realm of voidness, within the meditative world, after several days, Wang Xian surprisingly began to feel fatigued. He furrowed his brow, recalling that the highest level of meditation allowed one to remain here for years, perhaps even longer. What had he overlooked? What felt amiss? He pondered calmly, observing his slowly diminishing movements in the practice of the golden body technique, which were beginning to falter. This was not the intended outcome. He murmured softly, sensing a hint of mental exhaustion. Suddenly, a flicker of brilliance crossed his seemingly indifferent eyes. He discerned the source of the predicament. Why was he allowed to enter this place? It was solely due to his operation of the fundamental techniques contained within the predetermined bamboo slips, which enabled his presence here. In the next moment, Wang Xian underwent a transformation. He no longer practiced the golden body technique with a weary spirit, but instead reactivated the primordial methods left by the ancient alchemists. In an instant, everything changed. His spirit began to flourish, fatigue gradually dissipated, and even his perceptions heightened, rapidly improving his overall condition. Soon, his mental acuity and perceptiveness were continuously enhanced. Subsequently, his extraordinary perception was fully restored, extending outward and unexpectedly making contact with something elusive. By employing the primordial methods of the ancient alchemists, he had summoned a mysterious substance. He made a swift and accurate judgment. It was an ineffable, enigmatic element, scattered across the void. It was precisely this mysterious factor's descent that invigorated his spirit, replacing weariness with vitality. Wang Xian found himself in a state of profound meditation, sensing incomprehensible substances entering the void, which transformed his condition to an unprecedented level. It was akin to divine nectar descending from the heavens, nourishing the desolate expanse and revitalizing his spirit. As time passed, he perceived that not only his spirit but also his corporeal form, faintly sensed, seemed to be undergoing transformation. He realized that mere high-level meditation could no longer adequately articulate the phenomenon before him. He needed to employ the concept of the inner landscape of the yellow court. This realm, belonging to Taoist philosophy, epitomized absolute emptiness and tranquility, existing within a time of clarity, drawing forth the ineffable mysterious elements. The inner landscape, serene and void, resembled a lifeless expanse, yet to stand within it allowed the reception of substances profoundly beneficial to both spirit and body. Wang Xian came to an epiphany. The foundation of the ancient arts resided within this inner landscape. In that fleeting moment, he became further convinced that the most appropriate path to unlock the esoteric methods of the preaching alchemists lay within this inner landscape. He even began to suspect that the origins of the ancient arts were intertwined with this sacred domain. Why were the preaching alchemists so formidable? Because to practice their techniques, one must first arrive in an extraordinary state at this location, thereby enabling the reception of mysterious substances. Throughout the long ages, few have ascended to this place, causing the ancient arts to fade, and the achievements of later generations to pale in comparison to those of the alchemists. Entering the highest echelon of meditation while standing in the inner landscape is a requisite condition for mastering the profound techniques of the preaching bamboo slips. This threshold has obstructed countless individuals throughout history. Soon, Wang Xian sensed external changes. His corporeal form indeed benefited, transcending the confines of the spirit within the void. As time progressed, the mysterious substances in the inner landscape became saturated, rendering further operation of the alchemist's methods futile. Consequently, Wang Xian resumed practicing the golden body technique. This time, he observed with keen interest, and the results were indeed superior to his earlier efforts. Within the inner landscape, he executed the golden body technique flawlessly. As days passed, his physical prowess was continuously enhanced. Simultaneously, he vaguely sensed that his corporeal form was also in motion, nourished by the mysterious substances. As the golden body technique slowly progressed, he discerned that the mysterious essence drawn from the inner realm could permeate the tangible world, becoming absorbed by his corporeal form. This revelation implied that the fruition of his meditative pursuits at the highest echelon could be wholly transposed into reality, even in a state of absolute calm and transcendence. Wang Xian experienced a fleeting tremor, swiftly quelled as all emotional fluctuations settled, restoring tranquility to his inner sanctum. Over the course of a year, then two, within this ethereal void, Wang Xian diligently practiced the art of the golden body. Whenever fatigue began to encroach upon him, he would once more invoke the primordial techniques inscribed on ancient bamboo slips, channeling indescribable mystical essences to saturate the space until it brimmed. After 2 years, he achieved the second tier of the golden body technique within the inner realm, simultaneously perceiving transformations in his physical form, shedding a layer of skin. This metamorphosis arose from the influx of enigmatic substances sourced from the inner realm, ensuring the elevation and evolution of his physical vessel in harmony with his spiritual domain. During these 2 years, Wang Xian did not solely concentrate on the golden body technique. He also endeavored to practice the physical arts inscribed upon golden parchment. The allure of this methodology, a legacy of the founder of Taoism, was profoundly compelling. Throughout this journey, he stumbled upon a chilling truth. This practice could inflict harm upon the practitioner. The physical arts chronicled in the golden text were exceedingly perilous and fraught with challenges. In his earlier ignorance, he had been fearless, a sentiment he now critically reflected upon regarding his prior attempts to engage in these arts before entering the inner realm. Here, endowed with heightened perception and an almost transcendent state, he gazed upon himself and unearthed a daunting reality. As he practiced the physical arts, even the slightest twinge of pain indicated potential injury to his internal organs, which could be observed as subtle bleeding within the inner realm. In the external world, capturing such minute changes would necessitate the most sophisticated instruments, for these injuries were so subtle they could easily be overlooked. However, for those who practice these arts, enduring such conditions over time could culminate in dire consequences. Previously, Wang Xian had rationalized the discomfort, dismissing it as mere temporary pain that would eventually pass with perseverance. Now, anchored within the inner realm, he comprehended the peril he had narrowly avoided. The physical arts inscribed in the golden text could only be mastered within the confines of the inner realm. He noted that when his internal organs exhibited the slightest signs of bleeding, the mysterious substances of the inner realm would diffuse, nurturing the organs until they healed. Truly, the legacy of Zhang Daoling's golden text set an exceptionally high standard. Without entry into the inner realm, mastering such arts was utterly impossible. Moreover, after 2 years, Wang Xian had only managed to perfect the first engraving on the first page of the golden parchment. This time, he did not hastily attempt to master multiple engravings as he had in the external world, but instead focused intently on a single image. Indeed, after enduring continuous bleeding of his organs and the relentless honing over 2 years, he achieved completeness with the first engraving. Remarkably, no further harm befell his organs regardless of his efforts to manipulate the engraving. The challenge was formidable. If the first engraving posed such difficulty, one could only imagine the greater challenges that lay ahead. He resolved to first enhance his golden body technique, intending to delve into the teachings left by Zhang Daoling only when he attained a higher level of understanding in the future. Within the inner landscape, time flowed, and 3 years slipped by. Wang Xian advanced his golden body technique to the 3rd level, feeling that in just a few months, he would perfect it entirely. At this moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, and he immediately recognized that the highest form of meditation had concluded, signaling his imminent exit from the inner landscape. Indeed, the realm of emptiness was no longer silent. Sounds gradually emerged. He could hear the rhythmic beating of his own heart, the gentle whisper of the wind outside, and the distant hum of vehicles traversing the streets. He sensed a profound transformation within himself, shedding 2 layers of skin, revealing a new physique that was both crystalline and resilient, his constitution markedly enhanced and stronger than before. In the tangible world, he had achieved the 3rd level of his golden body technique. He glanced at the time. An astonishing 5 years had passed in the inner landscape. Yet only mere minutes had elapsed in the real world. Chapter 26. Lack of universality. The faint sound of yellow leaves drifting down from the window reached Wang Xian's ears with a vivid clarity, while the trajectory of night birds gliding through the pitch-black sky was distinctly captured by his eyes. There was a noticeable change. Even without being in a heightened state of perception, his senses of hearing and sight had undergone significant enhancement, bridging the gap between him and the world around him. As he traced his fingers along his skin, he immediately felt a remarkable flexibility. With increasing pressure, his flesh quivered in resonance, causing his fingers to slip away. Was this the most direct effect of the golden body technique? He was well aware that the benefits extended beyond this. He could keenly sense the vigorous vitality within his flesh, a manifestation of his overall physical enhancement. It was reasonable to surmise that, should he sustain an injury, the wound would heal at an accelerated pace, thereby shortening his recovery time. Furthermore, his 5 senses and mental acuity were far superior to before. The golden body technique was indeed extraordinary. Particularly in this era, its significance for him was unparalleled, providing protection against firearms and potentially thwarting any attempts on his life. This alone was sufficient motivation for Wang Xian to pursue the golden body technique at any cost. Should that group dare to show themselves again, none would escape unscathed. Crucially, the effects of the golden body technique illuminated the value of ancient arts, although they had waned. It was clear that treasures still lay hidden within the dusty pages of history, waiting to be unearthed. In those long-lost ancient times, there were legends of various miraculous skills and secret techniques, some of which were steeped in rich folklore. The mere thought of discovering and mastering the most exceptional among them stirred excitement within the normally composed Wang Xian. At the 3rd level of the golden body technique, he had already achieved considerable defensive capability. While it could not yet deflect bullets, cold firearms were no longer as lethal to him. Wang Xian believed that with the resilient barrier of his flesh, he could significantly mitigate the damage from firearms. And as long as he avoided direct hits to vital areas such as the heart, it would be exceedingly difficult to kill him in a short span of time. Should those gunmen reappear, Wang Xian was confident that with a willingness to pay a certain price, he could eliminate them all within a brief period. Do not let me discover you. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. Wang Xian would relentlessly pursue the truth, determined to uncover who sought to end his life. Achieving the 3rd level of the golden body technique still felt insufficient. If he could directly advance to level 6 or 7, bullets would likely become ineffective against him. Of course, larger caliber weapons would still pose a threat, but should he elevate the golden body technique beyond the 10th level, the outcome would be uncertain. As for the ultimate realm of the golden body technique, it remained elusive. After all, even Zhou Mingxian from the Northern Song dynasty had not mastered it, leaving only his speculative texts behind. Wang Xian sought to calm his thoughts and empty his mind, yearning to immerse himself once more in that exceptional state, aiming to reach the highest level of meditation and establish himself in the inner realm. However, despite his efforts, he repeatedly failed to achieve this. Even after circulating the foundational principles from the preaching bamboo slips dozens of times, he could not sense that tranquil inner realm, finding himself unable to enter once again. He attempted meditation several more times, yet regardless of his aspirations to attain the highest level and dwell in that serene void for years, he found it utterly unattainable. Wang Xian sighed softly, mentally prepared to accept this outcome. After all, even the most esteemed figures in the realm of meditation, who dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the highest enlightenment, seldom achieve true success. At least, in modern times, no one has been known to accomplish it. When considering the Taoist perspective of the inner realm, the challenge becomes even more formidable. Wang Xian believed that since the end of the old era, no one has genuinely entered the inner realm. Just imagine, a master from the ancient arts emerged on the new star, only to perish while practicing the esoteric scriptures of the Taoist ancestral lineage, leading to the decay of his vital organs. Had he been able to access the Taoist inner realm, such a tragedy would not have occurred. For within the inner realm, one can observe the changes in the vital organs with clarity, as mysterious energies descend to nourish them. Even if one fails to achieve mastery, death would not ensue. Wang Xian harbored serious doubts that, in modern times, those studying the ancient arts are entirely unaware of the enigmatic inner realm, even if some ancient sects speak of it. Such notions are often dismissed as mere legends, with descendants reluctant to believe that the human spirit can reach such a unique plane of existence. Wang Xian was not in a hurry. Having previously entered that realm, he believed further opportunities would arise. It likely required a state of heightened perception, operating under the foundational principles of the preaching alchemists to succeed. How could such a heightened state be attained? He pondered whether it might arise from extreme external dangers provoking a profound stress response, resonating with the ancient arts to inadvertently trigger this heightened state. He even entertained the notion of engaging in various adventurous pursuits, as the likelihood of activating the stress response and achieving this heightened state would dramatically increase. Wang Xian rose, gathering the shed skin, a rather peculiar sight. What kind of power had erupted within him in just a few minutes to cause such drastic changes and consequences? Regrettably, his consciousness had been in the inner realm at that moment, providing only vague sensations of the external world, and he had failed to capture the essence of that brief, yet astonishing transformation. Nevertheless, he understood that all living beings are in a perpetual state of evolution, an unbroken continuum from ancient times to the present. Those who fail to keep pace are ultimately left behind. Yet, there are rare historical periods during which certain species evolve at an astonishing rate, experiencing rapid advancements. Many speculate that humanity underwent an inexplicable event, leading to a sudden and intense evolution, resulting in the brilliance that followed. From Wang Xian's perspective, those who tread the path of ancient arts are also undergoing various transformations, sometimes significantly accelerating their original metamorphosis. For instance, during the preaching era, while ordinary people feared tigers, leopards, and wolves, the alchemists were already capable of controlling rivers, hurling elephants, and carving mountains. What kind of power was that? How could one acquire such abilities in a remarkably short time frame? As for the immortals, they would likely be even more formidable, experiencing even more significant transformations. Now, after having visited the inner realm, Wang Xian's perception of the immortals had subtly shifted. He believed that such individuals might indeed exist. However, he still held that the immortals were, after all, human, and as humans, they must ultimately face death. Wang Xian took a cold shower, changed into loose pajamas, and perused the Huangting scriptures, searching for insights related to the inner realms. Regrettably, he found nothing new. The texts were vague, occasionally containing allusions that required personal interpretation. The true foundational methods resided in the bamboo slips of the preaching era. The later texts served merely as supplementary materials to comprehend the terminology and concepts of ancient practices, to reach the utmost emptiness and maintain stillness and sincerity. Wang Xian felt disheartened and sought other resources. However, even after exhausting countless tomes, he could not uncover methods to instantaneously trigger a heightened state of perception. Surely, there must exist some conventional approach. Otherwise, the preaching practitioners could not have been so formidable. Only through frequent access to the inner realms could they achieve accomplishments that future generations could scarcely rival. Wang Xian resolved to pay close attention to various preaching bamboo slips, diligently collecting and studying anything related to practitioners. He believed that within certain dusty archives, the conventional methods for entering the inner realms might be inscribed. Alas, precious knowledge seemed confined to the new stars, residing within life research institutes in the hands of elite tycoons. If only he could peruse their bamboo slips and classics, he was certain he would discover what he sought. Wang Xian felt a pang of regret, yet his desire to explore the new stars intensified. Quickly, he adjusted his emotions, calming himself and maintaining a serene mindset, which was crucial for those pursuing ancient practices. One should be content. In just a few minutes, he had attained a level of mastery that others might spend 5 years striving for. Reflecting on this disproportionate time frame was astonishing. If such news were to spread, it would surely provoke a tremendous uproar, even amidst the rise of new techniques in the new stars. Upon regaining his composure and rationality, Wang Xian further assessed that he might have been overly optimistic. Even preaching practitioners could not perpetually access the inner realms. Otherwise, spending years within would inevitably lead to transcendent mastery, regardless of the existence of immortals. A few minutes equated to several years. How many years would one accumulate in a single day in the real world? In a year? Over a lifetime? Moreover, he speculated that the methods for entry were not universally applicable. Only a select few could achieve such feats. Was this the reason for the decline of ancient practices, with excessively high demands placed on individuals? He then pondered whether, over time, certain external factors had shifted, the broader environment had changed, making it increasingly difficult for later generations to access the inner realms. Wang Xian conjectured that since modern times, he might be the sole individual to have ventured into the inner realms. Although he had spent 5 years within, he did not feel the erosion of time. There was no sense of profound change, but rather a heightened vitality, both physical and mental, overflowing with a breath of renewal. Wang Xian realized that his 5 years in the inner realms had not aged his spirit, primarily due to his complete immersion in the understanding of ancient practices. Isolated from the external world, with a pure heart free from distractions, untouched by the chaos of worldly affairs. Certainly, the most crucial aspect lies in the mysterious essence that descends from that desolate expanse, nurturing both his spirit and physique. This may indeed be the pivotal factor. On this night, despite having endured gunfire and being ambushed in a residential area, Wang Xian slept soundly, having discovered his path. Most importantly, he was convinced that if those individuals were to return, he could confront them all. At dawn, Qingxing sent a message, "Brother, I am leaving, farewell." He had departed for the new moon, leaving behind the old world to venture into the depths of space. "Take care," Wang Xian silently replied. This indicated that those classmates heading towards the new star would also be departing, embarking on a new journey. Indeed, Wang Xian soon received several messages bidding him farewell from Zhou Kuan, Kong Yi, Su Chan, and others. Half an hour later, a letter arrived from an unexpected sender. It was from Li Qingxian, someone from the new star, who warmly invited Wang Xian to join her family's expedition team. Providing an address and contact information from the old world, she promised substantial rewards and assured him that if he agreed, she would assist him in reaching the new star. Li Qingxian. Last night, he had seen her on the bar street. Her image surfaced in his mind, long hair with a slight natural curl, captivating phoenix eyes imbued with an innate allure, and sensuous crimson lips, embodying youthful beauty. However, they had little connection, merely a fleeting encounter. Why did she seek him? Did she genuinely wish to recruit him for her expedition team? Wang Xian tossed the letter aside, contemplating silently. Zhao Qinghan had also invited him for collaboration. It seemed that organizations and magnates from the new star were preparing for something significant. Wang Xian, there are leads, should he pursue them? At noon, Aoki called to inform Wang Xian that they had discovered the hideout of the group of gunmen. Having just mastered the 3rd layer of the golden body technique, he felt compelled to partake in the hunt personally. This group was no ordinary band, according to the latest intelligence. Their act of killing was merely a trivial endeavor for them. They had pinpointed the tomb of the immortals and were heading there. As Aoki concluded, his voice trembled with excitement. If the information proved accurate, it would be profoundly shocking. Many had long dismissed the existence of the immortals, yet now, someone had located the grand tomb of such beings and intended to excavate it. Chapter 27. The Celestial Tomb. The origins of that group are anything but ordinary. The assassination of Wang Xian was merely a trivial task for them. Upon hearing such a response, Wang Xian gracefully sliced through the air with his right hand, effortlessly cleaving the fallen yellow leaves before him into 2 symmetrical halves, which then drifted to the ground. At noon, he was strolling outside, preparing to partake in lunch. Since he was in public, he refrained from elaborating, merely informing Qingmu of his intention to engage in the forthcoming operation. Although their conversation over the phone was succinct, Wang Xian had gleaned sufficient information regarding the group, which hailed from an organization known as Grey Blood. They were mercenaries, adventurers, even killers. According to Qingmu, This organization possessed significant strength, primarily operating within the New Star realm, and had previously intercepted a major discovery made by Qingmu's own expedition team. Upon learning of their impending arrival, Qingmu promptly reported to his superiors, and soon, several formidable forces would converge, brimming with anticipation to exact revenge for past grievances. Furthermore, even in the absence of prior animosities, the mere pinpointing of the celestial tomb would undoubtedly stir considerable unrest in the old lands. Anyone privy to this information would likely feel compelled to involve themselves. Should the Grey Blood organization be enlisted to eliminate me, they would spare no expense while preferring to remain concealed. Fear not, for I shall meticulously unearth your identity. Having been inexplicably ambushed and nearly murdered within the city, it was impossible for Wang Xian to maintain his composure. Until he uncovered the orchestrator behind the scenes, the threat of further misfortune loomed large. Before long, he found himself captivated by the sensational news of the celestial tomb, astonished that such a significant relic could be discovered in the old lands. Yet, the veracity of this revelation remained uncertain. Over the years, numerous claims of locating the tomb of the celestial immortals had surfaced, only to culminate in disillusionment. The earlier excavations of several underground palaces had ultimately been authenticated as the burial sites of pre-Qin sorcerers of considerable repute. If this latest claim were indeed true, the unearthing of scriptures and artifacts associated with the celestial immortals could profoundly impact the world. Wang Xian contemplated that in an era where ancient arts were increasingly in decline, the emergence of such treasures might indeed alter the prevailing despondency. After enjoying his lunch, he opted for a dapper short haircut, ensuring that the severed strands by his ears went unnoticed, as he was set to commence work officially the following day. While contemplating the matter of the celestial immortals and the impending expedition into the deep mountains and forests where he would face the trials of blood and fire, he simultaneously prepared for his new job. The stark contrast of these experiences and thoughts rendered Wang Xian's emotions quite peculiar. Fortunately, Qingmu did not seek him out the next day, allowing Wang Xian to avoid requesting leave on his first day of work, thus enabling a smooth commencement of his employment. Nowadays, any endeavors related to deep space exploration and interstellar travel relied heavily on New Star. The technological conglomerates on the old soil were woefully inadequate. The Design Institute of the Interstellar Group's subsidiary had not produced any significant achievements in years, rendering it nearly desolate. On his first day at work, Wang Xian discovered that many desks in the office area were vacant, with only 5 or 6 individuals present. When he attempted to greet them, he noticed one fellow, sporting black-rimmed glasses, nearly dozing off as he stared at the computer, engrossed in the news. The only spirited young lady was applying lipstick while gazing into her small mirror. She quickly noticed the arrival of a newcomer and greeted him warmly. Observing his colleagues, who appeared listless and devoid of energy, Wang Xian felt a wave of incredulity. When he initially chose to work here, he had heard it was quite leisurely, yet he never anticipated such a degree of idleness. By early morning, 2 older sisters were already planning to play mahjong after work. As for the other senior colleague in his 50s, he spent over half an hour on the phone, arranging to go fishing over the weekend. Nonetheless, these individuals were quite amiable towards Wang Xian, showing no signs of exclusion. They were eager to welcome a newcomer and offered to host a welcoming lunch for him, forgoing the need to wait until evening. Wang Xian, wishing to leave a favorable impression as a newcomer, offered to treat them, but was met with unanimous opposition, and thus abandoned the idea. In the morning, when he attempted to find something to do, he was advised to first familiarize himself with the work environment, as there was no rush. It became glaringly evident to him that this place was indeed a retirement haven. The only girl younger than him was named Lu Shui, who loved to dress up and was the most vivacious person in the office. According to her, she had come to this job seeking tranquility, having started in July, a few months prior to Wang Xian. Throughout the morning, Wang Xian spent his time thoughtfully engaged with his computer, exploring hidden knowledge, which he deemed a reasonable use of his time. Upon reflection, he found this job rather appealing, as many would likely desire such an opportunity, yet find it elusive. A minor incident occurred during lunch when Lu Shui eagerly assisted Wang Xian in retrieving a trench coat. With a loud clang, the coat, weighing over 20 pounds, slipped from her grasp and nearly landed on her foot, prompting a startled scream. She found it astonishing that a trench coat could be so heavy. Staring at Wang Xian as if he were a marvel, she skeptically retrieved the coat from the ground, discovering its weight was indeed extraordinary. Others quickly gathered around, lifting the coat to test its heft, expressing their amazement. Wang Xian hastily clarified that he had been working out recently and that the coat was specially tailored for him. designed to serve as a weight for his daily commutes. The group nodded in understanding, praising Wang Xian's determination, and deemed such a commitment to fitness a habit worth emulating. When Lu Shui offered to fetch him a cap, he swiftly donned it himself, for it was also made from specialized materials, capable of withstanding bullets and weighing a solid 2 pounds. The atmosphere during the midday meal was harmonious, leading Wang Xian to abandon his initial intention of humbly seeking guidance on work matters. Instead, his colleagues advised him to take it easy. Wang Xian was left speechless. There were no clock-ins, no face scans, and no checks on attendance. Such remarkable freedom was truly refreshing. He sighed, acknowledging that while the environment was indeed pleasant and conducive for his research into ancient arts, he knew he could not remain here for long. Someone devoted to antiquity would inevitably attract attention. Fortunately, he was acutely aware that he would soon be transitioning to a new star, and for the time being, he could avoid revealing his true self. This relaxed atmosphere led to the office's seasoned members remaining remarkably composed when Wang Xian took leave after just 2 days, as if they deemed it entirely normal. Wang Xian was picked up by a car and once again arrived at the estate outside the city, where he received his equipment and donned a human mask before embarking on his journey. Naturally, he did not remove the 3-layered, reinforced bulletproof vest he wore. He merely replaced his trench coat with protective gear, a burden that would be unbearable for most. This time, he was on the offensive, and it was likely to be far more perilous than his previous encounter on Qingqing Mountain, hence his meticulous attention to safety. On the way, Qingmu revealed their destination, the greater Xing'an Range, where an ancient tomb of immortals was said to be hidden deep within the mountainous forest. This was a stark contrast to Wang Xian's initial assumptions. He had expected a renowned natural wonder or a site steeped in myth and legend. Today's destination turned out to be merely a modest expanse of land within the greater Xing'an Range, said to be unremarkable on the surface, yet somehow pinpointed as the resting place of immortal remains. Old Mu piloted the ship while Black Tiger and Kite busied themselves sharpening their blades and inspecting their energy guns. Brother Qingmu, have you ever experienced a surge in your senses or intuition? Wang Xian subtly suggested, hoping Qingmu might give it a try. Before Qingmu could respond, Black Tiger interjected, recounting an experience from long ago when he felt an intense sharpness in his senses, accompanied by an illusion of transcending to immortality. Wang Xian was taken aback and inquired about the timing of this experience. If Black Tiger had indeed tapped into such heightened awareness, perhaps he could guide him in the future. It must have been a decade ago, during my time with my first love. Since then, I've never felt anything like it. Once one has seen the vast ocean, one finds it hard to appreciate mere water. There is no true love left in this life. Black Tiger sighed. Wang Xian was momentarily lost in thought, contemplating giving him a slap for his earnest demeanor, as if he were referencing a sage's moment. Noticing Kite was about to chime in, Qingmu swiftly tapped him on the back of the head, admonishing, while it's important to relax before a great battle, don't stray too far off course. Wang Xian, have you gleaned any insights while practicing the old techniques? Qingmu, possessing keen perception, sensed a notable difference in Wang Xian upon their reunion. It appeared his strength had significantly increased. I believe I entered a unique state last time, where my vision, hearing, sense of smell, and instinct were exceptionally acute and powerful. Wang Xian was still gathering his thoughts on how to articulate his experience of entering an inner realm, when Qingmu suddenly spoke up, seemingly astonished, yet ultimately sighed. Qingmu remarked, such a state is exceedingly rare. Typically, even masters struggle to attain it. Various ancient sects have their own names for this condition, some referring to it as the bodhisattva of clear emptiness, while others call it the unity of heaven and man. It is said that in ancient times, with the guidance of a powerful practitioner or a revered figure from a sect, one could gain tremendous benefits from such an experience. Yet in today's world, barring an extraordinary occurrence, no one can evoke that state. It is a realm unattainable even by masters. Moreover, where can one find preaching practitioners now? The leaders of various religions have long ceased to exist, who can guide and bestow such benefits. After speaking, Qingmu felt a pang of sympathy for Wang Xian, recognizing that he had missed a valuable opportunity for guidance and enlightenment. Otherwise, according to the legends of ancient sects, this presents a considerable opportunity. Wang Xian was somewhat taken aback. He discerned valuable information within, revealing that in ancient times, entering a heightened state of perception required an extraordinarily powerful being to guide one into the inner realm. This indicated that his current situation was somewhat unique. At this moment, he refrained from discussing the matter further, intending to converse with Qingmu about it at a later time when the opportunity arose. Soon, They arrived in the primordial forest of the Greater Shingon Mountains, closely monitoring a particular mountainous area. Before long, the other members of the expeditionary organization had also assembled, far exceeding the number present during the exploration of Qingqing Mountain. At the very least, Qingmu had brought along his 12 teams. Moreover, all the other factions were composed of elite members, seasoned and experienced. "Look over there. Something's amiss. This is quite eerie," Old Mu exclaimed. Ahead, the mountains were enveloped in mysterious radiance, and the entire region seemed to warp and blur, presenting an extraordinarily bizarre sight that emanated both a sense of the sacred and an unsettling aura. Could it truly be the presence of the immortal beings? Qingmu felt a surge of trepidation, experiencing a profound unease even from a distance. Chapter 28. Fishing in the vast expanse of the Daxing Amling, amidst densely wooded mountains. Clouds and mist swirled, distorting the landscape into a surreal, warped reality. A supernatural force. Qingmu gasped, convinced that an immense, extraordinary power was at play. Over the years, the expedition team had encountered numerous anomalous phenomena, gaining considerable experience. Qingmu commanded everyone to remain still and observe the unfolding situation. Though the distance was great and everything was viewed through a screen, the atmosphere felt palpably immersive. Wang Xian, astonished, wondered if there might be some unknown beast lurking within the primal forest, where the remains of an immortal were believed to be buried. In this modern age, if such mythical species or terrifying creatures from ancient legends existed, they should have been discovered by now. As the mist dissipated and the distorted scenery returned to normal, a colossal creature emerged from the depths of the forest, partially concealed by the underbrush. Its chilling gaze briefly met theirs before it vanished. "Black tiger," exclaimed Fengzhen, startled. "What?" inquired the black tiger beside him, tilting its head. Fengzhen shook his head. "I wasn't calling you. I meant that creature, a black tiger, 5 or 6 meters long." Its gaze was terrifying, filled with malice. Not only he, but Wang Xian and Qingmu also witnessed it, both suspecting it to be a black tiger. Its massive form cloaked in jet black fur with faint stripes. In that moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded their minds. The vicinity of the immortal's tomb was awash with ethereal light and thick mist, and now an ancient legendary black tiger had appeared. This was indeed peculiar. I never really believed in such things, but after joining the expedition team, I feel I will inevitably embrace mythology. To see such a creature today is astonishing, Fengzhen murmured, clearly shaken. If it were anywhere else, it might have been dismissed, but here, with the immortal's grand tomb and the bizarre scenery, it felt significant. Wang Xian observed ahead, stating, "This is Daxing Amling, where some Siberian tigers are known to roam. This creature might just be a mutation." The monstrous being moved swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Qingmu cautioned, "Whether it is a mythical species or a mutated Siberian tiger, it appears formidable. Its gaze is unsettling. Be cautious if we approach." Once he regained his composure, he was not overly concerned. As long as it was a living creature, they could easily eliminate it with the ship's weaponry. Even if the information was accurate and they truly stood before an immortal's grave, it was not insurmountable. After all, the immortal had perished. Buried there, what could other creatures possibly do, surpassing even the immortal? Fengzhen whispered, "What if this black tiger was raised by the immortal during their lifetime? After thousands of years, it might still be alive. Look, just now it seemed to conjure clouds and mist. The very space appeared distorted. Could it be more powerful than the immortal themselves?" "Silence!" Qingmu reprimanded him, asserting that with all their teams gathered today, even if a mythical creature appeared, they could reduce it to mere mud. Had the Ashen Blood organization truly excavated the wrong site? Now, someone was emerging from within the mountain. Old Mu gazed intently at the screen, observing the movements of his adversaries. The Grey Blood organization had already arrived, employing towering mechanical giants to bore into the heart of the mountain, now all ensconced underground. Upon hearing the roar of a tiger, some emerged, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Ultimately, a contingent of the mechanical units mobilized, hastening towards a canyon, as the Grey Blood members speculated that their excavation direction may have been erroneous. Progressing towards the area where the black tiger had vanished, there was intrigue in the air, as one contemplated the impending clash between these individuals and the mythical beast. Fengzhen was aflame with excitement. This time, the Mantis was poised to catch the cicada, while the yellow sparrow lay in wait. And it was finally the Grey Blood organization's turn. He could hardly contain his anticipation. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the forest adjacent to the deep canyon, accompanied by swirling mists, as if some supernatural force reverberated through the air. Sparks flew as a number of mechanical units malfunctioned, collapsing to the ground. The black tiger flickered across the screen and vanished into the woods. Was it responsible for this chaos? A jolt of unease coursed through Qingmu with the black tiger's emergence. Shrouded in fog and the tremors of otherworldly energy, a multitude of mechanical units had faltered. Old Mu, let us maintain our distance, Qingmu urged, aware that such a force could affect not only the machines, but also their spacecraft. He too felt a sense of trepidation. Were these truly mythical creatures? They appeared far from easy to contend with. Old Mu remained fixated on the various monitoring data displayed on the screen, analyzing the situation. Rest assured, we are at a sufficient distance. Moreover, the spacecraft has detected anomalous energy predominantly stemming from that cloud formation, which poses a far greater threat to the mechanical units than the black tiger itself. Qingmu inquired, so? You mean it is primarily the supernatural force emanating from the celestial grave that is to blame? At that moment, all members of the Grey Blood Organization retreated from the mountain's depths. Some piloted small spacecraft towards the forest, intent on exterminating the black tiger. Additionally, a contingent of advanced mechanical units, designed to withstand pulse disruptions, entered the misty region unscathed by the supernatural forces. Qingmu remarked. The Grey Blood Organization is indeed making a significant investment, deploying elite forces. Those advanced mechanical units are said to mitigate the effects of supernatural substances on themselves to a remarkable degree. Wang Xian felt a surge of excitement. Were these the newly developed machines from the New Star? Qingmu explained. Ever since New Star successfully harnessed supernatural elemental powers, they have undertaken targeted enhancements to their mechanical units, yielding impressive results. A roar resonated through the forest. One mechanical unit, wielding a several-meter-long alloy blade, swept through the air like a brilliant flash of lightning, striking the fearsome tiger with a resounding thud. Despite the black tiger's agility, it could not entirely evade the attack. A gruesome wound appeared on its flank, nearly exposing bone. Wang Xian's heart raced. These so-called mythical creatures were merely flesh and blood, seemingly unable to withstand the might of the advanced mechanical units. With a thunderous bang, a small energy cannon discharged a beam, piercing the nearly 6-meter-long black tiger's body. It emitted a fierce roar, its body swaying before it collapsed to the ground. An advanced mechanical unit strode forward, its alloy blade slicing through the air, severing the massive tiger's head, blood gushing forth and staining the mountain red. Alas, a mythical creature has perished just like that, the kite cried out in disbelief, reluctant to accept the reality. Within the spaceship, Black Tiger murmured, what ill fortune. Wang Xian also found himself lost in thought. After all, was it a mythical being or merely a mutated Siberian tiger? It struck him as less formidable than anticipated, so swiftly felt. The Grey Blood Organization pressed onward into the depths of a shadowy canyon, where the clouds churned and dense fog enveloped the area, rendering it increasingly bizarre. Boom. The small spacecraft unleashed its firepower, energy cannons blasting furiously, causing a seismic tremor within the canyon. The ground fissured, and rock walls shattered, resulting in utter disarray. Suddenly, a blinding aurora erupted, violently shaking the small craft, compelling it to retreat from the ominous zone. Meanwhile, a cadre of advanced robots, armed with alloy blades and energy weapons, experienced malfunctions, sparking with erratic electricity. A potent supernatural force radiated from the valley. Old Mu spoke gravely. Even they could not traverse easily, for they would surely suffer the repercussions. In the canyon's obscure depths, numerous colossal beings emerged, an assembly of hulking, fur-covered apes, towering at 3 to 4 meters. Charging forth from the mist, the Grey Blood personnel marched ahead with robots leading the way, while others donned protective suits, and upon encountering this unforeseen scenario, they decisively retreated. In the distance, a spacecraft hastily approached to provide assistance. A fierce energy beam erupted, reducing dozens of the charging apes to mere pulp within the valley. Something was awry. Old Mu furrowed his brow. Those creatures suspected to possess supernatural powers were utterly no match for modern weaponry. They were obliterated, unable to impede the advance of the Grey Blood Organization. The only threat to the robots and the spacecraft arose from the radiant aurora surging from the canyon's depths. Yet that supernatural force appeared unsustainable and seemed to be waning. The Grey Blood personnel, armed with energy weapons, continued their relentless advance, bolstered by the appearance of advanced mechs. Simply donning protective suits would render one vulnerable within the canyon. The feathered phoenix is less than a chicken. The deceased immortals fare no better, Qingmu mused. Suddenly, his body jolted, his expression turning serious as a secure line connected him with the higher echelons of the expedition organization. Qingmu, Your spacecraft's cloaking device is commendable, exhibiting strong self-defense capabilities. Pay heed now. Implement the highest level of self-protection and stealth, intoned an elderly voice. Wang Xian stood nearby, his hearing remarkably acute. And since Qingmu did not particularly shield their conversation, he caught a faint echo. The slow, deliberate tone felt vaguely familiar. It reminded him of an old colleague, whom he had overheard on his first day at work, chatting for half an hour about fishing plans. The voices bore a striking resemblance. Had the speaker not employed a voice changer? Clearly, they were well acquainted and trusted one another. What does this mean? Qingmu inquired. Another contingent from the Grey Blood Organization is en route, preparing to encircle you. A medium-sized warship is already nearing the greater Xing'an range. The elderly man spoke in a calm and measured tone, relaying the situation. Aoki felt an overwhelming urge to curse. They had been cut off from their escape route, and the Grey Blood Organization sought to eradicate them instead. Wang Xian, upon hearing that languid voice, was tempted to seize the old man and give him a good thrashing. Were they being hunted in reverse? Aoki's investigation into the Grey Blood Organization had inadvertently alerted them. They had intentionally leaked information to lure them in, preparing to unleash their full firepower from above to eliminate them entirely. Aoki's body turned icy with dread. If the adversary's medium-sized warships were indeed deployed, the stakes were dire, and they were likely to meet their doom here. Had the old world become a sieve, allowing such arrogance to prevail unchecked? Aoki was frantic. Wang Xian too was restless. This revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. They were to be hunted, purposefully drawn into a trap. At this moment, even if he had mastered the third level of the golden body technique, it would not suffice. The road ahead was long, and without attaining at least a dozen levels, he could not guarantee his safety. The old man interjected, "Do not panic. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Activate the highest level of cloaking and defense. The relevant departments have long been mobilized and are on the verge of action. What is happening? Please elucidate." Aoki felt completely in the dark. The old man continued. "From the outset, we decided to collaborate with the relevant departments to strike against the Grey Blood Organization and to seize the clandestine research facility in the greater Xing'an range, where experiments on immortality are being conducted." Boom. At that moment, a blinding flash erupted in the distant sky above the greater Xing'an range, followed by a violent explosion as spaceships were shattered. Boom. Boom. Under the barrage of concentrated and ferocious energy beams, the Grey Blood Organization's vessels and warships were obliterated, vanishing almost instantaneously. The old man calmly informed him, "There exists a powerful research facility on the New Star side that has unearthed something significant in the greater Xing'an range. For years, they have been conducting secret experiments without reporting to the old world. Naturally, the relevant departments are prepared to discuss matters with them. This time, they leaked information to the Grey Blood Organization, allowing them to probe the specifics of the underground testing site, while simultaneously educating the Grey Blood Organization on the necessity of adhering to regulations in the old world. Of course, the Grey Blood Organization is quite cautious, sending only a small contingent, thus placing you in a somewhat uncomfortable position. To bait the hook, you must serve as a distraction to draw the Grey Blood Organization's attention." Scoundrel! Aoki cursed vehemently. Chapter 29. The living sorceress with the threat neutralized and the warships of the Grey Blood Organization disintegrated. Aoki exhaled a sigh of relief upon receiving the news. Black Tiger, Old Mu, and Kite also felt their taut nerves finally relax. They had nearly been ensnared in a reverse trap set by the Grey Blood Organization, transforming from hunters into prey. Today had indeed been perilous. Wang Xian remained silent, feeling a profound discomfort. His safety was entirely beyond his control, dictated by others, a situation he found deeply unsatisfactory. Considering the perspective of the elder, one could hardly fault him. The successful fishing expedition was executed with precision and flair, significantly wounding the Grey Blood Organization. From Wang Xian's viewpoint, had any unforeseen event occurred today, their vessel would have been reduced to scrap metal, leaving none of them alive. Any thoughts? Aoki, a master of ancient arts with exceptional perceptive abilities, sensed Wang Xian's discontent. Wang Xian did not mask his feelings, stating, "Although the fishing was successful today, as the bait, we remain at risk of being devoured by a larger fish. In the end, our survival rests solely on chance." Black Tiger, Kite, and Old Mu remained silent, yet they all shared his sentiment. However, they had weathered numerous crises and had grown somewhat accustomed to such peril. "I will report this matter to the higher-ups," Aoki interjected, momentarily diverting the conversation. Wang Xian pondered silently. While the exploration organization was formidable and consistently reaped substantial rewards, being a mere pawn, subject to the whims of others, left him feeling intensely uncomfortable, sparking thoughts of retreat. He yearned for the freedom to explore the realm of ancient arts without being a mere piece on someone else's chessboard. Deep within the canyon, clouds of vapor rose as energy cannons relentlessly bombarded the area. The faction of the Grey Blood organization present was unaware that their escape route had been severed and that their medium-sized warship had been utterly obliterated. Yet they continued pressing forward. However, they soon encountered trouble. Deep within the canyon's bed lay a vast array of modern high-energy weaponry, which launched a fierce counterattack against the invading Grey Blood forces. Only at this moment did they realize something was amiss. If this were indeed a celestial grave, how could it be fortified with so many high-tech weapons, surpassing their own? Advanced robots, wielding energy guns, emerged incessantly, unleashing a barrage of fire upon them. The members of the Grey Blood organization recognized the precariousness of their situation and swiftly retreated, attempting to contact their rear base for support, but found themselves unable to establish any communication. "Who are you? Why have you set an ambush here against us?" The Grey Blood personnel shouted. The defenders in the depths of the canyon were incensed, retorting, "You attacked our underground research facility and yet dare to accuse us of targeting you? Absurd." Both factions engaged in a violent clash that threatened to demolish the canyon, with some robots advancing to the front lines, their energy guns spewing beams of light while brandishing alloy-long knives. The battle was exceedingly brutal. The Grey Blood organization had small vessels nearby, but witnessing the chaos between the two forces in the canyon, they felt utterly at a loss to assist. Ultimately, the Grey Blood members succumbed to panic and began a desperate retreat. Their ships soared into the sky but were quickly struck, resulting in a series of catastrophic explosions. Personnel from relevant departments maintained a distance, while the exploration organization, having awaited this moment, showed no mercy as they witnessed the Grey Blood forces in disarray and fleeing. Deep within the Grand Canyon, the individuals fell silent, acutely aware that they were being observed by not just one, but multiple forces converging upon the greater Shingen Mountain. A foreboding sense enveloped them. They suspected that this time, resistance would be futile. They could only blame themselves for their years of clandestine research here, neglecting to report to the relevant authorities in the old Earth. However, surrendering and relinquishing all their scientific breakthroughs filled them with a sense of reluctance. They resolved to exhibit the extraordinary nature of their findings to facilitate forthcoming negotiations. As they established a connection with their counterparts, they unearthed a remarkable object from the depths, a segment of golden bamboo, still adorned with vibrant leaves, exuding a robust vitality. Astonishingly, as they activated it with a certain instrument, it radiated an ethereal glow and unleashed formidable supernatural energy. Instantly, nearby spacecraft were affected, as if struck by an unseen shockwave. The raw material of the golden bamboo tablet, Wang Xian was captivated, standing before the large screen of the spacecraft, his gaze fixated. The leaves of the bamboo shimmered with a golden aura, cascading light, disrupting various sophisticated instruments in the vicinity. Qingmu was astonished. The supernatural energy was emitted through the bamboo in a unidirectional manner, ensuring that they themselves remained unharmed. What wonders lay beneath this ground? The Research Institute from New Star brazenly showcased such an extraordinary botanical specimen. Over the years, major organizations and conglomerates from New Star had discovered 4 golden bamboo tablets in old Earth. Yet they had never encountered such a living specimen of the bamboo itself. Was it truly hidden beneath the greater Shingen Mountain? Boom. Clearly, the higher echelons of the exploration organization and relevant authorities received reports and swiftly acted to neutralize the remnants of the Ashen Blood organization. They then called for a ceasefire, accepting the connection from the experimental site deep underground to initiate negotiations. At this juncture, the elder once more contacted Qingmu, instructing him to take a few capable assistants deeper into the Earth. Undoubtedly, the exploration organization had maintained close ties with the relevant departments. Otherwise, such collaboration would not have materialized. He Hu, Feng Zhong, and Lao Mu looked on with eager anticipation, yearning to venture into the Grand Canyon to uncover what discoveries the Research Institute from New Star had made. They understood that entering now posed little danger. As the spacecraft hovered above, armed with high-energy weaponry aimed at the canyon, only a madman would dare initiate conflict from below. Xiaowan, He Hu, you two come with me. Qingmu was the first to disembark from the spacecraft, subsequently selecting 6 others from various teams to accompany him forward. Although Feng Zheng and Lao Mu felt a twinge of disappointment, They understood the necessity of selecting those with superior skills for this expedition. Jean Chuan also arrived with 8 individuals, awaiting at the entrance to the Grand Canyon. 7 representatives from the relevant departments approached, led by a man in his 40s responsible for liaison and preliminary negotiations, wearing black-framed glasses. Upon catching a glimpse of his profile, Wang Xian's heart raced. Ever since he had heard the elder's voice communicating with Qing Mu not long ago, doubts had lingered in his mind. Could this be his old colleague? Now, he once again encountered the middle-aged man, who, astonishingly, donned the same style of black-rimmed glasses as the fellow from his office, prompting a fleeting moment of suspicion. Fortunately, he was confident that, even if this individual wore a realistic human mask, he was certainly not the same man. As a master of ancient arts, he possessed formidable intuition. Accompanying the man in black-rimmed glasses were 2 military personnel, both of whom were adept in the realm of ancient techniques. The remaining 4 were specialists in life sciences, primarily present to observe and verify certain matters. The Grand Canyon had been ravaged, and a small spacecraft emerged, guiding them deeper until it vanished into a vast cavern. Upon disembarking from the vessel, they beheld an intricate underground construction, meticulously built to modern standards, replete with various facilities. The bright lights illuminated the expansive subterranean space, exuding a contemporary ambience akin to entering the interior of a skyscraper. Within the underground complex, there existed a substantial living area, as well as state-of-the-art laboratory zones. The group descended over 100 meters in an elevator before exiting into the impressively modern area, making their way toward a cavernous section. It was here that they made the most astonishing discovery. Having resolved to share their findings with the ancient Earth, they would undoubtedly conceal nothing. Accompanied by representatives from the New Star organization, they provided explanations along the way. This organization, known as the Origin Life Research Institute, held significant renown in New Star. While it might seem merely a research entity, it actually spanned various fields, boasting substantial industrial resources that enabled them to establish such a colossal experimental site on ancient Earth. At the very least, they were unafraid of the Grey Blood mercenary group, as the Origin Life Research Institute possessed adequate security forces of its own. "How did you find this place?" inquired the middle-aged man with the black-rimmed glasses. "This is the Greater Xing'an Range, a dense primeval forest, far from any famous mountains or rivers, devoid of myth or legend. Without prior information, to dig here would be the act of either a madman or a fool." A female researcher from New Star elucidated, "We deciphered an ancient bamboo slip from the pre-Qin era, which revealed the existence of this location. After years of exploration, we ultimately arrived here." "What did the bamboo slip document that warranted such a relentless pursuit?" asked the man in black-rimmed glasses. Wang Xian, standing not far from him, shared a keen interest in the inquiries. The bamboo slip mentioned a female alchemist, seemingly renowned in that era, with aspirations of attaining immortality. Although the slip was damaged and the text incomplete, it indicated this location, thus compelling their search. New Star had previously unearthed several fragmented remains of pre-Qin alchemists, extracting anomalous substances from their bones and hair, which held remarkable research value. Given the prospect of discovering an alchemist poised for ascension, their enthusiasm was palpable. It is essential to note that the preeminent figures among alchemists were akin to mythic legends, embodying various extraordinary attributes, and their relics were exceedingly rare to uncover. Once news concerning them emerges, even in this era of new mystical practices, it invariably captivates the keen attention of various institutions. Moreover, the elusive immortals are seldom found, leading many to believe that the most distinguished practitioners from the pre-Qin period might indeed be the legendary sages. "Have you located that female practitioner?" inquired the middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses. Amidst a rumbling sound, the stone door creaked open, and an inexplicable aura began to circulate. In truth, even before entering, Wang Xian had already placed his faith in the words of the female researcher. He experienced an uncanny familiarity, as though standing within an inner sanctum, sensing the presence of enigmatic elements that appeared to drift languidly around him. Then, an overwhelming shock enveloped everyone. Ahead lay a golden bamboo, a meter in diameter, sliced open and fashioned into a small vessel. Inside rested a young woman, so lifelike that she seemed to have merely fallen into slumber moments ago. This woman conformed to contemporary aesthetic ideals, her delicate skin radiating a pearly whiteness, her hair a lustrous black. With features so flawless that they defied any critique, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Life emanated from her. Akiyama's expression turned grave as he spoke urgently, betraying a hint of anxiety. Despite her eyes being closed and her body motionless, the faint aura she exuded evoked a sense of trepidation within Akiyama, akin to a herbivore encountering the king of beasts, instilling a strong impulse to flee. Wang Xian too found himself captivated by the woman in the golden bamboo vessel, undeniably sensing a formidable vitality. Remarkably, her body showed no signs of decay, and her attire bore the distinct style of the pre-Qin era, preserved in pristine condition over the years, much like her form. Indeed, it appeared as though she still lived. The female researcher from the New Star nodded solemnly. Gratitude was extended to the Silver Alliance leader, Sanxing Yuan, the hunter. Appreciation was also conveyed to Miss Jia Ran for her support in becoming the Alliance leader. Chapter 30. The Failure of Ascension over the years. Various organizations and departments associated with the New Star have unearthed many remarkable artifacts from the old Earth, yet the discovery of a golden bamboo, measuring a meter in diameter, is unparalleled. It was hollowed out and crafted into a small vessel, a grand undertaking even in the pre-Qin period. The major institutions of New Star have previously engaged in fierce competition over a few golden bamboo slips, and now a living bamboo, pulsating with vibrant life, has emerged. The bamboo boat is adorned with a dozen branches, each still bearing leaves, occasionally showering golden light upon the tranquil figure of the female practitioner, who lies as if in a deep slumber. Do you imply that she still has a chance at revival? A man with black-rimmed glasses, identifying himself as Qianlei, meticulously seeks to understand the situation. The authorities place great importance on this location. Anything related to longevity is considered significant. A sentiment echoed not only by the financial magnates of New Star, but also by those on the old Earth. It is implausible. She has been deceased for thousands of years, and the essence of self-awareness, a fundamental trait of humanity, has long since faded, with the biological electricity in her brain dissipated. As one of the project leaders, Zhou Yu comprehends better than anyone that the female practitioner has been dead for at least 3 millennia. What remains perplexing is that her physical vitality persists. After extensive testing and analysis, the consensus emerged that this phenomenon is linked to the golden vessel and her inherent supernatural abilities. Please elaborate, Qianlei requested, eager to gain a comprehensive understanding. As the old Earth is undoubtedly poised to engage in subsequent research within the subterranean experimental site, several researchers from New Star provided an overview, detailing the discovery of these underground relics, their research directions in recent years, and the preliminary results achieved thus far. Zhou Yu, as one of the project leaders, added insights. Acutely aware of the specific concerns of certain individuals from the old Earth, testing revealed that her physiological age at the time of death was approximately 25. So young? Qianlei was taken aback. Being part of a specialized department, he possessed a far greater understanding of pre-Qin practitioners than the average individual. To become a top-tier practitioner at such a tender age was unprecedented. No, to be precise, her age of 25 merely reflects her physical vitality. Through various methods of examination and analysis, scientific calculations indicated that her actual age at the time of death was around 230 years, an astonishing revelation. From the frequency of cellular division to mitochondrial depletion, her metrics far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Such an age, while maintaining a youthful state, rendered Qianlei exceptionally grave as he adjusted his spectacles and inquired, "Are the data credible?" Zhou Yu understood what he, or rather those behind him, were hoping for. The quest for longevity has remained an ever-relevant topic throughout history, shrouded in mystery. Many have sought to unravel it, from the pre-Qin era to the present day, perpetually revisiting bygone tales that have captivated countless heroes. Yet, the financial magnates of this era are more direct, openly investing vast resources and already achieving preliminary outcomes. Zhou Yu remarked, the cause of her death remains unclear, but it was certainly not natural. Based on her physical vitality, theoretically, she could have lived to at least 700 years, with an upper limit of approximately 950 years. Qianlei felt an undeniable unrest within, fully aware of the implications that lay ahead. Once reported, this subterranean laboratory would ascend to one of the most significant research facilities in the old soil, with security measures elevated to the highest tier. Several researchers from the old soil perused various data reports, their heads nodding in agreement, visibly exhilarated. This underground laboratory had conducted numerous experiments utilizing the blood, bone marrow, and muscle fibers of the female practitioner, yielding comprehensive data and credible conclusions. Wang Xian listened attentively, observing the remarkable vitality of the 230-year-old female practitioner, who retained the physical vigor of one in her 20s, indeed astonishing. He understood that such an extraordinary practitioner must have ventured into the realm of inner landscapes. Her mitochondrial telomere length surpassed that of the average individual, theoretically extending her lifespan significantly. The researchers from the old soil were envious, eager to partake in this project immediately. Zhou stated, "We have extracted a miraculous substance from the blood of the female practitioner that can extend the lifespan of ordinary individuals." He continued, "We have a crucial client on the Nova side, who is also one of our investors. This underground facility received 30% of its funding from him. We plan to inject him with the active substance extracted from the female practitioner's blood, and after more than 2 years of tracking, we have found that he, who is nearing the end of his lifespan, could theoretically live for another 15 years. Upon hearing this, the researchers from the old soil were astounded. Even Wang Xian was secretly impressed. The female practitioner had been deceased for over 3,000 years, yet her body still harbored some attributes of longevity, truly extraordinary. Akin to the fabled flesh of Tang Sung. Qianlei's expression shifted dramatically, and he inquired, "Do you have other clients like this? How much of that active substance have you extracted from the female practitioner?" Zhou replied, "There are some major clients awaiting our samples. But we do not wish to exhaust our resources. For years, we have attempted to cultivate the cells of the female practitioner artificially. But the results have been less than satisfactory. For instance, her blood contains supernatural powers, which become highly unstable once removed from her body, leading to multiple laboratory explosion incidents." He continued, "We have another experiment planned, aiming to upload the memories of a volunteer from Nova into the female practitioner's mind, and to reactivate the biological electricity within her brain, to see if we can harness her remarkable vitality to grant another person a second life." "No," Qianlei exclaimed, his urgency evident as he raised his voice. Wang Xian was equally taken aback. Such an experiment was indeed extraordinary. On the Nova side, this type of technology had reached a considerable level of accumulation. From the perspective of researchers, all individuals were fundamentally akin to machines, merely more intricate. The cognitive processes of the human brain were merely a complex set of programs, theoretically replicable. Qianlei spoke gravely. "This experimental project must be halted. We cannot proceed with this." He then asked, "Who is that volunteer?" He believed that an ordinary person would never attain such an opportunity. This was an attempt to resurrect through the female practitioner's body, to achieve immortality for centuries. "It is Ms. Zheng, the founder of our Origin Life Research Institute." Zhou responded. Zhou calmly informed that 60% of the funding for constructing this underground laboratory came from Ms. Zheng. "Personally, I do not support the revival of another person's cognitive memories within her. I am more inclined towards the latter proposal, which involves a comprehensive dissection of the female practitioner. Utilizing the most advanced life instruments from the new star side, we aim to record and decipher her genetic information, fundamentally analyzing and compiling the microscopic structure of an individual who transcends the limits of human life." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian was left speechless. Mourning for the female practitioner who had been dead for thousands of years, yet still found no peace, often subjected to bloodletting, and now, to dissection. Qianlei was taken aback by the seemingly tranquil woman's radical perspective and quickly interjected, urging caution, "Do not act recklessly. Certain experiments must be postponed until our plan is finalized. If we are to collaborate, it must naturally yield mutual benefits. This bamboo embodies supernatural powers and possesses remarkable vitality. Upon refinement, we discovered that it contains life factors no less potent than those found in the female practitioner's body." When discussing the thick bamboo, which had been fashioned into small boats, Zhou's demeanor brightened. Wang Xian, intrigued, could not refrain from asking a nearby researcher, "Are there no other discoveries, such as bamboo slips, in this underground cavern?" A practitioner of such strength must have left behind more than just this. The researcher shook his head, stating, "No. When we entered, the cavern appeared to have suffered a massive explosion, with many areas charred black. Any bamboo slips have turned to ashes." The scene he described rendered the expressions of both Qing Mu and the two adept figures from the old Earth military, as well as the already formidable Qianlei, exceptionally grave. Qing Mu solemnly remarked, "Your account resembles the records left by other practitioners from the pre-Qin era." Indeed, the adept from the old Earth military nodded in agreement. This closely resembles descriptions of catastrophic explosions resulting from failed transcendence. Discussions regarding transcendence have persisted through the ages. Some believe that embarking on such a path signifies awareness of impending death, where one harnesses supernatural forces to self-immolate. Others contend that transcendence represents the pinnacle of life, a means to achieve immortality. Regrettably, throughout the long passage of time, no empirical evidence has surfaced. All individuals associated with transcendence have been found deceased. Even the archaeological team dispatched by the New Star conglomerate unearthed remains of such individuals, their deaths rather undignified. The present woman, mentioned in other preaching bamboo slips, was regarded as a top-tier practitioner with aspirations of ascending to immortality. Naturally, she would pursue the path of transcendence. Alas, it now appears she too has failed, which elucidates why, despite her prolonged lifespan, she met her demise. From a scientific perspective, there were no discernible injuries, and the cause of death remained unknown. However, considering the path of ancient arts, it suggests that her mental will was shattered and utterly extinguished. Such an individual could not possibly return to life. Wang Xian, lost in thought, contemplated yet another case of failed transcendence. Chapter 31. The Longevity Species Project. There exists an abundance of legends surrounding the immortal ascetics. However, upon closer examination, one discovers that these tales merely pertain to transmutation rather than true immortality, particularly in this resplendent age of technological civilization. Numerous life research institutes and major conglomerates of the New Star have delved into ancient lore in pursuit of longevity. They have, on more than one occasion, genuinely unearthed figures mentioned in the records of the immortals. Upon the initial opening of sepulchres, the sight of these figures, vividly preserved, has evoked profound astonishment. Yet, moments later, one is left with a sense of lamentation as the legendary individuals swiftly disintegrate into ash, conclusively verifying that they did not attain true immortality. Take, for instance, the figure of Chixuzi, a genuine immortal referenced in the records of the immortals, whose tomb was located in ancient times, revealing nothing but a puddle of ashes. Similarly, Guanling's coffin was excavated and has since been displayed as an artifact in a museum for many years. Wang Xian was indifferent to whether the immortals had been debunked. Today, he learned about the limits of a sorcerer's lifespan, and for him, this revelation was of immense significance. The woman lying in the bamboo boat, as one of the foremost sorcerers, could live for at least 700 years, with a potential maximum of 950, indeed, a considerable lifespan. Historical figures such as the illustrious Pingzhu, who is said to have lived for 800 years, lend credence to this range. Wang Xian was suddenly filled with confidence. If he were ever to step into that realm, he would possess ample time to contemplate the questions that lie beyond the terminus of ancient practices. However, upon reflection, he pondered several issues. For instance, why was this woman, despite having ample longevity remaining, in such haste to transcend and become immortal? Did some event transpire in the past? Was it related to her personally, or was it influenced by the broader circumstances? He considered many possibilities. The reason she retained her corporeal form, despite her failed ascension, and maintained the vitality of her former self, was closely linked to the robust golden bamboo. Zhou Yu introduced that the Research Institute had named this bamboo transcendental bamboo, imbued with a rich essence of supernatural matter and abundant life force. Qianlei inquired, "Do you have any other research plans or experiments in different directions?" "Indeed, there exists another project, which we have termed the longevity species." "Pray tell more," Qianlei urged. He understood that the New Star researchers would likely withhold certain details, but there would be ample time to gradually uncover them. Upon hearing this, even the two composed military experts were taken aback, their mouths agape. Perceiving the researchers' audacity as utterly astounding, Qianlei found himself momentarily speechless, instinctively adjusting his black-rimmed glasses, seemingly fearful they might fall. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, "Are you suggesting that after 3,000 years, we would have a female sorcerer bear a child?" "Indeed," came the reply. "She is the closest individual we have discovered to true longevity, capable of shattering the upper limits of human life. The genetic material she bequeaths to her offspring is of extraordinary significance, meriting experimentation." Zhou Yu's face radiated fervor, more animated than when she had suggested dissecting the female sorcerer. As she couldn't help but vigorously wave her arm. Xing Mu, as the head of a department within the exploration organization, typically exuded calmness. Yet he now found himself somewhat startled. He suddenly realized that once the cultured researchers became passionate, they could be even more formidable than he. Wang Xian felt a sense of bewilderment. Was it truly permissible? Even after 3 millennia of death, one was still bound to the cycle of life, compelled to bear children. Resolutely, he decided that should he fail to traverse the ancient path, when his time came, he would ignite a fire to consume himself entirely. He harbored grave doubts, pondering whether the other eminent practitioners had foreseen this day when they ultimately ascended by self-immolation. Zhou Yu, as one of the project leaders, wielded considerable authority. Yet she did not insist on an immediate course of action. Nodding, she remarked, We had no intention of initiating this soon. While the maternal essence is sufficiently potent, we have yet to find a suitable paternal counterpart. Let us wait a decade. If a worthy candidate emerges on the new path, we may reconsider. As for the ancient technique, it is best left behind. We are unlikely to encounter individuals of the caliber of preteen practitioners. This path has become increasingly unfeasible in the present era, yielding slow results and lacking universal applicability. Wang Xian sighed, relieved that the female practitioner had temporarily evaded a significant calamity in her life. Yet, he soon shook his head, recognizing that for one who has passed away, concepts of glory and disgrace hold no value. It seemed Zhou Yu and her associates had anticipated this, generously offering him the severed bamboo segment. Qing Mu, unsettled, sought to articulate a request on behalf of the expedition organization for a segment of golden bamboo. However, before he could voice his plea, the representatives from the New Star Initiative preemptively addressed the matter. We can no longer extract branches of the ascension bamboo from the bamboo vessel, as we fear it may severely compromise the vessel's vitality and, more critically, jeopardize the stability of the female practitioner's body. Should this occur, all experiments would falter and become unfeasible. Qing Mu found himself at a loss for words. The opposing party had effectively closed off all avenues. To persist in demanding would only disrupt the overall framework and hinder the experiments. Zhou Yu expressed her apologies and presented him with a golden leaf, signifying that this was all that could be done. Qing Mu felt a pang of discontent as he glanced at the bamboo segment in Qian Lei's hand. Then at the leaf resting in his palm. Without comparison, there is no shame. He resigned himself to this reality. Wang Xian spoke up, I sincerely apologize. But may I take a few stones from this cavern? The assembly reacted with surprise, and the New Star representatives appeared puzzled. Wang Xian promptly elaborated. I am a practitioner of the ancient arts, venerating the sages of old. The notion of ascension is akin to myth for me. To witness such relics is already a profound fulfillment, yet I wish to take a few fragments as mementos, to inspire myself that the ancient path is viable and that ascension can indeed be reached. Qing Mu was taken aback. He understood Wang Xian's lack of reverence for the immortals and wondered if he had altered his demeanor today by desiring to take stones for display. The middle-aged man from the military smiled, a seasoned adept of the ancient arts, and nodded. You are quite the spirited youth. Your passion for martial pursuits is commendable. You remind me of my younger self. Do keep in touch. Although I am transitioning towards the new arts, I have not entirely forsaken the old. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out, and we shall have a thorough discussion. Wang Xian immediately donned a sincere smile, expressing his gratitude, and proactively approached to exchange contact information, of course, providing the phone number designated for communication with the exploration organization. The project leader from the New Star, along with other researchers, observed his demeanor, and with the presence of military personnel, they merely nodded in a nonchalant manner. In truth, they had thoroughly scoured the area. Indeed, the female warrior had left behind some artifacts years ago, but most had been incinerated, leaving nothing of value. Furthermore, they had utilized the most advanced instruments to conduct numerous scans, revealing no layers or other extraordinary substances or energies within the cave. Wang Xian, seemingly casual, effortlessly pried several stones from the cracked cave wall, astonishing the New Star personnel with his strength. Although the cave had been cleared, charred marks remained in the fissures, which appeared not to be the result of combustion, but rather akin to lightning strikes. With an impassive expression, he collected 6 stones in total, then quietly stepped back, masking his inner excitement. Qing Mu sighed, expressing that he too practiced ancient techniques but lamented his own lack of talent. Despite venerating the sages of old, his own abilities were insufficient, and he resolved to pursue new methods instead. I shall take 2 stones as keepsakes, he remarked. The New Star team had little to say, offering him merely a leaf, for they could not show favoritism even among stones. Alas, our old paths have come to an end. We can only hope for the new techniques. The middle-aged military man approached, visibly saddened, and also took 2 stones. How tragic. Jin Chuan sighed, quietly slipping 2 fist-sized stones into his pocket. Wang Xian was taken aback, realizing that these 3 men truly understood nothing. Yet they mimicked his actions. Was it sheer folly or mere imitation? The New Star personnel chuckled, amused by their attempts to gain an advantage. How ludicrous. This cave has been thoroughly examined, scanned countless times. If anything of value existed, would it still be left for you? Ah, you poor souls. Qian Lei sighed, shaking his head. Qing Mu, Jin Chuan, and the middle-aged military man felt a touch of embarrassment, all being of sound mind. Young brother, I see you have collected quite a few stones. I just remembered that if my comrades were to ask me for some, I would have only 2 left to share. Would you kindly part with 1 or 2 more? The middle-aged military man looked at Wang Xian with earnest eyes. Wang Xian sighed, recalling how this man had been so courteous earlier, likening him to himself in his youth, and now felt his gratitude had been in vain. Wang Xian was truly speechless. They were indeed not simple characters, all theatrical in their own right. However, he was unfazed, having anticipated certain possibilities. He had taken a few extra stones, primarily concerned with just 2 of them. Thus, he said nothing and quietly tossed 1 stone each to the middle-aged man and Qianlei. Noticing Qingmu's hesitant expression, he proactively threw him a stone as well. Jin Chuan immediately interjected, "Brother, we belong to the same exploration organization." Before he could finish, Wang Xian decisively refused, saying, "No, of course, I must remind you. You attempted to ambush me last time." Jin Chuan found himself quite choked, harboring the intention to correct him, deeming it an interception. However, in the end, he chose silence and turned away, unwilling to seek out discomfort. Such is the wisdom gleaned from life's experiences. The middle-aged man from the military, on the other hand, remained remarkably composed, refraining from adding any dramatic flair this time. Time flies. We are already midway through the month. I humbly seek votes for my tender new book in the upcoming month. My heartfelt gratitude to the supporters, you, Chongstin, Yabanhua, Xiaomao, Ershinkong, and Bajiang. Thank you to the aforementioned leaders for your unwavering support. Chapter 32. The curious phenomenon. The night sky was devoid of clouds, adorned with a splendid array of stars, and the cosmos stretched into unfathomable depths, evoking boundless imagination. A spacecraft darted across the urban expanse like a shooting star, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only a faint trace, its speed astonishing. Soon, another warship soared overhead, its alloy hull radiating a chilling luminescence. It was a behemoth capable of traversing the vastness of space, hurtling away at an extraordinary velocity. He felt a twinge of astonishment. Was there some operation underway? Even the large warships were mobilized, crossing the city sky and disappearing into the distance. As he was on the road, he was nearly finished with his dinner, his thoughts entirely fixated on those 2 stones. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Aoki calling. What could possibly be the matter so soon after their parting? Wang Xian quickly dispatched the last remnants of his meal and answered the call, immediately greeted by Aoki's laughter, revealing a buoyant mood. The Grey Blood Organization's stronghold on the old soil had been eradicated, all spacecraft and warships cornered, with the relevant authorities taking stern action against organizations that flouted the old soil's regulations. From tomorrow onward, those institutions and organizations from the new star would adopt a more discreet approach. Wang Xian felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing this. He had not forgotten that fateful night in this very grove, where he had been ambushed. The organization had finally been dismantled. The stones, each roughly the size of a fist, bore a charred appearance, as if scorched by fire or struck by lightning, their surfaces marked by traces of melted crystals. At that moment, they had been right before him. Yet Aoki, Qianlei, and the military experts were oblivious, and the New Star individuals were even less aware. Having lingered there for years without any discovery, Wang Xian speculated that it was likely connected to his previous visits to the inner scene. His first encounter with that mysterious essence had occurred within the inner scene, a realm that, while desolate and silent, could summon enigmatic substances when one employed the foundational techniques of ancient practitioners. These ethereal elements, capable of nurturing both spirit and body, would drift down from the void into the inner scene. Upon entering the subterranean cavern where the female practitioner lay in slumber, Wang Xian sensed the presence of thin threads of mysterious essence permeating the space. He was astonished, initially believing he had approached the inner scene once more. Soon, he discerned that, apart from the delicate wisps emanating from the woman in the golden bamboo boat, a portion of this essence also originated from the rock wall itself. At that moment, Wang Xian realized that the others seemed entirely oblivious to these phenomena, perceiving the special substance produced in the inner scene as mere air. Despite the formidable abilities of Qianlei, Aoki, and Jin Chuan, they had failed to notice anything unusual, their focus solely on the ethereal golden bamboo and the female practitioner. Wang Xian pondered whether only those who had entered the inner scene and absorbed this substance could detect the anomalies. Ultimately, he became convinced that those individuals in the subterranean cavern truly failed to capture the essence of the mysterious particles, treating this extraordinary material as inconsequential. With a serene expression, Wang Xian's heart raced with excitement as he meticulously observed the rock wall, employing his heightened perception to pinpoint its core location. upon the expansive rock face. Mysterious essences seeped forth in delicate wisps, yet it was these two particular stones that captivated his attention. Beyond confirming the presence of an exceptionally rare substance within, he felt as though he were on the precipice of uncovering the hidden realms, igniting a surge of exhilaration within him. Furthermore, he discerned a crucial fact. Although the Nova had discovered supernatural materials, they remained oblivious to these distinctly unique enigmatic elements, their most advanced instruments yielding no insights. Clearly, the treasures of the hidden realms were extraordinary. Wang Xian caressed the two stones. Their rough surfaces bore scorch marks, and a soothing essence wafted from them, permeating his being. Transcendent stones, he mused, deeming the name most fitting. He recalled the middle-aged men who, not only caught up in the fervor of stone excavation, were particularly eager to claim the stones from his possession, a rather cunning lot. A smile crept across Wang Xian's face, relieved that he had outmaneuvered them. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that they too had benefited. The entire cavern was infused with strands of those mysterious essences, and the stones they held were certainly imbued with some of that allure. Wang Xian speculated that the female practitioner had failed in her transcendence attempt, triggering a cataclysmic eruption of the mysterious materials she had extracted from the hidden realms, resulting in a turbulent dispersal. Years passed, the cavern had melted, and vast quantities of rare substances had sunk into the rock strata, rendering the entire cave a veritable treasure trove. Regrettably, as the cavern endured continuous impacts, it became riddled with countless fissures, allowing the once concealed essences to escape once more. Had it not been for this, the transcendent stones would undoubtedly number far more than merely two. Wang Xian was convinced that to those well-versed in the art, these two transcendent stones were priceless treasures, irreplaceable by any means. Cradling the stones in his hands, he felt a burgeoning anticipation. Even before he had shattered the stones, the subtle essences had already begun to nourish his spirit and fortify his sinews. Most significantly, he once again glimpsed the fringes of the hidden realms. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he prepared to invoke the primordial techniques of the ancient practitioners, his heart alight with fervent curiosity and an insatiable thirst for discovery. The sound of falling leaves drifted through the window, followed by the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the glass. The autumn rain had begun. Suddenly, Wang Xian opened his eyes, swiftly stowing the transcendent stones in an inconspicuous corner before darting to the balcony, crouching silently. He discerned a peculiar sound below the balcony, a faint rustling, indicative of someone climbing. Though it was barely audible to the average ear, the rain effectively masked all. Yet Wang Xian's hearing was extraordinarily acute, surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Especially after his last encounter with heightened sensitivity in the hidden realms, his abilities had significantly advanced. Not only had he mastered the third tier of the golden body technique, but his mental vitality had surged, sharpening his intuition to an extraordinary degree. Who, under the cover of this rainy night, dared to approach the balcony? As Wang Xian fully extended his senses, he detected additional subtle movements nearby. In the corridor outside, faint footsteps approached, soft and deliberate, belonging to two individuals who halted before his door. Had his golden body technique not ascended to the third level and his spirit not been so vigorous, Wang Xian might have overlooked their presence entirely. However, everything had changed. He detected those nearly imperceptible sounds, sensing an impending danger. Silently, a hand emerged onto the balcony, clawing its way up, followed by the revelation of half a head, and then a dark gun pointing into the room. Wang Xian could not see the face of the intruder, but crouched on the balcony, the muzzle of the weapon was clearly aimed at him. If the two outside were to burst in and he engaged in combat, the person on the balcony could suddenly open fire, leading to a dire situation. He recognized immediately that this was a professional. Someone had come to assassinate him, more formidable than the previous group. These were three exceptionally dangerous killers. That night, the Grey Blood organization had been uprooted from their stronghold in the Old Lands. Had these assassins resorted to desperate measures? Or had their employer increased the bounty, prompting remnants of the Grey Blood organization to seize the chaotic night to eliminate him? Regardless of the motivation, it stirred a fierce bloodlust within Wang Xian. He had always been benevolent, priding himself on never having wronged anyone, yet he found himself repeatedly targeted, with threats against his life. The rain outside intensified, pattering against the window, with droplets swept by the wind onto the balcony. The assassin clinging outside was evidently struggling, drenched to the bone. Ultimately, the individual nimbly flipped over, akin to a weasel, intending to hide behind the curtains and ambush the occupant of the room. However, she underestimated the situation the moment she attempted to enter. A hand seized her gun-bearing arm, and with a sharp crack, her bone fractured, rendering her incapable of holding the weapon. Wang Xian was somewhat taken aback. He had confidence in his strength. After mastering the third level of the golden body technique, his physical form was exceptionally robust. With a single strike, an ordinary person would have crumpled without a sound. Yet, astonishingly, the female assassin did not succumb to unconsciousness. A powerful force surged within her, compelling her to break free. She was indeed a practitioner of ancient techniques. Having successfully begun her energy cultivation and armed with her gun, she would have posed a significant challenge had she been prepared. Not yet incapacitated, Wang Xian decided to deliver another blow. Now, with his golden body technique perfected, he was extraordinarily powerful. A novice in energy cultivation would find him a daunting opponent. With another strike, the assassin's previously respectable features contorted grotesquely. Fine cracks appeared in her forehead, and darkness clouded her vision. Just before she collapsed, a chill gripped her heart as she realized he was far stronger than the intelligence had suggested. Even without targeting her vital points, his casual slap had left her utterly overwhelmed, akin to a ferocious Siberian tiger pinning a small rabbit beneath its paw. Almost simultaneously, the door emitted a faint sound before silently swinging open. Two figures dashed in like primates, rolling across the floor rather than entering in a straight line. Wang Xian's gun fired astray, failing to strike either of them. However, the female assassin, in a forceful motion, collided with one of the intruders. That individual, displaying remarkable ferocity, kicked the female assassin away and sprang up with one hand on the ground, brandishing a dagger aimed at Wang Xian's face. As Wang Xian evaded, the assailant lunged directly at him. Another figure arrived nearly at the same moment, exhibiting extraordinary agility, far surpassing that of the previous woman. It was evident that these were two seasoned experts in the realm of ancient martial arts. They were unarmed, one wielding a short blade while the other approached barehanded. Intent on eliminating their target, Wang Xian sighed, realizing that he truly needed to practice his marksmanship. Having fired several shots without hitting his mark was frankly disheartening. The truth was that both adversaries were exceptionally skilled, their movements fluid and acrobatic, honed to an advanced level of physical prowess. These two had not only mastered the art of energy cultivation but had also spent years nurturing their internal strength. Had it been a week prior, Wang Xian would have found himself at a significant disadvantage, perhaps even in peril. However, after enduring a surprise attack that had led him into a profound state of introspection, everything had changed. He discarded his firearm and confronted the two with his bare hands. Bang! One of the assailants swung his palm toward Wang Xian, only to be met with a powerful slap from Wang Xian's right hand, resulting in a dull thud as they clashed. The assassin was taken aback. No one understood the potency of his strike better than he did. A hit from him could easily break the bones of someone who had cultivated energy and internal strength. Yet the young man remained unharmed. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback, noticing that the assailant's palm was unusually thick and broad. He instantly recognized that this individual had trained in the iron sand palm technique, resulting in a deformed hand with reinforced bone structure, capable of delivering lethal strikes. Bang! Suddenly, the assailant exerted force, shattering Wang Xian's desk into pieces. He was confident in the efficacy of his iron sand palm. Yet he could not comprehend why his strikes failed to impact the young man before him. Wang Xian's expression darkened, since they had come to kill him. They should have engaged him directly rather than destroy his possessions. This was sheer audacity. The two assassins were momentarily bewildered. Their initial attempt to take a life had elicited no visible reaction from him, yet now he was seething with rage, retaliating with relentless force. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Xian had just begun his career, and his first month's salary had yet to be disbursed. Now, he was faced with the prospect of compensating his landlord for a destroyed desk, which strained his finances considerably. The two assassins could hardly believe their eyes. This lanky young man possessed a strength that was utterly terrifying. Their strikes felt as if they had been struck by a charging rhinoceros, sending them soaring multiple times, their bones cracking under the pressure. When their iron sand palms collided with the young man's hand, he felt nothing, while their own rough palms shattered, blood flowing profusely. Bang! Bang! The two individuals fell to the ground, rendered immobile, their arms, legs, and ribs fractured. They harbored grave suspicions that the organization had sent them to their demise. Was this truly the fate of those who had just succeeded in gas extraction and internal cultivation? Surely the intelligence department was blind. Wang Xian spoke. You have destroyed my desk, hindering my quest for ascension to immortality. What nonsense is this? What value does a mere desk hold? And what is this talk of transcending to immortality? Simultaneously, the two assassins felt a chill in their hearts, coupled with a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 33. The shortcut to the inner realm. The two male assassins, appearing to be in their 40s, possessed unremarkable features and had both mastered the iron sand palm technique. Their robust physiques were particularly evident in their right hands, which were thick and coarse, resembling bear paws. However, at present, those hands were shattered and bleeding profusely. Having practiced their martial arts for over 30 years, they had only recently achieved extraordinary prowess, yet they found themselves bested by a youth barely in his 20s. A fact they struggled to accept. Not far away, the female assassin regained consciousness, only to feel excruciating pain in her face and arms. As she lay there, Wang Xian approached, seized her, and with a swift motion, snapped her other arm with a sharp crack, nearly eliciting a scream from her. Wang Xian perceived that the three of them were desperate individuals, assassins who might harbor ulterior motives if he did not incapacitate them completely. They could very well pull a gun or unleash a drug at any moment. "Let us put an end to this," one of the men, his voice hoarse and his body riddled with fractures, uttered weakly as he lay there, devoid of strength. "Which organization do you belong to?" Wang Xian inquired. "Gray Blood," surprisingly. The man revealed without hesitation, disclosing their affiliation with no apparent reluctance. Wang Xian maintained a stoic expression, yet internally he was taken aback by their cooperation in divulging such information. The assassins were evidently unnerved by his casual brutality, particularly after witnessing him disfigure the face of the notably attractive female assassin. They feared suffering a similar fate and thus chose to confess willingly, realizing they possessed no secrets that could threaten the Gray Blood organization. In the ensuing conversation, the three answered all inquiries without reservation. They were not fanatical zealots but rather mercenaries who carried out assignments for a fee, exhibiting no absolute loyalty to anyone. The Gray Blood organization had sustained significant losses that night, with its stronghold in the old lands being systematically dismantled. However, some individuals remained hidden and untouched. The trio had been tasked to eliminate Wang Xian amidst the chaos of the night, and regardless of the outcome, they understood that any subsequent actions would have to be postponed until the following dawn. Wang Xian's demeanor remained cold. The intimidation of the old lands had proven effective. Yet these assassins dared to challenge him on this final night, underestimating his resolve. "There are indeed individuals who have increased the bounty on your head, but we truly do not know who they are," they confessed. After receiving the notice, their sole responsibility was to carry out the killing. The identity of the person offering the astonishing bounty was beyond their reach. As for the inner workings of the Gray Blood organization, they were even further removed, as stringent precautions and self-preservation measures were in place. Even with numerous assassins captured, the organization continued to function undeterred. Targeted repeatedly, even the most passive of individuals possess a certain tenacity, and Wang Xian was no exception. The fact that the unseen orchestrators had twice enlisted the Gray Blood organization to eliminate him was intolerable. Observing the three incapacitated figures before him, he raised his hand, gesturing momentarily yet did not strike. At their core, these individuals were merely instruments of murder, drastically removed from the true mastermind behind the plot. Even their demise would not impact the shadowy figure orchestrating everything, nor would it inflict any significant harm upon the Gray Blood organization. As Wang Xian was ambushed earlier, a surge of murderous intent surged within him. However, upon regaining his composure, the thought of brutally killing the three assailants in his residence, transforming the space into a blood-soaked crime scene, filled him with a sense of revulsion. "Where are the people who attempted to kill me last time?" Wang Xian inquired. "They have all retreated. One has become a vegetable, and another has received a heart transplant, rendering him utterly incapacitated for life." Despite being a cold-blooded middle-aged man adept in the iron palm technique, the fates of the previous assassins sent a shiver down his spine. The young man before him, once unleashed, could indeed evoke sheer terror. Wang Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the stone he had hurled would only cause one of the assassins to suffer a concave skull, leaving him alive but in a vegetative state. The other, pierced by a steel rod and with a torn heart, had also inexplicably survived. "Fortunately, I have never taken a life," Wang Xian mused. Yet, to the three assassins, his reflections did not exude innocence. Rather, they perceived a hint of self-mockery. Casting a glance at them, Wang Xian proposed, "Why don't you three take your own lives, or perhaps assist one another in this endeavor?" The faces of the three assassins paled, anxiety gripping them. Was this even human discourse? He was unwilling to act directly yet seemed intent on devising a way to kill. He was undoubtedly a harbinger of doom. They had completely misconstrued his intent. Wang Xian truly harbored no desire to kill, but he also felt unable to show undue mercy to those who sought his life. Never mind, I cannot bring myself to do it, he finally sighed, shaking his head. After all, I have never killed, nor do I wish to make an exception now. Upon hearing this, the assassins felt as though the oppressive clouds shrouding their fates had been pierced by a ray of sunlight, igniting a flicker of hope. Could their destinies truly take such a turn? Wang Xian, casting a dismissive glance their way, remarked, "What are you thinking? With blood on your hands. Releasing you would merely enable further wickedness. I shall not afford you the opportunity to commit more atrocities. It is best to leave this matter to professionals who can escort you on your final journey." He promptly contacted Aoki for assistance. Realizing that merely disposing of the 3 bodies would pose a significant challenge, for he prided himself on being a law-abiding citizen. The trio, once filled with hope, now plummeted into despair, their emotions oscillating violently. They unanimously concluded that he was indeed a harbinger of doom, tormenting their souls in a manner far more terrifying than outright death, a true master of psychological manipulation. Wang Xian, utterly oblivious to their turmoil, lamented, "I am still too kind-hearted." Upon hearing this, the 3 assassins felt further ensnared in a hellish descent, increasingly convinced that he was a devil incarnate. Upon receiving the news, Aoki rushed over, incensed. Just a short while ago, he had spoken with Wang Xian, informing him that the Grey Blood organization had been eradicated from the old lands, and that everyone must maintain a low profile. Yet here they were, that very night. The Grey Blood organization had returned to attempt to kill Wang Xian. Was this sheer madness or an audacious overreach? Upon observing the scene in the room, Aoki grinned, noting the extent of the destruction wrought by Wang Xian. What happened to that female assassiness face? Given the situation, why not just finish them off swiftly? I have never killed anyone. Wang Xian adamantly refused. Aoki, with a decisive gesture, declared, "Very well, I shall personally conduct the interrogation and subsequently deal with them." He waved his hand, and several individuals entered to remove the 3 assassins, while others began to clean the room, expertly erasing the bloodstains from the floor. Wang Xian inquired whether the silver beast skin scroll obtained from Qingqing Mountain had been appraised, and when he might receive his additional compensation. Aoki had previously remarked that the scroll was astonishing, undoubtedly surpassing the usual treasures acquired from expeditions, and according to the organization's internal regulations, compensation would be forthcoming. Not yet. It is still being deciphered. That incomprehensible script has stumped the expert team, leaving them utterly perplexed. What is the matter? Are you in dire need of funds? Aoki responded with surprise. Wang Xian sighed and replied, "As you can see, the landlord mentioned that this desk is made of rosewood. As a recent graduate, I haven't even received my first month's salary. I cannot possibly cover the damages." Aoki, observing the serious expression on his face and glancing back at the 3 incapacitated assassins, found the situation rather peculiar and somewhat absurd. "Very well, I shall personally lend you some funds." He requested Wang Xian's account details, then turned back to him, asking, "Have you not considered other methods? You have 3 assassins at your disposal. You could simply have them transfer the money." Wang Xian replied, "I fear attracting attention from the relevant authorities. I do not wish to engage in illicit transactions. It must be through my own legitimate means." "You're quite principled," Aoki remarked, patting him on the shoulder, utterly speechless, before turning and leaving with his entourage. The room fell into silence as Wang Xian tidied up, murmuring to himself, "I hope the 2 feathered stones do not disappoint me." It was precisely due to his recent mastery of the golden body technique and his sufficient strength that he could confront the 3 formidable assassins and emerge victorious. What the future held was uncertain. He understood that he must rise swiftly to face all challenges, especially the Grey Blood organization. As long as he grew powerful enough and stood tall, he would eventually be able to unearth those lurking in the shadows. Once he reached a certain level of strength, instilling fear in the Grey Blood organization, they might even reveal the individuals behind the scenes, or perhaps deliver them directly to him. Wang Xian believed that at all times, he should ensure that his true capabilities exceeded the expectations of the outside world. Only then could he better protect himself and confront his adversaries. A smile graced his face as he held the 2 feathered stones, filled with anticipation for the surprises they might hold. The room remained tranquil as a dense wave of mysterious energy surged from the stones into Wang Xian's being, nourishing his spirit and rejuvenating his sinews. Soon, he indeed beheld once more the elusive border of the inner realm, though it remained hazy and just within reach, urging him to draw closer. The feathered stone was a remarkable artifact. Although he had not activated his heightened perception today, he still glimpsed that void of tranquility. Wang Xian felt an overwhelming desire. If he could enter once again, it would undoubtedly yield tremendous rewards. However, even with his spirit in an invigorated state and employing the fundamental techniques of preaching alchemists, he could not approach that nebulous domain. Crack! Without hesitation, Wang Xian shattered a piece of the feathered stone, instantly engulfed by the rich, mysterious substance. And he found himself drawing nearer to the inner realm, now tantalizingly close. Crack! He decisively shattered another feathered stone, and a more profound aura of mystery enveloped Wang Xian. In an instant, Wang Xian realized he had entered the inner realm once more. Astonishingly, he had truly succeeded. However, it seemed that today's inner realm differed somewhat from the one he had previously encountered. Chapter 34. You have departed. Silence enveloped the desolate expanse, stretching infinitely. Akin to a starless, barren universe, this was the realm of inner scenery. At the apex of meditation, mere minutes in the external world could transform into years within this domain. Naturally, the Taoist interpretation of the yellow quartz inner landscape was the most fitting, a place of profound emptiness where one could linger for an eternity, maintaining an air of detachment and calm, beyond the grasp of the divine and the uncanny. Wang Xian entered once more, his heart aflame with excitement. For he fully understood the significance of his presence here, the very source of the formidable power of the preaching alchemists. Scorch marks from lightning strikes remained. He focused intently, observing the once dim and chilling inner realm, now revealing patches of charred blackness, a stark contrast to his previous visit. Soon, tranquility enveloped him. Upon entering this space, his perception sharpened, elevating him to an extraordinarily frigid state of mind. As Wang Xian surveyed the scorched earth, he proceeded with caution, sensing an overwhelming energy akin to a destructive force seeping forth. Although he stood in serene clarity, an oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon him, almost suffocating. In a daze, he envisioned an ethereal immortal, clad in white, soaring majestically yet unable to withstand the might of a thunderous strike, shattered in an instant. With luminous fragments scattering across the ages, a chill coursed through Wang Xian. How could humanity hope to contend with such power? The inner landscape bore an expansive swath of charred terrain, still crackling with residual lightning, far exceeding his imagination. In Wang Xian's understanding, this realm of emptiness stood apart from the mundane world, accessible only to the spirit, while the corporeal form remained outside its reach. Before his eyes lay a desolation, a profound stillness, even lifelessness. The fleeting remnants of lightning flickered and vanished, returning to the blackened ground, shattering his perceptions. The extensive charred areas and lingering lightning dissipated swiftly, akin to a sandcastle succumbing to the tides, collapsing into oblivion. As Wang Xian advanced, every sight that diverged from the past crumbled to dust, the darkness fading. The lightning extinguished, leaving nothing behind. He halted, gazing at the nearby landscape, reverting to desolation and emptiness, lost in contemplation. The inner landscape, after all, was not something the present world could influence, was it? What he had just witnessed, as he moved forward, had all turned to smoke and decay. He stood still, silently attuning to the atmosphere, before finally sighing. What lay before him was merely a reenactment of history, not a reflection of reality. Upon uttering these thoughts, the inner realm grew increasingly barren and lifeless. Wang Xian discerned that what he had just observed was merely the residual spiritual energy of the female alchemist, not the actual thunderbolts that had once struck with grandeur. The ethereal stone was a rare and invaluable treasure. His gaze deepened. Confidence surged within him as he contemplated the path of ancient arts, envisioning myriad possibilities for the future. In this moment, he comprehended fully why he could manifest in this space. Once, the female alchemist had wielded immense power, aspiring to ascend to immortality, yet ultimately faltered in her transformations, her essence shattered by the overwhelming thunder. In that subterranean cavern, a terrifying explosion of transcendence had occurred, dispersing her spiritual force along with the enigmatic energies she had brought from the inner landscape. The enigmatic substance, along with the remnants of her spiritual force, impacted the layers of rock, dissipating for the most part, yet preserving a slight essence that transformed into feathered stones. In this manner, Wang Xian, even without activating his heightened senses, vaguely glimpsed the edge of the inner realm and ultimately returned here once more. The residual spiritual energy within the feathered stones, originating from the female practitioner, remained significant to posterity, even though she had long since passed. This lingering spiritual essence resonated with the innate mysteries of the inner realm she once unveiled. Once stirred by a person, it could potentially lead them deeper into the void. The mysterious factors of the inner realm are pivotal. Wang Xian surmised that this enigmatic substance encapsulating the remnants of spiritual energy embedded within the stone was what preserved it all. Simultaneously, his ability to sense and discover the feathered stones, allowing him to re-enter the inner realm, was also connected to his prior absorption of the mysterious elements. He unraveled this intricate cause and effect relationship, yet he remained perplexed about the true nature of the inner realm. In truth, no one has ever elucidated the secrets of the void, which is desolate, eerily tranquil, and even lifeless, eluding comprehension. There were sights in the distance. Yet Wang Xian refrained from advancing immediately. He had not forgotten his initial motive for entering the inner realm, to rise swiftly in strength, so he could face all challenges in the present world with composure. Today, he had seemingly taken a shortcut. Uncertain if he could once again stand within the clarity of time, practicing his body techniques and rapidly enhancing his prowess, Wang Xian recited the golden body technique, directly engaging in practice, progressing from the first layer until he reached the latter stages of the third layer, the level he had attained previously. It proved effective. He felt an ethereal lightness, his posture impeccably aligning with the descriptions of the golden body technique, flawless and executed with remarkable precision. Immersed entirely in his practice, he forgot everything else. All his thoughts revolved around the golden body technique, thereby augmenting his physical constitution. Only when a wave of fatigue washed over him did he cease. Then he activated the foundational methods of the preaching practitioners. The mysterious elements descended from the void, settling in the inner realm, nourishing Wang Xian's spirit, banishing weariness, and revitalizing his energy. He exhaled deeply, encountering no unexpected occurrences. Although he had crossed over clandestinely, the inner realm remained intact, allowing him to practice body techniques and enhance his strength. He was already close to the fourth layer of the golden body technique, and as he resumed his practice, it flowed seamlessly. His body radiated with golden light, erupting in a dazzling beam, exceedingly bright, before returning to normalcy. Simultaneously, his spirit flickered like a vibrant golden flame, soon calming once more. The fourth layer of the golden body technique achieved, Wang Xian confirmed that the inner realm had not lost its inherent mystery. Standing here equated to entering the highest realm of meditation, instilling within him a greater sense of peace and tranquility. He strolled forward to behold the distant scenery. It was a cluster of buildings, accompanied by the decay of old sites, dried-up lakes, collapsed pavilions and towers. Was this also a result of the residual spiritual energy from the female practitioner? Only a handful of buildings stood defiantly amidst the crumbling ruins nearby, which were steeped in decay. In one of the rooms, a window was ajar, revealing a long table piled high with bamboo slips from the preaching era, among which lay a singular golden bamboo scroll. Wang Xian's eyes widened. Even in his state of transcendence and solitude, he felt his heart race and his breath grow heavy. How many ancient scriptures were inscribed on those preaching slips, touching upon profound laws and bodily techniques? And the presence of a golden scroll was undeniably enticing. Yet, his body hesitated to move, fearing that even a whisper of wind might scatter the scene before him into oblivion, leaving nothing behind. After gazing for a long while, he let out a soft sigh. Even if he could approach, what would it matter? The slips remained unrolled. If he sought to examine them, he would likely be left with nothing but fading light and decaying dust. This sensation stirred discomfort within him. He could only watch helplessly, unable to draw closer or reach out, fully aware of the priceless scriptures lying on the table, yet unattainable. He consoled himself, thinking, I already possess the foundational laws of the preaching sorcerers and the bodily techniques left by Zhang Daoling, the founder of Taoism. These are intricate and unfathomable, requiring me to invest extensive time in study. There is no need to be greedy, even if all the slips on the long table were mine. I would lack the time to practice them. Wang Xian took a step back and instantly felt as if the vastness of the sea opened up before him. His spirit seemingly elevated. He was taken aback. Had he reached enlightenment? What was happening? He had not yet departed from the cluster of buildings. Yet the scene transformed of its own accord. Could it be the residual spiritual energy of the female sorcerer at play? This possibility struck him first. He stood in silence, invoking the foundational laws of the preaching sorcerers. In an instant, everything returned to its original state, the crumbling walls, the decaying old scenery, and the silent room still showcased the invaluable bamboo slips on the long table. Before his eyes, a pair of blood-red shoes hung suspended, aligned with his gaze, evidently belonging to a woman. In the dim ruins, the sudden appearance of such an anomalous object made the usually composed Wang Xian's heart race, sensing something uncanny. Vivid red blood dripped from the shoes, chilling him to the bone, almost splattering onto him. He recoiled a few steps, only to witness a blinding bolt of lightning descend from the heavens, resembling a Milky Way cascading from the sky, piercing through the blood-red shoes. In that instant, a pair of snow-white jade feet emerged from within the shoes, followed by straight, pristine legs, and in a heartbeat, accompanied by a flowing white dress that enveloped her form. Was it a haunting? Wang Xian felt a profound disquiet. Although he had yet to see the woman's face, he sensed an undeniable connection to the female sorcerer. In this desolate, lifeless place, amidst an atmosphere both eerie and terrifying, he spoke impulsively. "You've lost your way." Immediately regretting his words, he wished to silence himself. Understanding that in this absolute state of stillness, he would not lie, he had voiced his thoughts candidly, but the outcome filled him with remorse. Chapter 35, Approaching Immortality and Demons. What have I said? Wang Xian lamented, realizing that in such a desolate place, shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere, one must refrain from speaking carelessly. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and a pallid moon unexpectedly emerged in the sky. The dim ruins were overgrown with weeds, and the scene grew increasingly unsettling. A woman, her hair disheveled and face concealed, hovered in the night sky, merely a few feet away from Wang Xian. Her striking red shoes glaringly close. His heart raced. Was this the residual spiritual energy of a sorceress? Moreover, why had the moon appeared? It was devoid of radiance, resembling a colorless, ghostly visage. He chose silence. In such moments, discretion is the better part of valor, adapting to the ever-changing circumstances. He invoked the primordial sorcerer's fundamental techniques, drawing forth mysterious elements from the void, which glimmered and fell amidst the eerie remnants of the crumbling walls. After a brief pause, the woman remained silent and motionless, confronting him in a spectral standoff. Wang Xian sensed that prolonging the silence was futile. He spoke earnestly and sincerely. "I mean no offense. I merely stumbled into this inner realm. As a person of a later time, my manners may not align with the etiquette of the pre-Qin era, but this is not a reflection of my respect. It is merely a sign of the changing times. If you require any formalities, I am willing to comply." Yet, amidst the overgrown ruins, silence persisted, and the woman offered no response. Wang Xian pondered whether he should take a step forward. Perhaps a slight movement would disperse these remnants of spiritual energy. He contemplated bypassing her and exiting the ruins. As he moved, the debris and partially collapsed walls dissipated. Yet the woman remained suspended in the air. Without sound, she abruptly reappeared before him, her vivid red shoes aligned with his brow. Wang Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Something was amiss in this inner realm, and the woman seemed unsettlingly peculiar. How had she materialized just moments ago? A flash of lightning had struck from the heavens, blindingly bright, and then she had manifested. If she were indeed a malevolent spirit, she should fear the thunder. What was her true nature? Was she merely a concentrated remnant of spiritual energy? Wang Xian evaded her presence and attempted to move toward the ruin's exit, only to find her trailing closely, perpetually hovering before his brow. Overwhelmed, he wondered if he had become a target. What were her intentions? Upon reflection, he felt a surge of courage. After all, she had been dead for 3 millennia. What could the lingering spiritual energy possibly do? Unfazed, he stepped out of the ruins, focusing on cultivating his golden body technique, determined to ignore her. As he channeled his energy, specks of golden light flickered before his eyes. His spiritual power was robust. He remained calm and composed. If there were any truth to the tales of ghosts, his vital energy should be overwhelming, considering his youth and vigor, rendering him impervious to spectral beings. Wang Xian remained resolute, practicing the golden body technique, which naturally involved grand movements. On one occasion, his actions inadvertently brushed against the woman in white and her red shoes. With a swift motion, she vanished, disappearing from sight. His strength steadily grows. Firmly rooted in the clarity of time, an aspect of utmost significance for the pre-Qin sorcerers, serving as one of the sources of their power. Until once more he finds himself utterly exhausted and comes to a halt, it is time for him to employ the foundational techniques to summon the mysterious energies. Suddenly, he senses an anomaly. A chilling breeze brushes against his neck, and it is only at this moment that he realizes that the woman who had been suspended before him has vanished without a trace. His immersion in the art of body cultivation had led him to neglect everything external, and now, upon turning around in astonishment, he discovers that the woman, clad in a flowing white gown and striking red shoes, lingers just behind him. The presence of this wind stirs a tremor in his heart, the situation becoming increasingly dire. Could the residual spiritual energy of the female sorcerer interfere with his internal landscape? He turns, only to find that the woman mirrors his movements, perpetually hovering behind him, her red shoes almost brushing against his shoulder. The sensation of being pursued is truly unbearable. He begins to analyze the predicament. What exactly is occurring? Theoretically, once a person dies, their essence extinguishes entirely, leaving nothing behind. The female sorcerer perished 3 millennia ago. If she were to revive, it would not be at this moment. The lingering spiritual energy, he is certain that the root of the issue lies here. Was it originally dispersed within this internal realm? Or was it recently drawn in with him? Contemplating the latter possibility sends a chill down Wang Xian's spine. Had he shattered the ethereal stone, causing the mysterious energies to merge with the residual spiritual energy of the female sorcerer, resulting in this anomaly? Theoretically, a dead person cannot be resurrected, however. The internal realm differs from the mortal world, remaining incomprehensible, with the ancients providing no clear descriptions. It is enigmatic, and if some irregularity exists here, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Regardless of whether you were originally here or brought in by me, could you please clarify your intentions and desires? Following me like this is not a viable solution. Wang Xian, with his back turned to her, refrains from looking back again. He is eager to unravel the purpose of this lingering residual spiritual energy. He harbors no lascivious thoughts. For the notion that a woman older by 3 years might bring fortune or elevate him to a celestial rank is folly. If such thoughts were to arise, and if the residual spiritual energy indeed harbored serious issues, it could lead to his immediate demise. Regrettably, the woman remains silently positioned behind him, the scene becoming increasingly eerie, her disheveled hair, white attire, and red shoes devoid of a discernible face, reminiscent of a hanged specter under the pale moonlight. Within this internal realm, mysterious substances drift down. As Wang Xian's spirit reignites, he resumes his practice of body cultivation, allowing the woman to remain behind him. Thus, years pass. Wang Xian feels as though he has been here for 7 or 8 years, advancing the 4th tier of body cultivation into its later stages. He has progressed from the late 3rd tier to the late 4th tier, significantly enhancing his power, with golden rays occasionally flashing deep within his gaze. Ordinary daggers would hardly pierce his flesh. Wang Xian's once cold heart now ignites with fervor. Each entry into this internal realm brings substantial improvement to his strength. For him, this place is shrouded in mystery and uncertainty, brimming with hope and formidable power, as the mysterious energies descend, potentially transforming the fate of the waning ancient arts. The Preqin era was characterized by an extraordinary brilliance, where formidable sorcerers wielded powers that potentially transcended the realm of ascension. During the nascent years of Taoism, various myths and legends flourished. As time has flowed onward to the present day, the number of those who tread the path of ancient arts has dwindled significantly. In recent times, even the emergence of a master has become exceedingly rare, let alone an extraordinary being. Suddenly, the inner realm trembled, becoming unstable. Wang Xian understood that the time had come for him to depart from this desolate space. The 2 pieces of ascension stone had enabled him to linger here for 7 or 8 years, yielding astonishing value. Wang Xian solemnly declared, "I am about to leave. If my strength allows, I shall find a way to preserve your physical form once I am outside, and I shall strive to prevent any chaos from befalling you." As he prepared to depart, he earnestly hoped that this woman would not cause any disturbances, allowing him to exit seamlessly. His words were not mere platitudes. He genuinely believed that if he were to succeed in his ancient arts and could intervene in the experiments beneath the greater Xing'an Mountains, he would certainly offer his assistance. For he truly felt that the female sorcerer had endured great hardships. Boom! A resplendent bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, and the pale moon plummeted from the sky, transforming into a blood moon that cast an eerie glow around the woman. Amidst the intertwining thunder, she lifted her gaze, her long hair billowing, revealing her true visage. A female sorcerer, with skin as white and translucent as jade, and a visage so beautiful it seemed unreal, as though she were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, devoid of any flaw. Dressed in white garments and crimson shoes, she hovered before the blood moon, exuding a unique aura that straddled the line between ethereal and otherworldly, leaving a profound impression on Wang Xian. A woman who had perished 3 millennia ago gazed upon Wang Xian within the inner realm. In the final moments before the inner realm dissipated, whether it was an illusion or not, the light and shadows twisted and blurred, and he fancied he saw her smile. Her almost celestial and demonic presence, coupled with an unparalleled grace, evoked a sense of exquisite beauty in Wang Xian, yet simultaneously sent a shiver down his spine, as if something uncanny lurked beneath. In the next moment, he fully exited the inner realm, abruptly opening his eyes, and in that instant, two faint golden rays streaked across the room. Rising to his feet, the golden radiance in the depths of his eyes faded, and he felt an overwhelming sense of strength in reality. Indeed, his physical prowess had ascended to the late stage of the fourth layer of the golden body technique. He seized a dagger and drew it across his arm, only for it to be swiftly deflected, leaving behind a mere faint trace of blood. A powerful vitality surged forth, with the blood seeping out, quickly vanishing. The fourth layer of the golden body technique not only enhanced the resilience of his flesh, but also invigorated his mental faculties, rendering them ever more potent. Additionally, his bodily recovery became astonishingly rapid, vibrant with life, and his overall physical attributes were significantly elevated. As for his offensive capabilities, they surpassed his former self beyond imagination. Wang Xian smiled. Such accomplishments warranted joy, filling him with an indescribable sense of achievement and contentment, his mind and body imbued with clarity and elation. More importantly, due to the 2 pieces of Ascension Stone, he had uncovered a viable path that could potentially rekindle the slow-acting ancient arts within him. The tales of ancient temples enduring through the millennia, where virtuous monks are said to transform into rainbows, do they not equate to ascension? In certain renowned Taoist mountains and their ancestral grounds, legends of ascension to immortality abound, and it is likely that remarkable artifacts have been left behind. Should no unforeseen circumstances arise, Wang Xian believes that any place where a great explosion of ascension has occurred is likely to possess such extraordinary remnants, known as ascension stones. Thus, that night, he drifted into slumber with a contented smile, and upon awakening at dawn, he still bore that smile. However, he soon found himself hurriedly donning his attire and washing up, for young Wang had to return to work, having only taken a single day off. Any further delay would result in tardiness. Grateful acknowledgments to Lin Shuji Wang, Chui 1203, Yixing Yonghui, Yonghing Amiyank, and the beef-loving Ho-Ho. Thank you for the support of the aforementioned leaders. Chapter 36. An incident occurred. The morning was filled with the blaring of car horns, crowded buses, hurried office workers, and students sprinting with their backpacks, all weaving together to herald the commencement of a new day, fraught with tension and busyness. Time was still on his side. Wang Xian found a quaint little eatery by the roadside, ordering a pancake, a cup of sweet soybean milk, and a bowl of savory tofu pudding. He mused that the long-standing debate between the sweet and savory culinary traditions of the North and South could finally be laid to rest. Had he arrived too early? He realized he was the first one at the office. A few minutes later, the fashionably youthful Lu Shui arrived, followed by others trickling in half an hour later. The morning passed with little to occupy his time. Wang Xian sent and received a few emails and briefly attended to a couple of blueprints before returning to his discreet study of ancient texts. Naturally, he kept a watchful eye on his old colleague, Qin Yongjia, who was notorious for making phone calls to arrange fishing trips. Indeed, something felt amiss. Wang Xian's heart raced. Throughout the morning, his colleague made several calls, discussing fishing while referencing last night's tempestuous storm and the clear skies of the morning. To Wang Xian, it seemed his colleague was speaking in riddles. As for fishing, he had first-hand experience in the greater Xing'an range, and he suspected that the storm was a euphemism for the removal of the Gray Blood organization. As for the bright weather today, it likely implied that various factions would adopt a more discreet approach. Then, Wang Xian began to perceive discrepancies in everyone around him. For instance, there was a bespectacled gentleman engaged in conversation about a night of relentless slaughter, yet he appeared drowsy. 2 sisters, fond of playing mahjong, were whispering about the cyclical nature of fortune, claiming luck does not come and go in an instant. They would determine the outcome in their next game. Furthermore, there was a sentimental colleague who often penned poetry. He had already composed a piece that morning. I used the heavens as my backdrop, hanging a string of fireworks. With a resounding bang, they explode in resplendent beauty, dazzling the world. Wang Xian was taken aback. Who were these people? Were they all involved in some covert operation last night, piloting warships to eliminate a fleet of adversarial vessels? Finally, even Lu Shui, the young lady applying lipstick in front of a small mirror, struck him as peculiar. She lamented that her lipstick's hue was not to her liking, preferring a tragic crimson imbued with a melancholic elegance, as it embodied a serene beauty that transcended the mundane. Listening to the strange conversations around him, Wang Xian felt increasingly bewildered. It seemed as though the entire room was speaking in cryptic phrases. He sat there, maintaining his composure, forcing himself to concentrate on his studies. At long last, it was time for lunch. The colleagues were in high spirits and invited Wang Xian, the newcomer, to try a newly opened restaurant outside the Design Institute. However, Wang Xian found the meal tasteless, his mind elsewhere. He contemplated inquiring about their conversations but hesitated, fearing he might come off as too abrupt or direct. After their meal, it was the more composed old colleague who approached him privately. But a single question nearly made Wang Xian turn on his heel. Did he want to go fishing? Having faced a perilous encounter in the greater Xin'an range, nearly locking horns with the Gray Blood Organization's spacecraft, Wang Xian had no desire to wade into such treacherous waters again. Young man, you are still in your prime. Brimming with passion and youthful exuberance, cherish it, his colleague urged. Wang Xian, with a blank expression, inquired if his colleague intended to use him as bait once more. What are you thinking? I merely invited you to go fishing at that abandoned machinery factory behind the Design Institute, which has lain dormant for several years. There is a lake of moderate size there, now overgrown with reeds, and the wild fish are quite plump. Wang Xian regarded him with suspicion. Had his old colleague inadvertently revealed himself to be one of the senior figures in the adventure organization? It is I, seemingly aware of Wang Xian's thoughts. The old colleague readily affirmed, let us go. I just had lunch. We can chat while we walk and fish for a while. He was well prepared, with a variety of fishing gear stored in the trunk of his aging red car. On the way, Wang Xian could not resist inquiring about the identities of their colleagues in the office. His old colleague, Chen Yongjia, initially fell into a stupor before bursting into laughter, saying, where do you think you are? Do you really believe our retirement office is filled with hidden talents, all extraordinary individuals? They are merely a group of normal men and women who enjoy gaming, playing mahjong, indulging in melancholic poetry, dressing up, and watching horror films. The only ones who are abnormal are you and me. Chen Yongjia shot him a bewildered glance and remarked, is that very normal? I heard you once slapped a beautiful woman so hard that her face became unrecognizable, and you killed 5 people within just a few days. That is slander and defamation. I have never taken a life. Wang Xian quickly corrected him, insisting he abided by the law and had merely injured 5 individuals in self-defense. Isn't that nearly the same? Chen Yongjia nodded. Wang Xian refrained from further explanation and instead pressed him about his true identity and why he worked in such an inconspicuous place. The old colleague led him to the lakeside of the abandoned factory and set up his fishing rod, saying, I am the master of Qingmu. Navigating between the old and the new worlds, wherever I am, I need a tranquil job to serve as a fade. Don't you find this place quite appealing? Upon hearing this, Wang Xian immediately understood. Qingmu had clearly taken precautions and had nudged him towards his master right after his graduation. Even had Wang Xian chosen not to join the adventure organization, with such an old colleague nearby, he would likely have been coaxed into it eventually. This was premeditated. Wang Xian sighed, but what more could he say? His old colleague had revealed his identity, showing sincerity. Do not harbor any grudges, after our meticulous calculations and arrangements. The Gray Blood Organization's spacecraft poses no threat to you. If they dare to show themselves, they will be eliminated. Let us not dwell on that. I've heard that you practice the golden body technique, so I have a gift for you. The old colleague handed him a book, which appeared aged, imbued with the passage of time. As Wang Xian took it and opened the pages, a look of astonishment crossed his face. The book contained records of various plants, minerals, and bizarre creatures. Is this reliable? He flipped through a few pages, instantly feeling as though he had opened a new realm. For example, one entry detailed moonlight silver, an exceedingly rare and peculiar mineral. Cracking such or would release a silvery liquid that needed to be consumed immediately, lest it evaporate swiftly, dissipating like the pure moonlight. If an ordinary person were to ingest some, it could revitalize their flesh and blood, but for those practicing the golden body technique or iron shirt, it would be particularly effective, acting as a powerful tonic to accelerate physical enhancement. There exists a rare golden mushroom, when ground and brewed into a soup, purportedly enhances bone density and nourishes the marrow, thereby producing new blood with remarkable vitality, gradually improving one's overall constitution. Wang Xian found this increasingly preposterous. As he had never encountered such claims before, he doubted even the existence of these items in any encyclopedic reference. For instance, the text later mentioned a peculiar mountain snail. Reputed to thrive among rocky terrains and considered a rare treasure of the mountains, it was said that if one could capture it, dry it, and consume a small amount daily for half a month, one might extend their life by 5 years. Wang Xian's skepticism deepened. Having perused texts such as the Compendium of Materia Medica in his leisure, he had never come across these bizarre entities. His old colleague, Chen Yongjia, interjected, Do not dismiss them. These substances are recorded in the ancestral realms of Taoism and the ancient temples of Buddhism. This book merely compiles them along with various peculiarities mentioned in the pre-Qin bamboo slips. Wang Xian paused, responding, "Yet, after all these years, who has truly witnessed them? They have long since vanished. While the old earth may no longer reveal them, that does not imply they are absent from the depths of space." His colleague smiled knowingly. Wang Xian noticed the subtle distinction. His colleague spoke of deep space rather than the new stars. Suddenly, the old man tugged at his fishing rod, shaking his head in disappointment as the fish had escaped. He continued, "In recent years, a handful of these extraordinary items have surfaced, albeit in limited quantities, causing quite a stir. Indeed, some have even discovered the earth immortal herb, although sadly, it remains unattainable." Wang Xian swiftly flipped to the page detailing the earth immortal herb. Its description enchanting and alluring, claiming that consuming a single specimen could extend one's life by 200 years. Thus, it was no wonder that those from the new star were becoming frantic. 200 years of life equated to 2 rebirths for an ordinary individual, sending the elderly magnates and directors of life research institutions into a frenzy, all striving to act. Wang Xian felt a swell of emotions but promptly became wary. This old man, with his penchant for fishing, might not have the best intentions. It appeared lively on that side. And now he had gifted Wang Xian this book while sharing such information, piquing his curiosity. What was his true aim? The youth today are rife with ideas, unlike our era, where we were merely earnest boys, his colleague remarked, shaking his head, then suddenly yanked the fishing rod, finally reeling in a turtle. "What nonsense! I'm fishing here." The old man tossed the turtle aside, declaring it looked as if it had just been released, half alive, and not worth the effort. However, ever since hearing him speak of these matters, Wang Xian had grown somewhat cautious, pondering that it might be wiser to avoid his old colleague should he decide to seek out the new star. Just outside the city stood an ancient temple, a millennium old, which Wang Xian intended to visit soon. Yet, plans are often subject to change. That night, Wang Xian was plagued by a nightmare. He dreamed of a woman clad in white with red shoes, her long hair cascading about her, a beautiful visage marred by 2 streaks of blood, drawing ever closer to him until her face nearly brushed against his, jolting him awake. Since practicing ancient techniques, he had enjoyed peaceful slumber. Never before having such a nightmare, this night felt particularly eerie. Wang Xian adjusted his breathing to calm his mind, and soon fell asleep once more. However, an hour later, he was jolted awake, feeling a chilling breeze against his face. He once again dreamed of a female figure, her cheeks adorned with 2 streams of blood tears. Realizing that something was amiss, he understood he was embroiled in significant trouble. Although he had always been skeptical of such phenomena, the stark reality was that every time he fell into a deep slumber, visions of that woman would haunt him. Throughout the night, Wang Xian drifted in and out of sleep, awakening repeatedly until dawn broke. He promptly reached out to his old colleague, Chen Zhangjie, feeling that Qingmu could no longer assist him. Is such a thing truly possible? His old colleague responded gravely, not dismissing his concerns, for as an experienced adventurer, he had encountered several inexplicable events that remained beyond explanation. "Do not worry. I shall arrange for a talisman to be sent to you shortly. It is a piece crafted by an ancient Taoist priest who has lived for over a century, and it possesses great efficacy," he assured. True to his word, the talisman was delivered in the afternoon. Yet, as night fell, the unsettling and eerie occurrences resumed. The so-called talisman ignited spontaneously, nearly setting ablaze Wang Xian's bedding and hair, leaving him in a state of helpless bewilderment. The latter half of the night proved even more harrowing. After finally succumbing to sleep, he was startled awake by a frigid chill, sensing something in his embrace, something covered in fur, with a pair of horrifying eyes wide open, fixated upon him. Chapter 37. The celestial being accompanies my slumber. Wang Xian's hair stood on end. His innate instincts told him that no one could approach him without his knowledge. Even in the depths of sleep, he would sense a presence. Now, in the dead of night, he was jolted awake, feeling a creature covered in fur beside him, sending chills down his spine. As he looked down, he found a pair of eerie, cold eyes already fixed upon him. A piercing scream erupted, sharp enough to cause pain in Wang Xian's eardrums, especially in the stillness of the night, with darkness enveloping the room. The sudden wail from the creature would have made any ordinary person faint from fright. Without hesitation, Wang Xian slapped down, his hand capable of obliterating a human face, perhaps even crushing a skull. The creature, however, was nimble. With a shriek, it leaped away, exhibiting far greater agility than a human. At the last moment, Wang Xian restrained himself, for he finally discerned what it was: a large black cat, its fur sleek and glossy, with vivid green eyes, weighing nearly 9 pounds. Comparable to a small dog. How did it get in here? He turned on the light to search for clues, and ultimately discovered that the window had not been securely closed. The large black cat had squeezed through the gap. Get out of here. If you dare come back, I'll turn you into a pancake, Wang Xian warned, opening the window to shoo the cat away. A sudden impulse surged within him to chase after it and deliver a slap, for he felt an unsettling aura emanating from the creature. In the dead of night. First there was the woman in white with red shoes, her hair disheveled and tears of blood streaming down her face. And now this blood-curdling scream from beneath the covers. Who could endure such a night? Wang Xian splashed water on his face and sat in stillness. He speculated that the cat might somehow be connected to the female practitioner, perhaps even summoned by her. It was all too bizarre. I have said I would assist you in rescuing your corporeal form once my strength allows, but for now, I am not in a position to intervene, he spoke. Regardless of whether she could hear him, feeling the need to reiterate and clarify. Surely, no one has drawn blood from you again? He wondered, filled with doubt. This was all too sinister. He had always believed that death extinguished life, yet here he was, disturbed from his slumber by the female practitioner's antics, truly unnerving. After practicing his foundational techniques for a while, he began to visualize the female practitioner, picturing her face adorned with streaks of blood. Normally, this would evoke the image of a macabre visage, yet now he hypnotized himself to envision her as serene and sacred, a paragon of beauty. If Qingmu were to know, he would surely exclaim that young Wang possessed a bold heart, a fierce spirit, capable of envisioning even a terrifying ghost as a celestial being. Once he completed his visualization, Wang Xian fell into a deep sleep. Until the latter half of the night. The disheveled woman indeed reappeared in his subconscious. Is that you? Wang Xian greeted her in his dreams, then drifted back into slumber. The woman, seemingly taken aback, did not hesitate. Approaching him in her red shoes, her snow-white face marred by shocking bloodstains, she hovered close, almost pressing against him. A celestial being accompanies me into slumber? In a state of self-hypnosis, Wang Xian, having indulged in unconventional visualization, found himself in a dream where a visage of extraordinary beauty approached him. This time, there was no sense of dread. Rather, he felt that the pair of enchanting eyes were exuding warmth. He instinctively reached out to caress. The lady, taken aback, felt a surge of emotion. Despite her disheveled appearance, he was filled with joy and awe, daring to touch her. Suddenly, a crack of thunder resonated through the dreamscape, bright and resplendent, akin to a celestial river cascading from the heavens, reverberating in Wang Xian's consciousness and jolting him awake. Bewildered, he wondered if it was thundering and raining outside. He drew back the curtains to find the moonlight streaming in like water, with stars twinkling in the night sky. Surely, there could be no storm. Reflecting on his dream, he surmised that the lady had struck him with thunder from his subconscious, awakening him from his slumber. Glancing at his right hand, he sensed he had touched a delicate, luminous face, yet there were no traces of blood. Wang Xian settled back into meditation, envisioning the lady with blood on her face as a celestial maiden, transforming the blinding thunder into ethereal music. Moreover, he embellished the scene with poetic verses and dance. He then surrendered to sleep once more, hoping to last until dawn. To his surprise, the lady appeared even sooner than he anticipated, almost as soon as he drifted off. She materialized, clad in flowing white, hovering gracefully before him. This time, she dared not approach too closely, her palms beginning to glow. As the thunder drew nearer, rumbling ominously, the surroundings transformed. In an instant, a scene of revelry unfolded, petals raining down, and an intoxicating fragrance filling the air, as crystalline blossoms cascaded from the ephemeral light of the thunder. Nearby, a woman danced while musicians played the guzheng, and a recluse read sacred texts. Accompanied by a melodic chant, delicate clouds weave their artistry, shooting stars carry unspoken sorrow. The silver river flows silently across the vast expanse. When the golden wind and jade dew meet, they surpass countless encounters in the mortal realm. The lady stood entranced, her white gown billowing in the breeze. Though her palm glimmered with light, she refrained from unleashing it. Captivated by the festivities of the future, lost in the music and dance, her mind adrift. Eventually, her gaze regained clarity. She realized she was within Wang Xian's domain, where every element was preordained by him. She floated closer to him, casting her eyes downward, her palms still aglow, with thunder lingering in the air. You have returned? In his dream state, Wang Xian continued to perceive her as a celestial being. Although his subconscious was stirring, this was his realm, where thoughts and sensations manifested instantaneously. He grasped her delicate hand, once again expressing the joy of encountering a celestial being. Boom! The thunder in her hand struck him directly, prompting Wang Xian to cry out and awaken abruptly, sitting up to inspect his body. He then turned inward, examining his vital essence, and discovered no harm had been done. At that moment, tranquility washed over him. It appeared that the lady could only go so far, neither harming his body nor his spirit. Heavenly maiden accompanies my slumber, he declared before once again surrendering to sleep. Finding nothing to fear, perceiving it merely as a spiritual journey of consciousness and celestial encounters. Throughout that night, though he awoke several times, a newfound confidence settled within him, instilling a sense of calmness and composure. The female practitioner appeared somewhat entranced, vanishing completely before dawn. After the sun rose, Wang Xian tidied himself and had his breakfast before hastening to seek out his old colleague. Despite his calm demeanor in dreams, where he called upon celestial beings to accompany him in slumber, he could endure this for only a night or two. If such occurrences persisted nightly, it would be utterly exhausting. Although the female practitioner could not interfere with the mortal realm, being repeatedly awakened was a considerable nuisance. His old colleague cherished tranquility and maintained a solitary courtyard outside the city, where he practiced martial arts each morning. Old Shin, we must devise a solution swiftly. I cannot continue to dance and sing with her in dreams every night. Spirits and mortals exist on divergent paths. Our encounters cannot be perpetual. Wang Xian refrained from mentioning the inner realm, but shared that the female practitioner had approached him, appearing 2 consecutive nights. Should this continue daily, it would be unbearable. How could she traverse thousands of miles from the greater Xing'an range? Moreover, didn't she perish 3 millennia ago? Could she truly cause unpredictable disturbances? It appeared she was indeed extraordinary. Old colleague Qin Yongjie took a seat, deep in thought. How peculiar that no incidents have arisen from beneath the greater Xing'an range, he pondered. Wang Xian contemplated, reasoning that it was likely the spiritual energy he had released from the ethereal stone had surged into the inner realm and was now following him. Perhaps, at any moment, it might restore itself further within the inner realm, leading to encounters with others in dreams. Old Shin, could you leverage your connections to inquire if they've drawn blood from her again? Is it possible to halt this temporarily? I fear there may be significant repercussions. You know she can now influence the subconscious. Who knows when she might affect the mortal realm? Wang Xian endeavored to emphasize the gravity of the situation. Have you conveyed the seriousness of the matter to them? He hoped Old Shin would articulate to them that this project carried certain risks. Deep down, he also wished to assist the female practitioner. After a moment of consideration, Old Shin replied, I have not had much discourse with them. Perhaps, if you exhibit better behavior recently, I could offer you my opportunity to travel to New Star for work, allowing you to evade her, unless, of course, she could pursue you there. He quickly added, this is not a permanent arrangement. It is impossible for you to reside there indefinitely. Currently, sending someone there is quite challenging. This is merely a temporary assignment. Wang Xian immediately became wary, suspecting that Old Qin might be using this opportunity to send him off on some mysterious expedition. Ever since receiving that book from Old Qin, he felt the old man was laying the groundwork. Concurrently, thoughts of his class's goddess, Zhao Qinghan, and the enchanting beauty, Li Qingxian, from New Star crossed his mind. Both parties seemed to be forming exploration teams and had previously sought his collaboration. People from New Star, ranging from tycoons to life research institutions and various alliances and organizations, were growing restless, including the current Old Qin. Could they all be coveting that celestial herb? If you were to go to New Star, the identity concealing assignment is quite appealing. You have 2 options: serve as a bodyguard for a wealthy heiress or as a driver for a renowned widow of exceptional beauty, Old Qin remarked leisurely. Then, with a serious demeanor, he remarked, young man, you must strive diligently. Many renowned explorers venture to New Star, yet few are afforded such an opportunity. Although it is merely a temporary position to conceal one's identity, it is nonetheless something for which countless individuals would vie. The more Wang Xian listened, the more he felt uneasy. The mention of a financial magnate's daughter and a stunningly wealthy widow struck a familiar chord. He fixed his gaze on Old Qin and said, Grandpa Qin, you are quite determined to send me to New Star. What is the matter? Is it not a good thing? I am merely considering your aspirations. Young and possessing formidable skills in the old arts, surely you would relish such an opportunity? Wang Xian was at a loss for words. From where had this old man derived such conclusions? The more Old Qin insisted on sending him to New Star, the less inclined Wang Xian felt to go. fearing he might unwittingly become embroiled in unpredictable adventures and end up as mere cannon fodder. Please help me resolve my current predicament without all this chit-chat. My parents are reluctant to let me travel far. Going to New Star is simply out of the question. You must seize the opportunity. Old Chun patted his shoulder before turning to make a phone call. That morning, 2 elderly monks arrived, chanting scriptures and sprinkling water over Wang Xian, causing quite the commotion for most of the day before they finally departed. After their departure, Wang Xian inquired, "What was that water? Why am I covered in dirt after being doused?" "It seems to be a mixture of water and ash from the incense burner in front of the Buddha," Old Chen calmly explained. These 2 venerable monks were summoned from a millennia-old temple outside the city, and they only took action out of respect for me. Wang Xian looked down at his dusty, soiled clothes, rendered speechless, and decided to take his leave. In the evening, Qingmu called, asking whether he intended to go to New Star, preparing to advance him exploration compensation, the first installment being approximately 5 million old coins. Wang Xian was immediately exhilarated. Having just graduated, he had never encountered such a sum. With this money, he could provide for his parents, ensuring some security even if he departed. However, he soon regained his composure. Old Chen had subtly laid the groundwork, then sweetened the deal, clearly intending to lure him to New Star for some ulterior motive. He could not agree to go so hastily. Alas, should I still seek the feather transformation stone? I am already facing issues. What if I were to acquire more? Would I end up with even more old monsters? Who knows what might transpire if beings like celestial maidens, monks, female practitioners, old Taoists, and female demons gathered together? Wang Xian sighed, realizing that he must first address the matter of the female practitioner before daring to take any further steps. That night, the female practitioner indeed reappeared. Wang Xian, feeling helpless, said, "There is no use in seeking me. I currently possess no authority to interfere with the underground experimental site in the greater Xing'an range. You would be better off consulting Old Chen." Perhaps the female practitioner was reasonable, for ever since he had explained himself, the night remained tranquil. And she did not appear again, allowing him to sleep soundly. It was not until dawn that Old Chen came personally, banging on his door and waking him. Upon seeing Old Chen's expression, Wang Xian felt an inexplicable sense of oddity, struggling to suppress a laugh. Old Chen, with dark circles under his eyes and a fiery gaze, clearly had not enjoyed a restful night. Most notably, his body was adorned with talismans, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Wang Xian, taken aback, remarked, "How should I know? Perhaps she has come to realize that your words carry more weight than mine. Why don't you assist her earnestly?" Old Chen forced a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful and turned to depart, seeking a means of self-rescue. The following day at work, Wang Xian noticed that Old Chun's dark circles had deepened, and he was unexpectedly carrying a hexagram, with his clothing plastered with talismans. "What has happened to you, Old Chen?" a colleague inquired. As the days passed, Old Chen's condition deteriorated, and by the 3rd day, he was absent. Qingmu called Wang Xian directly, asking, "What have you done to my master?" Wang Xian replied, "What could I possibly do? I am just as perplexed. He did not come today. Where could he be?" Qingmu sighed, revealing that Old Chun had fled, hastily boarding an interstellar ship to a New Star early that morning, exclaiming, "This lad harbors great peril. I must escape to evade disaster." Wang Xian was left in a state of shock, realizing that Old Chen had indeed sought refuge on the New Star. Was this an act of shielding him from calamity? Suddenly, he recalled that 500,000 old coins were about to arrive, and with his troubles behind him, he could likely acquire 2 more feathered stones. Instantly, his spirits lifted, and he felt rejuvenated, wishing all readers a splendid day filled with joy. I kindly call for your support through monthly votes. My heartfelt gratitude extends to the following patrons: Swearian00, Chinmi Byway, and Bookfriend 1409131958236555. Thank you for your unwavering support. Chapter 38. Seeking immortals in the rain and the twilight glow of the setting sun, Qingmu leaned against the car door, smoking one cigarette after another, waiting for Wang Xian to emerge from the Design Institute. He felt a twinge of worry. His master had fled to the New Star in a panic. What had transpired? He yearned to uncover the truth. Wang Xian, in a buoyant mood, felt a significant weight lifted from his heart as he chatted and laughed with his colleagues on their way out. "Xiao Wang, over here," Qingmu called out. "Someone's looking for me. See you tomorrow." Wang Xian quickly greeted those nearby and strode ahead. In the evening glow, a flock of migratory birds departed, deepening the autumnal ambience. With the sky stretching infinitely above, Qingmu drove Wang Xian to dinner, incessantly inquiring along the way, When he heard that old Chun had recently made an appointment with a female practitioner, he suddenly pressed the accelerator, nearly colliding with the car ahead. "Watch the road. Take it easy," Wang Xian quickly cautioned. The streets were bustling with vehicles, typical of rush hour, and Qingmu's heart felt similarly congested. What was going on? Had old Qin been frightened away by the female practitioner? He knew well that old Qin was a formidable practitioner, a rare superlative strength, and typically astute. It was almost unheard of for him to falter. Wang Xian remained relaxed, even taking the time to admire the fiery red maple trees lining the streets, their leaves glowing fervently in the twilight. Pondering the absence of the female practitioner, he mused that perhaps old Chun had indeed run off to the new star. "What do you think will happen to my master?" Qingmu, having grasped the situation, found it a bit absurd. How could someone dead for 3,000 years still sin dreams? "Old Qin is a good man. I'm sure he'll be fine," Wang Xian reassured him. Qingmu, never short of money, chose a high-end restaurant, where the private room was spacious and tranquil. After ordering, he began to quietly inquire about the specifics of the situation. "Are you saying old Qin shielded you from misfortune?" Qingmu choked on his smoke, feeling utterly speechless. "Don't overthink it. It has nothing to do with me. The reason the female practitioner sent dreams is that none who participated in the underground experiments in the greater Xing'an range are innocent. Old Qing, you should also be cautious lately." Wang Xian, feeling refreshed and with a hearty appetite, kindly advised Qingmu to prepare some talismans, as old Qin had considerable experience in such matters. After the incident, he had produced a multitude of talismans, covering himself from head to toe. Simultaneously, he internally criticized old Chun for being stingy. When he sought help over the weekend, he had received only a single talisman, yet when trouble befell him, he plastered himself with them as if his life depended on it. Listening to Wang Xian's absurd complaints and warnings, Qingmu grimaced, exhaled a smoke ring, and remained silent. "With great power comes great responsibility," Wang Xian commented. Qingmu shot him a glare, questioning the wisdom of such a statement. Feeling that Wang Xian was taking advantage of the situation, "What can we do to help him?" Qingmu furrowed his brow, genuinely concerned for old Qin. After all, he was his master. "What kind of talk is that?" Qingmu glared again, then proposed, "How about we send him to the new star to support and look after old Qin?" Wang Xian promptly rejected the idea, having just escaped the fire pit. Who in their right mind would willingly jump back in? He cast a glance at Aoki and said, "Do not rush to worry about old Qin. I believe you ought to be more concerned about yourself." "What do you mean?" Aoki extinguished his cigarette. "Your words are venomous. Kindly keep quiet." Aoki felt a twinge of uncertainty within, and he suspected that old Chun had likely been ensnared in a similar manner. He harbored grave doubts that the woman in question might have sought old Chan based on Wang Xian's nonsensical ramblings. "Old Qing, you are being rather unfair." "As if my mouth were blessed," Wang Xian retorted, dissatisfied and attempting to defend himself, as this matter had no bearing on him. He was a victim too. "Let us not speak further. Let us delineate our boundaries for now. Do not contact me," Aoki declared, determined to settle the bill and leave. Wishing to depart without lingering even a moment longer, having barely touched his chopsticks. "Do not be in such haste to leave. When will my 5 million arrive?" "That is the compensation I earned through my life and death endeavors on Qingqing Mountain. It will be deposited tomorrow," Aoki replied, rising. He was quite willing regarding the payment. Although the silver beast-hide scroll had yet to be deciphered, the expert group unanimously believed it to be of immense value, which explained why a transcended practitioner had fixated on it until his dying breath. Splendid. Wang Xian felt immense satisfaction. For a recent graduate, such a fortune was indeed a remarkable surprise. Aoki ignored him and hastened his steps, soon disappearing from sight, resolutely deciding to steer clear of Wang Xian's residence for the time being. The next day, Wang Xian received a text message from the bank notifying him of a substantial deposit. He counted 6 zeros, confirming it to be 5 million, and his spirits soared. Soon, however, he recalled a pressing matter. Had the taxes been paid? He hurriedly sought Aoki's guidance, but Aoki rejected 5 of his calls without response. Eventually, perhaps unable to withstand his persistence any longer, Aoki texted him, informing him that the taxes had been settled and he would receive 5 million after tax. Upon reading this, Aoki immediately blocked Wang Xian, increasingly convinced that further association with him would lead to trouble, believing that old Qin's fate served as a cautionary tale. On Friday evening, Wang Xian hurried to the bus station. His home lay in a nearby small town, a mere 100 kilometers away, which was not far by any means. "I have only just graduated. It is too soon. I shall wait 2 years before transferring the money to you." With that, Wang Xian disregarded all else and completed the transfer. After dinner that evening, he inquired with his parents about the legends surrounding the Great Black Mountain, which lay dozens of miles away. He recalled that in his childhood, there had been a Taoist temple on the mountain, but it had long since fallen into disrepair. With no priest remaining, ultimately collapsing entirely, he wondered what had become of it now. Wang Xian remarked, "Tomorrow, I plan to invite a couple of childhood friends to explore. It has been ages since I ventured into the Great Black Mountain, and autumn is the perfect time to see if there are any hazelnuts or hickory nuts." Unfortunately, the weather did not cooperate. The forecast predicted a sunny day turning cloudy on Saturday, but instead, it began to drizzle and progressively intensified, prompting his friends to regretfully reschedule their visit to the Great Black Mountain for Sunday. Wang Xian was restless. Even amidst the torrential downpour, it held no sway over him. A practitioner of ancient arts, he donned his rain gear and stepped out of his home, leaving the small town behind, and commenced a fervent dash toward the Dahe Mountain. His motivation stemmed from the legend of the immortal maiden, which seemed intertwined with the rain, thus providing an opportune moment for him to venture into the mountains and explore. Having cultivated the golden body technique to its fourth tier, the considerable distance of several dozen miles posed no challenge for Wang Xian. Eventually, he entered the mountainous realm, where the rocks appeared dark and foreboding. Devoid of vegetation, they resembled faint ink strokes from afar, hence the name Dahe Mountain. Guided by memory, he made his way directly to a prominent peak, ascending swiftly. However, upon reaching the summit, a wave of uncertainty washed over him. The temple that ought to have been there was nowhere to be found, even if it had collapsed. Remnants of its foundation and rubble should remain, yet here lay only barren expanse. It felt as though the very ground had been excavated. Had he misremembered? Was this not the correct mountain? Wang Xian sought other peaks, climbing several in succession, yet discovered no trace of the fallen temple. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. Brilliant lightning sliced through the curtain of rain, illuminating the shadowy sky and momentarily brightening the entirety of Dahe Mountain. By chance, Wang Xian glanced upward, and what did he behold? The very peak he had initially believed to house the collapsed temple now harbored a creature of considerable size, a hound, bearing a person upon its back, making its descent. Moreover, as the hound galloped downwards, the ground beneath him trembled ever so slightly, rushing toward him. Chapter 39. The Battle of Black Mountain. The clouds above were thick and ominous, crackling with thunder and lightning, while the torrential rain fell like a deluge, striking the faces of ordinary people with painful intensity. Wang Xian moved with agility, leaping into the dense forest, completely vanishing from sight. After the thunderous roar, darkness enveloped the world once more. Although he was at a considerable distance, Wang Xian was certain that the creature he observed, a formidable black beast, bore the form of a man. In the desolate expanse of Black Mountain, amidst the dense, ancient woods, and accompanied by the menacing presence of the fierce beast, an unsettling chill permeated the air. Any ordinary person encountering such a sight would undoubtedly be gripped by fear, reminiscent of stumbling upon a corpse in the depths of the mountains. For decades, the inhabitants near Black Mountain had vacated the area, leading to a stark decline in human presence. Yet today, an extraordinary creature was approaching, bearing a human upon its back. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the forest like a clap of thunder, as a massive shadow lunged forth, crashing through trees and charging at Wang Xian. He leapt 6 or 7 meters to evade the creature's ferocious assault, while the ground trembled violently behind him, the sound of snapping branches echoing, accompanied by the increasingly thunderous roars of the beast. A flash of lightning illuminated the dim forest, revealing the creature's form. It measured 5 meters in length and stood nearly 2 meters tall, its body covered in thick, coarse black fur, with a fearsome visage. Its gaping maw revealed teeth as sharp as daggers, stark white and menacing. As it moved, the earth quaked beneath it. One of its enormous claws swiped through the air, narrowly missing Wang Xian, and instead crushing a tree the size of a bowl, which fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Wang Xian deftly evaded the beast's onslaught, swiftly positioning himself beside it. He struck out with an open palm, producing a loud thud as even this colossal creature stumbled back, swaying violently before unleashing an even more furious roar that resonated louder than the thunder above, leaving his ears ringing. Simultaneously, the man upon the black beast leapt down with the swiftness of lightning, executing a fierce kick aimed at Wang Xian's chest. Reacting with remarkable speed, Wang Xian not only sidestepped the gaping jaws of the beast but also retreated to evade the weighty kick. With a crack, the man found himself airborne. using the momentum to land on a nearby large tree, which snapped under his weight. Still suspended in midair, he launched another swift kick towards Wang Xian. At the same moment, the black beast, fueled by its fierce aggression, charged forward, its massive form shaking the forest, causing branches to splinter and fall. Wang Xian's eyes gleamed with cold determination, trapped between the man and the beast, with no avenue of escape. He leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the ferocious creature while simultaneously moving his palms to intercept the man's descending kick. Despite its formidable size, the 5-meter-long beast found itself hindered by the density of the forest, unable to maneuver effectively due to several thick trees obstructing its path. Its gaping mouth failed to seize Wang Xian's foot. Instead, he landed a decisive strike upon its nose, eliciting a horrific roar of pain. The nose, its most vulnerable point, was instantly ruptured, blood gushing forth, causing the massive head to sway dizzily as it stumbled backward, trampling low trees and shattering bushes. Of course, this was also due to the immense force behind Wang Xian's kick. A mere ordinary person would have been incapable of delivering such a blow, even against the beast's fragile nose. At the same moment, Wang Xian's palm struck the foot of the man before him, producing a muffled sound akin to distant thunder reverberating through the woods. Wang Xian felt a tingling sensation in his right hand. However, he harbored no intention of retreating. Simultaneously, his left hand pressed forward, targeting the man's calf. With a resounding thud, another dull noise echoed as Wang Xian leveraged the impact to propel himself several meters into the air, landing with a crash that shattered numerous low shrubs, even fracturing some rocks beneath his feet. It is evident how terrifying the collision between the two was, and the magnitude of the force Wang Xian endured. Under such tremendous pressure, even many adept practitioners of energy cultivation would be forced to cough up blood, and while his palm may not have been shattered, it would likely have suffered extensive fractures. Wang Xian shook his hands, feeling a lingering numbness and considerable pain. Yet, his tiger's mouth remained intact, and his bones were unbroken. This exemplified the fourth tier of the golden body technique, which rendered even a typical dagger incapable of breaching his exterior, showcasing an astonishing level of defense. Nonetheless, this further underscored the formidable strength of the individual opposite him, whose agility and ferocity were remarkable, and whose foot strikes bore immense power. The man was equally taken aback, even astonished. Through his analytical assessment, he had already overestimated Wang Xian, believing him to be exceptionally strong for his age, his palm strength surpassing that of iron sand palms, marking him as a rare young master within the realm of antiquated techniques. It was only after engaging in combat that he realized his prior estimation was flawed, as this young man had managed to withstand 2 of his assaults. Roar! The black hound let out a deafening roar, causing the forest to tremble. Despite the pouring rain, Wang Xian discerned the figure of the man and the beast before him with clarity. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a ruddy complexion and a mane of black hair, yet the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes betrayed his true age. He likely was in his 50s. As for the fearsome black beast, it was not a native species of the old world, but rather a creation of the new stars, resembling the mythical hound in form. It was said that such creatures had only recently been bred and tamed in the new stars over the past decade or two, exhibiting greater strength than lions and tigers, and had quickly become favored by affluent individuals there. In recent years, some from the old world had begun to keep such ferocious beasts, though it was evident that the average person could scarcely afford to maintain one, as daily high-quality fresh meat would require no less than 100 pounds. The hound before him was significantly larger and more ferocious than others bred for captivity, evidently a rare and violent variant. Many experts within the realm of ancient techniques would struggle to withstand its assault. The man, clad in black, seamlessly blended into the dimly lit forest, and although he appeared to be in his 50s, he possessed remarkable vitality, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and his speech resonating like the striking of a gong. Powerful and ear-piercing, Wang Xian's gaze was icy. This was a premeditated ambush. The man had been aware of his intention to venture into the Great Black Mountain, having awaited his arrival here. Just the night before, Wang Xian had communicated with 2 childhood friends about his plans to enter the mountains. And yet this figure in black had known directly, waiting for him atop the black hound within the forest. Wang Xian harbored a belief in his 2 childhood companions, for the enigmatic figure in black could not possibly uncover every detail. How could he anticipate that Wang Xian would seek the company of his friends in the mountains? It must be that someone was eavesdropping on his conversations. The man in black, unperturbed, responded, "No, I am somewhat disappointed in them. Those who escaped from the stronghold on the old soil have been hiding, avoiding the light of day. Hence, I have taken matters into my own hands." Upon hearing this, a surge of murderous intent coursed through Wang Xian. The puppeteer behind the scenes had finally revealed himself. A tempest of fury ignited within him. Was he truly so malleable and easily trifled with? He believed himself to have no significant enmity with anyone. Thus, it was inexplicable that he should be subjected to such repeated assaults. The audacity of the assailants was intolerable. Since the principal had come to confront him directly, he resolved to settle this score today. "I do not know you, nor do I believe I have caused you any conflict or grievance. Why then do you persistently target me?" Wang Xian inquired with a grave tone. Suddenly, he lunged to the side, snapping a small tree, as thick as an arm, in the process. The trunk shattered, and the canopy tilted perilously. Wang Xian's gaze turned icy. The prowess of this man in black was formidable, and he had not overestimated his capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, a sniper had been discreetly positioned, and his previous words were merely a tactic to keep Wang Xian steady. Evidently, the heavy rain had caught these individuals off guard. They had presumed Wang Xian would remain sheltered in a cave, avoiding the downpour. It was only when the astute man in black spotted Wang Xian's silhouette that they began to mobilize, seeking advantageous terrain. Among them, the middle-aged man riding the black hound moved with the utmost swiftness, convinced that he could swiftly eliminate Wang Xian once he engaged. Having entered the inner realm twice and advanced to the late fourth stage of the golden body technique, Wang Xian's mental acuity had become extraordinarily keen, allowing him to sense impending danger. In an instant, he dashed forward again, where he had just stood. A terrifying bullet hole marred a grand tree, the projectile having exploded through it, evidently a specialized round. Within a brief span, 2 assailants had already fired upon him. What grudge did they harbor? The principal had begun to take center stage. Without hesitation, Wang Xian charged towards the man in black and the ferocious hound. Convinced that those lurking in the shadows could not possibly evade both the figure in black and the hound, striking him directly. Their movements were so rapid, almost too swift to comprehend, and with the behemoth hound barreling forward to obstruct them, the task of sniping him would prove challenging. Wang Xian resolved to eliminate the black hound and the man in black before seeking out the marksman. It must be said, the man in black was exceptionally strong. His hands bore a faint golden sheen, indicative of having mastered a formidable ancient technique. His fists possessed immense power, capable of shattering tree trunks with mere strikes, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Furthermore, his feet were equally potent, splintering rocks beneath him as he leapt from tree to tree, causing the great trees to crack and topple. Since mastering the ancient technique, Wang Xian had never encountered such a formidable adversary. Had he not achieved the 4th level of the golden body technique, he would undoubtedly have met his demise today. Bang! A tree, as thick as a barrel, suddenly snapped and crashed to the ground. 2 figures maneuvered skillfully, their fists and feet colliding with a resounding force, akin to thunder reverberating through the forest. Wang Xian felt a sharp pain as the skin of his palm split open, blood dripping steadily down, leaving him astonished. The opponent's strikes were exceedingly powerful. Even the 4th tier of his golden body technique struggled to withstand them. "The Great Diamond Fist?" he exclaimed in surprise, deducing the martial art his adversary had mastered. Wang Xian himself had trained in the Diamond Fist, albeit at a rudimentary level. The complete form, the Great Diamond Fist, was an immensely potent physical art, a secret transmission from Buddhist scriptures. With a sudden burst of speed, Wang Xian accelerated, his fist striking fiercely. At last, seizing the long-awaited opportunity, he collided into the black-clad man, a resounding crack echoing as he broke 2 of his ribs, sending him reeling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. The black-clad man, overwhelmed by pain, was stunned. He had assumed Wang Xian had also mastered a secret technique, his fists as hard as iron, his strength astonishing. Moreover, Wang Xian had deliberately concealed his true resilience, avoiding a direct confrontation with the Great Diamond Fist, leading to a misperception about his capabilities. 4th tier of the golden body technique? The man was taken aback, finally realizing the source of Wang Xian's extraordinary strength. The unusual hardness of his fists was not merely due to skill, but rather the enhancement bestowed by the golden body technique. Roaring, the black hound, sensing its master in distress, lunged ferociously at Wang Xian, its massive jaws gaping wide, ferocity evident. With a series of powerful strikes, Wang Xian landed on the beast, targeting its snout and forehead. Blood erupted as he delivered a decisive blow, creating a gaping wound on the creature's head, eliciting a mournful howl before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chapter 40. Paving a path for the old arts. The rain continued to fall, casting a dim light in the forest. The black hound lay trembling on the ground, not yet wholly dead, its tenacity evident, though it no longer posed a threat. The man in black stood across from it, his body swaying as he swiftly reassembled his broken bones. He did not conceal his astonishment, stating, "Though the golden body technique is formidable, few dare to practice it. The reasons are twofold. Its effects are notoriously slow to manifest, often requiring decades of dedication, and any misstep may lead to severe bodily harm." His gaze fixed intently on Wang Xian. Recognizing that the latter had evidently reached the late stages of the fourth layer of the golden body technique, a feat that would typically demand over 30 years of commitment. Yet here stood a man barely in his 20s. How did you achieve this? His eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity, a fervent desire to uncover the secret. Who sent you to kill me? Wang Xian inquired calmly, unacquainted with this man in black, who appeared to be in his 50s. Their paths had never crossed before. He suspected that the black-clad figure was merely a pawn, acting on behalf of someone else. The man in black maintained a composed demeanor, replying, "If you should prevail against me today, I implore you to let this matter rest. The one who sought your demise is I, and I was the one to strike the final blow. You may consider me the mastermind behind this, and indeed, that is the truth." A faint glimmer of golden light flickered in the depths of Wang Xian's eyes, a manifestation of his mastery of the golden body technique, intensifying the black-clad man's yearning to comprehend how he had reached such a pinnacle. His interest lay not in mastering the golden body technique himself, but rather in discerning whether there existed any secret methods or shortcuts. If he could uncover such truths, the old arts might once again shine brilliantly in this era. Having practiced the old arts for decades, he had ascended to a level that few could attain, yet he understood profoundly that at this juncture, he had nearly reached the end of his path. Wang Xian, however, remained aloof, responding, "You come to kill me yet refuse to divulge the identity of your employer. Why should I reveal anything to you?" The man in black stretched his body, loosening his muscles. "As a practitioner of the old arts, I offer you this advice out of respect for your youth and your achievements. Should you survive this encounter, let the investigation into my identity conclude here. It would be best for you to live a tranquil life henceforth, without seeking to unveil any truths, for it is unlikely anyone will pursue you further." A surge of anger welled up within Wang Xian. Although he preferred to remain low-key and avoid conflict, the repeated attempts on his life compelled him to endure and refrain from pursuing the matter, as if that were the only means to ensure his survival. The man in black sighed softly. "Those of us who tread the path of the old arts find it increasingly arduous, especially in this age, where our practices are nearing obsolescence, destined to be replaced by new techniques. I am loath to accept this reality, clinging to unrealistic hopes of forging a new path." Driven to the brink of obsession, it was evident that he was not merely posturing. He genuinely harbored a profound attachment to the path of the old arts. The man clad in black did not rush to act, and continued, "Ever since I learned of the legendary scripture in the realm of our ancient arts, which has been left neglected amidst mere collections of artifacts, I have been unable to contain my desire to approach it, hoping to glean its true essence and uncover the secrets of ascension to immortality." Wang Xian remained silent, listening intently. "Thus, I deliberately sought proximity, aware that there were those who harbored resentment towards you, wishing to eliminate you. I took the initiative to approach, subtly indicating that as a scholar and professor, I could educate you, while also suggesting my desire to examine that ancient tome in his possession. To this day, he remains oblivious to whom he has offended, insisting on your demise." Simultaneously, he was somewhat astonished to discover that the man in black was indeed a scholar, a professor, indicating a rather complex identity. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and shook his head. "Moreover, for several years, the new stars have aspired to trigger supernatural powers through ancient arts, thereby bridging them with modern techniques, making the man in black a favored guest among certain magnates. His scholarly title is hardly surprising. On that day, after I expressed my intentions, he clandestinely retrieved the rare manuscript from his home and revealed the first page to me. I was immediately captivated, for I recognized it as an invaluable treasure, aligning perfectly with my years of exploration, piercing through a veil and opening a new window of opportunity. It is worth noting that this was merely the first page, yet it encapsulated the essence of my life's work and pursuits. What astonishing revelations lie ahead. In the hands of those individuals, it would be akin to precious gems gathering dust. Despite their studies, they could never truly master its essence. My desire intensified, for I am confident that I can resurrect the legendary scripture, allowing it to shine with unparalleled brilliance in an era where ancient arts have seemingly reached their nadir. At this juncture, The man's eyes burned with fervor. As if flames flickered within, his emotions running high. Alas, I had only glimpsed the first page. His gaze shot forth two piercing beams, declaring, according to my investigations, that secret manuscript of yours was gifted to you by Zhou Mingxian at a gathering. How could you possibly reach the 4th level in such a short span? There are undoubtedly significant issues at play. Wang Xian remained composed, uttering no words. In this age, no one could access the inner realms. In ancient times, those who tread the path of ancient arts, upon their first triggering of heightened senses, require the assistance of preteen sorcerers or guidance from ancestral figures to enter the inner realms. Wang Xian's initial entry was not through guidance, but rather through his own volition into that domain, a statement that would leave those aware of the truth utterly stunned. I, driven by obsession, had become somewhat deranged. For the sake of the legendary scripture, I contemplated taking a life to obtain it. Reflecting on this now, it is a lamentable truth that we, who pursue the path of ancient arts, primarily find ourselves devoid of hope. The man in black sighed and then fixed his gaze upon Wang Xian, saying, "Thus, I implore you to cease your inquiries." That individual likely spoke in a moment of rage and may not pursue this matter further. It would be wise to pretend as though nothing transpired. Some individuals and forces are far beyond the reach and confrontation of people like us. After all, we are no longer in the era of the preteen, where sorcerers could manifest celestial radiance. Suddenly, his aura shifted, and his eyes emitted two beams of radiant light. His internal organs resonated, producing a thunderous sound, while his blood birthed a faint luminescence, enveloping him in a halo. In an instant, he vanished from his position, moving with an astonishing speed towards Wang Xian with lethal intent. Although Wang Xian sensed the man's obsession with ancient techniques as genuine and not mere pretense, he remained vigilant. Human nature is intricate. The man in black, while fixated on ancient arts, was not necessarily benevolent. At the very least, his black hound lay gravely wounded, on the verge of death, and yet he exhibited no sign of distress, revealing a hardened heart. Boom! Wang Xian swiftly evaded, fully activating his golden body technique in preparation to confront this adversary. In the spot where the man had vanished, he reappeared, thudding his feet into the ground and creating a deep crater, the force of which was indeed terrifying, more astonishing than before. The man in black gasped for breath, his organs resonating, and the faint glow of his blood emanated outward, creating a peculiar halo around him, significantly enhancing his strength. Wang Xian was profoundly shaken, suspecting that this might be the very essence recorded on the first page of the scripture the man yearned for. Bang! 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 Wang Xian evaded the brunt of the attack, striking at the man's arms and body from the side. Even so, he felt the overwhelming power of his opponent. At that moment, the man in black appeared to be insurmountable. In their brief contact, Wang Xian's fingernails were shattered, blood flowed freely, and his arms felt as though they would break, with excruciating pain coursing through his bones. His golden body technique could scarcely withstand it. The situation was dire. During the successive collisions, Wang Xian was hurled away multiple times, coughing blood and on the brink of severe injury. Observing the state of the man in black, Wang Xian was immediately reminded of a certain body technique he had once practiced, the 5 pages of the golden scripture left by Zhang Daoling. He had managed to manifest the first diagram in the inner sanctum, which was merely a preliminary stance, and at the time, he had not anticipated its significant power. Now, witnessing the might of the man in black, he felt he had touched upon a similar force, one that resonated with the activation of his internal organs. Boom! Wang Xian fought with all his might, blood trickling from his mouth, fully invoking the body technique recorded in that diagram, causing his organs to resonate violently. In this life and death moment, he sensed something extraordinary. Just as his physical form seemed on the verge of collapse, his organs trembled intensely, as if they might rupture. And a novel power surged within him, rapidly expanding through his flesh and blood. Thud, thud, thud. He perceived the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, as his blood surged like a mighty river, exuding a faint golden mist. He managed to deflect the fierce assault of the man in black, preserving his arms and fingers from shattering. Ultimately, the man in black could no longer withstand the onslaught. After a violent resonance within his internal organs, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and with a resounding thud, was sent flying by Wang Xian, landing several meters away. His chest caved in, revealing a ghastly puncture, with light piercing through to his back. Furthermore, the tremendous secret power that had resonated within his organs now threatened to collapse, manifesting as a series of fissures. He had completely lost his combat prowess, and it appeared that his demise was imminent. To his astonishment, he realized that the young man before him had also practiced similar scriptures. Blood poured from his mouth and nose as he finally sighed, "You are still so young. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. If you could forge a new path for the ancient arts in the future." His words trailed off, choked by blood and struggling for breath, his strength rapidly dwindling. Wang Xian, too, was in a dire state. Even after hastily ceasing the martial techniques recorded in the Golden Book, he still felt excruciating pain in his internal organs. He had expended an enormous amount of energy and felt utterly fatigued, not wanting to move an inch. However, the presence of nearby snipers posed a significant threat. Indeed, in an instant, he felt himself plunged into a life-and-death crisis, a sharp pain piercing his brow as if a deadly weapon were poised to penetrate him. Had he been targeted for execution? Wang Xian sensed that death was perilously close. Never before had he felt so near to the brink of mortality. Enduring the agony, he struggled to roll over, narrowly evading a fatal shot as a bullet whizzed past, striking the very spot he had occupied moments before. In that fleeting instant, he felt a resurgence of pain in multiple areas of his body, realizing he was under comprehensive targeting. Yet, his condition was exceedingly poor, making it difficult to react promptly. Was this the end? He felt a deep reluctance as the ancient techniques of the preaching alchemists began to operate autonomously within him. He did not wish to surrender. He still yearned to attempt to roll over. Boom. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Time seemed to slow down as shadows of death enveloped him. Under the extreme pressure that nearly constricted his breath, he fell into a heightened state of awareness. Even so, could he evade this calamity? He remained uncertain. Gratitude is extended to Rongbu Chiu, Giqiang Ovio, Wanla Sishu, Reader 139-4236070840274944, and Luotuan Yuming. Thank you to the aforementioned allies for their support. Many thanks to all book friends for their tremendous encouragement. Chapter 41. The First Encounter with Life's Peril on the Precipice of Despair. Where the line between existence and demise is perilously thin, Wang Xian found himself acutely aware of the sin of death. In such dire circumstances, his heightened perception surged to extraordinary levels. Yet, he remained apprehensive about the imminent threat of being struck. However, given that his awareness had intensified within this crisis and he glimpsed the inner sanctum, he felt compelled to plunge forward without hesitation. His incursion was not born of a desire to augment his power, but rather to summon enigmatic forces that would expedite the recovery of his grievously wounded and exhausted form. The realm of desolation remained unchanged, perpetually shrouded in lifelessness and silence. Without triggering this heightened awareness, one could expend an eternity without ever reaching this place. Where time flowed at a glacial pace, a mere few minutes in the outside world equating to years within. Wang Xian stood resolutely, devoid of indecision, as he invoked the primordial techniques inscribed on ancient bamboo slips. Even though the passage of time here was languid, the boundary between him and death loomed perilously close, leaving no room for the luxury of lingering for years as he once had. He sighed, feeling a tinge of regret, yet he bore no remorse. The paramount objective of this heightened awareness was to preserve his life. In the midst of the ethereal moment, he beckoned the mysterious substance, which silently descended into his inner sanctum, invigorating his spirit with remarkable vitality. Outside, his corporeal form was infused with a dense essence, revitalizing his weary body with newfound strength. Contemplating the fleeting moments, he furrowed his brow. Was it possible to surge forth before the time was right? He had never before dared to attempt such a feat after all. Gaining access to this place was a rare opportunity, one he had never considered interrupting prematurely. As he lingered momentarily within the inner sanctum, time in the external realm seemed to halt. He sensed the imminent danger that loomed over vital areas of his body, akin to a bloodied spear poised against him. Yet, unlike before, his body was no longer drained. It brimmed with the vigor of rebirth. In an instant, he made a decisive choice and rolled towards a specific direction. Nevertheless, he felt that time was fleeting, and some bullets were unavoidable. At that critical juncture, he made deliberate choices to evade certain areas, such as his head and heart. Additionally, he instinctively steered clear of regions that radiated acute pain, suspecting they were the trajectory of specialized bullets, capable of devastating the human torso with a single shot. The ground erupted in a cacophony of shattered earth and splattered mud, accompanied by the explosion of nearby shrubs. Simultaneously, as Wang Xian tumbled forth, he was struck by 2 bullets, the force of which sent tremors through his body. His shirt was shredded, followed by the successive disintegration of 3 layers of bulletproof vests. One bullet was intercepted during this tumult, while another breached his flesh, embedding itself within his body. Ultimately, it was halted just in time. A trickle of blood oozed from Wang Xian's surface. With a slight exertion, he dislodged the bullet, which clattered to the ground, accompanied by a surge of blood that splattered far away. Indeed, it was a specialized bullet of immense power. Recently, he had donned 3 layers of bulletproof attire, and with the additional protection of his golden body technique, he had finally managed to withstand the onslaught. Not far away, some bullets possessed greater power, while energy beams from energy guns shattered the ground where Wang Xian had previously lain. With a swift whoosh, Wang Xian dashed out, using the rocky terrain and the imposing blackhound as shields. His eyes glinted with a frigid intensity as he recognized the 6 seasoned snipers who had chosen their moment with uncanny precision, waiting until he was utterly fatigued and vulnerable to strike. The man in black collapsed onto the ground, still clinging to life. He beheld this astonishing scene, incredulous that the young man, seemingly on the brink of exhaustion, could suddenly spring to life, evading the sniper fire and enduring 2 bullets with remarkable resilience. With a cough, he expelled a significant amount of blood. His breathing momentarily eased, yet his body was racked with pain, the gaping hole in his chest forcing him to lie on the ground, gasping for air. Wang Xian paid him no heed. He was resolute, plunging once more into the inner realm, for he sensed that his heightened state had not yet dissipated, though it was waning. Even in the resplendent ancient times of arcane arts, such an opportunity was rare. Should someone trigger it, even a master would personally assist, guiding one into the inner realm. Not long ago, he had exited due to lack of options. Now, seizing the moment, he re-entered, swiftly calming his mind to practice the golden body technique repeatedly, reinforcing his essence with each iteration. At his current level, he estimated that he could only employ the first illustration from the 5-page golden book. Just moments ago, during a life-and-death battle, he had barely activated it, leaving him utterly drained, his very organs in agony. Yet, he acknowledged the exquisite power of that illustration, which unleashed a novel mysterious force, dramatically enhancing his strength and allowing him to withstand and severely wound the man in black. It is noteworthy that the man in black was then in a state of transcendence, activating a secret and formidable technique of immense power, truly terrifying in its might. Had Wang Xian not mastered the foundational pose left by Zhang Daoling, he would surely have perished today, unable to withstand even the 4th level of the golden body technique against the man's onslaught. The man in black had merely glimpsed the first page of that scripture. His understanding limited. One can only imagine the profundity and inscrutability of that text. Within the inner realm, Wang Xian diligently practiced the golden body technique to elevate himself. Here, time was abundant. He surmised that the 6 snipers would not be able to harm him for some time, as the massive black hound provided significant cover along with several large rocks. Unless they approached or ascended to a higher vantage point, it would be difficult for them to take aim at him. Simultaneously, Wang Xian understood that should he exit the inner realm again, his heightened state would likely dissipate, making it challenging to re-enter today. This time, his efficiency seemed remarkably high. Standing within the ethereal flow of time, he was nearly lost in the moment, relentlessly practicing the golden body technique until fatigue compelled him to pause and practice the foundational method, inviting mysterious substances to descend into the void. Whenever he halted, he would meticulously sense the outside world, fully aware that he was racing against time to gain speed. Not far away, the man in black trembled as he observed Wang Xian's state, noticing the aura enveloping him and his deliberate movements. He immediately grasped the significance of this. Wang Xian had entered the inner realm and was now in the highest state of meditation. The man clad in black is undoubtedly a master of ancient arts, driven by an unwavering obsession to carve a path for himself. His vast knowledge is evident. Yet he grapples with an enigma. In this modern era, where can one find the practitioners of predetermined mystical arts? The absence of paragons makes it nearly impossible for anyone to guide Wang Xian into the realm of enlightenment, allowing him to dwell in the ethereal time. Initially, he could not comprehend this reality, which rendered the present conditions inadequate for anyone to traverse the inner landscape. After a brief moment of reflection, he sighed, realizing that Wang Xian had entered this realm through sheer will. Such a person must not perish. Perhaps he truly possesses the potential to forge a new path for ancient arts in this age. His eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. Despite coughing up blood, he strained to shout, "Stop! Do not shoot him!" Yet, his frailty rendered his voice inaudible, his face flushed with exertion and desperation. Meanwhile, within the inner realm, Wang Xian experienced a breakthrough. He had ascended to the 5th level of the golden body technique, not merely due to years of practice, but because he had already approached the later stages of the 4th level. This advancement was a natural progression, and although he had only just entered the 5th level, it was sufficient. He had crossed a threshold, enhancing his physical prowess and invigorating his mental strength. He did not succumb to greed. He withdrew promptly. Regret lingered. But the environment was perilous, fraught with the threat of being targeted and shot at any moment. He believed that under normal circumstances, the 5th level of the golden body technique would suffice for self-preservation, yet a sudden, unperceived attack could still spell his doom. As Wang Xian exited, he felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. The bullet wounds began to expel the tainted blood, and they were nearly healed in a couple of days. Even the last remnants would vanish. Furthermore, his hands, previously injured by the black-clad man, had stopped bleeding, the wounds closed, and even the torn nails had mended. Wang Xian estimated that in another night or two, no trace of his injuries would remain, largely due to his recent entry into the inner realm and the transformative breakthrough of the golden body technique, coupled with the vigorous life force within him. Upon hearing the hoarse voice of the man in black, he was momentarily taken aback. Was the man attempting to persuade the sniper to cease fire? In an instant, clarity dawned upon him. The black-clad figure had a profound attachment to ancient arts, once burning with fervor to pave the way for them. He seemed to see hope in Wang Xian, thus seeking to preserve him in this critical moment. Those who wish to kill me are, Wang Xian began. Run. They possess energy cannons. The man in black interjected, shaking his head and anxiously growling as he spat another mouthful of blood. Almost simultaneously, Wang Xian felt the specter of death looming once more, shrouding the area around him. However, he was now at the peak of his power, sensing impending danger. He immediately dashed into the depths of the dense forest. In the distance, a group of individuals had indeed assembled a small energy cannon, which they activated at that moment. They lamented that if it had not been for the rain, they would not have mistakenly believed that Wang Xian would not arrive, and thus would not have dismantled the energy cannon, wasting precious time. With a resounding boom, the Black Hound was obliterated, meeting its demise as the terrifying energy upheaved rocks, one of which struck the chest of a man in black. He emitted a muffled groan from the impact and was sent tumbling far away, already gravely injured. His condition worsened, and it seemed certain that he would not survive. Soon, the light in his eyes dimmed, and he succumbed to death. Had it not been for this blow, given the contemporary medical technology, there might have been hope for him if he had been rushed to a hospital, albeit with the necessity of artificial heart and lung replacements. Wang Xian traversed the forest with remarkable speed, heading directly towards the location of the energy cannon, his body constantly adapting its trajectory, embodying agility and swiftness to the utmost degree. Having mastered the 5th level of the golden body technique, he fearlessly surged past thorns and other obstacles, his formidable physique propelling him forward until he was soon within striking distance. He was approaching. The voices of some trembled. Despite the advanced instruments capable of capturing Wang Xian's silhouette and recognizing his rapid approach, repeated attempts to lock onto him proved futile as he continually shifted positions. The hunt had, in the end, transformed into a counter-hunt. Half an hour later, Wang Xian departed from the Great Black Mountain, his emotions deeply conflicted. For the individuals he had encountered were all dead, marking his first instance of ruthlessly slaying his own kind. Chapter 42. The return of Old Chun. In the midst of late autumn, a torrential downpour struck the mountains, causing the yellow leaves to plummet in great swathes, revealing the previously obscure contours of the dark mountain, now shrouded in mist and gloom. The 6 seasoned snipers, cold-blooded in their demeanor, opted to employ energy cannons, disregarding the fate of the man in black, fearing that Wang Xian might turn his attention towards them after dispatching their adversary. These individuals were professional assassins, willing to stain their hands with blood for the sake of wealth, and when their survival was at stake, they would not hesitate to abandon or eliminate their employer. After Wang Xian dealt with them, he felt no remorse, yet the act of taking a life for the first time left him with a profound discomfort. He sprinted through the rain, desperately trying to alleviate the tumultuous emotions that surged within him, splashing through mud and water. With all his might, he dashed through the downpour, covering dozens of miles without pause, drenched in a mixture of sweat and rain by the time he entered the small town. Slowing his pace to catch his breath, he purchased new clothing to replace his tattered coat, and then, under the shelter of an umbrella, took a leisurely stroll by the town's small lake. As he gazed at the misty waters, he pondered his next steps. Ever since he had delved into the ancient techniques, his tranquil life had vanished. Contemplating the possibilities, he realized that if he wished to preserve a life of peace and serenity, he must become stronger, striving to reach the legendary heights of the old ways. Aoki. Old Qing, have you truly blocked me? Wang Xian attempted to reach Aoki, but found that he had likely been blocked for 2 days. He was momentarily at a loss for words, and then a deep-seated curse from little Wang surfaced. Aoki, you shall be next. There is no escaping your fate. When Black Tiger contacted Aoki to inform him that little Wang was seeking him, Aoki's fingers trembled as he held his cigarette, reluctant to respond. However, shortly thereafter, Feng Zheng and Old Mu also reached out, conveying that little Wang's inquiries were of life and death importance. With a heavy sigh, Aoki realized he could not avoid contacting Wang Xian. He had an unsettling premonition. Indeed, as soon as he connected with Wang Xian, he was met with a voice laden with resentment. Old Qing, your time is up. I sense that you are next. Aoki could hardly endure the ominous tone. Will you be quiet? Are you still pestering me all alone? No, it's not what you think. Something has happened on my end. Wang Xian swiftly recounted the ambush at Dahe Mountain. Old Qing, our exploration organization is supposed to operate in collaboration with the government, functioning in a semi-official capacity. I assent it? Yet within the span of merely half a month, I have faced 3 assassination attempts. This is utterly disgraceful for our organization. How can some individuals act with such impunity, treating the old territory as if it were their own backyard? Shouldn't such forces, whether they be financial tycoons or from other sectors, be eradicated without a trace? Though separated by the phone line, Aoki could feel the flames of Wang Xian's fury. All right, enough. I will dispatch someone to handle this matter immediately. For now, act as if nothing has occurred. Do not let it disrupt the lives of your loved ones and friends. This, indeed, was precisely what Wang Xian desired. After all, the presence of 7 corpses within the Great Black Mountain would inevitably stir up a tempest in the small town. Should they be discovered, or should he choose to report the matter himself? The exploration organization, being semi-official, was best handled by Aoki's connections. In truth, his psychological resilience was formidable. The ability to envision a woman, her face marked by 2 trails of blood, as a celestial being, dancing and singing in his dreams, indicated that he could swiftly navigate the present predicament. As evening approached, Wang Xian awakened, invigorated and spirited, banishing the shadows of his earlier disquiet. From this day forth, he resolved to confront future challenges with an entirely renewed mindset. Outside, the sky was ablaze with crimson hues, heralding a promising day ahead. His mood lifted as he shared a hearty dinner with his parents, relishing the meal. The strength of the man in black was astonishing. His accomplishments within the realm of ancient arts were nothing short of remarkable, ultimately exhausting Wang Xian to the point of immobilization on the ground, nearly leading to his demise. The interior landscape was abrupt in its arrival and swift in its departure, eluding his grasp. He sighed, reflecting on how, in the face of such dire straits, he had inadvertently triggered a heightened sense of perception, a serendipitous escape from peril. However, he understood that such a unique state could not be relied upon. Who could guarantee a repeat of such fortune? He had every reason to believe that once a psychological dependency formed, the next encounter would spell certain doom. If he himself began to think that his heightened perception might activate in critical moments, could that truly be considered a life or death crisis? His body and subconscious would certainly disagree. If that were the case, it would be a deadlock from which even 9 lives could not extricate him. Thus, Wang Xian sighed, realizing that after such an experience, triggering heightened perception would become increasingly elusive. The ancient practitioners of the pre-Qin era must have possessed some conventional methods. Regrettably, whether it be bamboo slips or the ancient texts of various sects, all had ended up with the new star, leaving him with no resources to consult. Should I begin with meditation? Theoretically, attaining the highest state of meditation, known as the Bodhisattva realm, would allow one to exist in a state of clarity and enlightenment. Wang Xian pondered. His current approach, the so-called heightened perception state, seemed to fall within the Taoist concept of the unity of man and nature, while Buddhism also offered akin paths. Yet, achieving the highest meditative state proved challenging. Wang Xian frowned. Even the most revered monks spent a lifetime striving to attain such a state, and those who had experienced it were long extinct in the bygone era. On Sunday morning, the sky was indeed as clear as could be, the dawn light spilling over the small town. Wang Xian, bearing gifts, set out to visit his 2 childhood friends, one with a penchant for various models of cutting-edge warships, and the other for an array of beautiful figurines. The Great Black Mountain was undeniably off-limits. Upon meeting his friends, he warned them of the bears lurking in that region, advising them to steer clear for their safety. I adore this deep space battleship model. I've tried to have it procured several times, but it was always out of stock. Today, my wishes have finally been fulfilled, Zhao Mo exclaimed, before casting a disparaging glance at Lin Xian beside him, declaring, "You never seem to grow up." Lin Xian fiddled with his figurines of beautiful girls and disdainfully remarked, "A man remains a boy until death, forever possessing a youthful heart and an enduring fondness for beauty. If you, at just over 20, no longer appreciate lovely women, it signifies a wearied mindset. Look at Wang Xian and me. We are eternally youthful, capable of admiration, and perpetually seek out the splendid vistas of life." Zhao Mo interjected, "In a year and a half, I shall be wed. You may indulge in your figurines." As for Wang Xian, his aesthetic appreciation has long surpassed mere figurines. He prefers the allure of real women. Wang Xian shook his head, "Forget it. I have no time to tend to them anymore. Once, when he was 11 or 12, he had cared for a small puppy, which sadly passed away within 6 months, leaving him grief-stricken and unable to eat for 2 days. Since then, he had refrained from keeping pets." Yin City was not large. After their lunch, the trio meandered through the town, engaging in lengthy conversation. Wang Xian was acutely aware that this tranquil existence was on the verge of vanishing, and he cherished every moment of it. He felt that his time to step into the spotlight was drawing near. The following days unfolded with serene monotony. Wang Xian dedicated his days to studying Taoist texts and his nights to practicing techniques and physical arts, feeling an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Naturally, he recalled Wang Xian's words that he would be next. A sense of uncertainty gnawed at him, fearing that little Wang's seemingly prophetic words might bear ill tidings. Feigning calmness, he shared a piece of news with Wang Xian. The identity of the man in black is quite extraordinary. He was once a favored guest of some elderly tycoons and is named Sun Chenkuan, a scholar and professor of considerable might. However, he suffered a severe setback at the age of 40, resulting in significant physical ailments that diminished his power considerably. Otherwise, he would be far more formidable than he is now. Wang Xian was taken aback. The man in black was even stronger than he had anticipated, having ventured far down the path of ancient arts and achieving remarkable feats. Having learned of his identity, they resolved to pursue the matter further. Their 3 encounters were not merely aimed at him, but were a grave provocation towards the exploration organization. Wang Xian urged that this matter must not end without resolution. According to the man in black's pessimistic hints, some individuals and forces were beyond his reach and ability to confront. Enduring was the only option. Yet, to be repeatedly targeted for assassination and to endure it as if nothing had transpired was not in Wang Xian's nature. He was determined to investigate the truth discreetly. Qing Mu felt a pang of anxiety, coincidentally absent from its city, and directed Black Tiger to handle matters, ensuring Old Shun was properly arranged. In truth, Wang Xian did not wish to see him either. Who would willingly leap into a pit a second time, approaching an ominous elder? Chapter 43. Celestial beings by one side in the early morning, Pufat Temple basked in the resplendent glow of dawn, its grandeur evoking a sense of reverence from afar. Bathed in the gentle light of the slowly rising sun, the entire temple appeared to shimmer with golden radiance, enveloped in a soft luminescence that was both sacred and solemn. Inspiring deep admiration, Wang Xian felt a sense of gravity as well. Regardless of his beliefs, he preferred to maintain decorum in such a sacred place, particularly as he had come today in search of the extraordinary Yuhua stone. Though the hour was still early, a few devotees had already begun to arrive for incense offerings. For this site has long been a significant center of Buddhist worship. The resounding chime of the temple bell echoed through the air, its deep and lingering tones carrying for miles, even faintly audible within the city of Anqing. On this tranquil morning, accompanied by the rising sun, the bell's sound took on an ethereal quality, as if it could cleanse the world's disturbances, bringing peace to the heart and liberating one from the mundane. Standing at a distance, Wang Xian gazed at the temple enveloped in the morning glow, nodding earnestly in acknowledgement of the enduring legacy of Buddhism through the ages. Therein lay its profound significance. The bell's resonance, the curling incense smoke, and the glistening tiles bathed in dawn's light all contributed to an atmosphere of solemnity, sanctity, and grandeur that instilled tranquility in the soul. This millennia-old temple truly lived up to its esteemed reputation. With sincere reverence, he had come today in pursuit of the wisdom left behind by the sages, hoping to encounter the remarkable relics of the virtuous. With time still on his side, Wang Xian chose not to rush inside but rather to stroll around the temple grounds. Its expanse was indeed considerable, showcasing its magnificent architecture. Surrounding the temple were numerous ancient trees, ranging from millennia-old pines to centuries-old ginkgos, all shrouded in wisps of morning mist, which, when illuminated by the sun, revealed a subtle kaleidoscope of colors, enhancing the temple's extraordinary ambience. As Wang Xian wandered past these ancient trees, he was immediately struck by a distinctive aura. A wave of anticipation surged within him. Numerous legends surrounded this temple steeped in rich history, many linked to eminent monks. Over the course of 1,000 years, it is said that 2 corporeal bodhisattvas have manifested here, their preservation a rare occurrence. These corporeal bodhisattvas are revered monks who, through rigorous cultivation and inner purity, have exhibited such profound potential that they left behind incorruptible physical forms, either in a meditative state or seated in repose, allowing future generations to witness their unblemished remains. Having previously contemplated the remains of such revered monks during his visits to sacred sites, Wang Xian yearned to behold them in person, or at least to experience their presence up close, to validate his thoughts. Moreover, the number of esteemed monks with relics enshrined within Pufat Temple was even greater, whether genuine relics or scientifically explicable calcified remains. They were all worthy of his inquiry and exploration. In Wang Xian's view, should there exist authentic relics, they would likely possess similarities to the Yuhua stone, embodying the enigmatic essence brought forth by the great sages from their inner sanctum. After completing a circuit around the temple, he felt assured that this journey would prove worthwhile. The inexplicable resonance he felt amidst the surrounding ancient trees ignited his curiosity about what lay within. As the sun ascended higher, the number of visitors gradually increased. Though the atmosphere remained serene, Wang Xian proceeded to enter the temple, casting a glance at the grand bronze incense burner in the courtyard, which seemed perpetually aglow with offerings. It's as thick enough to nearly fill the vessel to the brim. He slightly parted his lips, recalling that the 2 eminent monks invited by old Qin last time had likely extracted the fragrant ashes from this copper furnace, mixed them with water, and then sprinkled the mixture upon him. He approached the altar and offered a stick of incense as a token of his respect. Generally speaking, the architectural layout of temples is quite similar, starting from the Mountain Gate Hall, followed by the Heavenly King's Hall, then the Grand Hero Hall, and subsequently the Bodhisattva Hall, with the Dharma Hall and the Scripture Depository located at the rear. This is rather intricate. Is it an embodiment of modesty and restraint? Wang Xian furrowed his brow, for since his arrival, he found it increasingly difficult to sense the aura of the mysterious elements. He looked up at the Grand Hero Hall, which was remarkably tall, its interior adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, resplendent in gold and brilliance, indeed quite imposing, housing the radiant 3 Ages Buddha. However, it was rather peculiar that within this sacred Buddhist domain, he still could not sense the mysterious elements, which left him puzzled and frowning. Nonetheless, he traversed all the Buddha halls, searching everywhere, yet he could not detect even the faintest hint of the mysterious energies. What could this mean? After all, we are no longer in ancient times. Rather, we are in a new era of splendid technological civilization. And a temple with such esoteric legacies should not be inferior to the ancestral grounds of Buddhism. I truly refuse to accept defeat. I shall not believe that I cannot uncover a single clue. Wang Xian persevered, thoroughly exploring every accessible area of the temple complex, but to no avail. Nothing was discovered. No trace found. He stood there, somewhat dumbfounded. Could it be that his perception was impaired, suppressed by some arcane force within this millennia-old temple? Yet, that was not the case. He carefully considered, his spirit remarkably vigorous. From a considerable distance, he could hear the chirping of birds in the dense forest outside the temple. To this end, he even ventured outside, returning to the ancient grove with its 1,000-year-old trees, where he indeed managed to capture the faint traces of the mysterious substances. A 1,000-year-old temple, a sacred Buddhist ground, instills a sense of reverence. Wang Xian mused as he re-entered the temple. This time, he employed his agile and nimble skills to venture into some restricted areas, even delving into the side of the pagoda, where the remains of eminent monks are typically interred alongside their relics, generally buried in the underground chambers beneath the pagoda. In this area, he still found nothing. Devoid of any sensations, Wang Xian felt somewhat overwhelmed. In this era, could it be that the Universal Law Temple remains unfathomable? Eventually, he even went so far as to remove 2 tiles, hoping to uncover some hidden secrets beneath the ground, only to be met with disappointment. There is something amiss. Something is wrong. Wang Xian pondered, his mind wandering as he strolled aimlessly through the temple grounds. Throughout the day, he meticulously scoured the premises, leaving only when the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, as he truly found nothing within the temple. Unwilling to resign, he continued to wander outside, seeking a vantage point from which to overlook the millennia-old temple, hoping to discover some clues under the cloak of night. While walking outside, he sensed an anomaly. Upon reaching a high ground, he discerned the faint emanation of mysterious elements from a distant water pool, detectable to his perception. His heart raced, despite the distance. The ability to capture the essence of the mysterious substances indicated that this place was indeed extraordinary, perhaps leading to significant discoveries. As he approached the site, he discerned its remarkable uniqueness. The pool of water nestled closely against the stone wall, emanating an enigmatic aura far more profound than that of a millennia-old temple. Wang Xian meticulously examined this area, yet felt a pang of regret as he failed to uncover any ethereal stones. The mysterious essences were evenly distributed across the rock face, lacking the requisite potency. Regrettably, the quantity was insufficient to manifest the extraordinary phenomenon of an ethereal stone. With a sudden leap, he ascended the stone wall and found a suitable spot to sit cross-legged, contemplating that ancient monks must have once meditated in this very location. Closing his eyes, he silently began to cultivate the primordial techniques of the preteen alchemists, seeking to encounter a fortuitous event. His perception sharpened immensely, and he sensed the mystical essences within the stone wall stirring, converging towards him. Alas, in accordance with his initial assessment, the concentration of these essences was inadequate to form any wondrous artifact. Nevertheless, he did not cease his meditation. He continued to circulate the primordial techniques, drawing upon this rare substance, which promised significant benefits for both body and spirit. In the mundane world, such treasures were exceedingly rare. Time slipped away, and eventually, the mystical substance within the stone wall thinned to a nearly imperceptible state. Wang Xian exhaled a breath of stale air, preparing to rise. However, a sudden chill coursed through him. He sensed an unusual presence nearby. It seemed that in absorbing the mystical essences, he had inadvertently attracted something beyond comprehension. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, a foreboding feeling welling up within him. Could it be that shortly after bidding farewell to one celestial being, he was now entangled with another formidable entity? A sense of dread enveloped him. His perception was now keener than before, bolstered by his enhanced strength and burgeoning mental acuity. Should another crisis arise, he felt compelled to reevaluate the truth behind ascension, contemplating the possibility that transcendence might harbor alternative interpretations, or that there could be another chance for them to emerge once again. An astonishing hypothesis blossomed within his mind, and the deeper he delved into this contemplation, the more astounded he became, sensing the existence of secrets in this world that defied ordinary imagination. If true, they would be earth-shattering revelations. Anxiety gripped him as he swiftly departed, making his way towards the city, eager to ascertain whether he truly had another venerable figure by his side, perhaps a celestial being or a Buddha in proximity. Chapter 44. How should one seek the Buddha? The evening bell of the Pufat temple had long since tolled, and most of the incense offerings had departed. Outside, the ancient pines, aged a millennium, twisted like dragons, their branches stretching into the sky. The moonlight cascaded down, enhancing the tranquility of the venerable temple. The night sky was profound, adorned with a brilliant Milky Way, as Wang Xian walked toward Anshan beneath a canopy of stars. A sense of uncertainty gnawed him. Had he provoked yet another entity? He inwardly mused how peculiar this was. Once the mystical was involved, inexplicable phenomena beyond scientific understanding would inevitably ensue. Anxiety gripped his heart as he pondered the unpredictable events of the night. He truly wished to be spared further turmoil. At this moment, he reflected on the balance of existence. When one anticipates gain, one must also surrender something in return. He actively absorbed the mystical elements, believing he was unearthing myths buried by time, envisioning a splendid path in the realm of ancient arts. Yet, was he not inching closer to peril? Perhaps this was a deep pit, a bait laced with sweetness laid out for the unwary to approach. Could it be that the ancients had orchestrated this intentionally? By now, Wang Xian dared not underestimate those from antiquity. If they once shone brilliantly, they must possess formidable and fearsome qualities. He found himself increasingly suspicious of the truths surrounding ascension and immortality. May he traverse this night in peace. After washing up, he envisioned a golden sun, radiant and ablaze, dispelling the clouds and illuminating a vast, clear expanse. Golden rays of light fell gently, sacred and serene. Let the demons retreat. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xian lay down. And before long, he succumbed to slumber, a distinct benefit of practicing ancient arts, for sleeplessness never plagued him. Indeed, his concerns materialized. Despite employing his foundational techniques before sleep and conjuring a resplendent sun to banish the shadows, calamity still struck. Mere inches away, an old monk sat at the edge of his bed, his form shrouded in darkness, as if on the verge of decay, with eyes streaming crimson blood, fixed upon him. Wang Xian's hair stood on end. He abruptly threw back the covers, awakening with a start. The sensation was alarmingly vivid, as he seemed to detect a faint, putrid odor. Was the visitor malevolent? He turned on the light, drank a glass of water, and silently began to circulate his foundational techniques. This night promised no peace. Moreover, he sensed something amiss about the old monk. There was nothing serene about him, no aura of Buddha-esque light, nor any manifestation of sacred presence. Contrarily, the monk's entire being appeared to be engulfed in darkness, a far cry from the brilliant thunder summoned by the female practitioner. Yet, one aspect remained eerily similar. Both bore bloodied eyes, as if they had endured some harrowing ordeal, unwilling to rest even in death. This predicament was rather dire. He had inexplicably fallen into a troubling situation. Wang Xian rarely adopted such a grave demeanor, his spirits weighed down by an overwhelming sense of foreboding. He increasingly felt that the truth of ascension might be far more intricate than his previous conjectures at the Pufat temple suggested. The mere glimpse he had caught was already profoundly alarming. Earlier, he had been imbued with unwavering confidence, for he alone had accessed the inner realms. Unaided by any guiding master, and in this era, he still stood resolute within the clarity of time. However, he now finds himself in a state of trepidation. His remarkable display is indeed astonishing and extraordinary, yet it may not necessarily bode well. Unintentionally, he seems to be slowly unveiling a heavy and mysterious curtain that time has cast down upon him, a course of action that could harbor imminent danger. In recent days, he has been pondering how to seek out peculiar artifacts akin to the feathered stone to enhance his own prowess. At that time, he believed that should any remnants of ancient spiritual energy manifest, even if accompanied by some bizarre phenomena, it would not be of great consequence. Yet now, he feels a chill running down his spine, realizing that his earlier thoughts were overly optimistic. If he were to repeatedly trigger mysterious events and encounter inexplicable beings, such as sorcerers, celestial maidens, or old monks nearby, the harmonious atmosphere he had envisioned would be far from reality. Before he could even enter the inner realm, an old monk with blood streaming from his eyes had already followed him. Could it be that merely discovering mysterious elements in this world and attempting to connect with and absorb them would lead to unpredictable occurrences? Wang Xian felt he had suffered a considerable loss this time. Previously, he had at least gained a significant enhancement in strength by tapping into the residual spiritual energy of the female sorcerer to enter the inner realm. This time, the old monk provided nothing, yet stubbornly trailed him home, exuding a putrid odor as he sat at the head of the bed, watching him. After a period of contemplation, Wang Xian fell asleep once more. Indeed, the old monk appeared again, his skin darkened, eyes dripping blood, sitting motionless at the head of the bed, saying nothing, yet evoking great fear. Wang Xian did not awaken. Instead, the visions he had conjured manifested before him. Another version of himself, wielding a great black staff, violently struck towards the old monk's head, with no gentleness whatsoever, demonstrating considerable ferocity. He had come to a realization, since the remaining spiritual energy could not interfere with the present world and posed no threat to his mind. And given the old monk's ominous presence, there was no reason to be lenient. He should act decisively. Otherwise, he might find himself forever at the mercy of such entities in the future, which would be utterly exhausting. With a resounding crash, the old monk disintegrated. In his final moments, he appeared genuinely astonished, a look of shock reflected in his lifeless gray eyes. If one seeks a favor, they ought to communicate respectfully, rather than adopt such a posture. The Wang Xian wielding the black staff admonished, while his original self remained in a deep slumber, oblivious to the events unfolding. Moments later, the old monk reappeared. This time, he did not sit by the bed, though his eyes still bled and his form remained blackened and decayed. He stood at a respectful distance, with his palms pressed together. In an instant, a hazy light of Buddha illuminated the space, revealing extremely indistinct images, arhats seated in meditation, a Bodhi tree swaying, emanating a chant of Zen. In his dreams, Wang Xian's subconscious stirred vigorously, glimpsing the nearly dissipated visions. Rather than awakening abruptly, he found himself captivated. Could it be that there truly were bodhisattvas of old? Within that scene, stone pagodas lay scattered, ancient temples crumbled, bodhisattvas soared, golden-hued arhats arose, and the Bodhi tree thrust itself from the earth. Amidst the rain of Buddha's light, those sacred images ascended into the vastness of space. What could this signify? Wang Xian pondered. Was the old monk attempting to convey something to him? Soon, the old monk appeared to falter, the once indistinct surroundings fragmenting into oblivion, no longer manifest. The monk himself wavered, his nearly decayed form becoming increasingly nebulous. Then, Wang Xin awoke, his subconscious in tumult, rising from a deep slumber. After a moment of contemplation, he succumbed to sleep once more, resolved to engage in a heartfelt dialogue with the old monk, approaching matters with calmness and patience. The old monk reemerged, still shrouded in dimness, his figure indistinct, seemingly stepping forth from the stone wall, breaking the chains that bound him. While Wang Xian's subconscious remained dormant, it stirred violently. Could the monk have been trapped within the stone wall, released only by the mysterious essence he absorbed during the night? Subsequently, another version of Wang Xian materialized. An image previously envisioned, still wielding a stout staff, proclaiming, "If one seeks assistance from another, why not display sincerity? Mortals seek the Buddha with incense." How should the Buddha respond to mortals? In his youth, a female sorceress had entered his dreams, imparting a celestial technique. Although Wang Xian dared not utter such words, he felt inspired to enlighten the old monk, seeking to extract benefits. At this moment, young Wang was truly fearless, poised to solicit favors from the Buddha. The old monk appeared bewildered, then silently demonstrated a form of martial arts, seemingly bestowing genuine benefits. Wang Xian's subconscious naturally absorbed the knowledge, quickly committing it to memory. It resembled the Great Diamond Fist. Moreover, the techniques were surprisingly few and repetitive. The old monk was quite devoted, clearly illustrating how to channel power, demonstrating the vibrations of various body parts, including the 5 organs. The Great Diamond Fist was indeed a secret technique during his time at the Great Black Mountain. The dark-clad man Sun Qian had once executed it, a feat so formidable that even Wang Xian, having mastered the golden body technique, struggled against it, nearly fracturing his fingers as the terrifying force tore at his nails. The old monk's demonstration was incomplete. He endeavored to extend his body, yet was hindered, only able to showcase this much, and as he attempted to execute the subsequent techniques, he began to disintegrate. Wang Xian awoke once more, sitting cross-legged on his bed, directly stating, "If you can continue to demonstrate that technique for me, appear in my dreams. If not, do not disturb my slumber. Upon awakening tomorrow, I will contemplate your inquiries carefully." Ultimately, Wang Xian returned to the dream world, yet the old monk did not reappear. There was no rush. He would take his time. Today, he needed to visit Pufa Temple to resolve the old monk's predicament. Wang Xian pondered that the visions from his dreams, the departing bodhisattva, the crumbling ancient temple, the millennia-old Bodhi tree uprooted, might be connected to certain historical events in reality. If he could grasp the underlying truths, the enigma surrounding the old monk could be unraveled, allowing him to thoroughly address this mysterious affair. Early the next morning, Wang Xian arrived at Pufa Temple once again. No, it was Old Chen. Wang Xian was certain he had not misheard. His senses were remarkably acute. To confirm, he swiftly dashed toward a courtyard and, indeed, discovered Old Chen. To Wang Xian, Old Chen radiated an ominous aura, especially with the unresolved female sorceress by his side. Wang Xian turned to leave, unwilling to be further entangled by Old Chen. However, as he turned around, Old Chen also caught sight of him, astonishingly, faster than he was running. What was going on? This was clearly amiss. Wang Xian was taken aback. Why did Old Chen run upon seeing him? Shouldn't he have approached to lament and request him to send that celestial being away? Wang Xian quickly realized that the fishing enthusiast, Old Chen, must have been harboring some ulterior motive, concealing something from him. Fortunately, his reflexes were remarkably swift, and he turned around to pursue Old Chen. "Old Chen, I see you. Stop," he called out. "In this life, where do we not encounter one another?" Wang Xian greeted him. The mysterious ties of fate were ineffable. A passing old monk cast a curious glance at the two of them, interjecting a remark before continuing on his way. Chapter 45. The relocation of the bodhisattva. The old monk, clad in a gray robe, with a shining bald head, drifted away into the distance. Both Wang Xian and Old Chen felt a slight tremor in their faces as they stared intently at the gleaming back of his head, maintaining a tense silence. "Xiao Wang, for your sake, I venture into the depths of the cosmos. How will you repay me?" Ultimately, Old Chen could no longer restrain himself and spoke first. Wang Xian quickly patted himself down and replied, "Old Chen, pull yourself together. At your age, you're giving me goosebumps. Tell me, am I not shielding you from calamity?" Old Chen glared at him, demanding an explanation. Wang Xian realized he was indeed at fault. But he had merely spoken a few casual words that day, not anticipating that the female practitioner would truly approach Old Chun. Old Chun, one cannot articulate it this way. Just a few days ago, Qingmu and I were discussing this matter, and we unanimously agreed that with greater power comes greater responsibility. You are one of the leaders of the organization, and your capabilities and responsibilities have finally come to light. Qingmu wholeheartedly concurs. Old Qin gazed at him with a solemn expression, revealing a semblance of respect, which made Wang Xian want to strike him. With a final sigh, Old Qin stared into the distance, appearing somewhat lost and melancholic. You do not comprehend the depths of this pool. You cannot fathom the terrifying truths of transcendence from the pre-Qin era. I have indeed paid a considerable price this time. Wang Xian was taken aback. He himself had felt a chill last night, prompting vigilance and a shift in perspective regarding transcendence. Now, Old Qin's tone suggested he had already discerned something. Soon, Wang Xian came to understand that the exploration organization cooperated with the state, possessing a semi-official nature and thus being privy to many secrets beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even the truths of history. After all, who could investigate everything more thoroughly than the state? Historical documents, rare manuscripts, and other records must have preserved certain truths. Observing Old Qin's disheartened demeanor, Wang Xian felt a sense of discomfort. The usually composed Old Qin was now entirely different, appearing utterly exhausted. A shiver ran down Wang Xian's spine. Did this mean Old Qin was nearing death? Life, indeed, is a series of ups and downs. No one knows how their story will ultimately conclude. Old Qin sighed, gazing towards the horizon, where a faint golden glow enveloped him in the morning light. Wang Xian had not paid much attention before, but now he noticed that despite his wan appearance, Old Qin stood tall and straight, exuding an indescribable aura. Master, do not force yourself. If you cannot obtain the transcendental methods from the female practitioner, so be it. My strength may progress rapidly. Just then, Qingmu arrived. Having overheard Old Qin's lamentations from outside the courtyard, he called out from beyond the wall to dissuade Old Qin from being too stubborn and strode in. The moment he laid eyes on Wang Xian, he wished he could seal his mouth and felt an overwhelming urge to disappear, afraid to look at Old Qin. Goodness! Old Qin truly is preparing a grand move. Wang Xian stared in astonishment. He fell into speechlessness in his eyes. The faint golden glow around Old Qin faded away in an instant, along with any semblance of uprightness and righteousness. In truth, Wang Xian had never been fully invested in the situation and did not truly believe it. Now, having witnessed it firsthand, he wished to confront Old Qin. Old Qin, you are truly something else, Wang Xian sighed. Old Qin felt no embarrassment at all. The so-called melancholy and desolation vanished in an instant, replaced by his calm and composure. He shook his head with a sigh, stating, "This is the ebb and flow of life. Trajectories are ever-changing." He turned to his disciple, saying, "Qingmu, how old are you? Why are you still so rash? Did you not make a fool of yourself in front of Xiao Wang?" Wang Xian cast a glance at Old Qin. Seeing his haggard appearance, yet felt no sympathy. His old colleague was a tough character, enduring for days to acquire the celestial arts from the female practitioner, stubbornly refusing to find someone to take over. It was quite a struggle. He leaned closer and whispered, "Is there truly a method of ascension?" Unable to bear it any longer, Qingmu interjected, "Enough, Xiao Wang. One must be kind. Do not provoke Old Qin further." Wang Xian shot him a look and replied, "Qingmu, if I were you, I would turn and leave. It seems you are destined to inherit your master's legacy soon. Be quiet." Qingmu felt a chill and stepped back several paces. Suddenly, his heart raced, and a sense of unease washed over him. It felt as if he was under some form of pressure, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Meanwhile, Old Qin let out a sigh of relief, sensing, "I feel that the celestial maiden has departed, no longer exerting her mental pressure upon me." One must admit, Old Qin was indeed formidable, capable of sensing whether the female practitioner had left even during the day. However, he was taken aback and glanced at Wang Xian, wondering if the lad's words had just manifested into reality. Was there truly a bridge of communication between him and the female practitioner? This is real. It's my turn. Qingmu felt like crying, unfortunate to have had his fate so accurately foretold days prior. Old Qin's expression was complex, a mix of relief and regret. Initially, he felt a burden lifted, only to sigh again, realizing that despite enduring so much, it all resulted in nothing. Wang Xian spoke up, "Old Qing, hurry to the greater Xing'an Mountains. Do not emulate Old Qin's reckless endeavors. I think it's best if you bring Jin Chuan and Qian Lei along. Strength lies in numbers, and it's wise to share the burden." Qingmu shot him a glare, wanting to retort that Jin Chuan had once interfered with him, and Qianlei seemed to have sought stones from him. Nevertheless, he internally acknowledged the necessity of finding companions to share the load, as he would likely struggle alone in the greater Xing'an Mountains. Old Chen remarked in recent days, "I have conversed with that celestial maiden with utmost respect and sincerity, sacrificing sleep for it. I believe she is understanding. Qingmu, you should go." What more could Qingmu say? He couldn't possibly argue with his master, who had already suffered enough and now sought to bolster his own reputation, ultimately leaving the inheritance to his disciple. In the courtyard, only Old Chun and Wang Xian remained, exchanging glances until Old Chun was the first to smile. "Xiao Wang, speak up. You harbor quite a few secrets. Even the female practitioner regarded you differently, but now she has finally departed, returning to obscurity." Old Chun regained his former calm and composure. Although his words remained relatively gentle, an invisible pressure emanated from him. Wang Xian remained silent, composed and unyielding. He remarked again, "Your strength has surged remarkably. You actually defeated Sun Chengku in this time." Which has left Qingmu quite astonished. Though he has said nothing, he is bewildered by your rapid growth, feeling a sense of trepidation. At this rate, even I may find myself unnerved. It was evident that Old Chun, maintaining his composure, possessed extraordinary depth in his abilities, marking him as a rare and formidable master. Wang Xian sighed, aware that such a situation would inevitably arise, for his prowess had indeed escalated too swiftly. Anyone observant around him would inevitably notice, sooner or later. Old Chun was clearly intent on uncovering the secrets that lay within him. "Old Chun, if I were to tell you that I truly do not possess the feather transformation technique, would you believe me?" Wang Xian stated with a grave expression. "What then is the enigma surrounding you?" Old Chun inquired. "There are secrets, but they are not universally applicable. Revealing them would only lead to greater troubles," Wang Xian replied. Remaining calm and unperturbed, he seemed unconcerned, even smiling as he said, "Old Chen, you are overthinking it. Get a good night's sleep tonight, after all. You've endured so many days of fatigue." In that moment, Old Chen felt an unsettling premonition as his eyelids twitched. Subsequently, Wang Xian and Old Chen began discussing the Pufa Temple. "Old Chen, are you aware of the history of this temple? What significant events have transpired here? I can't help but feel that, despite its sacred and solemn nature, it lacks a certain spiritual essence." Old Chen shook his head, yawning as he confessed his ignorance, expressing his desire to catch up on sleep now that tranquility had finally arrived. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xian approached an elderly monk within the temple, seeking knowledge about the ancient site's history, its legends, and notable occurrences. The old monk shared numerous tales, recounting near mythical legends, asserting that Pufa Temple once had a holy monk whose profound attainment ultimately led to the realization of the Bodhisattva's fruit. Wang Xian carefully filtered through the information, ultimately hearing a historical event that sent a jolt through him. 300 years ago, this area experienced an earthquake, causing the ancient temple and pagodas to collapse. This meant that the so-called millennium-old temple, despite its long lineage, had structures that were at most only 3 centuries old. The old monk sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he shook his head, stating, "These structures actually have only a few decades of history." "What?" Wang Xian exclaimed in surprise. "Decades ago, those from the New Star region excavated various relics beneath the old land, showing a keen interest in ancient temples and Taoist shrines. Some elderly tycoons, devout in Buddhism and Taoism, were willing to spend vast sums to relocate entire temple complexes and shrines. Gratitude, thanks to my loyal followers, the esteemed national father-in-law, and to old Su, who desires a wife, I appreciate the support of both leaders." Chapter 46, Encounter in Bygone Years. A wealthy conglomerate funded the restoration of an ancient temple. Throughout this process, they conferred with the temple and the local community, offering substantial compensation in hopes of relocating the temple to a new star. Ultimately, a consensus was reached among all parties involved, leading to the comprehensive relocation of the entire temple. Each brick, each tile, the roots of the Bodhi tree, and even the statues were all transported away. In their stead, a grander temple rose majestically, even more imposing than before, with a flourishing incense offering, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity from a distance. Wang Xian sighed, realizing that this was a matter beyond mere financial considerations. The depth of the conglomerate's resources and influence was astonishing. It was no wonder that he could not find any metamorphic stones here. He had not uncovered a single extraordinary artifact. He understood fully that the true ancient temple had long since been moved. This implied that even the bodhisattvas had been transported to the depths of space. Soon, Wang Xian's thoughts turned to the situation back home. The Taoist temple within the Black Mountain had not only lost its tiles, but its very foundation as well. Likely another endeavor of the new star. They had excavated not only the treasures buried beneath the old land, but had also uprooted the temples and shrines. Rich with mythological significance from the surface, Wang Xian was at a loss for words. The old land had truly become barren. The things he sought were nearly non-existent, indicating that he needed to seriously contemplate a journey to the new star. From the ancient bamboo slips of the preaching era to the millennial-old temples, the ancestral grounds of various religions, and all remnants related to metamorphosis had been relocated, leaving the old land nearly devoid of essence. What Wang Xian yearned for was all situated within the new star. I must prepare diligently, he murmured to himself. Realizing that he had no other choice but to embark on this journey, he reflected on the psychological impact of preconceived notions, which had severely clouded his judgment. As he ventured forth, he pondered the plight of the old monk with the bleeding eyes, coming to a vague understanding of his desires. Was it not the case that, with the relocation of the dojo and the extraordinary artifacts into deep space, he too wished to follow? However, within the hazy images demonstrated by the old monk in the dead of night, there were clear visions of bodhisattvas soaring upward, arhats rising, and the bodhi tree uprooting itself, all ascending into the vast expanse. Why was he left behind? Was it due to the monk's past transgressions that had confined him within the stone wall? Or was it a matter of the residual spiritual energy of the metamorphic level masters of yore, now scattered everywhere, with the old monk merely being a fragment of that essence? Revived and yearning for the new star's dojo? In any case, it all pertained to the new star. Old Shin, you should get a good night's sleep. You've had enough hardship lately. You are a capable man, after all, Wang Xian mused, a smile gracing his face. He felt that since he had to consider the new star, it was essential to have a thorough discussion with Qingmu soon. Yet, he needed to pacify or distance Old Shin, whose myriad thoughts could complicate matters. Old Shin, you have been rather unkind this time, plotting against me. Having lived in this city for over 4 years, he had developed certain affections for it. Soon, he would likely be departing, and as he walked through familiar locales, he gazed around with nostalgia. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at Yunhu, a renowned scenic spot in Anqing. The lake's surface was crystalline, bordered by a few ancient structures, with waterfowl gliding gracefully in low arcs. Amidst the clamor and restlessness of the city, this serene lake scene was indeed a delightful respite. Every day, people jog along the lakeside or take to the waters in boats. The crowd is quite substantial. What is happening? Is there a film being shot? Up ahead, the throngs are dense, and complaints arise. The flagstone path by the lake is congested, obstructing those who wish to stroll and appreciate the scenery, leading to widespread dissatisfaction. It is not a film crew capturing scenes, yet it resembles one. It appears that a certain celebrity is present. Someone speaks up, uttering a name. A chorus of exclamations follows, recognizing the star from the new wave of fame, whose popularity extends even to this old land, instantly familiar to many. Make way, someone shouts, their voice rising above the rest as they push against the lakeside pedestrians, demanding that they clear a path. Immediately, discontent brews as another retorts, why should we? This is not your private road. Don't shove me. I'm about to fall into the lake. Another cries out in alarm. A group of individuals clad in black strides ahead, their movements somewhat aggressive as they extend their arms to block pedestrians or shove them aside with excessive force, evidently bodyguards. Among them, a woman dons sunglasses, obscuring much of her face, yet she appears strikingly beautiful. However, her mode of travel incites the ire of onlookers. Why should we yield the path for your convenience? Someone shouts, although many in the crowd are fervent fans, calling out the name of the new starlet. There is a significant number who express their discontent, deeming the behavior excessive. What era is this? Are celebrities so important? Their ostentation will lead to their downfall. Another voice calls out. Nevertheless, the black-clad entourage remains unfazed, diligently parting the crowd to create a passage. At this moment, Wang Xian arrives, slightly astonished to unexpectedly see someone standing at the lakeside wooing. His most vivid memory of her is her fiery temperament, coupled with her commendable figure. The last time she was angry, she nearly tore her evening gown. To his surprise, he encounters her once more in this familiar setting. Soon, Wang Xian understands the reason for her presence. The emerging starlet from the new wave clearly seeks her out, suggesting an acquaintance or arrangement. Wu Yin frowns, reluctant to draw attention in such a manner. She waves her hand dismissively at the star, wishing to avoid becoming a spectacle, and turns to walk away into the distance. Objectively speaking, her elegance surpasses that of the starlet. As Wang Xian contemplates leaving, he hears gasps of alarm. someone nearly teeters into the lake. His brow furrows, especially when he sees a small girl being pushed back by a towering bodyguard. Disapproving of the scene, he maneuvers through several black-clad figures, reaches the girl, and pulls her back. In such a crowd, the risk of being trampled is high. Clearly, his bold actions provoke the displeasure of the bodyguards, who converge upon him. Perceiving his interference as a provocation, Wang Xian steps back with the girl in tow, attempting to escort her away from the tumult. "Keep your distance," he states calmly. Yet, several bodyguards interpret his retreat as further confrontation, continuing to push into the crowd towards him. Wang Xian had no intention of meddling, yet he could not bear to stand idly by. However, if he were to confront those men in black directly, chaos would surely ensue. Thus, with the intent of educating from the root, he retreated towards the lakeside where Wu Yin was, accompanied by the little girl. "Do not overstep your bounds." "What era is this? We are no longer in the time of princesses," Wang Xian shouted. His intention was to have Wu Yin address the well-known actress she clearly recognized, aiming to rectify this issue at its source. It was evident to him that Wu Yin preferred to remain low-key, as she had even waved dismissively at the actress, wishing to leave. However, as he squeezed through the crowd, Wu Yin, although displeased with the actress, became even less pleased upon seeing Wang Xian. Upon his approach, she immediately crossed her arms, adopting a posture of vigilance and defensiveness. Wang Xian was taken aback. Was it truly necessary? He suspected this woman still harbored a grudge against him, considering he had offended her quite significantly during their last encounter when he analyzed her condition. Wu Yin cast him a cold glance, arms crossed, turning away, an unmistakable gesture of distancing herself, wishing to avoid any interaction with him. "De Wu Yin." Wang Xian almost let slip a more familiar name, for in his mind, aside from her fiery temperament, his most vivid impression of her was her broad-mindedness. Wu Yin, ever astute, immediately discerned his intended address from the moment he uttered the first syllable, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "Do not misunderstand. I saw you secretly greeting that actress. You must know her. Quickly counsel this group to tone it down. They nearly pushed me into the lake." Wu Yin had initially intended to greet the actress to encourage her departure, yet she felt that Wang Xian was intentionally encroaching upon her space, which irked her further. She turned her back to him, arms still crossed, choosing to disregard him completely. The men in black approached, their glares directed at Wang Xian, clearly interpreting him as the instigator. "Keep your hands off me," Wu Yin warned. Wang Xian, undeterred and now at the lakeside, was determined to impart a lesson to all parties involved. He began kicking the men in black into the lake, one by one. This action stirred up a hornet's nest, prompting a swarm of black-clad figures to surge forward. Cradling the little girl, Wang Xian glanced at Wu Yin, implying that if she did not step up, they would all soon find themselves in the water. Wu Yin ignored him, attempting to sidestep while casting him a glare. Observing her defensive posture, Wang Xian felt compelled to educate everyone present. As the men in black charged, he pulled the little girl aside, ensuring his foot did not inadvertently touch Wu Yin, but nonetheless, he delivered a rather rude kick to her backside, sending her down. Then, he dispatched each approaching black-clad figure with swift kicks, rapidly clearing the area. The surrounding onlookers cheered, having long grown weary of the bodyguard's antics. "I believe it was not I who kicked her down," Wang Xian remarked to the crowd. "Uncle, it seems like it was you." The little girl beside him replied honestly in a hushed tone, eliciting laughter from those around them. Wang Xian sighed and promptly contacted Old Chun, saying, "Old Chun, I have agreed. I shall grant you a great fortune, but you must first come and resolve a few matters." Chapter 47, The Wealthy Driver in the Lake. Wu Yin's eyes blazed with fury. Having a status of her caliber, she seldom faced adversity, and it was already remarkable that she had not confronted Wang Xian. Yet today, he had the audacity to strike her. No, to kick her, pushing her to the brink of exasperation. The force of that blow was considerable, leaving her with a dull ache in her lower back, almost causing her to cry out. With her temper flaring and her chest heaving, she yearned to dash ashore and confront him. However, she hesitated, for her long gown was thoroughly soaked, clinging to her exquisite figure, and she dared not emerge, fearing she would become the center of attention. On the other hand, the actress was far less composed. Upon landing in the water, she shrieked, her experience akin to a nightmare, as she choked on a couple of mouthfuls of water. Fortunately, the black-clad bodyguards were dutiful, and among the imposing men, a few female bodyguards swam over to assist her, preventing her from sinking, though her makeup had been utterly ruined. Wu Yin's assistant, witnessing the scene, refrained from acting impulsively, fearful of being kicked into the water herself. Instead, she stood on the shore, hastily calling for help, as a black-clad bodyguard attempted to ascend the bank. The crowd erupted in chaos, inadvertently sending him tumbling back into the lake. The other bodyguards, witnessing this, hesitated to approach. The onlookers gradually dispersed, recognizing the urgency of the situation, as falling into the water could easily lead to chills. Wang Xian called out, wishing to avoid escalating the matter further. It was best to allow the rescuer to come ashore first. One by one, the bodyguards emerged, noticeably subdued, avoiding any further shoving. As they assisted their companions onto the bank, "De Wu, I'll pull you up," Wang Xian shouted to Wu Yin, in a spirit of amiability. He reached out to help her, being considerate not to use her real name, aware of her sensitive background from a prominent family. Wu Yin remained unmoved. Upon hearing the term "da," her beautiful eyes flared with even greater intensity. She felt no warmth from his supposed concern, instead perceiving it as a deliberate act of retribution for her previous outburst. Noticing her lack of response, Wang Xian sighed. She had lowered her head, her hair obscuring her face, resembling an ostrich. He decided to disengage, for they had only met a few times. Wu Yin sensed his gaze sweeping over her, believing he was intentionally trying to expose her vulnerability as her wet gown clung to her form in a most unflattering manner. Lele, a woman in her 30s, tears streaming down her face, rushed over to the little girl beside Wang Xian. "Mommy," the girl exclaimed joyfully. The earlier chaos and the black-clad guards had inadvertently separated them. Seeing this, Wang Xian immediately handed the girl over, and the woman, still sobbing, expressed her gratitude as she swiftly embraced her child. Just then, a man in his 50s approached, flanked by several others, causing Wang Xian to grow wary. The individuals accompanying the elderly man were not to be underestimated. "Xiaoyin, what has happened?" the man inquired. "Uncle, I was pushed into the water," Wu Yin replied, casting a glance towards Wang Xian. Wang Xian sighed. Old Shin was taking his time. Why hadn't he arrived yet? Having not left earlier, he had no intention of departing now, maintaining his composure amid the unfolding drama. As a concerned citizen, he proactively approached the middle-aged man, expressing his discontent over the excessive display of the female star, which had resulted in a traffic jam and nearly caused her bodyguards to shove passers-by into the lake. This was utterly outrageous. Wang Xian shook his head and remarked, clearly at fault, that star just whispered that she knew the victim in the lake. It's simply. The middle-aged man, named Wu Chenglin, indeed the uncle of Wu Yin, was astute enough to sense that the enthusiasm of the young man before him was somewhat insincere. Could it be that they truly knew each other? Wang Xian pointed at the victim, Wu Yin, in the water, then gestured towards the star not far away. "I don't know her." Wu Chenglin promptly shook his head, swiftly removing his coat and offering it to Wu Yin, helping her up from the water's edge. Naturally, he had to deny any connection. Their style was always understated, typically operating behind the scenes without seeking the spotlight, avoiding becoming mere spectacles to others. Moreover, if today's incident made it to the news, it would certainly cast a negative light. Not far off, the star and her assistant were visibly discontent, eager to voice their thoughts. But Wu Chenglin shot them a glance and addressed the onlookers, saying, "There's nothing to see here. Please disperse." The first to leave was the group accompanying the star, who departed quietly without escalating the situation or seeking trouble with Wang Xian. Wang Xian turned to leave, but before he had walked 100 meters, a car sped toward him and halted by the roadside. It was Lao Chen arriving at the scene. What a surprise! It's Lao Wu, our collaborator for this project. Xiao Wang, would you like to come over and familiarize yourself? You'll be interacting with him frequently. As Lao Chen spoke to Wang Xian, he glanced toward the lakeside, his surprise evident. Wang Xian sensed something amiss. Hadn't the exploration organization intercepted the Ling, Zhou, and Wu families at Qiqing Mountain last time? How was it that they were collaborating now? However, he understood that when interests aligned, even adversaries could unite. Moreover, there had likely been a foundation for cooperation all along. The previous interception was subtly orchestrated by Lao Chen, with Qing Mu acting on his instructions, and the other party may not have been aware of it. Lao Chen, I want to be joining you. I forgot to mention that I just kicked Lao Wu's niece into the lake. You'll need to handle it. But don't betray me, or you can forget about any grand opportunities for transcendence in this lifetime. I'll take that secret to my grave. Upon hearing this, Lao Chen was taken aback. As a renowned expert in the ancient arts, he found it somewhat humiliating to personally address such trivial matters, especially when young talents were seeking to visit him. Ultimately, he approached Wu Chenglin, and the two went for tea, leaving others to manage the situation by the lake. The following day, Monday, Wang Xian returned to work, feeling that this chapter of his life was drawing to a close. He came by to bid a silent farewell to his colleagues, with whom he had shared such fleeting moments. Shortly thereafter, Lao Chen arrived, looking radiant and refreshed. In stark contrast to his previous appearance, which had been marked by fatigue and dark circles under his eyes, now, he was full of vitality. "Old Chen, it has been many days since we last met, and you appear to be in fine spirits. By the way, how is your study of the I Ching progressing?" A colleague greeted me. "I am at work," Wang Xian replied as he emerged. "Given the circumstances, why not facilitate a change of environment for me? I wish to transfer to New Star." Wang Xian spoke decisively, having resolved to act without delay. He rubbed his hands together and added, "No problem. But the competition from the tycoon's daughter and the widow's family is fierce." Wang Xian cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Old Chen, have you been overly influenced by the old ways? You ought to arrange things differently. Upon my arrival at New Star, you should have the tycoon's daughter serve as my bodyguard, while some enchanting widow drives me around. That would be far more acceptable." Old Chen sighed. "Today's youth are indeed impetuous, lacking the perseverance to start from the ground up. You're setting your sights rather high." Wang Xian noted the seriousness in his demeanor, as if he genuinely believed he could arrange such matters, and feigned gravitas, saying, "Someone like me, capable of unraveling the truths of transcendence, surely deserves a few top-tier experts at my side. My demands are not excessive." "That holds some merit," Old Chen surprisingly acknowledged, adding, "Once you arrive at New Star, I will make the arrangements." After some contemplation, he suggested, "How about the girl you kicked into the lake? She could serve as your driver." Wang Xian chose to ignore him, unwilling to entertain his nonsensical suggestions. "Xiao Wang, you seem to underestimate me, Old Chen, and our organization," Old Chen remarked, observing him. In the past, it would have been somewhat challenging. However, this time, it was Old Wu and his group who sought our assistance. "What is wrong with having that girl who got kicked drive for you? It would conveniently help conceal your identity. If we collaborate, you will be a crucial part of this endeavor. Why would they refuse? They will certainly be willing to cooperate." Wang Xian abruptly turned to Old Chen, realizing that the old fellow had been pushing him towards New Star for some time, evidently with a prior plan for collaboration, had he been sold out in advance. "Old Chen, are you intending to seek the celestial herb? I refuse to partake in this venture," Wang Xian declared emphatically. "With so many organizations and powerful conglomerates in New Star, none have successfully harvested the celestial herb thus far. The difficulty is readily apparent." And he had no intention of becoming cannon fodder. Old Chen chuckled softly. "Where are you letting your imagination wander? The celestial herb initiative is slated for later. It is not our immediate concern. This operation poses little danger. You must trust in my integrity, Old Chen." Wang Xian regarded him skeptically, convinced that believing in this old colleague would be sheer folly. Old Chen continued, "Consider it. The Wu family's young lady will be involved, serving as your driver specifically. For a small spacecraft, her skills are impeccable. With her engaged, what danger could there possibly be?" Wang Xian scrutinized him, feeling that Old Chen's ideas were far too dubious to trust, and he exhibited a rather unprofessional demeanor. "Old Chen, let us discuss serious matters. And let me make it clear, do not entertain thoughts of selling me to the Wu family, for even if I were to impart to you the secrets of transcendence, you would encounter misfortune thereafter." Old Chen was naturally eager to hear the secrets of the ascension technique immediately, but he added, "Xiao Wang, do not dismiss my words as mere fanciful notions. They genuinely sought our assistance. As someone with considerable authority in the realm of ancient arts, my presence is indeed worthy of their earnest invitation. Now, they have further recognized that certain issues can only be resolved by practitioners of traditional methods." "Old Chen, you seem remarkably self-assured. To what extent have you mastered the ancient arts?" Wang Xian inquired, genuinely curious. Old Chen smiled faintly, exuding a certain arrogance, and replied, "Let me put it this way, that Sun Qingquan, with whom you fought to the death on Dahe Mountain, would, in his prime before suffering a significant setback, greet me with utmost respect, referring to me as Teacher Chen each time we met, despite our similar ages." "Really?" Wang Xian gazed at him with skepticism, questioning the authenticity of Old Chen's claims. Was he truly that formidable? At this moment, they had arrived at the abandoned machinery factory behind the Design Institute, where Old Chen often fished in the nearby pond. "Do you see that expanse of rusted iron machinery, including large gears and crushers? In my youth, I often engaged them barehanded, frequently practicing my skills nearby." Old Chen indicated towards a vast array of corroded machines, heavy beyond reckoning. As he spoke, he approached a thick steel plate and gave it a hearty slap, stating, "I have refrained from using my hands for many years." He then urged Wang Xian to share the secrets of the ascension technique. Wang Xian had no intention of being dismissive. He planned to offer Old Chen a genuine benefit. He proceeded to demonstrate the martial arts taught by the old monk. Old Chen, being knowledgeable in the field, was immediately astonished and remarked, "Impressive. It resembles the great diamond fist, yet it is certainly not. For me, mastering it would present a significant challenge." "Very well, there is no rush. I will seek you out tomorrow." Old Chen nodded and hurried away, clearly eager to practice. Wang Xian was left speechless. Understanding that the monk with bleeding eyes would seek out Old Chen that very evening, and they would undoubtedly enjoy each other's company. Leaving Old Chen well-versed in all matters by the night's end. Once Old Chen departed, Wang Xian too slapped the thick steel plate, only to be taken aback as his expression changed dramatically. The very spot Old Chen had struck released a shower of steel shavings, disintegrating into fine fragments. He was genuinely shocked and gasped in disbelief. Was Old Chen truly that extraordinary? I must treat him with more respect. Having such a dangerously formidable old colleague keeping tabs on me is quite a headache, Wang Xian sighed. Early the next morning, Old Chen sought out Wang Xian. His eyes resembling those of a rabbit, bright red and piercing. He confronted Wang Xian, saying, "Xiao Wang, you've done it again. First, you send me a female practitioner, and now a ghostly monk. What is your intention? I have yet to recover my sleep, and a new round has already begun." Wang Xian was taken aback and asked, "Did he not teach you that martial art?" Old Chen, filled with indignation, replied, "Teach me?" He sat at the head of my bed, staring at me all night. Each time I nearly fell asleep, he would lean in closer, fixating his gaze on me without end. It was far more bearable dealing with the celestial maiden last time. At least she maintained her distance and possessed a truly captivating beauty. How unlike this, shrouded in darkness and exuding a putrid odor, silently sitting beside me and gazing at me. Given Old Chen's formidable abilities, Wang Xian resolved to take matters seriously, fearing that Old Chen might unleash his wrath if provoked. He recounted his experiences in detail. The following day, Old Chen appeared even more haggard, coming to find Wang Xian in a state of anguish, exclaiming, "Young Wang, you have betrayed me." "How have I betrayed you?" I recounted everything in detail. Wang Xian sincerely felt wronged. "I followed your advice and struck at his head. Yet he proceeded to torment me in my mental realm throughout the night." Old Chen was utterly devastated. Gratitude to ruined thoughts, frayed strings of life. For the support of both esteemed leaders. Chapter 48. A message from deep space. Old Chen was beaten for an entire night. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian felt an inexplicable urge to laugh heartily rather than pity him. Of course, to avoid provoking Old Chen. He feigned a massage of his temples and rubbed his face, fearful that Old Chen might discern his unkind mirth and retaliate. Seizing the moment, Wang Xian allowed himself a chuckle before adopting a grave expression, as Old Chen had become quite perilous, necessitating a more serious demeanor. "Old Chen, you must understand that this world is one of balance. When you gain something, you are inevitably sacrificing something else. Such formidable martial arts, surpassing even the great King Kong fist, are not easily attained." To enhance the weight of his words, Wang Xian let out a sigh. Old Chen, ever astute and robust, was not easily deceived. He retorted with a cold smirk, "And what about you? Why were you not beaten?" Wang Xian, genuinely puzzled, contemplated why Old Chen's usual methods had failed him this time, resulting in a thorough thrashing from the old monk. He hesitated to mention that it might be a matter of character, as he feared provoking Old Chen further and instead insisted, "I too have paid a price." Old Chen, initially indifferent to this claim, suddenly became incensed. "What have you sacrificed? From the female sorceress to the ghost monk, you have taken from me." Old Chen's resentment was palpable. He had reflected deeply and recognized that he was always the one to bear the burden, receiving none of the anticipated benefits, merely suffering in vain. "Old Chen, must you speak so melodramatically?" Wang Xian naturally refused to concede, feeling compelled to match Old Chen's lamentation to restore his own sense of equilibrium. After recounting a fabricated tale of misfortune, he added, "Moreover, Old Chen, by your own reasoning, you have sacrificed Qingmo." Old Chen's expression darkened immediately. "Are you suggesting that you have sacrificed both of us?" Wang Xian had long pondered the reason behind Old Chen's beating. Was this perhaps a chain of cause and effect? A form of retribution from the old monk directed at Old Chen? "Old Chen, I swear, I merely struck him once to fulfill my wish. Do not fret. Let us analyze the situation together. Share your experiences, and we shall devise a plan." Though genuinely intrigued by how Old Chen had been so soundly thrashed, Wang Xian Prioritizing safety quickly shifted the topic. By the way, to which branch of Buddhism does Pufa Temple belong? Huh. Old Chin was momentarily taken aback, then grew solemn as he realized the significance of the question. Wang Xian had casually mentioned it, hoping to glean more clues from the origins of this ancient temple. Upon reflection, he too was struck by a revelation. Zen Buddhism, they exclaimed in unison. Mind is Buddha. Seeing into one's nature leads to Buddhahood. The Platform Sutra of the Sixth Patriarch records, upon hearing the words, one suddenly attains great awakening and perceives the true nature of all phenomena. Old Chun, what they speak of is sudden enlightenment, adhering to the true heart. Just like me, I acted according to my heart then, and although it was somewhat irreverent, I was nonetheless acknowledged. You, who are clearly filled with ulterior motives, coveting the scriptures of others, still insist on putting on an act and striking at their heads. If I were the old monk, I would certainly find you displeasing and would not hesitate to beat you throughout the night. Upon hearing this, Old Chun gazed up at the sky, wishing only to sigh, devoid of words. Since the mention of Zen, he had comprehended the crux of the issue entirely and turned to leave. Old Chun, would you like me to teach you the remaining techniques? Wang Xian, eager and ready to assist, offered his help wholeheartedly. No need. I fear your movements may lack precision. Old Chun retorted with disdain, resolved to confront the ghostly monk that very night and thoroughly empty the scriptures from him. Indeed, Old Chun proved to be formidable, acquiring what he sought that night. Finally free from insomnia. From that day forth, he secluded himself in a small courtyard outside the city, shutting his doors to visitors, diligently practicing that particular martial art. The group, led by Qingmu, ventured into the greater Xing'an range and did not return, leaving no news for an extended period. Wang Xian's life quieted down. Old Chin granted him an extended leave, allowing him ample time to delve into ancient techniques. He also perused the Taoist canon, not in search of any lineage, but to unravel certain cryptic phrases and specialized terminology, aiming to deepen his understanding of esoteric methods from ancient times. To his surprise, his parents were very supportive, devoid of any sorrow or reluctance, rendering his carefully prepared words of comfort utterly unnecessary. Reflecting on his childhood memories, he realized his parents had always exhibited such a carefree disposition, seemingly untouched by any feelings of parting. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. Had they been tearful and despondent, unable to eat, he would likely have hesitated and postponed his journey for a considerable time. Soon after, Qingmu began to send messages, informing Wang Xian of his harrowing experiences, truly experiencing the nightly torments of his master, suffering from sleepless nights, and even being struck by lightning. He explained that he had suffered collateral damage, enduring the repercussions alongside others. Initially, the researchers from the New Star were skeptical, attributing it to some form of supermaterial phenomenon, and thus transported the most advanced instruments from New Star for identification and testing, documenting observations and studies. Moreover, both Ms. Zheng, the founder of the Origin Research Institute, and certain individuals from the Old Soil were reluctant to halt the experiments, placing great hopes on the prospect of extending lifespan. Consequently, the matter fell into a stalemate. Wang Xian remained patient, awaiting Old Chin and Qingmu, dedicating each day to the meticulous study of ancient techniques and practicing the old monk's martial style. Over a week later, he began to receive several letters from afar. The first was from Qin Sheng, sent via a deep space trading team in collaboration with his family. Old Wang, I have established a foothold here. By some coincidence, I had the opportunity to recommend you, and if successful, it could facilitate your transition to the new moon. In the letter, Qin Sheng provided him with an address, the branch of a company from New Star located in the Old Soil, encouraging him to reach out and enhance his chances of success. Old Wang, there exists a treasure upon the new moon, a plethora of rare and precious plants, undergoing mutation experiments and large-scale cultivation. Each day, a certain number of dead specimens are permitted as write-offs. I find myself both pained and exhilarated, constrained by my own capabilities. I cannot withstand the potency of the fierce elixirs. Consuming even a single specimen every fortnight has already pushed my body to its limits. Wang Xian was moved. What sort of fierce elixir is so formidable? To my astonishment, a grand palace, the Palace of Eternal Cold, has been constructed on the new moon. Upon my arrival, I was nearly rendered speechless. It is proclaimed as the most extravagant resort in deep space, worthy of a visit, yet with my financial means, I can only gaze longingly from afar. Qin Sheng shared not only key points but also numerous trivial matters. Strangely, there exists an ancient temple, claimed to be 2,000 years old, transported from the Old Soil. Furthermore, A certain ancestral hall of Taoism has been restored here, with every brick and tile reportedly brought from its original site. I cannot shake the feeling that there is a hidden secret. Upon witnessing all this, Wang Xian felt a stir of emotions, coupled with confusion. Next came letters from Su Chan and Zhou Kuan, informing Wang Xian of a sudden calamity. 2 classmates had already perished. They conveyed their sorrow, yet refrained from disclosing the causes of death. One can only imagine that behind all beauty lies a harsh price. Wang Xian sighed. Within less than a month, 2 classmates had tragically passed away, which was utterly unexpected. He recalled the final gathering, where those heading to the new star were brimming with ambition, eager for great achievements, their youthful faces radiant with confidence. How could such misfortune befall them so suddenly? It is truly lamentable. He too was destined for the new star and silently reminded himself to remain vigilant. Additionally, he received a handwritten letter from Zhao Qinghan, also conveying the news of the classmates' deaths, and once again, the goddess mentioned matters of collaboration. Conversely, she spoke gravely of Wang Xian, saying, "It is rather surprising. Someone wishes to keep you bound to the old soil, preventing you from taking a single step forward." Wang Xian furrowed his brow. The reach of certain individuals is indeed extensive, omnipresent, and they intend to completely obstruct his path to the new star. The notion of keeping him confined to the old soil is laughable. Did they even consult me? Old Chen scoffed. Then, he turned to Wang Xian and said, "Recently, certain disturbances are about to unfold. Have you not always desired to comprehend my strength? Would you like to know what the new arts entail? You may accompany me to witness it." Upon hearing this, Qing Mu's expression changed drastically. "Master, you cannot go. This is extremely perilous. There is no need for a contest of wills. One misstep could lead to death. For many years, I have refrained from taking action. And with the passing of some old friends, they truly believe that the old arts have completely perished, growing increasingly dismissive of us. If this continues, the number of practitioners of the old arts will dwindle, and its foundation will crumble entirely. Moreover, that object has resurfaced. This time, I must undertake this journey." Old Chen stated solemnly, his demeanor markedly different from usual, and finally looked at Wang Xian, saying, "Come with me, and let us witness it together." Chapter 49. The physique of summoning celestials. Wang Xian felt a profound respect as he recognized that Old Chen was prepared to step forward and carve a path for the ancient arts. The current atmosphere was disheartening. The old techniques had been officially abandoned, and many believed that only the new methods held promise, leaving practitioners of the ancient arts with no avenue of recourse. If this continued, the practice of the old arts would inevitably fade into oblivion. Zheng Lao had passed away 3 years prior. Miao Lao had departed in the autumn of the previous year. Sun Lao had succumbed last winter, and Zhang Lao had left this spring. Although all had lived beyond a century, none had managed to breach that elusive boundary. They had all failed to cross that threshold, which was indeed a lamentable fate. Qing Mu sighed heavily, expressing his thoughts. In this tumultuous time, with the 4 elders of the ancient arts having departed in succession, an era has nearly come to a complete close. There were words he refrained from uttering. It was precisely due to the passing of significant figures in the ancient arts over the past few years that the situation appeared increasingly precarious. After all, those individuals had held immense renown during their lifetimes, maintaining connections with numerous powerful factions. Decades ago, at the zenith of their personal prowess, they had closely collaborated with various organizations, forging bonds with many. Yet in recent years, their collective demise had severed the ties of the ancient arts with the wider community. "Isn't there still me?" Old Chen interjected. "In any case, I can be considered one of the veterans in the realm of ancient arts." Qing Mu immediately assumed a grave demeanor, asserting, precisely for this reason, "It is even more unwise for you to take action. Should you fall, the ancient arts will dim further. The era upheld by your generation will come to an end, and for many, the ancient arts will be regarded as effectively concluded." Wang Xian was genuinely astonished. Was Old Chen truly so formidable? He appeared to be merely in his 50s or 60s. Yet he could stand alongside the venerable elders of the ancient arts, who were over 100 years old, in terms of reputation. Qing Mu seemed to perceive his thoughts and remarked, "My master has achieved his standing through genuine accomplishments. While he may not possess the age or renown of the 4 elders, his prowess is well acknowledged by all." Old Chen, take care. Why do I sense that Qing Mu is rather pessimistic? Do not overextend yourself. Wang Xian expressed his concern, inquiring about the situation at hand. Old Chen spoke in a calm tone. Yet Wang Xian immediately grasped the underlying dread and danger. This meeting appeared to be quite unwelcoming toward the ancient arts. "Someone must take a stand," Old Chen stated resolutely. his conviction unmistakable and unwavering. Qingmu was acutely aware of the stakes involved if old Chen did not step forward. The other superlative practitioners of the ancient arts would also falter against mechanized forces, new techniques, and genetically enhanced beings, thus sealing the fate of the ancient arts to a slow demise. Wang Xian could not restrain himself. Old Chen, is there any possibility of enhancing your strength in the short term? What do you require? He genuinely feared for old Chen's safety, concerned that at such an advanced age, his heart still burning with passion might lead him to peril, ultimately risking his own life. Old Chen nodded thoughtfully, stating, if there were extraordinary techniques or rare secret methods, I might be able to consider them. Wang Xian pondered briefly and replied, I possess a form of martial arts that is exceedingly powerful. Although it is not particularly suitable for practice due to its lethal nature, it is profoundly intricate, and I wonder if it might inspire you. He mentioned Zhang Daoling's 5 pages of golden text, a form of martial arts that is exceedingly challenging to master. However, there is no doubt that once one grasps its essence, one can wield formidable power. He had only perfected the initial stance yet managed to withstand Sun Chen, enduring a life-threatening ordeal. Wang Xian was astonished. Had old Chen truly practiced a level of martial arts? Despite the passage of years, old Chen's hair remained neither fully black nor entirely white, stabilizing at its former state, with no significant deterioration. In those days, the 4 elders of the old techniques ascended to one of the Taoist sanctuaries together, applying pressure in unison to secure for me the secret teachings of that place. It felt as if it were just yesterday. Regrettably, the 4 elders have all passed away, leaving old Chen in a pensive mood. Wang Xian was moved. The 4 elders had genuinely cared for their juniors, even pressuring one of the Taoist ancestors for old Chen's sake, an act truly commendable and admirable. Unfortunately, I found myself unable to endure even half of the teachings, and had it not been for the 4 elders' relentless aid, I would not be who I am today. Old Chen, recalling the kindness of the 4 elders, felt a tinge of sorrow. Qingmu was equally disheartened, naturally. He had accompanied his master to pay respects to those venerable men who had shown him considerable kindness. Yet, his journey along the path of the old techniques had been fraught with difficulties, rendering him unable to compare with old Chen. Wang Xian, having gleaned a few words, held a deep fondness for those elders, but it was a pity they had all departed in recent years. I have brought shame upon my master, Qingmu lamented. Lowering his head, he was despondent, dedicating himself to arduous practice, exhausting all his potential, yet ultimately achieving results akin to the injured Sun Chen. Finally, Qingmu sighed. I hope Brother Wei can succeed and reach a dazzling height in the realm of the old techniques, so as not to disappoint our master. However, he had been absent for a decade without a word, and worry gnawed at him. Old Chen chose not to dwell on such matters further. Instead, he turned to Wang Xian and said, I dare not practice the martial arts left by Zhang Daoling. I feel that the origins of Taoism are not suitable for me at present. Rather, the mysterious boxing I received from the old monk has illuminated a path for me. He then advised Wang Xian, I believe it is also unwise for you to ponder too much over those few pages of golden text, although I have not seen them. I know that even at the level of ascension, such techniques are exceedingly powerful. Do not recklessly endanger yourself. Do you possess other ancient methods? Perhaps something akin to what the female practitioner left for you? I believe it may provide me with inspiration, old Chen inquired. Wang Xian sighed. This was indeed the old Chen he knew. Previously, due to the 4 elders, Wang Xian had felt deeply moved and had brought up the 5 pages of golden text. But now he sensed he might have been led into a trap by old Chen. I have nothing to give you now. I will present it to you when the time is right, Wang Xian replied calmly. Old Chen was taken aback. He was well aware that whenever young Wang offered something, it invariably led to trouble. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, What is your situation? You can communicate with the female practitioner and have an old monk at your disposal. Surely there cannot be other. Old Chen felt somewhat uneasy and was quite vigilant. He harbored serious doubts that there was something enigmatic surrounding Wang Xian. There is nothing. I will give it to you when the opportunity arises, Wang Xian smiled, revealing his teeth. At this moment, Lao Chan felt a twinge of apprehension, while Qingmu was utterly astonished. Is he coming again? What on earth is wrong with Xiaowan? Does he possess an innate affinity for the supernatural? I suspect that I am perhaps favored by the celestial beings, as evidenced by the attention I've garnered from figures ranging from the heavenly fairies to the venerable monks. So, Lao Chen, fret not. I shall gradually escort you through this. Qingmu contemplated departing, yet he remarked, And you say you don't attract spirits? Lao Chen, too, felt a chill creeping down his spine. finding this young man exceedingly peculiar. If he were to transfer spirits onto others without cause, who could endure such a fate? Having personally experienced it twice, it was better not to mention the female practitioners. Even the old monk had only seized the opportunity after Wang Xian's subtle guidance. If Wang Xian were to clandestinely unleash a few more divine entities, Lao Chen felt he might very well lose his sanity. Determined to divert his thoughts from such matters, Lao Chen turned to Wang Xian and said, "You should conserve your energy over the next few days. In 4 days, we shall attend the gathering, where you may very well find an opportunity to take action." "Excellent." Wang Xian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lao Chen broached the subject of his upcoming venture to the new star, stating, "It's quite simple, really. We need not expend our own resources. We can leave it to the Wu family to address the situation, as they are quite proactive and determined to collaborate with us." "Lao Chen, have you sold me out?" Wang Xian inquired, scrutinizing him. "Not at all." Lao Chen shook his head, instead posing a question. "Have you perhaps had some entanglement with the young lady from the Wu family?" "I haven't sold you. Rather, it seems she is keen on acquiring your services, as she is currently investigating your background in Anqing. It appears she wishes to recruit you for her expedition team." "How intriguing, Xiao Wang. I hadn't anticipated your connection with her. Tread carefully. You wouldn't want Old Wu to catch wind of this and thwart your plans." "What connection?" "Old Wu harbors a grudge, clearly aiming to leverage his proximity to deal with me. It's rather petty of him, and quite disproportionate to her physique." Wang Xian requested Qingmu to keep an eye out, hoping to avoid any unnecessary complications caused by Wu Yin's meddling. In the ensuing days, Wang Xian experienced a remarkably tranquil existence, diligently tuning his body to an optimal state while nurturing his spirit with vigor, awaiting the moment when Lao Chun would summon him to embark on their journey. Chapter 50. Rare Divine Object. The day of departure had finally arrived. Wang Xian arrived early at the familiar estate on the outskirts of an city, where they would set off once everyone had gathered. "Will you wear a lifelike human mask?" Qingmu inquired. "This is no longer the old era. Everyone's trajectory can be traced. If one truly wishes to investigate a person, clues will inevitably surface sooner or later." Qingmu cautioned that no matter how cautious one might be, their true identity would eventually be revealed. Wang Xian understood this well, yet he required this buffer period. Once he perfected his golden body technique to the 7th or 8th level, he would gain confidence, estimating that conventional firearms would no longer pose a threat to him. "Where are we heading this time?" Wang Xian asked. They had originally intended to journey to the moon or Mars, but given their unfriendliness towards ancient techniques, it was deemed safer to remain on familiar ground. After all, once they ventured deep into space, any unforeseen circumstances could lead to unpredictable outcomes, and mechanical warriors would undoubtedly hold a significant advantage. Ultimately, the destination was chosen as the Soling Mountains on the old soil. Old Chen arrived, his short and dense silver hair gleaming, his demeanor entirely transformed, with eyes sharp as blades, exuding an aura that felt almost piercing. Had he not spoken, Wang Xian might have doubted it was indeed Old Chen. Compared to his usual calm and composed self, he seemed like a different person, especially when he donned a cold silver mask. Wang Xian found it impossible to reconcile this with his former gentle appearance. Old Chen nodded at Qingmu and Wang Xian but said nothing, retreating to a quiet room to rest, embodying a profound stillness, as immovable as a mountain. Wang Xian chose a lifelike human mask depicting a typical youthful face from the east, vibrant and full of vitality. He had heard from Qingmu that their adversaries came from various ethnic backgrounds, transcending races, hailing from different organizations and alliances. Thus, he intentionally selected this mask. "It's time to depart," Qingmu announced, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, where a large silver-gray spaceship appeared on the horizon, slowing down as it descended onto the estate's expansive landing pad. It turned out to be members of the Wu family arriving, important figures who would accompany them to Zhongling, undoubtedly to witness an intense confrontation. Regardless of the uncertain prospects and the possibility of a rather grim outcome, the Wu family's presence and their commitment to escort Old Chen signified their sincerity. Wang Xian was aware that the Wu family was facing difficulties, seemingly reliant on those practicing ancient techniques for assistance, which left him perplexed. "Just the 3 of us are going?" Wang Xian expressed his astonishment, noting that apart from himself, Old Chen, and Qingmu, no one else was accompanying them. 3 of us is sufficient. Primarily, it is my master's intervention that matters," Qingmu replied, his mood heavy as he gazed at his master's silhouette. Feeling uncertain, he added that other experts in ancient techniques would also converge in the Soling Mountains, with relevant departments from the old soil attending as well, serving both as endorsement and deterrent. Wu Qinglin personally came out to welcome Old Qin, extending considerable courtesy and respect. Wu Yin stood gracefully beside Lao Wu, her attire impeccable, her figure exquisite, and a soft yet slightly sweet smile gracing her fair and beautiful face. After expressing her respect to Lao Qin, she warmly greeted Qing Mu and Wang Xian. Wang Xian, taken aback, realized that De Wu indeed possessed such a side to her. It appeared she treated people differently, as he had only encountered her formidable temperament on previous occasions. "Who is this?" Wu Yin inquired with a smile, her presence statuesque, her skin luminous and polished, embodying both politeness and gentleness. "This is Wang Xiao," Qing Mu introduced. "You may call me Xiao Wang," Wang Xian replied, his voice resonant and magnetic. It was a natural tone after altering his voice, and rather pleasant to hear. Wu Yin's smile remained, yet an odd sentiment stirred within her. Even a hint of displeasure, as the name Xiao Wang invoked other associations. For instance, the recent anger she felt towards Wang Xian, who was often referred to as Lao Wang by acquaintances like Qin Qing. However, to her, the young man before her had a pure gaze, bright and spirited. And his smile was strikingly radiant, far surpassing that of Wang Xian. Had Wang Xian known her thoughts, he would surely lament the terrifying nature of preconceived notions, capable of distorting one's aesthetic and judgment. He felt that this visage was somewhat inferior to his own reality. Xiao Wang is remarkable, despite his youth. He possesses exceptional talent in the realm of ancient arts. Even now, I may not be his match, Qing Mu remarked with a sense of nostalgia. His words devoid of embellishment, revealing a profound melancholy. His journey seemed to be nearing its end. Wu Yin was taken aback. This young man in his early 20s was astonishingly formidable. In this era, where ancient arts had waned, it was rare to find young individuals who could devote themselves to their study. Even if one possessed strength, it wouldn't be extraordinary given their youth. Could he possibly be the second Qin Yongjie? She was genuinely astonished, although the man before her may not rival the youthful Lao Qin. He likely didn't fall far behind. Many were aware that Lao Qin had begun practicing ancient arts from a young age, rapidly advancing to great renown by his 20s. Wu Yin immediately recognized the significance of this. Her family's collaboration with the Exploration Organization was aimed precisely at securing some experts in ancient arts from this region. Even if they could not entice Lao Qin, they must recruit some reputable practitioners, and this young Xiao Wang was undoubtedly worth considerable effort to engage. Simultaneously, Wu Yin entertained other thoughts. If she could incorporate Xiao Wang into her family's exploration organization and make him an ally, perhaps he could mentor the exceedingly troublesome Wang Xian, which would certainly be intriguing. Undoubtedly, the conversation during the journey was harmonious and pleasant. Wang Xian glanced over, noting her light makeup that accentuated her exquisite beauty, her high nose, and her lustrous red lips. Her voice was gentle, her thoughts remarkably agile, embodying both sensuality and intellectual grace. He wondered if she had been replaced. Did De Wu have a twin sister? The Wu Yin before him was strikingly different in demeanor and interactions. People truly are distinct. Xiao Wang, you are so humble, clearly powerful yet so understated. It is rare. Unlike some peers, Wu Yin remarked, shaking her head at this point. Upon hearing her words, Wang Xian immediately discerned her intentions. She was merely laying the groundwork. However, she possessed a keen sense of conversational finesse, only briefly touching upon the subject without delving deeper, likely saving further insinuations for their next encounter. He inwardly lamented, "Wu, how ungracious of you. Are you truly contemplating leaving me to my own devices?" Though the Zhongling Mountains were distant, the spacecraft glided swiftly, reaching their destination in no time. Even when traveling at a lower speed, they found themselves on a plateau where the average elevation surpassed 4,500 meters and many towering peaks loomed, some exceeding 6,000 meters. The Zhongling Mountains served as a crucial passage on the ancient Silk Road, later referred to as the Pamir Plateau. Countless spacecraft had already landed in the expansive area, with small warships stationed atop several peaks and vessels patrolling the skies, maintaining a vigilant presence. Wang Xian realized that all factions had come prepared to avert any potential ambushes from larger warships, ensuring a delicate balance of power among them. Furthermore, representatives from the old territories had arrived, not only for endorsement and deterrence, but also due to the involvement of a recently unearthed relic from historical legends. Wu Yin softly remarked, "The Suiho Pearl is no mere ethereal artifact. It is documented in historical texts and stands alongside the Heshi as one of the most renowned treasures from the spring and autumn period in the Warring States." Wang Xian was well aware of the dispute at hand. Some sought to claim the Suiho Pearl, while others aimed to obstruct them. Their gathering in Songling was to deliberate on the resolution of this conflict. Old Qin had privately mentioned that this pearl was acquired by a pre-Qin alchemist after slaying a dragon, with legends asserting that it bore intricate scriptures inscribed upon its surface, marking it as a rare divine object. However, he remained uncertain of the pearl's authenticity this time, given that throughout history, countless fakes had surfaced. With a faint fragrance enveloping her, Wu stood beside Wang Xian as they gazed upon the sprawling mountains after disembarking from their craft. Upon Old Qin's arrival, a throng of individuals rushed to greet him. Whether adversaries or long-lost friends, they treated him with great reverence, mindful not to act too casually. Yet, amidst the majority, a few remained aloof, standing at a distance without moving an inch. "Mr. Qin," someone called out loudly, approaching rapidly. The voice belonged to a man clad in a compact, humanoid exosuit, nearly 3 meters tall, who thudded heavily upon the ground, exuding an intimidating presence. "I grew up listening to stories of Mr. Qin and hold him in high esteem. However, it has been many years since he last took action. At nearly 60, can he still engage in battle? Those who practice ancient arts often begin to decline at this age, their vigor waning. For safety's sake, I propose that I first assess Mr. Qin's physical condition to prevent any unforeseen tragedies during the actual confrontation." In an instant, the entire open space fell into silence. As many were taken aback by this unexpected display, Qingmu, incensed by the turn of events, recognized that this gathering had indeed attracted individuals harboring malicious intent. They had scarcely disembarked when an obscure mech warrior dared to provoke them. Who was he attempting to impress? The opposing party was aware of the impropriety of their actions, bordering on the despicable, yet they proceeded with such a crude and straightforward provocation, clearly aimed at Old Qin, representing a serious affront. In Aoki's perspective, this was also a profound insult to his master. With such a formidable reputation, it was utterly outrageous that someone would dare to recklessly stir trouble. In truth, even those who opposed Old Qin and belonged to rival factions were displeased. Their faces darkened with indignation, feeling that it had gone too far. Within the realms of mecha, genetic warriors, and new techniques, numerous individuals stepped forward, vociferously denouncing such actions as excessive. Old Qin waved his hand, signaling Aoki to step back, and boldly approached the scene, stating, "All right, come and test my state. For the sake of respecting my elders, I shall refrain from using firearms." The mecha warrior, with a resounding clang, drew a nearly 2-meter-long great sword and charged forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. As he closed in, he swung the colossal blade with tremendous force, a brilliant flash of light slicing through the air like a blinding bolt of lightning. Initially, Old Qin remained still, but as the sword swung toward him, he deftly sidestepped and swiftly advanced, delivering a resounding slap to the chest of the mecha warrior. A chilling crack echoed, and the mecha erupted in a shower of electric sparks, revealing a web of fractures that culminated in a violent explosion, scattering debris across the ground. A mixed-race man, approximately 30 years of age, tumbled from the wreckage, blood spewing from his mouth, collapsing to the ground in a motionless heap. This left Wang Xian utterly astounded, struggling to believe that Old Qin had crushed the mecha with his bare hands, far surpassing his expectations. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with many shrinking back in shock. "It has been 10 years since I last took action. Many have forgotten me," Old Qin remarked coolly, his thick silver hair glinting under the light, complemented by a similarly icy silver mask. He stood there surveying the surroundings, and his gaze met with many who dared not make eye contact. Chapter 51. Ideals and Interests. Wang Xian was indeed astonished. He was aware of Old Qin's formidable prowess, yet he never anticipated that he could obliterate a mech with sheer physical might. The image of Old Qin lightly tapping on the steel plates in the abandoned machinery factory resurfaced in his mind. At that time, he had questioned whether Old Qin, with his cunning nature, had perhaps taken some underhanded measures. It was now evident that he had severely underestimated his old colleague. Wang Xian felt a surge of excitement within, for he had witnessed a genuine new realm of possibility. This was neither a mere legend nor a passage from ancient scriptures. It was a tangible reality that someone had indeed accomplished. Clearly, this greatly invigorated the ambitions nestled deep within him. He had always envisioned that if one day his physical strength became sufficiently formidable, he might stand against the very culmination of technological civilization. In an attempt to mask his emotional upheaval, he impulsively remarked, "Old Qin, it would be a pity for those hands not to be employed in mining." "What did you just say?" Wu Ying queried, casting a sidelong glance at him, her expression laced with curiosity. "I mean, a true man ought to dismantle mechs with his bare hands," Wang Xian declared boldly, for this was indeed a medium-term goal he had set for himself. Others looked towards Wang Xian, pondering how many could truly dismantle mechs with their bare hands. Could a practitioner of old techniques belittle them thus? Seeking to undermine the vast majority of men? Old Shun, regardless of your esteemed status as a senior expert, isn't that a bit excessive? Someone coldly interjected. A silver-gray mech towered at a height of 4.5 meters, its cold metallic sheen exuding an aesthetic beauty, its lines fluid and graceful. As its pilot strode forth confidently, "Is this our first acquaintance?" Old Shin spoke calmly, his demeanor beneath the silver mask markedly aloof. Akin to a blade drawn from its sheath, sharp and revealing. Those who harbor murderous intent and direct weapons against me seldom survive. To leave with a single life after lying incapacitated for half a year is considered fortunate. A silence enveloped the crowd. Those familiar with Old Shin recognized this as his signature style. Consequently, his enemies had dwindled over time. Either they had been vanquished or had learned to tread carefully around him. After many years apart, "Today I shall test your mettle," came the voice of a middle-aged man from within the silver-gray mech, which was now emanating light. Old Shin replied, "It is understandable that a defeated foe in the realm of old techniques would switch allegiances, but to harbor such animosity towards old techniques is rather excessive. Your mech, heavily modified and brimming with energy weapon outlets. Do you truly believe this is a contest of skill rather than a full-scale conflict?" Indeed, the silver-gray mech glowed, its body, arms, and head adorned with an array of energy discharge points. Old Shun continued, "I warn you, should you fail to strike me within a short span, I shall command a warship to obliterate you. If a heated confrontation is inevitable, why bother with this scrap metal? A warship could simply bombard you directly." At that moment, a medium-sized warship from the Old Soil authorities cast a beam of light upon the silver-gray mech, delivering a stern warning. It had been locked onto, and any reckless movements would result in annihilation. "Very well, I shall procure the latest model mech and face you shortly," the pilot of the silver-gray mech retorted. Retreating and turning to depart with purposeful strides, Wang Xian's heart raced fiercely. In this precarious situation, could Old Shin evade the adversary if they disregarded the rules? This was far more perilous than the two encounters Wang Xian had faced with firearms. The proximity was alarming, and the weaponry on the mecha was even more formidable. He glanced at Qingmu and voiced his concerns in hushed tones. Qingmu responded softly, "My master's spiritual energy has undergone multiple qualitative transformations, forming his own spiritual domain, enabling him to sense danger in advance and temporarily evade the weapons of the mecha." Wang Xian was taken aback. He realized he must pay closer attention to Old Shin's words in the future, for some insights were remarkably reliable. Previously, Old Shin had mentioned that he had endured an entire night of being assaulted by a ghostly monk within his spiritual domain. At the time, Wang Xian had dismissed it. But it turned out that the concept of a spiritual domain was indeed real, and Old Shin's prowess was astonishingly formidable. Noticing Wang Xian's confusion, Qingmu elaborated. The so-called qualitative transformation of spirit refers to the repeated triggering of a hypersensory state, ultimately leading to a spiritual metamorphosis that births a spiritual domain. He sighed, regrettably. The pre-Qin sorcerers have passed away, along with the grandmasters of old. In this era, no one can guide my master into the inner landscape. Otherwise, his capabilities would far exceed his current level. Wu Yi nodded, stating, "My father once remarked that had it been in the glorious era of ancient arts, Mr. Chen could have become a formidable figure in his own right." Qingmu lamented for his master, recalling how the four elders of ancient arts had once held Old Chun in high esteem, suggesting that in ancient times, he could have established his own sect and perhaps even attained the status of a bodhisattva-level expert in the realm of ancient arts. Wang Xian finally comprehended why Old Chun, despite sacrificing his dignity, sought to extract the transcendent techniques from him. It was fueled by a sense of unfulfilled ambition. Old Chin's aspirations were undoubtedly lofty. Yet this era was indeed unsuitable for ancient arts. Even after decades of triggering hypersensory states, no one could lead him into the inner landscape. In an instant, Wang Xian perceived that Old Shin was not as frivolous as he had once thought. Perhaps the current incarnation of Old Shin, akin to a sword unsheathed, radiating brilliance, was the true essence of his being. "Old Shin, you remain unchanged, your temperament still as fiery as ever." An elderly man clad in a tang suit descended from the air, exuding a commanding presence. He spoke, "However, the times have changed. Ancient arts are ultimately in decline and on the brink of exiting the historical stage. You are well aware of what new techniques entail, as they have constructed a bridge to the extraordinary in this era." Clearly, the identity of the tang-clad elder was of considerable significance. directly addressing the origins of new techniques capable of communicating with supernatural forces. Wang Xian remained silent, listening intently. Wu Yin, positioned beside him, offered her analysis from her perspective. Whispering, there exists a clash of ideologies, intricately tied to various interests. I have heard that recently. A master-level figure from the realm of new techniques visited relevant departments concerning ancient arts, expressing a willingness to join the exploration organization and assist in handling various affairs. Considering Mr. Chen's presence, one can imagine the complex relationships and the vast interests involved. As for the status of other ancient arts organizations, it is even more challenging to ascertain at this moment. Wang Xian was astonished. There were many matters of which he was unaware. My interpretation may be flawed and diverge from the truth. You may take it with a grain of salt. Wu Yin smiled. The winds are turbulent, Wang Xian murmured. Wu Yin nodded and remarked, Mr. Chen's expedition organization is indeed remarkable. Whether it pertains to the celestial caves or the flesh and blood of the female practitioners from 3 millennia ago, capable of extending life for modern individuals, or other significant discoveries, the expedition organization can partake in these endeavors at the very first moment. Wang Xian nodded in agreement, recognizing Wu Yin's analysis as methodical. Clearly, the situation was far more intricate than Wu Yin had articulated, harboring deeper underlying reasons, yet the elderly gentleman refrained from elaborating. For instance, Old Chen, despite being filled with indignation, chose not to disclose further but instead cast a frosty blanket of disdain. In the era of the 100 schools of thought, a brilliant tapestry of ideas flourished, akin to a constellation of stars. Subsequently, the diverse philosophies were suppressed, and Confucianism was elevated to supremacy. In this contemporary age, do you still aspire to replicate such a model, emulating the ancients? Old Chen inquired sternly. Old Chen, your analogy is misplaced. We are merely engaging in intellectual discourse and competition, with no intention of annihilation, interjected the elderly gentleman in traditional attire. Annihilation? You truly possess an audacious confidence to utter such words. Old Chen retorted with a cold smirk. Chapter 52. The Clash of Old and New Old Chen. Do not harbor such extreme thoughts. No one wishes for total annihilation. Ultimately, this is merely an exchange, fostering competition to ultimately achieve mutual advancement. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire remarked, aiming to diffuse the tension surrounding the issue. Am I not aware of the desire to completely suppress the old techniques? Old Chen retorted coolly. You remain as stubborn as ever, following the passing of the 4 elders of the old techniques. Only you and a mere handful of others retain strength and innovative ideas in this realm, the gentleman, known as Chang Hong, observed, shaking his head. His demeanor exuded a calm confidence, his words imbued with conviction. Old Chen replied, Chang Hong, your confidence is palpable. Since discovering the bridge to the extraordinary, your prowess has surged, transforming your previously reserved nature. Chang Hong, with his short, lustrous black hair, exhibited a youthful appearance, save for a few lines that appeared when he spoke. His deep-set eyes reflected an inner strength. Most astonishingly, a faint halo surrounded his figure, as if he were imbued with some arcane force, evoking a sense of the extraordinary. He stood upon the frost-hardened earth, an ethereal glow emanating from him, while in the backdrop loomed a cold battleship, creating a surreal tableau of myth and technology. Many felt their hearts race. Over the decades, a plethora of new beings had emerged, gradually revealing their origins from some mysterious place. It was rumored that the new techniques were also linked to that very locale. Upon closer examination, it was evident that time had not been short. Are you seeking to engage me in battle once more? Old Chen advanced, indicating that the rivalry between the new and old techniques had already erupted into fierce confrontations, though outsiders remained oblivious. Chang Heng shook his head, stating, No. I am presently focused solely on theoretical research. The crowd was taken aback. Let us engage directly and see if the waning old techniques can still emit a final flicker of heat. A voice boomed from the distance, unrestrained. The figure was an imposing 3 meters tall, robustly built, wielding a heavy black metallic rod that resonated with a thud upon striking the ground. This individual's stature was indeed extraordinary, yet he exhibited no clumsiness. His physique was powerful and agile, and the alloy rod he held weighed at least 200 pounds. Wang Xian was astonished. Is there truly someone of such height? Wu Yin quietly explained, he belongs to a branch of the new humanity, having undergone extensive genetic editing and optimization while still in the womb. Is he formidable? Wang Xian inquired. Wu Yin nodded earnestly. Indeed. His raw physical prowess allows him to leap 10 meters into the air effortlessly. His strength is remarkable. The ancient notion of a valiant warrior capable of lifting a cauldron is easily within his reach, and his speed is astonishing. In the wilderness, he could instantly catch up to tigers and leopards. This is the genetic superhuman. The most exceptional among them are even more terrifying, almost akin to Superman. The towering genetic superhuman, with his resilient skin gleaming, exuded power and strength as he proclaimed, "Who among you practicing the old techniques dares to duel with me? I shall engage you with your own archaic weaponry." Old Qin remained motionless, when suddenly a voice echoed from the sky, "Qin Jiangjie, your opponent is me." The middle-aged man, who earlier commanded a silver-gray mech, had now switched to a shimmering blue mech, almost translucent, with a remarkably soft metallic sheen, clearly made of extraordinary materials. Old Qin gazed upward and remarked, "Such a new model of mech must be quite expensive. I reckon it would cost several 100 million new star coins. If I were to bring it crashing down, would you not feel the loss? Qin Yongjia, you remain as arrogant as ever." The blue mech hovered high above, radiating brilliant light, looking down upon the ground. The voice of the middle-aged man resonated. "The times have changed. Mechs can be mass-produced, and scale breeds mastery. Yet, in the realm of ancient arts, how many masters can emerge in a single era? Having been defeated in the realm of ancient arts, you turn to another camp, harboring hatred for the old ways. You are truly despicable. I believe the current climate, which seeks to obliterate the ancient arts, is significantly influenced by people like you." Old Qin's voice turned icy as he fixated on the blue mech, saying, "Ultimately, it is still a contest between new and old techniques. What does it have to do with you, those who pilot mechs? Once I, a practitioner of ancient arts, take command of a suitable mech, I could annihilate all of you." Old Qin exuded an overwhelming aura of menace and dominance, instilling fear in all present, causing the mech faction to be dismissed as a mere non-entity. Mastery of ancient arts is arduous. Thus, some individuals within the mech and genetic superbody communities began to engage with new techniques, and a few found success along this path. Ultimately, it is merely a rivalry between the new and the old, with no third faction involved, Old Qin stated coldly. "Do you look down upon those in the mech domain?" The man within the blue mech retorted angrily. Old Qin cast a dispassionate glance at him and replied, "A former subordinate, your hatred has clouded your judgment. You truly believe that when I don the mech, you are a worthy adversary? You are nothing more than a human target clad in a heap of scrap metal. Not just you, but all of you." Wang Xian marveled at Old Qin's formidable presence, which belittled all those across from him. Yet such arrogance was bound to incite collective ire. The elderly gentleman clad in Tang attire, Chong Hong, interjected, "Old Qin, you do not intend to challenge everyone alone, do you? Even if you achieve some dazzling feats, you will soon be overwhelmed. This would only serve to demonstrate your extraordinary prowess in ancient arts. Yet it cannot represent the collective strength of the ancient arts. Once you fall, it signifies the complete demise of the ancient arts. The banner will fall, and no one will rise to take its place. Henceforth, the ancient arts shall be forgotten." Other masters of the ancient arts had also arrived at the scene, their indignation palpable upon hearing these words, fully aware of the cold intent behind them. Although Chong Hung did not engage them directly, his words pierced their hearts, questioning their resolve and daring them to act, laced with scornful undertones. "Old Qin, this is not solely your affair. Do not impede us." A master from the ancient arts articulated, stepping forward resolutely. A robust man, appearing to be in his 40s, stands tall at nearly 2 meters, wielding an alloy longsword. Among ordinary individuals, he is indeed a striking figure. However, in the presence of the genetically enhanced being, he appears diminutive. The two engage in combat with little exchange of words, and amidst the deafening clang of metal, the alloy sword clashes against an iron rod, sparks flying, the noise nearly shattering eardrums. The middle-aged man, towering at 1.90 meters, confronts the 3-meter-tall genetic superhuman, their strength seemingly matched, a testament to his considerable mastery of ancient techniques. After all, he has risen from the ranks of ordinary men, while his opponent is an anomaly. On an ancient battlefield, both would be regarded as formidable warriors. Alas, the practice of antiquated arts pales in comparison to the extraordinary. Ultimately, they are mere mortals, and such a clash of cold weapons bears little significance. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire spoke. Suddenly, the 3-meter-tall genetic superhuman radiated a hazy blue light, its power surging, shattering the opponent's alloy longsword with a single blow before thrusting the iron rod forward. Blood surged forth as the towering man writhed in agony, the iron rod having pierced through his chest. He struggled to grasp the iron rod before him with both hands, but found himself devoid of strength. "Brotherly," a voice cried out, revealing a familiarity with the fallen man. They were old acquaintances. The genetic superhuman hoisted him up and, with a swift motion, hurled the 1 meter 90 giant like a rag doll, sending him crashing to the ground, bloodied and motionless. A group of practitioners of ancient techniques rushed forward, and upon a brief examination, they realized that the middle-aged man could not survive. Not only had his heart been shattered by the iron rod, but his internal organs had also been obliterated by that blue light. "So ruthless," someone lamented. "Brotherly, the experts of ancient arts are rather unimpressive." A voice emerged from the opposing side, as a lean man in his 40s stepped forward, his eyes shining like golden lanterns, exuding an air of distinction. He continued, "I am one who treads the path of new techniques, and I find you all quite disappointing. Aside from Mr. Chen, I doubt anyone else practicing ancient arts is worthy of my intervention." Old Chen advanced, closing in. In midair, the middle-aged man within the blue mech spoke. "Old Chen, are you finally ready to take on the mantle?" The elderly gentleman in traditional attire, Chong Hong, responded with a faint smile. "Old Chen, you must acknowledge that, aside from yourself, the realm of ancient arts has been utterly depleted. Do not provoke me. I shall eliminate you all." Old Chen retorted fiercely. Among the crowd of ancient practitioners, a man in his 60s stepped forth, saying, "Old Chen, you are aware of my predicament. My practice has faltered, and I have but a few years left. Allow me to engage. Death holds no fear for me. If I cannot face those who walk the path of new techniques, I shall feel a deep sense of regret." Clearly, he understood his impending defeat, yet chose to step forward. He felt that if only Old Chen were to confront the new practitioners, it would be too humiliating, reinforcing the notion that the ancient arts were indeed at their nadir, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. Old Chen sighed, recognizing the elder. He had dedicated his life to the realm of ancient arts and was unwavering in his resolve, rendering any attempt to dissuade him futile. Though this elderly man in his 60s appeared frail, he suddenly unleashed a powerful strike, his fist emanating a faint halo, while a thunderous resonance reverberated from within him, surging towards the emaciated middle-aged man who had ventured down the path of new techniques. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, and he dared not confront the attack head-on. Instead, he swiftly retreated. Only when the elder's fist dimmed did he launch a rapid counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their movements swift enough to create a sound akin to thunder. However, after several exchanges, the elder abruptly ceased movement, his body beginning to wither. A crimson glow burst forth from him, as if his very soul had been extracted, leaving his eyes vacant and rendering him immobile. The crimson light coalesced in the hands of the gaunt middle-aged man, transforming into a sharp blade, which he wielded with force, severing the elder's head with a sickening thud. Nobody dared to move. This time, Old Chen's voice erupted like thunder, causing many to experience a ringing in their ears. What of Old Chen? In the skies, the cold laughter of the middle-aged man within the azure mech echoed. Old Chen looked up at him and declared, "It begins with you." He drew a sword approximately 1.5 meters long, its dark blade devoid of a sharp gleam, pointing ominously towards the heavens. Then, from his slightly swollen back, his clothing tore open, revealing a pair of silver wings that unfurled. In an instant, a brilliant silver light surged forth, and Old Chen ascended into the sky. "This is the propulsion device developed by my family. It is incredibly swift and can match the speed of the mech," Wu Yin explained to Wang Xian. "I look forward to seeing how you will breach this new material." The middle-aged man in midair, though astonished, exhibited no fear as he swung his massive sword down towards Old Chen. Clang! A torrential downpour of blood rained down from the azure mech as it was cleaved in two with a resounding crash. In a single encounter, that mech, crafted from novel materials, was utterly destroyed. As for the middle-aged man, he let out a horrific scream as his bisected body plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ground in a gruesome demise. Clang! The alloy staff wielded by the Gene Overlord collided with such force that it felt as though a train had struck him, causing blood to pour from his hands. His palms torn, and his nails ripped from their beds. The staff flew several dozen meters away, and the Gene Overlord himself was sent staggering backward by the tremendous force. Old Chen moved with unparalleled speed, like a fleeting light, closing the distance in an instant to deliver a powerful palm strike to the Gene Overlord's chest. With a sickening thud, the 3-meter-tall Gene Overlord was sent flying 12 meters before disintegrating midair in a scene of sheer horror, his body rapidly collapsing into a deluge of blood raining down upon the earth. "Old Chen, do you intend to handle this alone?" someone shouted. "If you are unwilling to accept this, or if you are afraid, come at me together," Old Chen bellowed. leaping a distance of over 10 meters to confront the gaunt middle-aged man who had ventured down the path of new techniques. Chapter 53. The last splendor of ancient techniques. Old Qin leaped forward, covering a distance of several meters in an instant, leaving behind a mere phantom in his wake. His speed was astonishing, leaving many spectators momentarily bewildered. The emaciated middle-aged man was undoubtedly a formidable expert, before others could even track Old Qin's silhouette. He had already made his move. A crimson radiance swept forth from his hand, slicing towards Old Qin's neck, resembling a blazing sun vaporizing the surroundings before erupting. Aiming to engulf his adversary, Old Qin showed no signs of hesitation, striking towards the crimson light with a single palm. The sound was akin to thunder, reverberating as if a tempest had been unleashed, deafening and accompanied by flying sand and stones. Many hearts raced at the thought, could Old Qin actually unleash true lightning? If the ancient techniques reached such heights, they would surely become legendary even in antiquity. Amidst the thunderous noise, it resembled divine retribution striking a malevolent creature. The crimson radiance shattered, dispersing like sanguine light in all directions, exploding upon impact. With a hiss, a cascade of red light rained down, some embedding into the frozen earth while others crashed against the unique brown stones of the Pamir Plateau, accompanied by the sound of cracking as the hard rocks either shattered or were pierced, riddled with countless holes. The expressions of the onlookers shifted. The sheer power of the splattering light was astounding. Just how formidable was that beam of crimson light? It was no wonder the man had previously boasted. Disregarding other masters of ancient techniques in favor of Old Qin, his current display was truly astonishing. It could only be said that Old Qin was exceptionally strong. A single palm was enough to disperse the blinding crimson light. Swift as lightning, he immediately advanced, striking forward. The emaciated middle-aged man's pupils constricted, his body bristling with fear. He would not forget that mere moments ago, Old Qin had sent the towering 3-meter-tall genetic superhuman flying over 10 meters, shattering him mid-air, a truly horrific sight. If struck, he would likely be reduced to a bloody pulp. In that critical moment, he took a deep breath, his pores opening wide as a surge of secret power coursed through him, preparing to unleash his trump card against Old Qin. His blood was boiling within him. Old Qin sensed this, his own vital essence stirring in response, drawn by a peculiar force as if attempting to escape his body. He understood now why the elderly practitioner of ancient techniques had suddenly withered, motionless, a victim of having his vital essence stripped away, his flesh rendered lifeless. However, Old Qin was no ordinary man. His internal organs reverberated with a resounding boom. Rather than leaking his vital energy, it surged forth like a mighty river, vibrant and radiant. This was a true thunderclap, no longer an illusion. A faint white light erupted from within his organs, striking directly at the emaciated man. The middle-aged man unleashed his secret technique, only to be met with the ethereal white lightning. His body trembled violently before exploding with a resounding crack, disintegrating into countless fragments. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. Had ancient techniques truly reached this level, touching the realm of the extraordinary? It had been countless years since the end of the old era, and such masters had not been seen since. Today, Old Qin had astonishingly wielded the thunderous light of his internal organs to annihilate a super expert from the domain of modern techniques in an instant. It is well understood that the emaciated middle-aged man possesses extraordinary strength, making him a formidable opponent for most. Yet, before Qin Yangjia, he met with swift demise. In an instant, only the Old Qin remained, and the superlative expert from the realm of new techniques was extinguished, as if snuffed out by a mere touch. Combined with a faint thunderous glow emanating from his chest, the surroundings erupted in astonishment. Even his adversaries were compelled to express their awe and shock at the terrifying prowess of this old master, clad in a cold silver mask. He could ascend with the ferocity of a tempest, effortlessly cleaving through formidable new mechanized warriors, and upon landing, he swiftly vanquished yet another powerful opponent from the realm of new techniques. Those who practiced the old techniques were deeply moved. None understood better than they the arduous journey to attain such heights. It had been ages since someone like him had appeared, now relegated to the realm of legend. They pondered, had they been faced with him, the outcome would have been grim. They were no match for the emaciated middle-aged man who had chosen the path of new techniques. Qin's performance was nothing short of divine, instilling terror in all his opponents. A practitioner of old techniques in such a state was indeed formidable. Wang Xian, too, was struck by Qin's presence, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, muttering to himself that he would treat Qin with greater respect in the future. Only now did he grasp the true peril posed by this individual. Qin had previously been benevolent towards him, refraining from forcibly claiming the ethereal transformation technique. Had he turned hostile, a single strike could have easily obliterated him. Beside him, Wu Yin caught snippets of the conversation, puzzled and astonished. Qing Mu was exhilarated, trembling with excitement, lamenting how his master had refrained from engaging in combat for 15 years, and had remained silent for the last decade. He had assumed something was amiss, only to realize that his master had long since entered the realm of the grandmasters. Nearby, a group of practitioners of old techniques were equally astounded. Indeed, Qin had taken that monumental step, at the latest a decade ago, possibly as far back as 15 years. It was no wonder that the four elders of the old techniques had felt a sense of satisfaction and closure upon seeing Chun before their passing. Closing their eyes with smiles, it all made sense now. As they reflected on these revelations, a figure gradually approached, towering at nearly 190 centimeters, thin and bald, resembling a wandering ascetic. Most astonishingly, his complexion was eerily pale, devoid of any warmth, starkly contrasting with that of a normal person. As he drew nearer, his skin began to shimmer, resembling pristine jade, until a radiant white light enveloped him. When he extended his wide sleeves, 6 arms were revealed, evoking the imagery of the legendary three-headed, six-armed beings. Wu Yin nodded, affirming her suspicions. Wang Xian fell silent, pondering the nature of the research being conducted by the new star. Were they attempting to recreate the mythical beings of lore? It was extraordinarily unusual. Wu Yin, hailing from the new star and belonging to a prestigious family, was well informed and shared insights with Wang Xian. It was said that someone had discovered a fragment of a bodhisattva's finger, still bearing flesh, within the subterranean chambers of an ancient 1,000-year-old temple. After decades of analysis and genetic decoding, they achieved remarkable breakthroughs in gene editing and optimization for newborns, ultimately resulting in what stood before them, the six-armed bodhisattva superbeing, one of the most potent branches of the new humanity. I find myself woefully uninformed, as today marks my first encounter with this matter. Wang Xian sighed, feeling acutely aware of his own ignorance. Wu Yin shook her head, explaining that few within the New Star community were privy to such information, due to the ethical concerns and various complexities surrounding the field of genetics, which the public often repudiates, resulting in many matters remaining concealed from ordinary individuals. Beside Aoki, Old Wu interjected, noting that Wu Chenlin possessed considerable knowledge regarding the six-armed bodhisattva superbody. He remarked, "This is the most formidable superbody, unmatched by any other. Furthermore, this six-armed bodhisattva is renowned for his remarkable advancements in the realm of new techniques, establishing himself as a formidable powerhouse. In terms of physical prowess, even masters do not surpass him. The new techniques he practices are closely related to enhancing physical strength. He might very well be a master himself." Old Wu solemnly conveyed to Aoki. Suddenly, the six-armed bodhisattva superbody accelerated into a frenzied sprint, each footfall detonating the ground, creating deep craters, while some rocks disintegrated upon impact. The white light emanating from him, combined with his super body, rendered him a veritable human wrecking ball. His strength was terrifying, capable of obliterating massive boulders with a mere kick. He surged towards Old Chin at an astonishing speed, leaping high into the air, his 6 arms thrusting forward, radiating brilliant light, while the sound of thunderous winds echoed ominously. The debris and gravel in the vicinity were whisked into the sky, torn apart by an overwhelming force, creating a daunting spectacle. Old Chun, adorned with a silver mask, remained stationary, awaiting the bodhisattva's approach. As the latter unleashed a furious assault, Old Chun extended his hands forward, cleaving through the air. The rapidity of his movements generated explosive sonic booms. With his arms, he traced ethereal trajectories, leaving a multitude of handprints suspended in midair, while the thunderous roars reverberated across the plains, causing many to wince in pain from the sheer intensity. All present were utterly astonished. The speed displayed was unfathomable, and the force was nothing short of terrifying. In that area, stones the size of teacups were caught in the maelstrom, swirling around the two combatants. The 6-armed bodhisattva radiated a hazy white light, as if bridging the realms of the extraordinary, creating an inexplicable domain intent on tearing Old Chin apart. Most alarming was the relentless collision of their palms, the thunderous sounds echoing across the highlands. With each impact, the stones that had been lifted from the ground shattered upon contact with their bodies, testament to their incredible might. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, their hands colliding hundreds of times, each impact resonating with ferocity. Ultimately, the stones and gravel swirling around them cascaded down, as the 6-armed bodhisattva staggered backward, blood trickling from his mouth. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, his 6 arms began to sever one by one, bursting apart or plummeting to the ground amidst the sounds of muffled explosions. The six-armed bodhisattva was indeed a powerful entity who had stepped into the realm of masters. A sigh of resignation escaped the lips of those in the new technique faction, soon replaced by a chilling dread as they realized the true extent of Old Chen's strength. It was only then that many comprehended the gravity of the situation. Old Chen had incapacitated a master. The six-armed bodhisattva staggered back, and after losing his 6 arms, he ultimately collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. A few individuals hastily rushed forward to carry him away, fully aware that even if he survived, he would be rendered utterly incapacitated. The elderly Chen, adorned with a cold silver mask, proceeded slowly, once again making his way toward the camp of the new arts. On the Qiling Plateau, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, as the presence of Old Chen instilled a profound sense of awe. High above, within a formidable battleship, a powerful master from the domain of new arts was engaged in conversation with the deputy of the relevant department from the old Earth. It was astonishing that such a formidable master was discussing these matters aboard a warship with officials from the old Earth. Old Chen was regarded as the last adept of the old arts. Should he fall, the path would be nearly obliterated, for others lagged far behind. And no one else could sustain the exploration organization. Those of us pursuing the new arts were willing to collaborate, stepping in to fill the void left by Old Chen, believing that our partnership would flourish harmoniously. The superlative master from the new arts spoke with an unsettling calmness, broaching such topics with representatives of the old Earth. The exploration organization had previously excavated the caves of the immortals, promptly engaging in matters concerning the female sorcerers, and had even attracted the envy of financial magnates through mysterious connections. Now, some could no longer resist taking action, seeking to assume control of the exploration organization. It was evident that while Wu Yin's statements were not entirely comprehensive, they held considerable merit. Beyond merely a clash of ideologies, it also encompassed a multitude of interests. Is it not somewhat excessive for you to approach us once more at this juncture? Our collaboration with Old Chen has been relatively pleasant, remarked the deputy head of the Old Earth Department, gazing at him with an unperturbed demeanor. Working together with us would be even more agreeable, as we would fully adhere to your directives. It has come to our attention that the project at the Daxing Anling underground testing facility has been temporarily shelved. In truth, we could assist in resolving the issues there, allowing everything to proceed and facilitating the continuation of lifespan enhancement experiments. Furthermore, we have also made advancements in deep space, which could potentially extend human lifespans by several years. Chapter 54, The Grand Master. The Pamir Plateau, soaring above an altitude of 500 meters, is gripped by a harsh climate, with the earth cloaked in a dull gray hue, having succumbed to frost by late autumn. In the frigid skies, colossal warships hover, while the deputy of the relevant department sits quietly within, his fingers lightly tapping the table, lost in contemplation. Are you, perhaps, in pursuit of the old scores, the transcendence, the internal scenery, seeking to delve deeper, to understand, your motives inevitably entwined with self-interest? The deputy spoke with an air of calm, his gaze coolly fixed upon the master of the new arts, stating, "We have collaborated with Old Chen for many years. We shall not commit acts that would provoke discontent." The superlative master of the new arts, donned in immaculate white attire, untainted by dust, exuded an ethereal aura despite being a middle-aged man. He nodded in acknowledgement, finding the sentiment entirely reasonable. At their level, whether driven by nostalgia or broader vision, it was inconceivable to act in a manner that would dishearten others at this juncture. However, he was confident in his ability to collaborate with the old world, fully taking over the exploration organization, which entailed a complex web of interests. Once the trend was set in motion, none would be able to impede its progress. Within the warship, others bore expressions of concern and silence, acutely aware of the advanced age of the department's leader, who was eager to extend his lifespan. Ultimately, someone broke the silence, issuing veiled warnings, intent on preventing the new arts from overreaching, signaling both caution and intimidation. After all, everything must be approached with patience. Today, numerous warships arrived at the Zhongling, belonging to various organizations, with some individuals of significant stature among them, including influential tycoons. Notably, prominent figures from the realm of new arts personally visited certain warships to engage in clandestine discussions with the financial magnates. Additionally, there were instances of various forces convening aboard an interstellar vessel to deliberate jointly. Old Chen represented the last glimmer of the old arts. Once he fell, there would be no one left to tread this path. The so-called masters of the old arts were woefully inadequate, and none could rise anew. The old arts had reached their terminus. I believe that resources can now be redirected towards the new arts, in terms of growth potential and longevity. The old arts have undeniably faltered, lacking any point of comparison. The endpoint of the old arts, the so-called immortals, if they ever existed, could indeed survey all realms. However, the pathway to enlightenment and immortality has been severed. It is now impassable, and the immortals themselves likely perished in ancient times. Times are changing. The new arts undeniably warrant support, at least in the short term, as their benefits are tangible. Who among us does not face the twilight of life? Who does not fear the approach of death? The new arts promise longevity. In the short term, supporting the new arts is imperative. Yet one must not disregard the old arts in the long run. Such clandestine dealings, initially marked by a harmonious atmosphere, soon devolve into fervent haggling. Certain powerful factions, even when presented with the most immediate and tangible benefits, cannot wholly abandon their legends. Regrettably, none of those adhering to the old arts have entered the negotiation, rendered mere pawns in this game. For Old Chun is on the brink of death, and the others in the realm of old arts lack the standing to occupy this table. On the frostbitten, gray-brown earth of the Zhongling, Old Chun advanced, while the members of the new technique faction wore solemn expressions. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled violently as a towering figure emerged from behind a mountain. Standing an astonishing 10 meters tall, reminiscent of a giant from ancient myths. With flowing golden locks and deep black eyes, his skin gleamed like bronze, and his robust physique exuded immense strength. In his hand, he wielded a chain hammer, which must have weighed at least 1,000 pounds, effortlessly swung, the heavy iron chain clanging ominously. He strode forward with great strides, stirring up a tempest, sand and stones flying in his wake. As if a colossal demon had been unleashed upon the earth. Even the mightiest beasts stir the winds when they move, let alone such a behemoth in full gallop. Witnessing this, Wang Xian felt a pang of reflection. What have the people from the new star side done? I fear that in a millennium or so, humanity will be torn asunder, divided. These so-called genetic superbeings and new human branches may not even consider themselves human anymore. They might form entirely new races. He pondered. Could the ancient demons also be the result of genetic mutations among humans, evolving into something other? Thud. The ground shook like a cataclysm as the 10-meter-tall genetic super being hurled the chain hammer mightily during his run. The weighty hammer, propelled by such force, was utterly unstoppable. Capable of reducing anything it struck to a mere pulp. Old Chin had no choice but to evade. He swiftly dodged, and where he once stood, a tremendous pit was formed, the frozen earth fracturing, with deep cracks snaking into the distance. The agile 10-meter giant, imbued with immense strength, swung the 1,000-pound chain hammer relentlessly towards Old Chin. Those practicing the ancient techniques felt a bead of sweat trickle down their brows. Even a master is human. Flesh and blood, and being struck by such a heavy hammer would spell disaster. Clang. Old Chin drew forth his dark, ominous longsword, then sprinted at breakneck speed, deftly avoiding the descending chain hammer multiple times, closing the distance to the giant. The towering genetic super being lifted his foot to stomp down on Old Chin. Yet despite his agility, he could not match Old Chin's swiftness. Like a bolt of lightning, Old Chin surged forward, powerful and rapid, and his black sword sliced through the air, landing on the giant's ankle, causing a torrent of blood to flow. Ah! The 10-meter genetic super being let out a tremendous roar, nearly collapsing to the ground, his foot barely touching the earth, too pained to exert any further effort. In the next moment, Old Chin's sword struck the other ankle, blood sprang forth. With a pitiful cry, the giant fell to the ground with a thud. Unable to rise again, Old Chin, swift as lightning, closed in, pressing his sword against the giant's temple. A mere gentle thrust would suffice to end his life. Despite the giant's massive cranium, ultimately, Old Chin refrained from delivering the fatal blow, struck by an inexplicable sense of the giant's hard-won existence. Departing from the scene, a specialized vehicle arrived to transport the giant away. Meanwhile, from the new technique faction, a flash of light surged towards him, colliding with a resounding clang. The figure moving with such speed it was almost imperceptible. As he came to a halt, the onlookers finally beheld his condition. Behind him, a pair of luminous wings unfurled, enabling him to soar through the air. Clutching a formidable sword, he had just executed a swift dive towards Old Chin, only to have a segment of his alloy blade effortlessly severed by a mere flick of Old Chin's finger. This was a being endowed with incredible speed, and the wings upon his back allowed him to truly fly, darting left and right with his blade in search of an opening. A thunderous crash erupted. Ultimately, at the moment Old Chun propelled himself upward with astonishing velocity, he struck down, causing the assailant to disintegrate mid-air, transforming into a rain of crimson droplets. The new technique. a means to communicate with supernatural substances and catalyze personal metamorphosis, purportedly permitted the release of such extraordinary powers. Yet, I have discerned that each of you possesses a unique interpretation of this technique. What exactly did you acquire? Old Shin furrowed his brow. Contemplating the varied classifications of the new techniques, some resembled the celestial abilities manifested after mastering the old arts to a certain extent, while others bore a striking resemblance to the malevolent sorcery of ancient legends that drained the essence of souls. Following this, a cadre of over a dozen adept practitioners emerged from the ranks of the new technique faction, only to be vanquished by Old Shin's sword. Each cut down or beheaded. Subsequently, several more were obliterated by the sheer force of his palm strikes, rendering them utterly defenseless. From a distance, Wang Xin marveled. It was not that those individuals lacked strength. Some among the practitioners of the new techniques were indeed formidable superiors, on the brink of mastery, yet they fell before Old Chun's might, leaving him in awe of the man's terrifying prowess. Wang Xian felt a weight lift from his heart, no longer burdened by worry, and remarked, "Old Qing, your so-called enlightened words proved futile today. Your master is resilient, rendering your pessimism utterly meaningless." Qing Mu shot him a glare, questioning whose words had truly shone with enlightenment. Wang Xian mused, "Old Qin is truly formidable, single-handedly dismantling mechanized armor, genetically enhanced beings, and the entire faction of new techniques. Should no more powerful masters emerge, Old Qin will transcend to divinity and drift away, leaving us all astonished and in reverent admiration." Silence. Qing Mu interjected, feeling that while the initial remarks were commendable, the latter part had taken a turn for the absurd. Wang Xian sensed that his opportunity to enter the fray had slipped away. Old Qin had penetrated the opposing faction alone, and who would dare step forward to confront him? Old Qin, perhaps it is time to withdraw. Let today suffice. The elder, clad in traditional garb, Chang Hong, sighed as he spoke. Very well, Old Qin replied with alacrity, sheathing his sword and turning to depart, resolute and unhesitating. Stop. A voice echoed from within a valley as an individual approached with measured steps. This was a middle-aged man clad in immaculate white, exuding an ethereal quality despite his affiliation with the new techniques. At the same time, a woman adorned in sleek metallic armor advanced, her form accentuated by the armor's contours, radiating both strength and elegance. The two figures moved towards one another from opposite directions, inadvertently conjuring a terrifying gale that lifted numerous stones from the ground, fracturing them as they ascended and erupted. A palpable sense of trepidation surged within the hearts of all present, as an overwhelming aura expanded rapidly across the area, a sensation that was almost suffocating. Were these two masters? Moreover, it appears that there are exceedingly formidable masters, belonging to the pinnacle of this domain, instilling a chilling sense of terror that seems to far surpass even the esteemed six-armed bodhisattva. Is it even possible to endure such a predicament? Suddenly, two superlative grandmasters have arrived. Old Qin sighed, realizing that the adversaries were aware of his lingering ailment and intended to exacerbate the issues within his 5 organs today, ultimately sending him on his way. Qing Mu's complexion turned ashen. Could his master withstand the assault of 2 grandmasters alone? He remained unaware of his master's health concerns. Wang Xian sensed the gravity of the situation. The opponent's calm demeanor suggested an unwavering confidence in their ability to subdue their foe, and Old Qin was likely on the brink of peril. Although their strength was far from comparable to Old Qin's, they possessed enough insight to sense the imminent danger approaching. From the ranks of the New Arts faction, numerous individuals emerged, swiftly positioning themselves to obstruct these elders. Old Qin gestured for them to refrain from advancing. "Mr. Qin, I have long admired you. Today, I seek a spirited duel," proclaimed a middle-aged man clad in immaculate white attire, unblemished by dust. Not long ago, he had conferred with an assistant from the local authority regarding his ambition to take control of the exploration organization, thereby gaining access to their coveted treasures. "Mr. Qin, I have eagerly anticipated the opportunity to spar with you," interjected a female grandmaster adorned in metallic armor, appearing to be in her 30s. Yet her true age had far exceeded 50, showing little sign of aging. Those privy to the underlying circumstances understood that the 2 grandmasters had joined forces to ensure that Old Qin would not survive, intending to ignite the latent ailments within him. This consensus among certain members of the New Arts faction indicated that they were willing to sacrifice pieces in this game, as some foresaw that should Old Qin break through further, his organ troubles would be wholly resolved. Chapter 55. The Roots of the Old Arts. Old Qin, adorned with a chilling silver mask, stood before the frozen earth, an ominous black sword embedded in the ground. His demeanor was frigid, a stark contrast to his usual self. Two grandmasters approached slowly, the invisible gust of energy swirling around them, causing stones to spin and be torn apart by an inexplicable force, creating a scene of terror. Will you come one at a time, or shall I face you both together? Old Shin spoke with indifference, maintaining his composure even in the presence of two grandmasters. The middle-aged man in white, known as Mo Hai, remained untainted by dust, even as nearby stones floated and debris swirled around him. The hem of his garment did not stir. A radiant white light began to emanate from him, enhancing his sanctity and instilling a sense of reverence. As if he were a figure not to be approached lightly. This was no mere illusion. Many nearby felt a chill run down their spines. Could he truly influence the emotions of others? Why did they feel compelled to draw near, even to the point of wanting to worship him? Is he a devil? Someone whispered, bewildered, for both practitioners of the old arts and those of the new possessed formidable wills, rendering them incapable of bowing to any deity. Mr. Chun, you may take a moment to rest. I shall soon challenge your old arts, Mo Hai said gently, despite the whispers of terror calling him a devil. One could not deny the ethereal grace of his appearance, exuding a transcendent aura. This man did not rush to attack, but instead exhibited a certain poise, suggesting that Old Chin's predicament was not as dire as initially perceived. A middle-aged man who practiced the old arts spoke up. In truth, they were all prepared to engage. Should both grandmasters choose to strike simultaneously, there would be little to discuss. Everyone would have to fight desperately. Even Wan Xian was focused and ready to assist Old Chin, believing that his calm demeanor indicated he could contend with at least one of the grandmasters. Unbeknownst to Wang Xian, Old Chin bore physical ailments. In his youth, filled with ambition, he had trained in the esoteric secrets of the Taoist ancestral hall, ultimately leaving behind hidden dangers. From that moment, a profound unease began to stir within Wang Xian. The two grandmasters approached with an unsettling tranquility, devoid of any extreme words, exuding a confidence that they could easily vanquish Old Chin. Their certainty unsettled those who watched. No need for that. Come forth, Old Chin declared, dismissing the suggestion. For the longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it became for him. He did not draw his sword, but approached the man in white with empty hands. You have offended. Mo Hai intoned, his transcendent aura sharpening, the white fabric of his attire billowing as his body erupted with glaring white light, cleaving directly towards Old Chun from several meters away. Old Chun moved with remarkable speed, leaping forth to meet the attack. With a forceful swing of his palm, he struck the radiant light, causing it to explode in a thunderous clash. The sound was deafening, resembling the roar of genuine thunder in the air. In the distance, onlookers were left in stunned disbelief as the white light unleashed by Mo Hai collided with Old Chin's palm, resembling a terrifying bolt of lightning crashing from a clear sky. Old Chin's palm shattered the white light, causing a cascade of luminous droplets to fall, reminiscent of beams emitted from an energy gun, which mercilessly battered the frozen earth, leaving it riddled with wounds and utterly fractured. Moreover, some of the white light, upon escaping, cleaved through boulders as tall as a man, as if an extraordinarily sharp blade had sliced through decayed wood, leaving behind smooth, severed edges. In an instant, Old Chin was upon him, raising his hand to strike with great force, unperturbed by the mysterious and arcane white light, and bravely confronting it with his bare flesh. The two formidable masters engaged in a fierce battle, their bodies moving with remarkable speed as they collided repeatedly, the sound of thunder echoing across the clear sky, reverberating so intensely that it left their ears ringing and their heads spinning. Many spectators found it astonishing. The magnitude of the sound surpassed that of any conventional thunder. In that particular area, the two men unleashed an inexplicable force field, transforming the atmosphere into a scene of terror, with sand and stones swirling around them, and even rocks the size of basins levitating in their wake, only to explode violently moments later. He was the Grand Master Mo Hai. At last Old Wu, who stood beside Qing Mu, recognized his identity, his expression turning grave. He had heard of this man, renowned in the realm of new techniques. Wu Qinglin remarked, Mo Hai possesses an astonishing purifying beam that, if he is willing to pay the price, can extend a person's life for several years, thus earning him considerable fame among the affluent. However, Old Wu did not anticipate that Grandmaster Mo Hai's purifying beam could also transform into such a fierce offensive technique. Had any other master of ancient arts confronted him, they would have been shattered in an instant. As the two men moved swiftly, claps of thunder resonated, and it seemed as though bolts of lightning were slicing through the sky, seemingly intent on obliterating some malevolent creature on the Pamir Plateau. At that moment, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. A strange white light emanated from Mo Hai's mouth and nose, resembling chains, as they coiled toward Old Chin. Not only that, but beams of light also formed from Mo-Hi's 7 orifices, transforming into 7 ethereal white chains, imbued with a certain spirit, which instantaneously sealed off all of Old Chin's escape routes, ensnaring him. Many gasped in horror. The practitioners of ancient arts felt their hearts leap into their throats, filled with dread as Old Chin found himself in a perilous predicament. Indeed, when the 7 chains of white light made contact with Old Chin's body, they emitted a thunderous sound, exuding an aura of profound terror. Yet, at that very moment, an even more astonishing rumble emanated from Old Chin's chest, as yet another faint white light burst forth, shattering the 7 chains with a series of explosive sounds, and striking Mo-Hi, causing his body to tremble violently before he retreated swiftly to evade Old Chun. In that moment, Old Chun was like a shadow, moving with unparalleled speed, resembling 2 fleeting beams of light across the gray-brown earth. With a resonating hum, the air crackled and quivered incessantly, as a resplendent red glow emerged from Old Chin's chest, akin to a great sun rising, vibrant and dazzling. Ultimately, with a thunderous boom, the red glow surged forth, as if the sun itself were ablaze, culminating in the emergence of a beam of crimson light, as thick as an arm, radiating with unmatched intensity. Boom! The thunder shook the plateau as the red beam, akin to true lightning, pierced through Mo-Hi's body, leaving a gaping hole that shone through from front to back. Drenched in blood, as he was sent hurtling through the air, Old Chin's chest heaved violently as he took a moment to steady himself before striding forward with determination. The Grandmaster clad in metallic armor stood in his path, having just assisted Mo-Hi to his feet. She was named Xia Qing, towering over many men, her tall and robust physique distinguishing her as one of the few female grandmasters in the realm of new techniques. "You should rest and recuperate," she whispered. Mo-Hi's injuries were grave. The gaping wound in his chest revealed that his heart had been torn apart and a portion of his lung was missing. Without prompt medical attention, his cultivation would suffer immensely and the consequences would be dire. "None of you shall escape," Old Chin stated coldly. Since they intended to exploit his old affliction and come to slay him, he would show no mercy, even to a renowned grandmaster in the new techniques realm. Their lives would be forfeit. Mo-Hi clutched his chest, emanating a soft white light as he employed the new techniques to staunch the bleeding. He gestured to the female grandmaster, Xia Qing, assuring her that he could endure and would not withdraw, awaiting the conclusion of this battle. Indeed, he might even strike forcefully at a critical moment. This time, Old Chun did not refuse, standing in silence. The entire verdant mountain range seemed to fall into stillness. No one spoke, each person silently anticipating the unfolding events. Near the Pamir Plateau, numerous spacecraft had arrived today. In the distance, a colossal battleship loomed, its sleek metallic lines exuding both intimidation and an aesthetic craftsmanship. Within the ship, a super grandmaster was engaged in conversation with an elderly man. 3 grandmasters from the new techniques realm had arrived this time, with the last one present here. The identity of the elder was not trivial. He was a significant figure among the wealthy elite, wielding substantial influence. The path of old techniques was fraught with difficulties and slow progress, besides Qin Zhongjie. No one else had risen to prominence. To expect Old Qin to advance further and prolong your life was utterly unrealistic. The grandmasters of the old techniques realm had reached a dead end, unable to attain such heights. You have witnessed the fruits of our labor over the past 2 years, fully manifested in your condition. Your vitality has surged, and the changes are evident. I have been experiencing tinnitus and dizziness, and my energy wanes. Am I nearing death? The elder sat draped in a blanket that was, astonishingly, made from the legendary hide of a mythical beast. The fact that he could possess such an ethereal item attested to his formidable power. The master of the new techniques, a middle-aged man named Chen Kai, appeared to be in his early 50s and felt an overwhelming headache. To him, this old man was clearly forgetful and in good health for at least 5 more years, having gained immense benefits, yet he was now ungrateful. Negotiating with him felt laborious and exhausting. He believed that facing a super grandmaster in combat would be far more gratifying than dealing with this elder. In this era, no one in the realm of old techniques could reach such heights, which meant they could not decipher the golden bamboo slips unless the pre-Qin alchemists were revived, or the patriarchal figures returned. Rather than that, it would be better to grant us an audience to interpret through new techniques, potentially unveiling the secrets within and thus prolonging your life. I am weary, my vitality diminishes with each passing day, and I fear I am on the brink of death. To unearth the roots of the ancient arts, one must possess a modicum of sincerity. At the very least, allow me to experience that my body still harbors vitality. with the potential to endure for at least 2 more decades. Such a prospect instills a glimmer of hope, perhaps allowing me to witness the fruits of your labor. The elder's gaze was piercing, his voice resonant and vigorous, surpassing that of many others in health. Yet, his tone unmistakably conveyed the notion that discussions of prolonging his life for another decade or so were still premature. The venerable master of the new arts, Chen Kai, found himself momentarily speechless, contemplating the impulse to confront this elder with hostility. However, upon regaining his composure, he recognized the folly of such an action. Qin Jiangjie had emerged victorious. The elder gestured towards Chen Kai, who turned to face the large screen and solemnly remarked, "Old Qin is indeed formidable. He represents the last bastion of the ancient arts. At this juncture, his time is nearly at an end." There were unspoken words lingering in the air. Old Qin would inevitably meet his demise due to issues with his internal organs. Regardless of the outcome, his fate was sealed. "Are you not concerned for your 2 companions?" the elder inquired. "Not at all. I shall attend to them personally shortly," Chen Kai replied, his attention fixed intently on the screen, scrutinizing Old Qin's condition. "Gratitude is extended to. Thank you for the support, Alliance Leader." Chapter 56, a great setback that Soling region, historically known for its harsh and frigid climate, often remains enveloped in silence. However, today witnessed an influx of various organizations, many of whose members possess formidable identities. Within the confines of a starship, a select few prominent figures gathered, engaging in discussions, negotiations, and haggling. Mo high-faced defeat. A rhythmic tapping on the table signaled the others to direct their attention towards the large screen. The representative of the new techniques spoke with a calm demeanor, stating, "The new techniques are merely beginning, while the old techniques have reached their conclusion. One rises like the dawn, while the other wanes like the setting sun. The potential of the new techniques is boundless. Anything is possible. The old techniques are reduced to mere remnants, and even their last beacon of hope is on the brink of extinction. Regrettably, no one from the realm of the old techniques has qualified to sit at this table." An interruption came from the audience, coldly remarking on the considerable resources allocated to the new techniques over the years. They had initially planned to launch a significant initiative, but that plan was abruptly altered. Previously, a secret potion intended for several old techniques experimental classes was hastily redirected to the new techniques. This revelation cast a pall over the gathering, as it involved a collective investment and decision from all parties. The astonishing news from the new techniques had demanded a shift in resource allocation, swiftly overturning prior agreements. It could be said that the old techniques had suffered a severe blow. Meanwhile, aboard another colossal warship, Grandmaster Chen Kai of the new techniques adopted a humble demeanor, primarily to observe the coveted golden bamboo slips. Thus far, only 2 complete sets of these ancient relics had been unearthed, and one was held by the influential Zhong family. However, the elder Zhong Yong proved to be a formidable negotiator, extracting numerous benefits from Chen Kai while remaining obstinately reticent. Chen Kai sighed inwardly. Had the circumstances been different, he would have acted decisively. Alas, this was a matter involving a powerful financial magnate, and any rash move could lead to the complete obliteration of his organization. The mere presence of a single super battleship was sufficient to nullify the efforts of countless masters. Once targeted, their demise would be swift. Thus, the Grandmaster yearned for greater strength, aspiring to traverse the realms of myth. "We have labored tirelessly, even sacrificing our own vitality to concoct a life-saving elixir for you. This is the extent of our current capabilities. Time is essential. As we grow more potent and uncover further secrets, we can extend your life anew. Do not underestimate the potential of 2 decades. If we can advance further, we might even procure celestial herbs, enabling you to live for 2 centuries or more. The golden bamboo slips in your possession will only gather dust. Why not allow us to study them? We may yet decipher their profound significance." Zhang Yang lifted the luxurious fur beneath him, rose to his feet, and stretched his limbs before turning his attention to Grandmaster Chen Kai, adopting a serious tone. "I withhold this knowledge for your own good. You pursue the path of the new techniques. Why delve into the roots of the old techniques?" The elder shook his head, asserting, "It would be futile. You, who have chosen the new techniques, are incapable of understanding the engravings on the slips, let alone the written texts. I have gathered a distinguished assembly of renowned scholars and professors with a substantial financial incentive to decode this ancient text, yet not a single character can be deciphered. Can you comprehend this? I believe your command of language and literary artistry pales in comparison to theirs." The Grandmaster of the new techniques remained silent, internally cursing. For this old fellow clings stubbornly to the golden bamboo scroll, deriding their lack of cultural depth. He realizes that unless this old man is granted an extension of life for another 20 years or so, negotiations will be exceedingly difficult, as he has encountered an exceptionally challenging interlocutor. On the frozen soil of the Tsoling Mountains, Old Chin's chest heaved violently until, at last, a faint white light emerged, followed by wisps of crimson clouds, accompanied by the sound of thunder, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. With little to say, he gestured to Xia Qing, and the two engaged directly in combat. Although Xia Qing is a woman, her stature is tall, and with each movement, she exudes a powerful aura, causing the surrounding stones and gravel to swirl chaotically. She leapt with the agility of a female leopard, covering over 10 meters in a single bound, aiming a kick at Old Chin's chest. Radiating light, her new technique emphasizes physical resilience, with every pore emanating a brilliant glow, rendering her an awe-inspiring figure enveloped in flames. Old Chin struck her sweeping foot with a palm, and with a resounding clash, blinding light erupted. Xia Qing propelled herself mid-air, landing forcefully on the ground, creating a deep crater in the frozen earth, a testament to her formidable strength. Recently, those who had been struck by Old Chin's palm had either been obliterated or shattered, unable to withstand the force. Xia Qing, deserving of the title of Grandmaster, exhibited extraordinary physical prowess, augmented by the radiant aura enveloping her, bestowing her with remarkable combat capabilities. In an instant, the brilliance surrounding her intensified, and from a distance, she appeared shrouded in the glow of a golden sun, her flesh exuding a sacred luminosity. Engaged in fierce combat with Old Chin, their fists and palms collided amidst thunderous sounds, unleashing blinding light, verging on the supernatural. The gray-brown frozen soil was littered with rocks, some towering several meters high. Upon contact with Xia Qing, these massive boulders shattered or exploded. It is evident that her body's strength is astonishing, cloaked in piercing radiance. In the distance, Wang Xian observed gravely. Old Chin's condition seemed amiss, his breathing labored. Anxious, he could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Suddenly, Old Chin transformed his palm into a fist, executing a technique reminiscent of the Great Diamond Fist. With a thunderous impact, Xia Qing was sent flying, her alloy armor fracturing, including the protective helmet that shattered into pieces, her golden hair cascading down. Her slightly bluish pupils constricted sharply, as the immense force inflicted excruciating pain throughout her body. Her arm numb and her right hand fractured, sending waves of alarm through her. Old Chin advanced, his chest heaving. Having mastered the technique surpassing the Great Diamond Fist within less than half a month, now employing it for the first time. A faint mist enveloped him as he moved forward, his steps heavy yet powerful, closing in on his adversary. Xia Qing, shrouded in a radiant aura as if engulfed by divine flames, endeavored to enhance her physical prowess to withstand the formidable Old Chin. In the ensuing clash, Old Chin unleashed his overwhelming power. After several violent collisions, Xia Qing coughed up blood, her right arm rendered limp, fractured into 3 segments. With a resounding crash, Old Chin's speed transcended all limits, and despite Xia Qing's desperate attempts to evade, she was forced to confront a direct blow, resulting in excruciating pain as more of her bones succumbed to the force. Harnessing the blinding light, she attempted to flee like a comet streaking across the earth. But Old Chin was swifter, closing in with an assault aimed at her back. Reluctantly, Xia Qing pivoted to face him, yet she could not withstand the onslaught. Her left arm twisted grotesquely, nearly severed. With a thunderous impact, her metallic armor shattered at her chest, pierced clean through, and she was sent sprawling to the ground amidst a torrential downpour of blood. Amidst the chaos, the Grandmaster Mo Hai intervened, launching a barrage of 7 luminous chains to restrain Old Chin. However, Old Chin retaliated with a punch that shattered the chains, propelling himself several meters through the air towards Mo Hai. Despite Mo Hai's concerted efforts, the force of the blow scattered his radiant aura, leaving him with a shattered shoulder guard and significant injuries, collapsing to the ground in a bloodied state. Both grandmasters of the new technique realm suffered grievous wounds, incapacitated and facing irreversible damage, with nearly 20 bones fractured and their bodies perforated. Old Chin, too, appeared gravely affected. He paused, clutching his chest, gasping for breath, momentarily immobilized. Onlookers from the new technique faction were both awestruck and horrified. Old Chin had single-handedly vanquished 2 grandmasters, showcasing an alarming level of power. Some felt compelled to intervene, unwilling to witness the demise of the grandmasters, while others, noting Old Chin's deteriorating condition, contemplated seizing the moment to eliminate the last prominent figure of the old technique realm, potentially sealing its fate. Wang Xian stepped forward, prompting those aligned with the old technique to follow suit. They could not allow Old Shin to stand alone. Old Shin, it is time to relent. Let this day conclude here, spoke the elder Tang Zhuang, his expression a mixture of regret and resignation. He understood that after today, Old Shin would likely be lost to them, his internal afflictions having reached a critical point. Simultaneously, he comprehended that the two grandmasters would most likely not survive, for Old Shin's nature would not permit their escape. Chong Heng, do you intend to impede my path? Old Shin gasped, his breath labored. Chong Heng's heart raced at the inquiry. Having known Old Shin since his youth, he was well aware of the cold glint in the latter's eyes. Without further ado, Chong Heng turned and boarded the ship, declaring, I pursue the new technique to fortify myself. For now, I shall merely engage in theoretical study. With that, he beckoned familiar faces aboard. Old Shin spoke. Old Wang, did you see that? The eyes of those who remain are filled with murderous intent. They fear me and do not wish for the resurgence of the old arts to reclaim their former glory. Everyone fell silent, puzzled by his words. Who is Old Wang? Speculation arose that he might be an elder who had once practiced the old arts. Only Wang Xian and Aoki understood to whom he was addressing his words. Old Shin continued, Old Wang, remember these individuals. Exercise extreme caution in the future. If you can kill, do so. They are the most hostile towards the old arts. And among them are those who have tread the path of the old arts but achieved little, now having defected to the new arts. Wang Xian observed the faces before him, committing each to memory, yet an unsettling feeling stirred within him. Why did Old Shin seem to be bequeathing his final wishes? Who is Old Wang? Wu Yin, standing beside Wang Xian, whispered. I thought he was your uncle, she remarked, noting the shared surname. Wu Chonglin chuckled softly, suggesting, he must be an old fellow from the group practicing the old arts next door. Wang Xian remained silent, inwardly resolving, Old Wu, I will remember you. I will settle the score with you soon. At that moment, Old Shin's chest heaved. Yet he drew forth the black sword embedded in the frozen earth and began to stride towards the two grandmasters. Old Shin, stand down. Today, everything must come to an end, came a voice from the horizon. Shin Kai approached, having spoken those words as he arrived on the battlefield, his speed astonishing. Everyone understood that another grandmaster had joined the fray. After waiting so long, I expected you would arrive, Old Shin said, gripping the dark sword, his breathing less labored now. In the distance, Wang Xian's heart raced. What was Old Shin's condition? He had always enjoyed fishing. Was he now using himself as bait? Grandmaster Chun Kai spoke. Old Chun, don't push yourself. We both know you are in dire straits. I have arranged for the best medical team to assist you immediately. Spare me your feigned concern. Old Shin, wearing a silver mask, raised his black sword and declared, you three grandmasters have gathered merely to exploit my old afflictions. What talk of treatment is this? His words triggered an uproar, with many astonished and perplexed by the underlying implications. Even Aoki turned pale, oblivious to the full context. I deliberately spared those two, waiting for your appearance. I knew you could not bear to witness the deaths of two grandmasters at my hands. A trade would be your bottom line, wouldn't it? Old Shin's sneer grew colder as he declared, unfortunately, you have underestimated me. This time, I intend to slay all three of you grandmasters. Old Shin's murderous aura surged. Though his chest displayed signs of exertion, the contemptuous energy he radiated was piercing, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. Turning his gaze towards the camp of the new arts, he coldly proclaimed, and you there? Since you have chosen to remain and harbor animosity towards me in the old arts, there is no need for you to live. Today, I shall eradicate you all. Chapter 57. A dazzling finale in his early 50s, Chen Kai was clearly no ordinary individual. Despite his desire for discretion, beams of light emanated from his eyes, almost palpable in their intensity. Is there truly no room for negotiation? He inquired. Old Chen, who had known him in his youth, recalled that this man was once a member of an expedition team, only to vanish into the cosmos for nearly 3 decades. Undoubtedly, during those 30 years, he had delved into the mysteries of a hidden realm, mastering arcane arts and emerging as a grandmaster. What do you think? Old Shin retorted coldly. With a sigh, Chen Kai reflected on the situation. They had ignited Old Shin's internal ailments, believing him on the brink of death, yet he still exhibited formidable strength. There is nothing more to discuss, Chen Kai declared decisively. Suddenly, Old Shin retreated in an instant, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. With a thunderous boom, the ground where he had stood was transformed into a massive crater, with even soil and rocks melting away. Old Shin had long since cultivated a rare spiritual domain, allowing him to sense danger and evade it in advance. In a flash, silver light cascaded from his back, resembling a pair of silver wings unfurling. These were propulsion devices engineered by the Wu family, propelling him forward at breakneck speed. His target was a mecha, which had just unleashed an energy cannon against him. The mecha fired wildly in an attempt to thwart him, but it was too late. Old Chun, shimmering with silver, had already maneuvered with agility and closed the distance. With a swift motion, he brought down his black sword, measuring 1.5 meters in length, cleaving through the mecha with ferocity, blood spilling forth as it shattered upon the ground. Without hesitation, Old Chun repositioned himself, showing no mercy as he dismantled the remaining 3 mechas, sparks flying and blood flowing. Once he breached their defenses up close, the mecha squad stood no chance against his onslaught. This squad consisted of 4 pilots controlling the latest mecha technology, yet not a single one survived. All were obliterated, their bodies and machines utterly destroyed. He spared no compassion, for the other mechas had glimmered with intent to target him as he approached. Thus, he struck them all down in one fell swoop. The onlookers were left in awe. Those who tread the ancient path had reached a level akin to divinity. Even the sound of his footsteps upon the earth instigated profound unease among those versed in new techniques. Grandmaster Chun Kai sighed softly, recognizing the unpredictable nature of Chun Yongjia. He had once feared that Yongjia would transcend his limits, eliminating all threats to his corporeal form, rendering him unassailable. Currently, he felt quite challenged. What state was this Chun Yongjia truly in? Old Chin's voice was grave as he stated, "To be honest, had you not sought me out, I would have been unable to restrain my internal issues in a few years. Yet, fearing my potential breakthrough, you aim to eliminate me first. Therefore, I must regretfully declare that today I shall unleash a massacre." Qing Mu's face turned pale, acutely aware of his master's precarious condition, filled with deep concern. Wang Xian sighed. "It's all right. Old Chun is resilient." At that moment, Qing Mu fervently wished his words would manifest as a protective charm, ensuring his master's safety and preventing him from perishing in the Soling Mountains. Boom! The battle erupted, with Chen Kai striking first. A blinding beam of light emanated from his forehead, warping the very space around him into a haze of indistinctness. Ah! The nearby crowd erupted in horrified screams, clutching their heads in excruciating pain, retreating swiftly. Those with weaker wills succumbed to a mysterious energy, their vision darkening as they teetered on the brink of collapse. What sorcery is this? Many gasped in astonishment, all retreating in haste. Wu Yin felt a throbbing headache and profound discomfort as she stood near Old Chen, just behind the battlefield. Relatively speaking, her response was commendable. Some in the front had already fainted from the agony. Retreat quickly. The members of the Aoki organization, adhering to the old techniques, carried their unconscious comrades away from the fray. The new technique faction was not faring much better, with numerous individuals collapsing to the ground. It was a psychic assault, accompanied by hallucinations. Merely stepping back alleviated the distress. Wang Xian discerned the situation and supported Wu Yin as they withdrew. Old Wu shot a glare at him, but Wang Xian paid him no mind, casting a fleeting glance before continuing to escort Wu Yin away. Would Old Chen be all right? Some individuals turned pale, their heads spinning. Even Old Wu momentarily forgot to glare at Wang Xian, fixated on the battlefield, sensing the terror in that area, where one could lethally wield psychic power. If Chun Kai approached, he could undoubtedly annihilate many in an instant. Anxiety permeated the crowd, their concerns for Old Chun mounting. For he stood there, immobile, brandishing a black longsword, unable to advance or strike. Only Wang Xian remained composed, fully at ease. Challenging Old Chen in a contest of psychic strength would be tantamount to courting death. Who is Old Chen? A formidable figure capable of manifesting a psychic domain, with tangible achievements in this realm. He had previously provoked a high monk of the Buddhist sect, who, despite being assaulted in the psychic realm for an entire night, emerged unscathed the next day, ready to confront young Wang. Aoki remained tranquil, well aware that his master had possessed a psychic domain for many years. Indeed, as the practitioners of the old techniques worried, and those of the new techniques were filled with shock and joy, a sudden upheaval occurred. Grandmaster Chen Kai shrieked, his mind seemingly unraveling as he shook his head violently. Then, in a frenzy, charged at Old Chen. In their psychic confrontation, Chen Kai proved woefully inadequate. Instantaneously torn apart by the white light emanating from Old Chen's psychic domain, leaving him severely wounded. Old Chen raised his longsword, his cold, merciless eyes hidden behind an icy silver mask. With a swift motion, the dark sword light sliced through the air, and blood erupted forth. Chen Kai, once a master of the old techniques, was now glaringly outmatched, especially with his spirit shattered. The ominous blade descended like lightning. Fissures appeared at Chen Kai's forehead, extending downward until he was abruptly cleaved in two. As blood gushed forth, everyone stood in stunned silence. A grandmaster had been bisected in an instant, collapsing to the ground. Old Chen, holding the bloody black longsword, stood alone in the battlefield, surrounded by the fallen grandmaster, his gaze devoid of warmth, exuding an aura of a demonic deity, instilling fear in all who beheld him. All parties were utterly astonished. Old Chen's speed in vanquishing the grandmaster was astonishingly swift, even within the confines of the super battleship. The prominent figure of the financial conglomerate, Zhang Yong, trembled, causing the precious beast's skin to fall to the ground. The brutality of the scene was overwhelming. I had initially considered letting the two factions restrain each other, maintaining a balance of power. Yet unexpectedly, all three grandmasters were defeated, and even Chen Kai met his demise. I should arrange a monetary tribute to Chen Kai's organization as a gesture of respect. Zhang Yong then sighed. Young Chen Zhangjia, such a pity. From what Chen Kai indicated, young Chen's organs were detonated, sealing his fate. He continued, please assist me in sending a floral wreath to him later. I shall personally compose a couplet of mourning. Evidently, Old Chen's extraordinary performance had left all parties in shock. Representatives from various major institutions, organizations, and financial empires felt their hearts race, leading to consequential decisions. The New Arts faction had been quite active recently, although they were due for a reprimand. It seemed prudent to hold off, given the severity of their recent setbacks. As for the Old Arts, it was essential to allocate some resources to support them. Old Chen truly is formidable. Wang Xian marveled, reflecting on the brilliance of his achievement in slaying a grandmaster with a single sword strike. What resources? Wang Xian inquired, perplexed. Initially, there had been a plan among various factions to commence from several Old Arts experimental classes and attempt to expand their influence, supporting the Old Arts. A batch of potent medicines had already been prepared for the students of the experimental classes. However, at that moment, astonishing news arrived from the New Arts, reporting a remarkable breakthrough capable of prolonging life. Consequently, in the final moments, that batch of powerful medicine was redirected to them. At that instant, Wang Xian was lost in thought, his mind racing with numerous questions, and a surge of anger welled within him. Had he been outmaneuvered by the New Arts without his knowledge? Wu Yin further elucidated, recounting a secret revelation. Financial conglomerates, research institutions, and other organizations had once collaborated to unearth a relic underground, from which they extracted seeds that still possessed vitality and attempted to cultivate them. Remarkably, they all sprouted. According to the records found within that relic, these herbs were considered secret elixirs of grand sects in ancient times, specifically designed to enhance the physical condition and shorten cultivation periods for young disciples. After successfully cultivating them, thorough testing confirmed that these were indeed the potent medicines. Fierce and overwhelming, unsuitable for the average individual. However, for practitioners of the Old Arts, they were invaluable, yielding extraordinary effects. Wang Xian firmly believed that the individuals from the New Arts had intentionally disclosed this information at a critical juncture, aiming to seize the opportunity. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Old Chen, wielding a black longsword, advanced towards Mo Hai and Xia Qing. The two grandmasters of the New Arts rose, left with no choice but to fight desperately for an escape, sensing Old Chen's state was far from ordinary, rendering them unable to contend. Boom! A blinding white light erupted as Mo Hai initiated the assault, unleashing a beam towards Old Chen, then swiftly retreating. Xia Qing followed suit, fleeing without shame. Survival was paramount, and dying here would be in vain. Old Chen wielded his mysterious black longsword, dispersing the white light as he pursued Mo Hai, delivering a punch to Xia Qing in the process. Xia Qing's arms were both fractured, barely able to lift them, yet they could not shield her from the onslaught. During this tumult, one of her arms burst open, and her body was shaken, causing old injuries to resurface, with multiple areas torn apart, leaving gaping wounds that only compounded her suffering. Despite this, she did not succumb. After being hurled away, she turned and fled. Not far off, Mo Hai was overtaken. He sighed deeply, attempting to fight back, but it was in vain. Old Chen beheaded him with a single stroke, his head flying 6 or 7 meters away, meeting an untimely end. As Old Chen turned to pursue Xia Qing, he was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness, as if his chest were boiling, the pain unbearable, compelling him to slow his pace and clutch his heart. Wang Xian, witnessing this, rushed forward, his heart filled with trepidation for Old Chen. "Master!" Qing Mu cried out as a group of others followed suit. Wang Xian sprinted with fervor, inevitably crossing paths with the fleeing Grandmaster Xiaqing. Her gaze was icy. She had evidently misjudged the situation, believing a mere novice dared to obstruct her. How utterly reckless. She had already lost one arm, and the other was broken, incapacitated. With a powerful push against the ground, she prepared to leap and kick Wang Xian. Wang Xian's pupils constricted. Facing such a grandmaster sent shivers down his spine. He felt escape was impossible, yet since fate had brought them together, he could only muster all his strength, pushing his abilities to their utmost limits. Without hesitation, he invoked the martial arts technique left by Zhang Daoling, the initial move inscribed within the 5 pages of golden scriptures. Fearing instant annihilation at the hands of the Grandmaster, his organs roared, his entire being surging to its peak. He leaped into the air, executing a forward kick, transitioning offense into defense. Xiaqing was gravely injured. As she forcefully propelled herself from the ground, she had yet to ascend when the violent motion further tore the gaping wound in her chest. A muffled groan escaped her lips, the pain excruciating. Her heart had already been partially shattered by old Chun, and now, the situation was dire. She failed to take flight, stumbling instead and nearly collapsing to the ground. Seizing this rare opportunity, Wang Xian's gaze brightened. He launched himself, delivering a powerful kick near the gaping hole in her chest. The force unleashed within that wound was overwhelming. After all, it was a technique left by Zhang Daoling, and even the first move was terrifyingly potent. Xiaqing shrieked in agony, her internal organs collapsing, and she was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and rolling violently before coming to a complete halt. The scene was utterly tragic. Another Grandmaster had perished in battle. Gratitude is extended to the Silver Alliance, San Sheng Yuan, the Hunter, and to the Alliance Leader, Heavenly Emperor, Ancestor God King, and Saint Spirit Lord, Lu Qinghe, for their support. Chapter 58. Reviving the Old Arts with One's Own Strength at Year. Upon the Pamir Plateau, I dispatched a Grandmaster with a single kick. Wang Xian mused that if he had indeed succeeded in retreating into obscurity, he could write his biography in such a manner. Alas, that notion was entirely unrealistic. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, a young man in his early 20s had just killed Xiaqing with a single, forceful kick, drawing undeniable attention. However, this drew immense pressure upon him, for he was acutely aware of the implications. Undoubtedly, all eyes were now fixed on him. It was not only the factions of the old and new schools that were captivated, but even those affluent figures and major organizations aboard the ships in the sky must have been taken aback, their gazes riveted to the grand screen. Indeed, the spectacle commanded attention. Men and women alike from the throngs below looked on, their faces etched with astonishment, grappling with the incredibility of the moment. How old could he be? So youthful. Even with Xiaqing gravely injured, it was still rather absurd for someone to be killed by a mere kick. Who claimed the old arts had faded away. This young man emerged with remarkable prowess. Within a distant super battleship, an elder observed the screen and remarked, "Such a person is undoubtedly surrounded by true masters." A middle-aged man interjected, "Let us observe further. Perhaps it was Xiaqing who could not withstand the pressure." On board the super battleship of the old arts relevant authorities, the deputy remained composed, seated in silence as he scrutinized the screen, shifting his gaze between Lao Chun and Wang Xian, yet uttering not a word. In the venue, those versed in the old arts were profoundly shaken, for they understood the terror that grandmasters embodied, existing on a plane far removed from the ordinary. Even in a state of severe injury, eliminating individuals of such caliber remained a trivial feat. Wu Yin was astonished. What caliber of master was Xiao Wang? And how formidable was his strength? To have dispatched a grandmaster in such a critical moment was nothing short of remarkable. Wu Qinglin also regarded Wang Xian intently. Their desire for profound collaboration with the exploration organization necessitated the involvement of experts from the old arts. Was this not an opportune moment? Qing Mu recognized the significant impact of Xiao Wang's decisive kick. Being the center of attention was not Wang Xian's desire. He remained remarkably calm and lucid. This clean and decisive kill drew admiration and astonishment, appearing grandiose, yet it inevitably meant he would be scrutinized and examined under a magnifying glass. This contradicted his initial intentions. He wished to maintain a low profile and avoid stepping into the limelight. Once he garnered attention, various unforeseen circumstances and uncertainties would arise, with potential dangers lurking nearby. Wang Xian was the first to rush over, supporting Lao Chun, genuinely concerned, for his old colleague was in a dire state, breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently, and his body radiating heat. "Master," Qing Mu nearly shed tears, grasping Lao Chen's other arm. "Do not panic. He will not perish just yet. He can hold on until we depart. Lao Chen spoke with a deep voice, his icy demeanor maintained beneath the silver mask. He gestured for Qing Mu to remain composed and not to lose his poise in this setting, indicating that any matters could be addressed once they had truly left. A throng of individuals surged forward, surrounding Lao Chen. Lao Chen, are you all right? Wu Chenglin inquired. I am fine, Lao Chen replied calmly. As he continued in this manner, Wang Xian felt an increasing heaviness in his heart. Old Chen's condition was rather precarious. A group of people were inquiring after him, yet they remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances. Observing Old Chen's breathing becoming steadier, they assumed all was well, collectively exhaling in relief and displaying smiles. Young man, quite impressive. After relaxing, some masters of the old techniques turned their gazes towards Wang Xian, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Despite Old Chen's extraordinary performance today, single-handedly penetrating the ranks of the new technique faction, defeating 3 grandmasters, and personally eliminating 2, this young man was undoubtedly destined to attract considerable attention. Even though Xia Qing was physically exhausted and faced serious issues, being killed in such a manner would still generate ripples. This young fellow, though not of great age, possesses remarkable strength, Old Wu remarked, his tone imbued with a gentle smile. Wang Xian silently criticized him, recalling how Old Wu had been rather unkind just moments ago when he mentioned Old Wang. Now he was praising the young fellow. Remaining composed, Wang Xian promptly clarified. It was purely an accident. By the time I rushed over, she was already exhausted. Grandmaster Xia Qing actually fell at Old Chen's hands. Upon hearing this, Wu Chenglin laughed heartily, his appreciation for the young man growing. He recognized that Wang Xian was acutely aware of his circumstances. Not allowing the momentary glory to cloud his judgment, this was a sign of self-preservation. Wu also smiled and nodded at him. Wang Xian was taken aback by Old Wu's demeanor, arms crossed and positioned sideways, which seemed rather similar to his own stance. Her figure was exceptionally curvaceous. Yet she retained an open demeanor, appearing majestic from any angle. This was primarily due to Wu Yin witnessing the kick that sent Xia Qing flying as a woman. She empathized deeply, wincing at the sight and instinctively crossing her arms in a protective manner. Internally, she mused that Wang was indeed ruthless, if not exceedingly fierce. Feeling inexplicably offended, simultaneously, she recalled another individual who had once kicked her, causing her to tumble into a lake, a memory that still made her grit her teeth. Were the younger practitioners of the old techniques now favoring kicks over punches? Lost in her thoughts, she swiftly dismissed the notion, concluding that the young Wang was far superior to that other Wang Xian. Let us depart. Aoki spoke up, concerned for Old Chen and eager to get him to treatment as swiftly as possible, for the spaceship was equipped with the most advanced medical facilities and professionals. Wang Xian personally supported Old Chen, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. At that moment, his pupils constricted. Indeed, the opposing side was growing restless. From the new technique faction, a group of individuals was slowly advancing, and upon noticing Old Chen's unusual state, some were eager to act. These were not merely reckless youths, but rather middle-aged individuals, their eyes glinting with cold hostility, harboring deep animosity towards the old technique faction. They comprehended all too well what the outcome of this battle signified. Old Chen had single-handedly extended the life of the old techniques. Prior to this, the rise of the new techniques had been nothing short of formidable, engaging with various factions and holding clandestine discussions, even intercepting the old techniques' critical resources. All of this was predicated on the emergence of several grandmasters from the old techniques and their ability to prolong the lifespan of the wealthy. Contrasting the two techniques and proclaiming the latter as complete decline, once Old Chen perished, that path would be irrevocably closed. However, today, the venerable Old Chen single-handedly pierced through the new technique camp, cleaving mechas with his sword, and single-handedly vanquished 3 grandmasters, ruthlessly slaying 2 of them, truly transcending the mortal realm. At this juncture, who would dare to proclaim the obsolescence of the old techniques? The 3 grandmasters had personally endeavored to persuade the financial magnates, subtly implying to various organizations the necessity of reallocating resources. Yet now, all 3 have been decisively defeated by Old Chen. Today marks a significant blow to the new techniques. This has incited outrage, impatience, and uncontainable fury among those in the realm of new techniques, rendering them as if they were suddenly cast down from the vibrant clouds into the depths of despair. They all recognize that following this battle, the path of the old techniques has been revitalized. Major financial factions and organizations will undoubtedly continue to divert resources toward them. The slowly advancing individuals were clearly closely associated with the 3 grandmasters, Otherwise, such animosity would not be present. Now, they have all discerned that Old Qin is facing a grave predicament, ultimately choosing not to pursue Xia Qing, as it is evident that they cannot take action. Kill. A voice from the new technique camp rang out, unable to contain their fervor, leading a charge forward, followed by a throng of supporters. In their eyes, apart from Old Qin, the old technique realm posed no significant threat, far inferior to the might of the new technique camp. Those at the forefront were either friends or disciples of the three grandmasters, intent on seizing this moment to unite and eliminate Old Qin, avenging him. Oh hi, Xia Qing. In Chen Kai, Wang Xian swiftly positioned himself at the front, with little to say. Now, even if he wished to remain inconspicuous, it was impossible. Since this group was intent on madness, he had no choice but to fight to the end. Release. Old Qin murmured, instructing Qing Mu to let go. Then brandishing his bloody black sword, he stepped forth. The opposing individuals immediately froze, their steps faltering, filled with trepidation, for Old Qin's performance today was evident to all. Akin to a reaper of souls, sending chills through the hearts of many. Wang Xian was likewise taken aback, gazing at the emerging Old Qin with suspicion, questioning whether his old colleague was deliberately biding his time for the adversaries to reveal themselves. As Old Qin passed by, he whispered almost inaudibly, "I am not well. Allow me to eliminate their top experts, and the rest you shall handle." With that, he leapt an astonishing distance of over 10 meters, his speed so overwhelming, wielding the black sword as he plunged directly into the crowd. Despite his physical condition, Old Qin was an unstoppable force, akin to a tiger amidst sheep. With no one able to withstand him, the sword light ravaged the battlefield, causing heads to roll as elite warriors fell swiftly, none capable of halting his advance. Witnessing this scene, Wang Xian had no further words. He could not stand idly by as Old Qin's condition deteriorated to the brink of death. Now, he could not remain inconspicuous. His blood surged as he charged forth. Behind him, a group of individuals adhering to the old techniques roared, following suit. Driven by concern for Old Qin's alarming display, at present, Old Qin remained in an invincible state, the sword light akin to a rainbow, with each strike claiming the life of a grandmaster from the old techniques. Yet, blood continually flowed from his mouth and nose, his chest heaving as if it might explode. Rising to a terrifying degree, many have come to the poignant realization that Old Qin is likely to meet his demise here today. His injuries are beyond the point of no return. He is now mustering his final strength to vanquish some formidable foes within the realm of new techniques. The practitioners of the old ways are filled with a sense of despair, their eyes awash with tears, feeling powerless as Old Qin bravely fights on alone. In this moment, to many observers, Old Qin shines with an unparalleled brilliance, his radiance as sharp and striking as the sword he wields, dominating the battlefield. Yet, this is destined to be his final display of grandeur. Despite having faced the three grandmasters without a trace of bloodshed, he now finds his garments stained crimson, blood flowing incessantly from his mouth and nose. Old Qin, step back. Do not continue the fight, Wang Xian implored, unable to suppress his emotions any longer. Feeling a swell of sorrow welling within him, he pushed past his limits, heedless of the consequences, and once more activated the martial techniques inscribed within the 5 pages of the Golden Tome. Kill. Old Qin's final roar pierced the air as he swept his sword, severing heads from shoulders, his relentless assault nearly obliterating the remaining masters. He shone in unison with the brilliance of his blade, gasping as he declared, "Had I lived in ancient times, before the paths of the old techniques were severed, I would surely have become a revered teacher, transcending into near immortality. What are you to me?" Standing resolute with his sword, Old Qin radiated a luminous aura, his voice resonating through the mountains. He bore both a sense of solitude and a suppressed fervor, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance of being born in the wrong era. Chapter 59. Arousing the bloodlust, Old Qin radiated a luminous glow, wielding his long sword as he surveyed his opponents. None dared to approach him. All who met his gaze felt their hearts race and instinctively retreated. Many had come to the grim realization that Old Qin was likely nearing his end, regardless of allegiance. Everyone discerned his abnormality. Thunderous sparks erupted from his chest, accompanied by a terrifying, muffled resonance. His body trembled, on the brink of collapse, yet he remained steadfast. Sword in hand, gazing toward the horizon of the verdant mountains, his once piercing gaze gradually dimming. The elders of the ancient arts had once remarked that had Old Qin lived in antiquity, he could have founded a sect, and if he had ascended to greater heights, he might have become a bodhisattva-level master in the realm of ancient techniques. Wang Xian felt a pang of sorrow, acutely aware that Old Qin's vitality was waning. He was indeed failing. He unleashed a powerful kick, sending a nearby master flying, his eyes reddened with rage as he charged toward Old Shin. Unable to fathom that his old colleague was truly on the verge of death, "Master!" Qingmu cried out, filled with despair and sorrow. In his eyes, the once formidable and astute Old Shin could not possibly perish. Old Shin, many shouted in disbelief, struggling to accept this harsh reality. Just moments ago, Old Shin had roamed this place like a god of war, single-handedly defeating 3 grandmasters with an air of invincibility. Now his eyes dimmed. He appeared to be slipping away from life. Many from the realm of ancient arts rushed toward him, their hearts heavy with anguish. Old Shin had been a force to reckon with, single-handedly breaking through the ranks of the new techniques, and now they found themselves lagging far behind. "How dare you?" Wang Xian seethed with fury as he witnessed a member of the new techniques bravely advancing, brandishing a metallic long knife aimed at Old Shin, intent on severing his head. In this dire situation, even many from the new techniques refrained from attacking. Though they harbored resentment towards Old Shin, they could not help but admire his bravery. With his impending demise, they saw no need to desecrate his remains. Yet, a few harbored different intentions. Even as Old Shin's eyes lost their luster, some sought to approach him, desiring to behead him and bestow upon him an undignified death. Wang Xian's combat prowess was unquestionable. He had been close when Old Shin pierced through the ranks of the new techniques, positioning himself ahead of others who chose the path of the ancient arts. Now, in a fit of rage, he seized a corpse and swung it with tremendous force, striking the young man rushing toward Old Shin with a resounding crash. With a thud, the young man was knocked to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth and nose, the metallic knife clattering at his side. He clutched his nose, rising with a glare of hatred directed at Wang Xian. Undeterred, he picked up the fallen long knife and charged once more toward Old Shin. Today, he was determined to accomplish a monumental deed, regardless of how others viewed him, whether with curses or disdain. He was resolute in his desire to sever the head of the Grandmaster of ancient techniques. Alongside him, several other young men approached, equally fervent and reckless. Driven by youthful exuberance, fixated solely on claiming the head of the Grandmaster, oblivious to the storm their actions might unleash. Wang Xian drew nearer, his gaze ferocious. Should anyone dare to behead Old Shin before him, he felt he could never forgive himself for the rest of his life. He was unable to retrieve the corpse to strike at others, yet the frost-hardened earth was strewn with rocks. With a forceful kick, he sent a stone the size of a basin soaring, striking the young man brandishing a metal knife squarely in the chest. The impact was significant, audible to those nearby, as several of the young man's bones shattered under the tremendous force of Wang Xian's blow. After all, he had cultivated the golden body technique to the early 5th level. His flesh and blood brimming with vitality and harboring astonishing strength. The young man from the new technique faction collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Though he was not dead, his chest was caved in, and the excruciating pain filled him with boundless hatred. The other young men rushing towards Old Shin narrowed their pupils, yet did not halt. They sought to be the first to behead Old Shin, but it was too late. Wang Xian had finally surged forward. He leaped into the air, delivering a devastating kick that pierced through one young man's chest, a testament to the horrific force he wielded as he landed upon the body. The young man let out a heart-wrenching scream, his agony unbearable. It could be said that the scene was rather gruesome, difficult to behold. Yet the old technique faction erupted in a unified roar of exhilaration, filled with excitement. Moments ago, many had been driven to madness, fearing that if Old Shin were to fall, his corpse might be desecrated, and they would suffer alongside him, unable to bear witness to such a fate. Meanwhile, onlookers from various factions observed this spectacle, some fixated on Wang Xian. His kick was sharper than steel, capable of piercing flesh. Wang Xian exerted a slight force with his foot to dislodge the young man and then took a step forward. Approaching the young man he had knocked down with the stone, he delivered a merciless kick to the young man's head, thus swiftly dispatching 2 adversaries. The remaining 3 involuntarily retreated upon witnessing Wang Xian's murderous intent. It was as if cold water had been splashed upon them, causing them to step back repeatedly, too fearful to advance. In this dire situation, although Old Shin's eyes had dimmed and he emitted no sound, he still clutched his sword, refusing to fall. Wang Xian gently touched Old Shin's nose and then supported him. "Master!" Qingmu cried, his eyes filled with anguish as he rushed to embrace his mentor, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Do not apply too much pressure. Although your master has fallen silent, there is still thunderous energy intertwining within his chest, which could easily erupt." Wang Xian whispered. Old Shin's condition was dire. His breathing had ceased, yet the thunderous energy continued to manifest within his organs. threatening to tear him apart and resulting in a gruesome demise, not befitting a grandmaster of the old techniques. Wang Xian coldly regarded the three young men opposite him, but refrained from attacking, gently lifting Old Chun to retreat, wary of causing a commotion that might provoke an explosion of energy within him. This area is too complicated. We must also protect Old Wu, Wang Xian murmured. Qing Mu nodded. Old Qin was exceptionally astute, and as his disciple, he was certainly not an ordinary individual. Given that he had discreetly arranged for Wang Xian to work alongside Old Qin even before his graduation, it was evident that Qing Mu was no Navi character. Protect Mr. Wu as well, Aoki shouted as he charged towards Wu Qinlin, accompanied by a throng of people, enveloping him and aligning him with Old Qin. Both he and Wang Xian felt a twinge of unease. Should someone unexpectedly unleash an energy blast, the subsequent inquiries from those awaiting endorsement would render any efforts futile. Wang Xian was truly ignited with a fierce spirit. Old Qin's predicament was a consequence of the relentless pressure from these individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward again, driven by a fervent desire to save Old Qin and to attempt to awaken his heightened perception amidst this desperate struggle. At that moment, his strikes were imbued with tremendous force, his internal organs resonating softly, a faint halo threatening to burst forth from within. This was the martial art bequeathed by Zhang Dowling. He collided with a middle-aged man several times, overwhelming the formidable figure, whose body was enveloped in a green luminescence, rendering him exceptionally resilient. The green light shattered, and Wang Xian's fist pierced through him. This spectacle astonished many, while Old Qin, resembling a god of slaughter, decimated a multitude of formidable adversaries. This young man was equally formidable, single-handedly vanquishing a master from the new techniques domain, drawing curious glances. Someone with a cold glint in their eyes began to circulate their blood and secret power, unleashing a crimson glow around them, intent on seizing Wang Xian's vital essence. However, Wang Xian resonated within, his internal organs humming incessantly. He leapt into the air and collided with this individual, delivering 4 thunderous punches that obliterated them. The onlookers from the new techniques domain were taken aback, although their true masters had been slain by Old Qin's black sword. The two just defeated by the young man were not weak, yet they had fallen to his might. Another individual from the new techniques domain charged forward. Towering at 4 meters, suffused with a faint blue aura, clearly a new human genetic superbody, exuding immense strength. With great strides, he aimed a punch at Wang Xian, unleashing a cacophony of wind and thunder. Wang Xian sidestepped deftly and then unleashed a fierce sweep, a pale white light emanating from his internal organs, extending to his feet as he kicked with all his might against the genetic superbody's knee, producing a sharp crack as the foe howled in agony, collapsing to one knee. Wang Xian leapt, striking the opponent's head with a swift kick, scarcely glancing at him as he surged forward to confront another master. Ultimately, when he sent the 5th adversary flying, causing their chest to cave in, he retreated decisively and swiftly. For he had been employing the martial arts inscribed in the 5-leaf golden book, which demanded too much energy, pushing him to his limits. He sighed, indeed. The more he sought to trigger heightened perception, the more elusive it became. Simultaneously, he composed himself, recognizing that the day's events were nearing their conclusion. Regardless of the thoughts on either side, it was nearly time to end this confrontation. Opponents pointed at Wang Xian, eyes brimming with animosity. Clearly unprepared for the emergence of such a formidable young man from the old techniques domain, who had dispatched several of their masters. Wang Xian paid no heed and swiftly withdrew. Wu Qinglin's gaze flickered as he scrutinized Wang Xian, pondering aloud to Aoki. Could the old Wang spoken of by Old Qin actually be this young man? It must be said that Old Wu was remarkably perceptive, making this connection with surprising speed. Absolutely not. Aoki vehemently denied. Wang Xian silently criticized. This old Wu is quite cunning. Does he wish to uncover my secrets? How ungracious. Wu Qinglin sighed. Young man, you have truly surprised me with your strength. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Wang Xian was well aware that the Wu family sought to collaborate with an adept in ancient arts, and this feigned intimacy and flattery likely aimed to entice him into servitude. The great masters have all been slain by Old Qin, and the few I have dispatched were significantly weakened, Wang Xian mused, shaking his head. At that moment, he paused, inquiring, what of Old Qin? He was promptly taken aboard a spacecraft by officials and is currently undergoing emergency treatment. Qing Mu replied, his mood heavy. Old Qin's impending demise has drawn widespread attention, and the reactions from various organizations have been varied. Most express a sense of regret, feeling it a pity that such a figure emerged in the realm of ancient arts only to be unable to escape fate, thus unable to compose a splendid finale. Many are closely monitoring the flickering flame of old Qin's life, eagerly awaiting the moment it is extinguished. Gratitude is extended to Sanxing Yuan, Zhong Lizha, Yijiang Shui, Xiao Xiaofeng, Si Shui Nian Hua, and countless others, wishing joy among the stars. Thank you for the support of the aforementioned leaders. Chapter 60. The guardian of Old Qin within the confines of a majestic super battleship, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, the representative of a prominent financial conglomerate, Zhang Yang, spoke. Send a portion of the longevity elixir I used to Xiaoqin. A middle-aged man, upon hearing this, hesitated momentarily and inquired, is it the longevity elixir or the health tonic? He was concerned that the elder may have misspoken, as the former was exorbitantly valuable, requiring the collection of rare minerals and precious herbs across the cosmos, with an arduous refining process that often resulted in waste. It was not something that could be mass-produced. It existed in a market devoid of price, ultimately falling into the hands of a select few super tycoons. Even if some rare potions found their way to the black market, they would command astronomical prices. Despite his frail physique and thinning white hair, Zhang Yong exuded an undeniable presence, and his every word and action brooked no dissent. A glance from him caused the middle-aged man to break into a sweat. I will arrange it immediately, he replied, bowing his head in haste. Zhang Yang gestured for him to remain calm, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Do you hold Xiaoqin in such high regard? Yet, he is unlikely to survive, interjected an elderly man with graying hair, Zhang Yang's second son, Zhang Chengming. Zhang Yang replied with tranquility. It's about fostering goodwill. One must understand the importance of gratitude. Zhang Chengming, somewhat taken aback, pondered whether his father had grown softer in his old age. Regardless, faced with the formidable presence of his father, he could only nod in agreement. Zhang Yang added, I mean, once the elixir is publicly presented, those who practice the old arts should learn to express their gratitude. Zhang Chengming found himself at a loss for words, and after a moment's reflection, he asked, do you have a favorable view of the old arts? It is not a matter of favor. When we unearth some potent seeds from the ruins, they evidently enhance the old arts. Who knows what else we might discover in the future? Zhong Yong replied. Zhong Chengming suggested, should we not also send something to the new art side? Zhong Yong shook his head. Did we not already provide them with funding? There is no need to send anything more. We shall directly excavate the latest research findings from within their ranks. He then coldly declared, power must always reside within one's grasp. This truth is immutable across all eras. I shall add another stipulation to my will. In addition to everything else, anyone wishing to become the heir must place immense importance on the realm of the extraordinary. The Zhong family must always remain at the forefront. With a heavy heart, Zhong Yong continued earnestly. It may seem inconsequential now, but what if mythical beings emerge in the coming centuries? Among the descendants of the Zhong family, there must be individuals who maintain an advantage and become leaders in this field. I am old and indifferent to my own fate. I have only a few years left. However, you must prepare for the unforeseen to avoid future regrets, lest you fall from the pinnacle of the pyramid and become beholden to others. Zhang Chengming, suddenly solemn, felt the weight of his father's words. Yet, deep within, he harbored doubts, believing that his father was disingenuous. This father of his was deeply enamored with the mortal realm and harbored a profound fear of death. For the past 20 years, he had faced numerous life-threatening ailments, yet each time managed to stave off death at great cost, surviving to this day, while the first heir had tragically perished in the process. With a sigh, Zhang Chengming mused that he likely would not outlast his father, deeming the title of heir inconsequential and deciding to leave it to the next generation to contest. A remarkably beautiful young lady entered, possessing the liberty to come and go as she pleased, evidently cherished by Zhang Yong. Upon smiling, her large eyes appeared almost animated, enhancing her allure as she spoke. Great-grandfather, rest assured, the expedition team I have assembled will surely unearth that rare celestial herb for you, granting you a lifespan of 500 years. Recently, I have identified several extraordinarily capable individuals, and they will soon be gathered together. Zhang Chengming sighed inwardly, thinking, child, if you truly manage to procure the celestial herb, you and your companions should abandon any hopes for that position. The old man will retain it indefinitely, leaving you all to languish. This was merely a microcosm. The affluent and various organizations were similarly situated. How is it? Aikmu, exceedingly anxious, rushed towards the landing small airship, inquiring about his master's current condition. The prognosis was far from optimistic. Upon examination, old Qin's internal organs were riddled with fissures, densely packed, and if they were to be separated, they would shatter into countless pieces. Qian Lei from the relevant department arrived. He had previously accompanied Aikma and Wang Xian to the underground research facility in the greater Xing'an Mountains. Aikmu's face turned ashen, and weakness enveloped him. If even the most advanced medical treatments proved ineffective, then his master would indeed face a grim fate. Isn't the life-saving medicine we are still en route to procure even more precious? Wu Yin inquired softly. Wu Qinglin nodded, affirming that this was indeed characteristic of the old man Zhong Yong, who believed in the principle of sacrifice for gain. He speculated that if old Chun could not endure, Zhong would likely have someone deliver a eulogy pinned in his own hand, ensuring that those practicing ancient arts would remember his benevolence. Wu Yin remained silent. Wu Qinglin added, of course, he would undoubtedly have offered solace to those in new arts as well. Wu Yin murmured, I merely wish to see how long he can hold on. Soon, Qian Lei informed Aikmu that following a consultation with the medical expert team, they unanimously concluded that after consuming the longevity elixir, old Chen could persist for 2 more days. Wu Qinglin then approached Aikmu, revealing that the Wu family had also dispatched a potent medicine, its efficacy comparable to that of the longevity elixir. This meant old Chen could endure for an additional 2 or 3 days. Wang Xian, his furrowed brow slightly easing, pulled Aikmu aside and whispered in barely audible tones, I possess an ancient method that we can attempt. Now is the moment to test your mettle. Utilize all connections to seek assistance from the relevant departments. Search for ancient relics associated with ascension, such as relics, Taoist golden bones, or artifacts from the preaching alchemists. Exhaust every effort to gather them. If nothing else is available, excavate any dilapidated caves or floor tiles related to the legends of the celestial immortals, whatever can be found. Bring it together. Aikmu was taken aback, pondering the purpose of this endeavor. Alchemy. Yet in an instant, Wang Xian shook his head, saying, do not inquire. Simply state that this is a secret manuscript previously obtained by your master, containing records of ancient rituals and methods of worship. Above all, do not mention me. Keep my name out of it, or it will lead to trouble. Wang Xian and Aikmu exchanged many low whispers filled with reminders, yet he sighed, recognizing that in the pursuit of saving a life, he was compelled to take such risks. He harbored concerns that those formidable organizations, tycoons, and officials were exceedingly shrewd. Even with utmost caution and vigilance, they would likely leave traces behind. Since the moment I encountered you, old Chen, I have come to realize that you are nothing but a pitfall. He sighed heavily. Soon, he reminded Aoki, by the way, there's also the Sueho Pearl. You must come as well, to stand beside your master, safeguarded by the most renowned auspicious treasure of ancient times. Wang Xian sighed and stepped aside. He paced back and forth, his heart restless, lamenting, ever since your appearance, old Chen, misfortune has plagued my path. I have been tormented by your troubles, compelled to offer you female practitioners and divine monks, providing you with everything. Now, I am once again drawn into the unpredictable vortex you create. Is there any way to save old Chen? Wu Qinglin inquired, approaching. Wang Xian immediately responded, Aoki just consulted an esteemed elder who mentioned a need for rare ancient artifacts, such as golden bamboo slips from the preaching era, which might prove life-saving. Wu ignored him and turned to Aoki. Aoki sighed and said, I just spoke with that elder over the phone. He indicated that rare and peculiar items related to the immortal officials are needed. Wang Xian approached Wu, attempting to build rapport, asking if the Wu family possessed any golden bamboo slips. Wu Yin rolled her eyes at him, but eventually whispered, the affluent Zhong family possesses such items, but they are certainly not available for borrowing. Those treasures are kept secret. Does old Zhong have a granddaughter? Wang Xian asked. He has a great-granddaughter. What are your intentions? Wu inquired blandly. I believe you should know her. They must be good friends, right? You could try reaching out through her. Saving old Shen's life is worth more than constructing 700 pagodas. With our collaboration, old Shen would undoubtedly risk his life to assist. I have long hoped someone would deal with Xiao Zhong, Wu remarked, seemingly having suffered a significant loss. Wang Xian fell silent, feeling the conversation had reached a dead end. He simply consoled her, suggesting it was unnecessary to be upset, and that they could address it later before seeking out old Wu to cultivate a closer relationship. He realized old Wu had numerous ideas, and ultimately refrained from suggesting anything further, fearing exposure, relying instead on Aoki to leverage connections. Aoki, under the pretense of saving old Shen, managed to gather some items, and the relevant parties were quite accommodating. Wang Xian stepped aside, pondering various scenarios, and finally, with a heavy heart, he said, Old Shen, you have brought me too much trouble. I have offered you ghostly monks and martial arts surpassing the great diamond fist. And now I must risk everything to attempt saving your life. Since our fateful meeting, I have been your steadfast protector, truly becoming your devoted guardian. Chapter 61. Relics of Ascension. On the Pamir Plateau, several small spacecraft descended, collecting the bodies and clearing the shattered mecha left by Old Chun. Mohi, Xiaqing, and Qinkai were no exceptions, laid upon cold stretchers, their bodies draped in yards of white cloth. Wang Xian reflected on the necessity of caution, the imperative to survive. One must never be careless, especially when even a grandmaster had met such a fate, while he still had a distance to cover compared to the trio. Young Wang, what are you lamenting? You are the one who kicked a grandmaster to his end, Wu Qinglin remarked. Wang Xian felt that old Wu was being intentionally provocative. He was reluctant for anyone to mention this achievement, preferring to blend into the background. Medium-sized spacecraft also landed on the frozen ground to rescue the wounded. Inside, there were advanced medical facilities and highly professional medical personnel. The critically injured were swiftly carried away, while the lightly wounded received treatment on-site, with everyone soon receiving care. Wang Xian approached, signaling to Qing Mu, feigning severe injury and claiming his heart and lungs had been shattered, rendering him gravely wounded. All of this was for the sake of discretion. He did not wish to be seen as the latest prodigy of the old techniques. Nor did he want to be labeled as Old Chen's successor. Qing Mu indeed sought assistance, but midway, a newly arrived female medical staff member informed Wang Xian that he was in fine health, far superior to the average person. Wang Xian whispered that he truly had heart and lung issues and was in considerable pain. Yet the girl, being straightforward, retorted loudly, "You are perfectly fine. Your heart and lungs are stronger than those of large ferocious beasts." Wang Xian turned away, unwilling to engage further, which unintentionally drew the attention of many, who chuckled as they looked at him. The Battle of the Zhongling had concluded, leaving behind a scene of devastation. 3 grandmasters of the new techniques had perished. Although the old techniques had triumphed, their prominent figure had fallen. Cold warships and interstellar vessels pierced the skies one after another, departing from the plateau. A group of masters adhering to the old techniques followed to the city, wishing to bid farewell to Old Chen with somber expressions. In truth, various organizations and tycoons from the New Star and Old Soil had also sent representatives to Anqing, preparing to pay their respects to Old Chen at an appropriate time. Qing Mu wore a sorrowful expression, and upon sensing the stirrings from all sides, he felt genuinely despondent, believing his master would not survive. As for Wang Xian's claims of rescuing Old Chen, Qing Mu regarded it as a desperate hope, lacking in belief. Now, confronting the grim reality, he was already preparing for Old Chen's final arrangements. Wang Xian estimated that should Old Chen awaken, he would undoubtedly desire to exact revenge upon all present, without exception. Qing Mu transported Old Chen to a vast estate on the outskirts, a fitting place to accommodate those following the path of the old techniques. A calm and deep-eyed deputy from the relevant department personally arrived and spoke with Qing Mu for a while. Subsequently, he presented a box containing 2 vibrant golden bamboo leaves. A rare artifact from the pre-Qin period known as the feathered bamboo, found beneath the greater Xing'an range. Though the offering was modest, the sentiment was profound. The deputy, skilled in diplomacy, advised Qing Mu to administer it to Old Chen first. Should there be notable improvement in his condition, he would seek further remedies. Before his departure, he informed Aoki that he would return in 2 days to visit Old Chen, which was likely an indirect suggestion of his intention to attend the memorial service. Observing this, Old Wu urged Wu to promptly reserve a wreath, as officials from relevant departments were expected to pay their respects to Old Chen in 2 days. With various parties likely to converge, it was uncertain if wreaths would still be available. Wang Xian cast his gaze upon Old Chen, who lay motionless, and sighed. Old Chen, I find myself at odds with the world. To save you, am I truly to defy the heavens? There were other pertinent parties involved, with promises of various relics being sent in the evening via small spacecraft, filling the room to the brim. To distance himself from the situation, Wang Xian refrained from immediate contact, and he and Aoki endeavored to minimize their encounters. Nonetheless, he received a note detailing the items sent, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Among the treasures was a peachwood sword purportedly wielded by Lu Dongbin, excavated from Mount Zhongtiao, a claim that both astonished and troubled him. Further examination of the list revealed a battered alchemical furnace once used by Gu Hong, which left Wang Xian in utter disbelief. This figure boasted a significant legacy, with numerous works catalogued in the Taoist canon, including the renowned Biopuzi and Yuhan Fang. Wang Xian harbored grave doubts about the authenticity of the listed items, if relics of such esteemed figures were readily accessible. Perhaps he ought to abandon his quest for the new star and remain in familiar territory. Unable to contain his curiosity, he sought an opportunity to rendezvous with Aoki, resolving to personally investigate the peculiar artifacts. The space was cluttered with antiquities, ranging from bronze arrowheads to meteorite blades, shattered alchemical furnaces, and even the Tao Te Ching inscribed on bamboo slips, alongside pots and pans allegedly unearthed from ancient caves. A fleeting glance filled him with disappointment. While these items were indeed ancient, they bore no relation to the ethereal artifacts he sought. The so-called peachwood sword used by Lu Dongbin appeared charred, as if struck by lightning, devoid of any mystical essence, prompting him to discard it. Aoki, visibly anxious, interjected, "Hold on, this is a cherished possession of an elderly gentleman, traditionally displayed in his study to ward off evil." Reluctantly, Wang Xian picked up the dilapidated alchemical furnace once utilized by Gu Hong. Yet he found it unworthy of a second glance, nearly casting it aside once more. Disheartened by the array of antiquities that failed to capture his interest, he sighed, recognizing the rarity of artifacts associated with transcendence. However, upon further reflection, he found solace. Were any ordinary relics to hold such significance, it would indeed be peculiar. "This won't do," Wang Xian declared, shaking his head. Naturally, Aoki shared his disappointment, suggesting, "Let us venture to another courtyard." "There's more?" Wang Xian inquired, astonished. Aoki nodded, explaining, "There wasn't enough space here. I had the subsequent arrivals placed in another courtyard." As Wang Xian stepped into the new courtyard, he immediately sensed the presence of remarkable treasures, the ethereal artifacts he sought, and a glimmer of hope for old Chen's salvation. Without the need for an introduction from Aoki, he swiftly unearthed a jade box from a pile of antiquities, promptly opening it to reveal a dark bone emanating a rich and enigmatic essence, imperceptible to ordinary senses. Wang Xian was convinced that this was an extraordinarily rare artifact of transcendence, an astounding encounter indeed. He brushed his hand over it, and the obsidian hue faded slightly, revealing a faint golden luster on the bone. His heart raced. Could this be the fabled golden bone? He speculated that the external charred color might be the result of a thunderous strike. Who had sent this, and from where had it been procured? He couldn't help but inquire. Aoki replied that the relevant department had subsequently sent a batch, which included this bone, and he began to check the list for further details. After a moment, he found the information, stating, "This was discovered near a collapsed unnamed Taoist temple. After excavation and site clearance, no significant artifacts remained, only this solitary bone." Wang Xian reflected, "A mountain need not be high, for it is renowned if inhabited by immortals. A river need not be deep, for it is sacred if home to dragons." From an obscure Taoist temple, the relic of a sage had been preserved. Aoki, somewhat skeptical, pondered how Wang could ascertain the connection to transcendence from merely a piece of dark bone. Wang Xian glanced at him and asserted, "Trust my judgment. I believe this might indeed be a relic left behind by an immortal. Are you overthinking it?" Aoki replied, observing him, "An isolated mountain, a dilapidated temple, and a chilling black bone. If there is any anomaly, it is more likely associated with a demoness or a malevolent spirit." Wang Xian quickly interjected, "Refrain from speaking carelessly about matters concerning your master's life or death." Aoki immediately fell silent, at that moment willing to believe in Wang's enlightened insight. Without lingering, Wang Xian hastened to another side, grasping a wooden box and opening it with immense delight. For it contained yet another remarkable item. Inside lay a piece of jade, adorned with remnants of its stone skin, revealing an exquisite, pristine white jade flesh. A rare uncut gem. This stone had been excavated from the ruins of an ancient city dating back to the Han Dynasty, cherished by an elder as a natural ornamental piece. Wang Xian surmised that after someone's transcendence, the profound mysterious essence had mingled with this jade, making it a genuine stone of enlightenment. Next, he discovered the final remarkable object, a bone, as white as jade, measuring over half a foot in length. Its origin difficult to discern. This was something left behind after the relocation of a certain Buddhist ancestral temple to a new star, as Aoki explained. "A bone of a high monk?" Wang Xian exclaimed in surprise. Aoki shook his head, clarifying that this was also an item sent by the relevant department, which meticulously documented the provenance of every artifact. It was said to have been excavated from deep within the earth beneath the Buddhist temple, bound by iron chains. Could it possibly belong to a notable demon or person once suppressed by the temple? Wang Xian pondered with some doubt. Aoki responded, "This bone is entirely ordinary. There have never been any unusual occurrences associated with it. The woman is extraordinarily unusual, her physical form astonishingly preserved until now. Despite her remarkable nature, she has not harmed Wang Xian in any way, which has emboldened him greatly. Although the situation deviates somewhat from my expectations, it remains workable. I hope to successfully revive your master. Wang Xian has resolved to take action tonight and enter the inner realm. Chapter 62. United we stand. What do you think is the most prudent course of action? He inquired cautiously. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and replied, naturally. It is the manifestation of legends, where celestial beings illuminate the azure firmament above, and bodhisattvas turn their prayer wheels below. Heavenly beings traverse the clouds. Enchanting maidens ride upon dragons, and fairies gather mulberries along winding paths, destined to meet beneath the moonlit jade terrace. He sighed deeply, lost in thought, lamenting that all the immortal beings and bodhisattvas have long passed away, with only their remnants left, mere skeletal remains. Qingmu listened intently, somewhat bewildered. Was this a manifestation of deities and Buddhas, or was it a realm overrun by demons, a chaotic dance of malevolence? He felt increasingly unsettled, especially considering the young man before him seemed to attract spirits. This thought made him feel even more uneasy. Qingmu harbored serious doubts. Was Wang Xian contemplating transferring a horde of demons into Old Qin's body? Yet Old Qin was on the brink of death. The concept of the void cannot be supplemented loomed large in his mind. He was lost in speculation. Wang Xian, meanwhile, was mulling over how to extricate himself from this precarious situation. Although Old Qin lay incapacitated, he remained the focal point of attention, and countless eyes were fixated upon him. Should he act indiscriminately and attempt to revive Old Qin, it would undoubtedly make headlines, plunging him into a perilous predicament. At that moment, he would be in danger. There would certainly be those who would dig deeper into the matter, potentially exposing his inner secrets. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a chilling sensation washed over him, akin to a cold blade poised at his throat. The weight of his contemplation grew heavier, and the more he thought, the more profound his unease became. This was not a trivial matter. Should he attempt to save Old Qin, it would intertwine with his own life and death, a severely serious dilemma. How could he resolve it reasonably? Ultimately, he gradually refined his plan. Old Qing, this time the key lies with you. Qingmu was perplexed as to how he was involved. Wang Xian spoke earnestly. During the acquisition of ancient artifacts, it was stated that your master once possessed a secret tome that recorded incantations of ancient shamanic practices and rituals. As you are Old Qin's disciple, it is only fitting that you preside over this matter. Upon hearing Wang Xian's solemn demeanor, Qingmu too felt a surge of tension and attentively prepared to cooperate fully. He then observed Wang Xian fixated on his phone, seemingly searching for something, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation. Old Qing, I will teach you some things. You must learn them swiftly and master them thoroughly, Wang Xian said with utmost seriousness. All right. Qingmu, sensing the gravity of the situation, resolved to cooperate to the best of his ability. Being a master of ancient techniques, he was quick to learn the movements. However, after a moment, he began to feel that something was amiss, increasingly suspecting that he was engaging in some form of shamanistic ritual. Seizing the opportunity while Wang Xian took a sip of water, Qingmu paused and quickly searched the internet, promptly locating the original tutorial. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was fortunate he had studied earnestly. And it was equally fortunate that Wang Xian had taught him with such a serious demeanor. Was it truly acceptable? It was indeed a shamanistic performance. Madness. What do you mean? Little Wang? Qingmu's expression darkened. Wang Xian maintained his serious countenance, yet Qingmu no longer felt the weight of despair. He sensed that little Wang was perhaps not entirely reliable. Since you were employing the ancient art of exorcism to aid others, it would be prudent to learn the craft yourself. If you could master it and even create your own unique gestures, that would be splendid. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Qingmu shot him a displeased glance, then began to gesture on his own, displaying a rather inscrutable elegance. Under the tutelage of Master Qin, he had undoubtedly acquired a plethora of ancient techniques. This particular dance was chronicled in an ancient text, said to have the power to commune with the divine and even to engage in combat through its movements. Wang Xian exclaimed, Old Qing, you are truly gifted. I can already envision your brilliant future. What nonsense are you spouting? Qingmu replied, increasingly disinclined to engage with him. I speak no folly. Tonight, you are destined to astonish the world with your performance. Wang Xian clapped him on the shoulder, urging him to master it thoroughly. All of this is from Master Chen, he said with a solemn expression. Qingmu wanted to retort that while he was the one putting in the effort, Wang Xian was merely hiding behind him. Yet what could he say? Regardless of how arduous or tearful the endeavor, he had to accept it. Wang Xian continued. If it were just the two of us, it would be insufficient. We must involve those skilled in ancient techniques. They should queue to enter and see Master Chen, imparting their life force to him. Coupled with your dance, it is likely we can revive him. Qingmu remained silent, quietly absorbing his ramblings. Fully aware that everyone was merely serving as a faade for Wang Xian to avoid exposure. They would enter in an orderly fashion, one by one, with each person's time inside ranging from a couple of minutes to several tens of minutes, according to their abilities. Wang Xian believed that if he were to enter the room, a few minutes to several tens of minutes should suffice to save Master Qin. After all, the inner realm could stretch for a year or two, while the outside world might only pass a minute. Of course, if these people merely entered to gaze at Master Qin without taking action, it would feel akin to an early viewing of a corpse. To seem more reasonable, they could be allowed to touch Master Qin's hands or feet, claiming it as a transfer of life, that those versed in ancient arts were collectively aiding him. Upon hearing this, Qingmu was rendered speechless. This young man, in his desperate attempt to extricate himself, was indeed quite resourceful. Could you perhaps exclude me as well? Qingmu could not help but inquire. There is no way. You are his disciple, and in this critical moment, retreat is not an option. Wang Xian stated with righteous conviction. Is there anything else you wish to add? Qingmu asked him, his expression devoid of emotion. That should suffice. Let us keep it simple. Wang Xian waved his hand dismissively. Qingmu regarded him, pondering whether this could truly be deemed simplicity. So many were being enlisted to provide cover for him. Wait, does everyone really need to touch Master Qin? He suddenly questioned, realizing the implications. Would Master Qin be subjected to such treatment even in his dying moments? Wang Xian thought to himself, Master Qin, do spare us your fastidiousness. Even if you were touched by dozens or even hundreds tonight, just endure it, all for your salvation. After all, you are in a state of stupor. It's best to just let it pass. He then considered another issue. While using extraordinary means could allow them to enter the inner realm without triggering a heightened state, Master Qin's condition was unclear and hazy. If his spirit did not revive, would they even be able to bring him in? In this scenario, the only means of transferring the mysterious essence is through physical contact between his hand and old Qin's corporeal form. Of course, there exists another possibility. Could old Qin be feigning unconsciousness? It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Wang Xian had previously entertained such thoughts. If old Qin were merely fishing for information, waiting for this very moment, he would indeed feel an overwhelming urge to eliminate him. However, he feared the prospect of being brutally beaten by old Qin in return. Wang Xian pondered that he must consider all potential outcomes. After all, old Qin would undoubtedly be bewildered during his initial foray into this realm, and he would devise a method to gradually instruct him thereafter. As for the Sui Ho pearl, he inquired of Qingmu, never forgetting and deeply cherishing this precious artifact. It's far too valuable. It is nestled within my possession, Qingmu replied, producing a jade box. Despite its proximity, Wang Xian could not sense the mysterious essence emanating from it, which left him profoundly disappointed. He had no desire to investigate further and waved his hand dismissively, stating, enough, put it away, it must surely be a counterfeit. Yet, Qingmu persisted in opening the jade box, revealing a lustrous white pearl that shimmered radiantly, captivating the eye. It may be an ancient treasure, but it is certainly not the genuine article, Wang Xian remarked. The legendary Sui Ho pearl, said to be inscribed with scriptures by pre-Qin sorcerers, possesses an aura of myth. Yet this object merely qualifies as an antiquity, or perhaps a typical gem, devoid of any mythological significance. How can you be so certain it is a forgery? Qingmu questioned, skeptical of his assertion. I am an expert in archaeology. Wang Xian refrained from elaborating further. The formal endeavor to rescue old Qin was about to commence. As Qingmu stepped outside to brief a group of practitioners on the situation, rallying collective resolve, the crowd responded with fervor, eager to assist. Wang Xian sighed, stroking the black bone fragment in his hand, and then caressing the ivory-like broken bone, hoping for a smooth outcome, wishing fervently that no unforeseen complications would arise. Do you not find this unsettling? Also, will you truly summon any spirits later? Qingmu whispered. Wang Xian replied, Old Qing, if you lack the ability to speak wisely, it would be best to remain silent. Despite the current appearance of these bones, devoid of divine aura, what were they in the past? One might possibly be a celestial maiden's hand bone, while the other could belong to a fairy's leg bone. Qingmu regarded him with a sidelong glance and remarked, Isn't your handling of them somewhat disrespectful to these celestial beings? Wang Xian, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for action and hastily waved his hand, declaring, Let us proceed. We must save old Qin. This night was destined to be sleepless, as the collective effort to save a life commenced. In the hall, Old Shin lay tranquil, surrounded by an abundance of flowers, motionless upon the bed. Regardless of its efficacy, various antiquities adorned the room. With the Sui-Ho pearl positioned above Old Shin's head, serving as a protective talisman, people entered in an orderly fashion, some shedding tears, others quietly weeping. Resembling a preemptive memorial service for Old Shin, Qingmu was earnest, performing a ritualistic dance, perspiration streaming down his face. Finally, it was Wang Xian's turn to enter. Observing Old Shin lying there, he felt a wave of emotion. His role as a protector was no small feat, and he was finally drawing near to the principal figure. Which extraordinary artifact should he employ first? A moment of hesitation washed over him, for the temperaments of these celestial beings varied greatly. Should he encounter a particularly fierce one, it would undoubtedly add pressure to his undertaking. Ultimately, he resolved to commence with the charred and blackened bone that had been struck by lightning. For it originated from a small Taoist temple, and its interior was imbued with a golden hue, serene and sacred. However, when he exerted force to pry open a fissure to release the dense and enigmatic essence contained within, he found it impenetrably hard. What an unexpected turn of events! Wang Xian's gaze fell upon the black longsword beside Old Shin. This artifact undoubtedly possessed a remarkable and mysterious lineage. He seized it and, with a swift motion, it emitted a sharp hiss, proving to be exceedingly keen, etching a faint mark upon the black bone. A deep incision was unnecessary. This sufficed. In an instant, a torrent of rich, mysterious substance surged forth, accompanied by an expansive inner vista, hidden from the eyes of others but revealed to Wang Xian, who discerned the void of tranquility. Simultaneously, he beheld a resplendent beam of sword light cleave through the heavens, as an unparalleled beauty traversed the firmament. Radiant and divine like an ethereal celestial being. Chapter 63, The Female Sword Immortal. The scene was exquisite. A female sword immortal stood gracefully suspended in midair, her flowing garments accentuating her ethereal presence, making her appear transcendent and otherworldly in that serene place. Old Shin, come out and behold the celestial being. I promised to present you a multitude of divine entities and legendary demons. Now a banished fairy graces us with her presence, and you remain unresponsive? Wang Xian called out, feeling an unshakable unease within him, prompting him to summon Old Shin, hoping he would join him. Old Shin, are you pretending to be dazed? Do not falter. Come with me. Meanwhile, Qingmu continued to dance his shamanic ritual, oblivious to the unfolding scene. All he noticed was that Wang Xian had fallen silent, seated in stillness. Voiceless, Wang Xian realized that as he activated the primordial techniques of the pre-Qin alchemists, he had unwittingly stepped into an inner realm, separated from the mundane world. How had he entered without consciously stepping forth? The surroundings were eerily silent, the inner realm dim and shadowy, as if a thick fog were expanding. Had he been enveloped by this mist? He remained on high alert, sensing that this experience was markedly different from previous ones, resonating with an unusual intensity that sent shivers down his spine. In the dimness, beams of light cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the sole radiant spot. Wang Xian gazed upward at the female sword immortal. Although she was some distance away, in this inner realm, perception relied solely on mental acuity, allowing him to discern her features clearly. The female sword immortal appeared to be no older than 20, though her true age remained a mystery, at the very least. Her outward appearance was astonishingly youthful, radiant, and resplendent. Wang Xian composed himself, fixating his gaze upon her. Indeed, the sword immortal was extraordinarily beautiful. Yet it was her otherworldly aura that captivated most, as if she were not of this earthly realm, breathtakingly enchanting and instantly drawing the eye. Wang Xian stood still, deep in contemplation. This fascination also stemmed from modern people's yearning for ancient myths and legends. The allure of sword immortals had long been ingrained in the psyche, hence his immediate awe upon first sight. Suddenly, a blinding beam of sword light descended, shattering his reverie. The radiant strike from above extinguished his admiration and affection for the sword immortal. She had attacked him, a wave of murderous intent sweeping through the air, accompanied by an icy chill that made him acutely aware of the imminent danger. Wang Xian quickly retreated, surprisingly managing to evade the strike, which caught him off guard. How had he dodged such a celestial sword light? The lingering spiritual energy from the past had been activated by his presence, drawing him into the inner realm. After all, this was not her true self. What he witnessed was merely a reflection of her former prowess, incapable of causing him harm. Each time he entered the inner realm, his mental perception would swiftly plunge into a state of tranquility and stillness, placing him in an absolute state of clarity. He understood now that the female sword immortal was ultimately not her former self, lacking the immense power she once possessed. If she could influence the present world, She would not have waited for future generations to awaken the mysterious energies to emerge from her remnants. Her residual spiritual energy was of little consequence. Yet, Wang Xian's newfound confidence came at a cost. A multitude of sword lights descended upon him, dozens in number, blanketing the area, most striking him directly. Wang Xian experienced excruciating pain, feeling as if he were struck by a celestial force, with beams of sword light relentlessly descending upon him, incessantly cleaving. Fortunately, the residual mental energy was peculiar. It could not genuinely shatter him, but merely assailed him with overwhelming distress. A sense of dread enveloped him. Had the female sword immortal begun her preliminary intervention in the mortal realm? It was somewhat terrifying. My golden body is indestructible. The external forms are but illusions and cannot harm me. He roared, for if the remaining mental energy were to cleave him asunder, it would spell great trouble. He firmly believed that the departed, having dissipated for centuries, could not truly affect him. Engaging the golden body technique, he emanated a faint golden light. And then his body suddenly plummeted like a javelin from the sky, his feet anchoring firmly to the ground. Within the inner realm, his formidable spirit could alter all, effectively countering the assault of the residual mental energy. Indeed, as Wang Xian fortified his resolve and continuously practiced the golden body technique to safeguard himself and strengthen his spirit, he sensed a subtle transformation in the surrounding universe. The sword light in the sky became less intense, dimming as it fell, allowing him to evade or confront it with his golden body. Though the pain persisted, it was no longer unbearable. At last, the onslaught ceased. Wang Xian stood his ground, invoking the ancient techniques of the pre-Qin alchemists to summon mysterious essences, ever mindful of his purpose in this realm, to aid old Qin in healing. A transcendent female sword immortal leaned upon her sword, illuminating the shadowy sky with her ethereal presence, her moon-white gown fluttering, a visage of exquisite beauty radiating an otherworldly grace. Yet she relentlessly assailed Wang Xian, leaving him devoid of any admiration. His heart remained tranquil, enveloped in an absolute state of calm, purging complex emotions as he fully engaged the mysterious substances. In the external world, Wang Xian grasped old Qin's wrist, a mysterious essence pervading and penetrating into old Qin's body, directly targeting the injured organs. However, since it was not old Qin who summoned the essence himself, but rather through another, the superactive particles were significantly diminished. Nevertheless, it proved effective. His organs, marred by fissures, began to receive nourishment, halting their deterioration and even initiating a slow restoration. The transcendent beings who had left behind true bones in this world seemed somewhat different, with more residual mental energy lingering within their bones. Yet why did she attack me upon our first meeting? Wang Xian contemplated in the inner realm, finding the situation exceedingly perplexing. Neither the female alchemist nor the old monk had ever targeted him with such lethal intent upon first encounters, even when they disturbed him in dreams. It was only to entrust him with tasks. He began to doubt. Had he indeed incurred the ire of the Qingmu by having touched the female, sword immortal's skeletal hand, thus provoking discord? Yet he felt this unlikely. After centuries, that skeletal hand was charred, who would harbor such fanciful notions? Moreover, it was precisely because he had obtained her skeletal remains that he had released the residual mental energy. After gathering sufficient mysterious essences, Wang Xian commenced practicing the golden body technique, recognizing this as a rare opportunity that must not be squandered. In the Battle of the Onion Ridge, many eyes were drawn to him, heralding a surge in fame while simultaneously signaling the approach of peril. He had to ensure that his pace of cultivation outstripped the judgments of those around him to preserve his existence until he truly ascended. The female sword immortal seemed to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him, launching relentless attacks that inflicted excruciating pain upon Wang Xian, disrupting even his practice of the golden body technique. I have liberated you from the true bone of transformation. You owe me no gratitude. Yet must you attack me so? He could not help but voice his bewilderment, feeling it utterly unreasonable to be met with such enmity as the sword light continually rained down upon him. Whether she could not comprehend his words or was consumed by some inexplicable ire, the female sword immortal continued her assault, endangering not his life but subjecting him to relentless torment and suffering. Monk, where are you? There is a demonic sword immortal here. Please come and exorcise her. Wang Xian called out to the ghostly monk, seeking his assistance. However, there was no response. The old monk either hid within old Qin or simply chose not to intervene. For old Qin's sake, Wang Xian endured for 4 long years, suffering beneath the onslaught of sword light. Feeling on the brink of madness as his practice of the golden body technique faltered, its effects diminishing. Time and again, his adversary wielded her celestial sword, unleashing a torrent of sword light from the heavens in a comprehensive assault. In a fleeting moment, he contemplated breaking free from the inner realm altogether. As the fifth year dawned, his corporeal form, ravaged by mental anguish, trembled. By chance, his palm brushed against the black sword. In that instant, he felt an awakening within the inner realm, and to his astonishment, a strand of black sword light manifested in his grasp. What was this phenomenon? He quickly assessed the situation outside. The black sword remained on old Chen's bed, yet as he gripped the hilt, he brought forth the black sword light. It dawned upon him that this sword was of immense significance. Within the inner realm, seizing the long sword coalesced from the dark light. Wang Xian wasted no time and struck towards the female sword immortal, determined to assert his stance even if he could not prevail. In that moment, he sensed a shift. The entire inner realm seemed poised to erupt as countless beams of sword light surged upward, accompanied by thunderous roars. He beheld numerous mountains piercing the clouds, where young men and women practiced their swordsmanship, each steep peak teeming with practitioners. Was this a sect dedicated to swordsmanship? Many youths danced with their swords atop the mountains, their swordplay vigorous yet still far from the realm of true sword immortals. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Amidst a torrential downpour, a figure clad in black approached, wielding an exceptionally long black sword, entering the mountainous expanse to confront the sword sect alone. Thunder crashed, and swordlight surged. The black-clad man wielded a sword measuring 1.5 meters in length, unleashing carnage within the sect, his path unimpeded by any who dared obstruct him. It was a night soaked in blood, accompanied by thunderous roars, heavy rain, and the clash of swords, as he single-handedly annihilated the entire sword sect. Departing with the blood-soaked black sword in hand, Wang Xian suddenly comprehended his predicament. He had become the scapegoat. The former master of the black sword had once unleashed a massacre, annihilating a sect of swordsmanship, and now the repercussions had fallen upon him, a modern individual. He felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. What connection did he have to this? He ought to seek out the man in black or consult old Chen. As the scene shifted continuously, the young girl grew rapidly, immersing herself in swordsmanship to the point of obsession, transcending the mundane, ultimately achieving the extraordinary and divine. Yet, despite her relentless quest across the world, she could not locate the man in black, nor could she exact her revenge. Years later, as she approached immortality through her sword practice, her formidable prowess necessitated her ascension to the celestial realm. She stood atop the mountain where her secluded temple resided. Then, with a deafening crash, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck down on a moonlit night, obscuring the silver moon in a tempest of endless flashes. In the climactic moment, as the female sword immortal soared skyward, she was obliterated by the thunder, her flesh and bones transforming into a sacred light rain amidst the lightning, ascending into ethereal brilliance. This conclusion stirred profound emotions. Such a powerful sword immortal, too, met her demise in the pursuit of transcendence. Ultimately, only her right hand, which had wielded the sword for years, remained intact amidst the lightning, a solitary fragment of bone that fell to the earth, her only trace left in the world. Landing near the secluded temple, though she had struck him nearly a decade prior, Wang Xian felt a wave of sympathy in that moment, no longer resenting her. She had likely mistaken him for a descendant of the man in black. The once mighty sword immortal had failed to truly ascend. She had merely transformed, dissipating into the cosmos. A sense of unutterable melancholy washed over Wang Xian. What a pity it was. He then recalled the female sorceress, the ghostly monk, and the bodhisattva from the ancient temple beyond Anqing, all of whom ultimately did not achieve immortality. Could it be that, in their own way, they had indeed attained a form of transcendence? This question had occupied his thoughts for some time previously, yet he was reluctant to delve deeper, as he felt himself stepping into a trap laid by the ancients, sending shivers down his spine. With a resounding roar, endless beams of sword light erupted, surrounding him with towering peaks that pierced the clouds. The female sword immortal, bathed in the pure moonlight, stood alone at the pinnacle of the highest mountain, preparing to strike at Wang Xian once more, her aura more formidable than ever. Even within the inner realm, her presence sent chills through him. "Stop," he shouted. "This truly has nothing to do with me. If you wish to investigate the events of the past, I can bring someone to you. Please wait. I will guide him into the inner realm."